who came to the island and put the knife on the necks of so many people, so that these mercenaries completely gave up their resistance and gathered directly here? Chen Yi was a little confused, but it doesn't matter, he will know the answer soon. Because he wasn't the only one who couldn't figure it out. Once a person sets foot in an unfamiliar field and encounters something that he cannot figure out at all, he will always become much more wary. Just like the commanders of these mercenaries and the middle and senior level officers who were generally of high quality. After receiving an order from the top of the alliance to gather them all in one building, these smart people were a little confused. After thinking about it, I couldn't figure out why I did this. All the defense lines that the island spent so much money on building are no longer needed. So what if people from the Chen family and the government directly log into the island? What is the purpose of gathering so many people here? Countless problems are. The thoughts of the high-ranking mercenaries flashed through their minds. Therefore, although in the end they listened to the order of the financial master and obediently abandoned their defense line and gathered directly in the core building of the Doomsday base, they still kept a cautious eye on it in the end. After most of the mercenaries gathered, they did not enter the building at all. Instead, they stayed below in the name of the entire army. Only a few soldiers were sent into the building to investigate the situation. Then they discovered that the person who went in never came out, nor did they send any news. It was as if they had disappeared out of thin air. This is a bit too cool. After sending several waves of people in and getting no useful information, the middle and high-level mercenaries finally couldn't stand it any longer. So I took the initiative to contact the top leaders of the alliance, hoping that the merchant alliance could explain clearly what happened to bring them here, and why all the people who entered had no news. In the end, of course, they didn't get any reliable information, and the only response they received was constant urging from the League's top brass. Moreover, those who are in contact with the top leaders of the merchant alliance and the mercenaries also actively hinted that as long as they send these people into the building now, the alliance will immediately make them immune to virus infection, so that they can now ensure their own safety after the doomsday. Question: in addition to promising a bunch of benefits, all related to personal strength, it is what most knowledgeable people are pursuing at this stage. If mid-level and high-level commanders like the mercenaries say they are not impressed, they must be lying. But just because people are greedy, it doesn't mean they are stupid. Their greatest reliance on their current status is the people under them. Send everyone to the building now, and it seems likely that no one will come out alive. After that, everyone has become a polished commander. Can they still have such a status in the merchant alliance? Impossible. Even if the things promised by the merchant alliance now can be fulfilled by then, there is no question. Therefore, after careful consideration, the mercenaries directly and sternly rejected the merchant alliance's request. This is obviously a matter of death, so only a fool would do it. Everyone got out of the building but refused to enter. This kind of thing naturally makes Xiao Yuan and others who are hundreds of miles away feel extremely pained. He had tried all his tricks, but he never expected that these mercenaries, who were no different from tools to him, would actually come to him at the critical moment. The most uncontrollable variable in any plan is people, and Mr. Xiao need not be frustrated by this. Mr. Wu on the side saw this and comforted him. However, Xiao Yuan shook his head. Mr. Wu, I have nothing to do. This group of people refuses to enter the building now, which does have a big impact on our original plan. But it is still within the acceptable range. It is just the implementation of the plan. There may be some accidents in the process, and Chen Yi may find out the clues. Once he discovers something is wrong and leaves before the 7 killing formation has accumulated enough energy, then the plan will be in vain. Everything about the original plan was extremely perfect, but after this accident, it brought a lot of variables. Alas, I can only do my best and obey fate. The so-called 7 killing formation is not a brilliant formation at all in the world of immortality. To put it bluntly, it is to sacrifice a large number of creatures through blood, and then use the life essence of these creatures as energy to launch more powerful attacks, thereby defeating opponents who are stronger than oneself. It can be said that the principle is so simple that in the world of immortality, even some rookies who have just started to learn the art of formation would not even bother to use it. But there is no way, the conditions of this world are limited, and the resources are also limited. Although Xiao Yuan had more and more powerful things in his mind that could be used to attack the weak with the strong, he had no time to arrange them in a hurry, and he couldn't gather enough resources to arrange them. This 7-kill formation, which only requires killing people to accumulate strength, has become the most useful thing at this time. The disadvantages of this formation are also very obvious, that is, it needs to absorb a large amount of life essence and blood, sacrifice a large number of creatures before starting it. The more creatures that are sacrificed in blood, the more life essence the formation will absorb, and the power will be stronger after it is turned on. If large-scale blood sacrifices to living things are not possible, this thing is of no use at all and is purely a decoration. With such a big loophole, of course Xiao Yuan had considered the issue of voluntary blood sacrifices when he arranged it. The core part of the 7 killing formation can directly sacrifice the blood of the creatures that enter it. He placed this part in the building of the Doomsday base. This is also the reason why everyone who enters the building disappears without a trace. If you enter and die immediately, you will naturally be unable to contact the outside world. And because of the magnetic field chaos caused by the large array, there will be no signal. Naturally, it is impossible to communicate the situation inside to the outside world before the emergency. However, although the place where human blood can be sacrificed is only inside the building, the area covered by the 7 killing formation is far more than that. Instead, it almost covers the entire Doomsday base. During the period of accumulating strength, the person being sacrificed does not have to die in the building to be able to absorb the life essence, as long as he is within the scope of the Doomsday base. So now these mercenaries refuse to enter the building just because they will not die. Let them die outside the building to provide energy for the 7 kill array. As long as these people are killed within the scope of the Doomsday base, the effect will be the same. But this is what Xiao Yuan imagined. The reality is that the life essence of people in the building who were directly sacrificed by the 7 killings formation will be directly absorbed by the formation. The formation could only absorb some of the people who died in the Doomsday base outside the building, because the other part will be snatched away by Chen Yi's overbearing killing ability. If the number of people he originally expected to use blood sacrifice to supply the 7 killing formation with enough force to kill Chen Yi died outside the building, not only would the life essence obtained by the 7 killing formation be greatly reduced. On the contrary, Chen Yi's strength will be greatly improved. Under the circumstances, it is almost impossible to defeat Chen Yi with this thing. Of course, the formation and the number of people who needed to be sacrificed were determined by Xiao Yuan based on his inference of Chen Yi's strength. He wasn't sure what Chen Yi's real strength was. Even if the formation started with the most perfect process in his mind, he was not sure whether he could beat Chen Yi when facing him. But it was definitely impossible for him to tell others about this. Not to mention the other members of the Merchant Alliance, even Mr. Wu in front of him didn't know. Otherwise, how could people risk their lives to support his uncertain plan? Xiao Yuan thought that he had overestimated Chen Yi's power as much as possible, and had even raised Chen Yi's strength to the point where he was wet in the lotus pond a few days ago. Twice as much as when Deep Park and Chen Yi fought. This is only a few days. Cultivation requires a gradual process, rather than an overnight success. Xiao Yuan thinks that the supernatural powers should be similar. Even if Chen Yi obtains the Flower of Dreams and his strength is greatly improved, it is impossible for him to be more than twice as strong as before. After all, in the world of cultivation, this is equivalent to crossing several small realms in a few days. He has never heard of such a genius in the world of immortality. So in fact, although he is not 100% sure, he is 70% confident that this plan will work, so it is not completely a big lie. The matter has come to this. Since these people are unwilling to cooperate, we can only ask them to cooperate. Chen Yi said calmly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wu nodded and said, the hunter force we have left on the island is ready. Although there are only 3,000 people, it should be enough to deal with all these mercenaries in the industrial base. The so-called hunter force is actually a force that Xiao Yuan has cultivated in the past 2 days by issuing some evil cultivation methods and supplemented by some drugs, which are similar in nature to those with superpowers. Of course, these hunters have no superpowers, and some of them are just slightly inferior to those with superpowers. Of course it is vulnerable compared to genuine superpowers, but if it comes face to face with ordinary people, it will undoubtedly be a dimensionality reduction blow. The advantage of this thing is that it is extremely cheap to cultivate. It does not need to depend on whether the user has any cultivation talent. It can be practiced by an individual with this evil cultivation method and supplemented by Xiao Yuan's special medicine, and it only takes a very short time. It can explode with power far beyond that of ordinary people. At the same time, because of the hallucinogenic and extremely terrifying addictive properties of this drug, there is no need to worry that the hunter-killer troops will switch sides like those mercenaries and give up their jobs. It is very simple to control. The shortcomings are of course also obvious. People who practice this method usually live less than 3 months, and this is in a non-combat state. Once they fight with others, this number will be greatly reduced. Therefore, such people can generally only be used as disposable consumables. This hunter-killer unit was created by Xiao Yuan specifically to prevent accidents. It would be a joke to rely on these inhuman things to deal with Chen Yi, but it would be very useful to deal with these mercenaries who are unwilling to die calmly. Whether it is a 7-kill formation that requires blood sacrifice of living beings, or an evil method that turns people into disposable consumables. In the world of immortality, it is actually a forbidden method. Anyone who dares to use it will be labeled as a demon and be besieged by the whole world. Xiao Yuan came from an upright family, so of course he would not use these evil things before. But there was no other way. Now he was really forced by Chen Yi and had to use these forbidden spells to even out the objective gap between the two sides. Except that this world is not a world of immortality, and no one will punish him if he uses evil magic. As an upright monk, Xiao Yuan values a clear idea, and naturally he will not do anything unconscionable. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that when dealing with people like Chen Yi, there was no need to talk about morality and justice, and he could do whatever it took. So from beginning to end, he didn't think there was anything wrong with using these evil spells. As long as Chen Yi is defeated, he will naturally not touch these evil things in the future, nor will he let the secrets of these evil arts flow into the world. In this way, there is naturally no possibility of unintelligible thoughts. It will not have any impact on future practice. Then Xiao Yuan said in a deep voice, let the hunter come out of the cage. Interesting, the Merchant Alliance, Xiao Yuan, what are these people doing? On the roof of a building not far from the main building inside the Doomsday base, Chen Yi looked with interest at the tens of thousands of mercenaries gathered below the main building. On the rooftop next to him, there were already 7 or 8 corpses lying in various directions. These corpses were all wearing mercenary uniforms, and they were all captured by him just now. It was also through these people that he roughly figured out the current situation. All the mercenaries received the order to gather in the main building, but because their leader kept a cautious eye, these people found that everyone who entered the building would immediately lose contact. Naturally, I didn't dare to go in. It is said that the mercenary leader below is still arguing with the top management of the Merchant Alliance, looking like he wants to leave but doesn't want to leave. I don't know what they're talking about. The current situation is that he, the one who came in to cause trouble, is standing on the roof eating melon, but it seems that the mercenaries below are about to start working with the Merchant Alliance. It's just magical. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the building not far away in the middle of the Doomsday base. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't see anything inside through a wall. But he has clairvoyance. This ability has been extremely terrifying from the beginning. In addition to direct killing and mental attacks, it also has the ability to break illusions and find truth. What surprised Chen Yi was that he actually saw a large group of life essence in this building through his eyes. This thing is simply a supreme treasure to him now, a good thing that can directly enhance his strength once he gets it. It's been a while since he discovered this thing, but he just didn't understand the current situation here, so he didn't act rashly. And now although it's still not clear what Xiao Yuan's plan is, Chen Yi is basically certain that Xiao Yuan's plan should be related to this group of mercenaries, and it is very likely that he needs these people to go just die. After all, according to the tongue he captured, in the previous half hour, the mercenaries had said more than a dozen waves, with no less than 500 people entering the building. But now Chen Yi looked inside through his heavenly eye, but he clearly couldn't see any living people. In other words, the people who were hired and sent in before must be dead. Coupled with the outrageous order issued by the Merchant Alliance to gather all mercenaries here, it is difficult not to think of this. But at the same time, Chen Yi also grasped the key to the matter. That is, no matter what Xiao Yuan's plan is, the plan is definitely not completed yet. In other words, you can give it a try. Chen Yi withdrew his sky eye ability and glanced at the area where the large mass of life essence gathered. This time, without any hesitation, he jumped directly across a distance of several hundred meters and arrived at the outer wall of the building, smashed the glass on the facade with a casual punch, and entered the building. In the moment he came in, there was suddenly loud gunfire below, and the sounds of killing and wailing could be heard endlessly. Chen Yi was stunned for a moment, stretched his head and looked down. Then he saw that the mercenaries who had gathered downstairs were being attacked by another army that looked extremely strange. Why do you say weird? The charging speed of this group of people was extremely fast, far beyond what ordinary people could achieve. They are not far different from ordinary superpowers. But their number is so large that Chen Yi, a cheater, can mass. The people who created the superpowers couldn't help but frown. At a rough glance, there might be 2,000 to 3,000 people with powers. No, if they really had a force of superpowers of this size, there would have been absolutely no reason to give up on the Flower of Dreams that day at the Lotus Pond Wetland Park. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, which is common in any field. Not to mention that Chen Yi's strength at that time was not as strong as it is now, and his endurance in battle was far inferior to that now that he could become stronger through killing on the battlefield after possessing Sea Shengen. If the Merchant Alliance moved out these thousands of superpowers at that time, Chen Yi would definitely have to give up the Flower of Dreams, and there would be almost no other option. They should be superpowers that are mass-produced through some special means. There are certain restrictions. No, maybe they are not even superpowers. Chen Yi observed the war below, and soon there's an eyebrow. Otherwise, this thing is too easy to see. The speed and strength of these people seem to be similar to those of ordinary superpowers, but none of them have released superpowers. Judging from the actual combat effectiveness displayed, it should be far inferior to those with supernatural powers. Of course, even so, this group of weird superpowers was almost a massacre without suspense against the mercenaries below. Of course, these mercenaries have heavy firepower weapons, but these are placed on various defense lines on the island. They were hastily asked to gather in the core area of the Doomsday base, so it was naturally impossible for them to bring all the heavy firepower. With only a few light weapons, and being caught off guard by this strange army, there was no suspense about the outcome. The mercenaries almost only fired a few shots here and there, and then those superpowers rushed into the crowd, and the firearms were completely useless. The scene of tens of thousands of mercenaries being chased by thousands of people looks a little funny from a height, but the bloody massacre is real. Regarding the internal conflicts of the Merchant Alliance, Chenyi felt that they were still a bit too extreme after eating for a while. He went to the island in the middle of the night, and his sword was almost curled, and he couldn't kill as many people as others in just a few minutes. Sure enough, there's strength in numbers. But the good news is that Chenyi suddenly discovered that even if he didn't kill the person himself, he seemed to be able to obtain life essence from it to enhance his own strength, or temporarily store it in his body for other uses. This eating melons also brings rewards. Say yes, if Chenyi was a little surprised by the life essence obtained by others who were watching the battle. Taking another look at the life essence gathered in the building under his feet, even Chenyi couldn't help but be ecstatic. If he had obtained the life essence that was stored in the building by unknown means just now, it would probably be enough for him to increase his physical and mental strength by 3 to 5 points. So in just a few minutes, that ball of life essence was already huge enough for Chenyi to increase the two statistics by more than 20 points. What is the concept of 20 o'clock? When he killed Fang Zan with his own hands, he increased Fang Zan's killing probability to 100%. The additional reward is only 10 points of physical strength and 10 points of mental strength. And that was when he was relatively weak, so it was easier to improve these two statistics. This thing becomes more and more difficult to improve the further you go. It is no exaggeration to say that it is much harder for him to improve 1 point now than it was to improve 5 points back then. Now, as long as he snatches this ball of life essence, he will be rewarded with two statistics that can be increased by more than 20 points. Even more awesome than the rewards from the system after killing the Son of Destiny. Of course, this is an exaggeration. In fact, the two numerical rewards obtained when killing Fang Zan are just tacked on. The real big thorn is actually the power of the Sky Eye and the memory fragments of the Reborn. But no matter what, the improvement this thing can bring is quite outrageous. Chenyi estimated that he had killed all the people on the island with his killing power, which was probably about the same effect as this. And after the killing, I'm afraid that my whole body will be numb. This time it was Xiao Yuan who saved him a lot of things and packaged the life essence of so many people into his hands. He looked down again and saw that most of the mercenaries below had been slaughtered in such a short time. He was too lazy to continue looking. He turned around and walked straight into the building. If you ignore the shouting and wailing outside, the entire building is now in an extremely quiet state. It can even be said that the silence is a bit scary. The building is an office building, not an apartment building. The floor that Chenyi entered seemed to have been a company's office before. Some computers were still open, and there were even unfinished PPTs on them. The air conditioner in the office is still blowing warm air, and the water purifier and coffee machine in the corner are still working normally. All this indicates that there should have been people working here not long ago. But now there is no living person to be seen here, and it is as quiet as a ghost. Chenyi had previously speculated that all the people sent by the mercenaries to explore the place died inside, but it was not clear how they died. Now that he came in, he immediately discovered something unusual inside. Floor 68, or floor 68. Is this an illusion? Looking at the two numbers, 68, displayed on the stairs, Chenyi pondered for a moment. He did not use his eyes to see through the illusion immediately, but was thinking about another question. In fact, this illusion is quite crude. Even without using the Sky Eye, he can easily escape with his current strength. It is more difficult for ordinary people to escape from it, but it is not hopeless. There are always some tough-minded people who can see through this crude illusion, but no one makes it out alive. That proves that what killed them was not the illusion, but what murderous intent was hidden in the darkness behind the illusion. The function of the illusion should only be to retain these people and prevent them from running out quickly. Chenyi waited for a long time, but did not wait for the murderous intention behind the illusion to come. Finally, he shook his head and casually crushed a wisp of flame that was created out of thin air. The hot flame armor immediately covered his body. The next moment, the scene in front of him shattered like glass. The world behind the glass was almost the same as what he saw just now, but it gave people a refreshing feeling. This is probably the feeling of entering the real world from a fantasy world. This is too crude. As long as any superpower realizes something is wrong, I'm afraid he won't be able to trap it. It can only trap ordinary people. Shaking his head and complaining, Chenyi continued to walk down. Sure enough, after going down the stairs this time, the floor number changed to 67. Seeing this, he didn't bother to continue getting off and press the elevator directly. But the moment the elevator opened, the scene inside was a bit scary. There were an elevator full of corpses, a rough estimate of around 30, lying in all directions. Judging from their clothes, they were probably civilian employees who were working in the building not long ago, rather than mercenaries. There were almost no serious injuries on the bodies of the deceased, but they showed signs of death one by one. He was so ferocious that he obviously suffered some inhuman torture before his death. If you are a timid person, you may faint from fear when you see the scene in the elevator. Fortunately, Chenyi was brave enough. After being stunned for a moment, he looked at the elevator, which didn't even have a place to step off. He casually dragged out a petite female body next to the elevator and then walked in. Well, the elevator didn't beep, it just happened to be stuck on the weight limit. The moment the elevator door closed, Chenyi noticed that the dead eyes of the corpse he dragged out were facing him. Looking back, he saw that almost all the corpses lying in the elevator were staring at him with their eyes open. Is this a killer move? It's too low level. Chenyi shook his head and then said calmly, if you look at it again, I'll twist your heads off. The corpses were unmoved and still stared at Chenyi. Clang! The light of the knife flashed. The round head flew up and finally landed in the pile of corpses with a muffled sound. As for the headless corpse, a few drops of thick and clumping black blood gurgled out, but there was no follow-up. It means that the body has been dead for at least 3 to 5 hours. Although it is not completely stiff, it is not much different. In that case, these people were already dead before I came. In other words, they guessed that I would come. Chenyi thought about this and shook his head. No, they couldn't guess that doing this the purpose is just to prevent me from coming back. Just to take precautions, he killed so many people in advance to prepare. It has to be said that even Chenyi felt that he was already hard-hearted enough not to take human life seriously. But compared to the Merchant Alliance, it still pales into insignificance. Glancing at the corpse in the elevator, he saw that the eyes that had been staring at him angrily just now had quietly closed at some point. Chenyi ignored them and turned to look at a camera with red light in the elevator. Xiao Yuan, you should be looking at this right now, right? It seems that I was a bit heavy-handed last time. I beat you so much that you don't dare to show your face now. You can only hide behind and use the lives of these ordinary people to clear the way for you. But unfortunately, it's useless. Wash your neck clean, and within 3 days I will find you and cut off your head. Besides, I accept the life essence stored in this building, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenyi took out his sword, cut a huge hole in the top of the elevator car with one blow, and then jumped up with a slight jump. In the dark elevator shaft, looking at the thick steel cables hanging the elevator, Chenyi cut them all off with a single blow. The elevator, which had stopped at some point, fell instantly after losing the protection of the wired roof. Free falling in an elevator from a height of more than 60 floors is definitely the result of being thrown into a pulp for ordinary people. But for Chen Yi, this height is just enough to scratch an itch. On the contrary, after the elevator reached the first floor, he couldn't help but frown at the sheer field-like scene outside. If the corpses in the elevator were just too densely packed, the visual impact of the twisted shapes would make people a little uncomfortable. Then this floor is completely a sheer field. There were not only corpses everywhere on the ground, but also various kinds of plasma and internal organs hanging on the walls. It looks like an altar where evil rituals are being performed. The ominous aura emanating from it made Chen Yi feel a little uncomfortable. You must know that he has obtained the Black Lotus, and killing is no different to him. And in the middle of the sheer field, a heart as big as a human head was beating. The essence of life visible to the naked eye gathered from all directions, and was finally sucked into the heart. Let the heart beat faster and more powerfully. The concentrated life essence that Chen Yi saw through his eyes was this heart. Is this a container specially made by Xiao Yuan, or is it generated spontaneously after a large amount of life essence is condensed together? If it is the latter, then if there is enough life essence, will life be created directly out of thin air? Chen Yi looked at his beating heart thoughtfully. But this aspect is obviously not something he should consider. He casually pressed the camera hanging on his collar to take a picture, and then walked straight towards the heart. He entered the building and reached the core area of the 7 killing formation. In a base hundreds of nautical miles away, Xiao Yuan and Mr. Wu saw Chen Yi walking toward his heart through surveillance cameras. After looking at each other, they both fell silent. Obviously, the current 7 killing formation is far from accumulating enough power. Even if it is activated, it will not pose much of a threat to Chen Yi. And the Chen Yi here refers to the Chen Yi who fought against Xiao Yuan that day. They don't know what Chen Yi's current strength is. All preparations are made according to the standards of that day. Under ideal conditions, after the 7 killing formation completes the absorption of life essence, even if Chen Yi's combat power has doubled compared to that time. Even if it is doubled, it can be suppressed. But now the charging progress of the 7 killing formation has not reached even half of what they originally imagined. After a long time, Xiao Yuan sighed. It is said that the son of a rich man cannot sit down in court. The caution shown by Chen Yi before also shows that he is not someone who takes risks easily. I tried my best to create suspicions and make the building appear dangerous, but I didn't expect that he would dare to enter the building with only a small amount of information. This is really time and destiny. Mr. Wu, get ready, we may have to choose another place to develop. Of course Xiao Yuan didn't know that on the day Chen Yi snatched the Flower of Dreams at Liangqi Wetland Park, he got not only the Flower of Dreams, but also a reward from Yi Chen, the son of destiny, astrology. Before coming today, he had already predicted good and bad luck. The hexagram indicates good luck. It was smooth, without any ripples. Make sure there are no surprises along the way. This hexagram directly shows that there is nothing on the island that can threaten him. If it was the kind of hexagram that turns disaster into good fortune and brings blessings in disguise, which sounds good, then Chen Yi would not be so unscrupulous, because this means that there is something on the island that can threaten him, which is naturally different from the current situation. Hearing this, Mr. Wu also sighed and prepared to get up and leave to prepare for the evacuation. Although it is no longer close to the sky and the sea, it is hundreds of sea miles away. But after all, it is not a place for development. With the complete failure of the Merchant Alliance in Tianai, they also need to find a place to develop again. However, when he stood up, he glanced at the live broadcast camera and was stunned for a moment. Wait, it seems there is no need to leave in a hurry. Mr. Wu's eyes narrowed. When Xiao Yuan heard this, he quickly looked up at the surveillance video. He immediately discovered that Chen Yi and the camera did not directly destroy the heart that condensed countless life essences. Instead, he looked around the heart twice and then sat aside and let it go. This heart gradually grows. What does he want to do? The two looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Xiao Yuan was not at the scene at this time. He didn't know that the 7 killing formation had absorbed much less blood. Naturally, he also didn't guess that the essence of life was also useful to Chen Yi. He was now waiting for the people outside to die and then harvest it. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yuan guessed. Could it be that Chen Yi thought this was some kind of treasure and wanted to wait until it was completely formed before taking it away? Mr. Wu immediately nodded. Now it seems that this is the most likely possibility. If he doesn't take the things away directly, then the 7 killing formation can continue to absorb the essence of life. The hunter troops outside are still hunting those mercenaries. It won't take long before they can kill our plant. The necessary life essence has been gathered. Until then. Both of them breathed heavily at the same time. It's not just the members in the alliance who feel bad about changing places for development, they also feel bad about it. If not out of necessity, who would want to abandon Tianai, a geomantic treasure land, and the massive supplies hoarded by many members of the alliance, and go away and start from scratch? It was because there was no hope just now, but it is different now. Chen Yi's behavior undoubtedly gave them a chance to make a comeback. In the building, Chen Yi found a relatively clean chair in the Shira field and sat down. In addition to really wanting to wait for the thing Xiao Yuan created to help him accumulate more life essence before harvesting it, he also had another purpose. In the headset, Qinju had just reported the latest news. With the cooperation between the official and the information experts of the Chen family, they have successfully traced back through many signal sources on the island and found the hiding place of the remaining top leaders of the Merchant Alliance. On an island hundreds of nautical miles away from here. The bad news is that the place is too far away from here, and has even left the Sha Kingdom's waters. The good news is that international law is basically ignored now, and no country cares about its own territorial waters. Sha State happens to have a fleet at this time, not far from the island. Tianai officials are not qualified to command the fleet, but the Chen family is. It only takes half an hour for the fleet to attack the island, and by then the remnants of the Merchant Alliance will be unable to escape. Therefore, he did not harvest the life essence here directly, the purpose was to delay these people. There are many surveillance equipment on this island, and Chen Yi knew from beginning to end that Xiao Yuan was watching his every move. Since he wanted to make a comeback, Chen Yi would give him a chance. In fact, Sha's fleet is still more than 600 nautical miles away from the island where Xiao Yuan and others are hiding at this time. After all, there are no such coincidences in the world, and the Merchant Alliance is not that stupid to choose its final base in an area where the Sha Kingdom fleet often operates. But at this time, we have to talk about the exaggerated attack range of the aircraft carrier strike group. With the aircraft carrier as the core, the surrounding sea area of thousands of kilometers is basically within the strike range. With carrier-based aircraft and missiles working together, it would be a foolish dream for the remnants of the Merchant Alliance to escape. The reason why we need to wait for half an hour is mainly because the fleet needs to adjust its course after receiving the order. It also takes a certain amount of time for the carrier-based aircraft to take off, and it also takes a certain amount of time for the carrier-based aircraft to reach the target area across hundreds of nautical miles. Half an hour is a conservative estimate. In fact, with the efficiency of the Sha Kingdom fleet, this speed will only be faster. Xiao Yuan and others didn't know that while they were spying on Chen Yi through the surveillance equipment, Chen Yi under the camera had quietly carried out a wave of exchanges between prey and hunter. They are the ones being targeted, they just don't know it yet. The killing outside the building continued, but the two parties inside the building fell into an eerie silence across the network cable. Both sides are waiting for the last moment to arrive. But it's different from the quiet here. Shen Yanqi's place was already quite lively at the moment. The Chen family's troops were fighting fiercely with the mercenaries of the Merchant Alliance outside the storage area. The solid fortresses gave the well-equipped regular army a headache, and the advance was not very fast. Both sides brought out all kinds of heavy firepower at this time, and the fight became a pot of porridge in this silent night. Su Yan and Shen Yanqi, who had already sneaked into the storage area, were even more busy at the moment. In order to study for a degree in film and television acting, Shen Yanqi opened an account as an anchor and then became a big V with millions of fans. She finally experienced the feeling of being crowded with people. After all, she had never seen being chased by tens of thousands of zombies before. It's not easy to meet her now, and she happens to be live broadcasting. It can be said that she is full of live broadcast talents. While provoking zombies everywhere and gathering them all so that she can use her powers to treat them later, she satisfies various requests from the audience in the live broadcast room. For example, if someone becomes very popular and says they want to see real zombies, they will catch a live zombie and put it on camera to prove that it is not an extra. Another example is that someone has dozens of super hits at a time and wants to see how people turn into zombies. They go to the outside of the storage area to catch a mercenary, give the zombies a bite, and then live broadcast to watch the entire process of his mutation. There are so many programs and novel tricks that the fans in the live broadcast room say it's a great time. During this process, Shen Yanqi also made the fact that zombies really exist deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, making most people believe that this was really not her act. After all, who can casually tear off the head of a mercenary who mutated into a zombie while acting? The scene of blood splattering made many people vomit. It is absolutely real. As we all know, live broadcasts are difficult to fake, not to mention that even though it is midnight, there are already more than 5 million people watching the live broadcast. Under the gaze of so many eyes, everyone can tell if it is true or false. However, as Shen Yanqi fulfilled more requirements, more details were revealed in front of the camera. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room, which originally seemed quite joyful because the anchor was being chased by countless zombies and kept busy during the process, gradually became dull. Because kneeling in truth, if all this is fake, then everyone can naturally watch it in the live broadcast room and laugh at it from time to time. This zombie is too stupid and that zombie is too stupid. But after confirming that it was true, no one could laugh anymore. Because among those dull and stupid zombies, maybe one of them will be them one day. This live broadcast, why do I feel more and more creepy the more I watch it? Who isn't? At first I came here to have fun, but when I thought that one day I would become a member of that fun, it would be better to kill me. By the way, will the end really come? You still need to ask. It's just a matter of time. Look at this group of zombies, alas. Woo, I don't want to become such a monster, it's too ugly. Ugly. There's a saying, some people are ugly themselves, it really has nothing to do with turning into zombies. Just now I saw a female zombie wearing a black stocking Noel outfit. I was impressed by that guy. He is not ugly, he just looks a bit whiter and his eyes are a little more bloodshot. This would be more exciting. If possible, I really want to try it. No, bro, don't be too outrageous. This beauty never expected that. It's not safe even if they've all turned into zombies. Shen Yanqi, who was running away, happened to see these barrage, and immediately pointed the camera at Su Yan and said, actually, that big brother is right, look at her, she is essentially a semi-infected body, to a certain extent. Speaking of which, there's nothing wrong with seeing her as a zombie. I don't think anyone would think she's ugly, right? Su Yan, who was clearing the way in front, suddenly turned black and cursed without looking back, get out. Don't let me leave you here alone. Oh, I'm just giving you an example. And isn't this a compliment on your beauty? I'm interacting with water friends. You're busy and don't mind me. Shen Yanqi waved her hand indifferently. Su Yan's face turned darker when she heard this, and she said angrily, how long will it take to run away? Everyone is already gathered together. Can you do it? It's not yet time. Shen Yanqi raised his head and glanced at the coastline not far away. She was waiting for Chen Yi. After all, power imbalance is no joke. It would be best for her to take the final step simultaneously with Chen Yi. Through the bond of Dream Flower, she could clearly feel that Chen Yi's rate of absorbing life essence had slowed down, and it was not fast now. Naturally, it is not difficult to guess that Chen Yi is waiting for a big one. It would be best for her to use that power at this time and save all the people here who have turned into zombies at once. Of course, she didn't know what the situation was at Chen Yi's side, so all she could do now was wait. However, Shen Yanqi didn't think anything unexpected would happen. She can be said to be the person who knows Chen Yi's strength best in the world now. The Flower of Dreams gave her a special bond with Chen Yi. She could roughly feel how strong Chen Yi was. After chatting with Su Yan for a few words, Shen Yanqi glanced at the rapidly rolling barrage again. I happen to see a question on the barrage. Anchor, if the doomsday really comes, how many people will become zombies and how many will survive? The purpose of this live broadcast is to teach everyone how to save yourself. Although the audience in the live broadcast room has been discussing the doomsday, this is the first barrage Shen Yanqi has seen that directly asks her. Most of the audience were trying their best to guess, but they all forgot that they could also ask her directly about this option. Now that he finally met one, Shen Yanqi had no intention of hiding it. He read it over and then replied with certainty, I can tell you clearly that the end will definitely come. At this stage, almost everyone has been infected by the virus, and everyone is a potential infected person. The day the virus breaks out will be the end of the world. By then, about 90% of people will become zombies, and the remaining 10% will be people with their own antibodies and will not be infected by airborne viruses. But this does not mean for your safety, people who mutate into zombies will have a higher concentration of viruses in their bodies, and their body fluids on their wounds will also cause mutations. There is only one kind of person who can be completely immune to mutation, and that is a person with superpowers. You heard it right, superpowers, and just like the superpowers you imagine, these people have far more power than ordinary people, and they also have a variety of powerful superpowers. And they are completely immune to viruses. Even if you are bitten by a zombie, you will not be infected. Among the 10% of people who will not become zombies in the early stage of mutation, about 1% of people have the chance to become superpowers. If you convert it, that is about 1 in 1,000 of you here. Opportunity to become a superpower. Having said this, Anna Shen paused for a moment. As for the last question, am I hosting this live broadcast to teach everyone how to save themselves? In a sense, yes. Although the vast majority of you will mutate into zombies by then, I still hope that those who survive the virus outbreak will survive more. Because once the doomsday comes, you will definitely face more than just the virus. Mutated zombies, hunger, and disease are all key factors that may cause you to lose your life. Without warning and being caught off guard, I can guess without any statistics that most of the survivors who did not die from the virus outbreak will die from these things, and very few people will survive in the end. Quote. Now that everyone has learned the news in advance, although many people still think it is false, I think there will be many people who will choose to believe it and prepare in advance. These people are within my ability. Someone who can be saved. As for those who don't believe it, there's nothing I can do about it. Her complete showdown directly silenced many people on the barrage who were still arguing about whether the end would come. However, as her showdown began, many smart people began to ask her if she had any tips for surviving the apocalypse. After seeing it, Shen Yanqi thought for a moment and said, it's actually very simple. Stock up on some food and drink, as well as some emergency medicines. If possible, prepare some handy weapons. The more the better, I can tell you clearly, don't imagine that there will be any rescue team by then. So many people will be lost at once, so many dangerous zombies will appear, and a large number of mutant beasts will appear in the wild. Officially, the order will completely collapse and no one can save you. If you want to survive, you have to save yourself. Besides these necessary means of self-rescue, the most important thing is. Having said this, she was silent for a moment, and then continued without changing her face, find a stronger room, and it's best to prepare a pair of handcuffs. If nothing happens in the near future, lock yourself in the room and cuff yourself. If you have not mutated by then of course the handcuffs can be easily opened with the key. Once the mutated zombies are irrational and will not use the key to open the handcuffs, then these handcuffs will restrain you, I won't let you harm others. Of course, this may not seem conducive to personal survival, and may even mean sacrificing oneself for others, but in fact this is the most critical step for everyone to save themselves. If everyone can do this, there will be far fewer zombies wandering outside, and survivors will have a greater chance of survival. No one knows whether you are a survivor, so the benefits of doing so may benefit each of you. In fact, Shen Yanqi knew very well that even if she said so, there would be very few people who would do what she said. After all, people are selfish. After listening to it, most people must have thought about asking others to cuff them and prevent them from harming themselves if they become mutated. As for yourself, if it mutates by then, I won't care about him. The flood is raging, but as long as one person listens to her, then the survivors who are close to this person will have a higher survival rate. If he could save one more person, it would not be a waste of time for Shen Yanqi. But what surprised her was that after listening to what she said, the style of painting in the barrage was a little different from what she had imagined. Hiss, what a good idea. If everyone can handcuff themselves, then the survival rate of the survivors will definitely be huge. There is a 10% probability of survival, then there will be hundreds of millions of survivors by then. It seems that it is not difficult to rebuild order and end the apocalypse. The method is good, but it is too difficult to implement. It's time to try even if it's difficult. Anyway, no matter what others think, I have decided that I will lock myself in the room when I have nothing to do in the near future. Once I feel something is wrong with my body, I will take the initiative to help you. Couple yourself. Haha, me too, I have already ordered handcuffs. When the time comes that I really want to change, I will cuff myself to the bedside, write a suicide note and put it next to me. I hope that a few years later, when the survivors re-establish order and retake the city, when they see a skeleton shackled to the bedside, they will not forget that when the end is coming, there is such a person who made the final decision for the future of mankind. A contribution. I'm so impressed. It gave me goosebumps. Thinking about this scene, it feels quite romantic. Lock my remaining body and turned it into a spark, lighting the way for the future of civilization. I'm not that noble. I just hope that if I become a zombie, I won't hurt my family, so I did it. Damn it, please slow down. In such a short time, all the handcuffs online have been sold out. It's not a big problem, an iron chain should be fine too. Indeed, as long as the door at home is strong, locking yourself at home will have the same effect. Use your brain more, there are always more solutions than difficulties. No, I have to publicize this. I am engaged in publishing and printing. I will put the anchor's words in the newspaper tomorrow to let more people know. I've already thought of the title for the front page headline, and it's called The Doomsday Survival Guide. I am a video blogger, and I make videos overnight. The anchor who brought the goods said that he has contacted the manufacturer of handcuffs and chains and will immediately lower the price of the handcuffs and chains to his family. Starting tomorrow, my live broadcast room will focus on pure prison style. Shen Yanqi remembered that there's a famous saying in psychology, once an individual integrates into a group, his IQ and personality will be obliterated. At first, her understanding of this sentence was only in writing, because she had no conditions to experiment before. But now she suddenly realized that she seemed to have done such an experiment inadvertently. She had previously speculated that most people would disagree after listening to her suggestion, but now the mainstream trend in the live broadcast room is very different from her speculation. Is she wrong? Not really. Instead, she gave a group buff to the audience in the live broadcast room without even realizing it. This group is the identity of human beings. After seeing these terrifying and ugly zombies, the audience in the live broadcast room has inadvertently strengthened their sense of identity as a group of human beings. With this sense of identity, it is easier for them to consider things in the interests of the group and put aside some of their own selfishness when it comes to group events. That's how the current situation emerged, which was beyond her original expectations. It's true what the book says. Once an individual blends into a group, his IQ and personality will be lost. But sometimes, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Shen Yanqi thoughtfully said, groups need guidance. As a result, the quality of a group depends on the leader, not the group itself. In fact, although she knows a lot in this aspect, in terms of practical application, she is far inferior to Chen Yi. Because in Chen Yi's education since childhood, how to control people's hearts was a top priority, and he had plenty of opportunities to practice it. Although Shen Yanqi is smart, he has not tried many things before, so it is still not easy to understand. If it was Chen Yi who wanted to do this today, then from the beginning, he would guide what was in the minds of the people watching the live broadcast in this direction, thereby achieving better results than Shen Yanqi had now. But it's not too late. After realizing this, Shen Yanqi began to guide in this direction. It was a little unfamiliar at first, but I quickly became familiar with it. It didn't take long before most people in the live broadcast room actually believed that cuffing themselves so as not to harm others if they mutated was what a truly conscientious person should do. Even the most selfish people usually think so now. Because they are now in a group constructed by Shen Yanqi for them. Of course, after leaving this group, their minds will naturally change. However, the vast majority of people will not have such a keen awareness and be able to separate themselves from the group. But when the time comes, there will naturally be no shortage of so-called sober people who will come out to popularize science and use another set of fallacies to build another group. While profiting from it, it will also pull some people away from the group identity constructed by Shen Yanqi. The good news is that Shen Yanqi still has Chen Yi behind her. She only needs to convince Chen Yi, and there will naturally be ways to silence those who want to fish in troubled waters. At the very least, there would be nothing wrong with extending her improvised group identity until the end of time. This can be regarded as achieving her goal, to save as many survivors as possible after the apocalypse. Although the means are not so glorious, but sometimes the means are not important, but the results are important. If it goes as she expected, the result will undoubtedly be good, and that's enough. Dong 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 dong. The heartbeat like a war drum was extremely harsh in the quiet hall. Chen Yi looked at the growing heart with a calm expression. With his heavenly eyes, he could probably see how terrifying the life essence contained in his heart was. If he harvested it all, the physical and mental attributes would probably increase by more than 30 points. This is already an extremely terrifying number. By then, his strength will probably be more than doubled compared to now. To data exceeding 150 is not a dream. Nearly half an hour had passed since he saw the heart. During this time, the fighting outside was coming to an end. A large number of mercenaries were massacred, and many hunters also died at the hands of mercenaries. Although sporadic fighting is still continuing, the gathering speed of life essence has been much slower than before. At this moment, Chinju's voice finally sounded in Chen Yi's headset. The carrier-based aircraft has arrived at the designated area, and the ship-based missiles are ready to attack the target island at any time. He took a breath. The atmosphere here was a bit too bloody and weird, and Chen Yi had had enough. When he stood up and looked towards the corner, he saw a surveillance camera facing here. Portrait, I don't know if you were ready after waiting for so long, but I am ready now. Let's start. The first sentence was of course addressed to Xiao Yuan and others, and the latter sentence was naturally directed to Chinju's attack order. On the island hundreds of miles away, Xiao Yuan's expression condensed. He's ready, what do you mean? Mr. Wu shook his head when he heard this and was about to say he didn't know. But before they could say anything, the terrifying explosion above their heads already gave them the answer. Boom. The terrifying explosion spread throughout the island base. Even Xiao Yuan and others who were hiding on the 8th floor underground felt a sudden tremor. When they looked up, they found that there were cracks in the ceiling above their heads. Mr. Wu's expression suddenly changed. Before he could ask, a subordinate hurriedly ran in. Leader, Mr. Xiao. Something big has happened. There are fighter planes attacking our base. They even used ground-penetrating missiles. They came prepared. The missile just now destroyed our material storage warehouse located on the -1 to the -3 floors. In addition to ground-penetrating missiles, there were also a large number of ground attack missiles that destroyed almost all of our facilities on the ground. The island is very dangerous now. I suggest you two to evacuate as soon as possible. According to our estimates, these fighters are probably carrier-based aircraft taken off by the nearby Sha Kingdom fleet. If we don't leave before the fleet arrives, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave any later. When the two heard this, they were stunned for a moment, then their faces darkened, and they looked at Chen Yi in the surveillance screen. At this moment, they finally understood what Chen Yi meant and realized that they might have been deceived. Prepare the ship and prepare to evacuate. Xiao Yuan looked at the surveillance screen and gritted his teeth and said, what a Chen Yi. But if you don't make it easy for me, how can I make it easy for you? 7 killing formation. Started for me. Chen Yi naturally couldn't hear Xiao Yuan's words hundreds of miles away. But he can use another way to make sure that the other party can hear him and understand what he means. Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed. Xiao Yuan's resentment value towards you is plus 1600. The current total resentment value is 6400 and the kill probability is 64%. After contributing so much resentment at once, Chen Yi didn't even need to ask Chinju. He knew that the fleet's attack on the island had taken effect, and the technician's inference was correct. That place was the last hiding place of the Merchant Alliance. And what was refreshed along with the resentment value was the heart in front of him that condensed countless life essences. The heart that had been beating quietly to absorb the essence of life before finally had other reactions at this time. While the heart rate suddenly accelerated, the entire first floor of the building where Chen Yi was also changed. The environment was still that of a Shira field, but in the air filled with the smell of blood, there seemed to be an extra layer of chilling atmosphere out of thin air. If an ordinary person were standing here right now, this breath alone would be enough to make them breathless. That was a psychological blow. Obviously, the so-called 7 killing formation itself is extremely weird. Once activated, it will bring a double psychological and physical blow to those who enter the formation. In professional terms, this is called the combination of physical attack and mental attack. Even if it hasn't started yet, the sense of oppression it brings is extremely strong. Tens of thousands of people died because of something like this. However, Chen Yi's expression was slightly disappointed. Although according to his estimation, the life essence accumulated in the heart, no matter how it is released, will never threaten him. But now when I actually see the 7 killing formation being activated, I can't help but feel a little disappointed. Such rubbish. In fact, metaphysics is the same as scientific things. Essentially, it also depends on energy. Just like a car, if all extra energy consumption is ignored, with the same tank of oil, some cars can run 1,000 kilometers and some cars can only run 800 kilometers. Then the technology of the former must be more advanced than that of the latter. This matter is also true in metaphysics. The life essence accumulated in this heart is equivalent to a kind of gasoline. What kind of power it can burst out depends on the skill of the user. In metaphysical terms, it is whether the magical power is exquisite or not. But now it seems that the things Xiao Yuan prepared for him are obviously not sophisticated enough. If it was Chen Yi himself who absorbed these life essences, they would not use them to improve his strength, but would use them to release the killing moves and the killing art as disposable consumables. The effect is definitely much better than the current 7 kill formation. Such a waste, isn't it a waste of natural resources? Chen Yi chuckled and took one step to his heart. Looking at the hot heart, he slowly put his hand on it. The next moment, the whole building shook violently. The surrounding environment, which already seemed vaguely unreal, also began to shake violently. Some scenes that were daunting enough began to collapse at this time, revealing the original appearance behind them. This is an illusion that is generated the moment the formation is activated. In fact, it is not very different from the original environment, but there are many differences in details. Various small details are used to create a chilling and terrifying atmosphere. The atmosphere is intimidating. Fear will make people more cowardly, and will also make them easier to kill. This can be considered a part of the killing array. Now that the formation has not been activated, the core is held in Chen Yi's hands, and these illusions are the first to collapse. But Xiao Yuan saw Chen Yi right next to the heart with his own eyes before, and he still felt that as long as he accumulated enough power, the formation could still be activated to kill Chen Yi, and he was not worried at all that Chen Yi would directly solve this core part to break the formation. Naturally, he would make sense. At the same time that the illusion collapsed, the heart that had accumulated countless life essences also disappeared in front of Chen Yi. At the same time, terrifying murderous intentions came from all directions. If the person here at this time was not Chen Yi, but a monk like Xiao Yuan, then his consciousness would have been filled with all kinds of murderous intentions and he would be dead. But Chen Yi is different. The source of his power is supernatural powers, not the so-called cultivation and spiritual consciousness obtained through cultivation. Instead, he does not have such debuffs. Seeing that his heart suddenly disappeared, he was just stunned for a moment, then sneered, "Run. Can a cooked duck make you run?" Before he finished speaking, a bright golden light suddenly burst out from his eyes. At the same time, in the sky of the island, heavy dark clouds were invisible. Pushed aside by his strength, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the dark night, overlooking the entire island. Only then did Chen Yi notice that the entire Doomsday base erupted in a torrent of blood. In the bloody light, the remaining mercenaries in the base, and even the hunter-killer troops, all melted into blood on the ground amidst the painful wails. All the life essence accumulated in the heart spread to the entire Doomsday base in an instant. This should be regarded as a formation, Chen Yi said thoughtfully. It seems that it is still too long to wait. After a long time, these life essences will escape the moment the formation is activated. If you directly absorb the life essence in the heart before the formation is activated, you should be able to save a lot of effort. But if it's too early, I'm afraid there won't be enough time to kill all the top executives of the Merchant Alliance. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it again. To put it bluntly, this is a question of choice, and the current situation does not mean that he can't get these life essences. To put it bluntly, it just takes a little effort, and it is not as convenient as picking peaches directly before. At this time, the movement from the seaside storage area dozens of kilometers away caught Chen Yi's attention. The eyes in the sky looked slowly, and he found that he was in the core of the storage area. A holy and clear white lotus blooms quietly. The terrifying breath of life rises from there, making people feel relaxed and happy just looking at it. Do you want to start now? Chen Yi thought for a while and guessed that Shen Yanxi was waiting for him. At this time, he probably saw the movement on the island. It seems that I have to go through this journey no matter what. It's not a loss if I didn't pick something ready just now. Energy is conserved. With Shen Yanxi's strength, it is obviously not enough for her to save so many people. She needs Chen Yi to provide some life essence to help her. This is something that has been agreed upon before. Even if he had directly absorbed all the life essence condensed in the heart just now, in order to cooperate with Shen Yanxi, he still had to use the magical power in the killing art to take action. Now it was just in time to extract the life essence dispersed in the formation, and at the same time complete what was promised to Shen Yanxi, which could be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. Taking a deep breath, the golden light in Chen Yi's eyes gradually dissipated. He glanced at the scene around him that was like a sheer field, and said calmly, "The sky is sending murderous intentions, and the stars are moving." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black lotus suddenly rose up on the island under the night sky. It is different from the white lotus that exudes a holy atmosphere and is full of vitality on the coast. As soon as the black lotus appeared, a suffocating murderous intention enveloped the hearts of everyone who saw it, making people feel heavy and difficult to breathe. The two lotuses, one black and one white, look exactly the same except for the color, but they give people a completely different feeling. But when these two completely different flowers appeared in the night sky at the same time, they created an indescribable attraction for each other. Although Chen Yi and Shen Yanxi were dozens of kilometers apart, they seemed to be looking at each other from afar. One glance for thousands of years, and the heart is tacitly understood. The next moment, the roots of the huge black lotus suddenly took root in the doomsday base of the Merchant Alliance. The seven-kill formation blooming with blood was like paper under the black lotus. There was not even the slightest chance of resistance before it exploded, broken. Countless life essences that had not had time to be used suddenly dispersed, but before they had time to disperse, they were all sucked into the swaying lotus pods of the black lotus by a powerful and terrifying suction force, and were transformed into the purest essence, energy. Although these life essences were accumulated from the beginning to the end by Xiao Yuan and others leading the massacre of tens of thousands of mercenaries, Chen Yi had picked the peach in any case. But if we calculate the cause and effect, he, the person who finally robbed all the essence of life, is the one who really has to bear the greatest cause and effect in this matter. This is why Chen Yi obviously needs to kill to balance his relationship with Shen Yanxi, but he still waits for Xiao Yuan and the others to kill all the mercenaries. Anyway, as long as he gets these life essences, he will bear the bulk of the final cause and effect. There is no difference in the result, but it makes you worry less. Why not? When Black Lotus exerted its power, White Lotus, which was dozens of kilometers away, also dropped down strands of gauze-like mist like light, covering the entire storage area. Under this dense shroud, the originally ferocious expressions of the tens of thousands of zombies that had been gathered gradually subsided, their faces gradually became calmer, and the large and small wounds on their bodies slowly began to heal. His pale face began to turn rosy, and his heartbeat and blood clots, which had been stagnant since the mutation, gradually recovered. The zombies, which were originally exuding the aura of death from head to toe, now showed some vitality uncharacteristically. However, Shen Yanxi, who was doing all this at this time, looked unhappy. Her pretty little face was extremely pale, and her forehead was already covered with beads of sweat. Tens of thousands of people were brought back to life at once. Even because of the short mutation time, these people are still far from being considered real zombies, let alone dead people. But the time she had to obtain the Flower of Dreams was still very short after all. Her strength was much stronger than that of ordinary superpowers, but it was still extremely difficult. At this moment, among the black lotus pods swaying in the distance, a dark lotus seed suddenly rose into the air, and in an instant it crossed dozens of kilometers and landed directly in front of Shen Yanxi. Shen Yanxi opened his eyes as if he was feeling something, and looked at the dense black lotus seeds floating in front of him, but he did not take action immediately. Lotus seeds are just a form of expression, and the essence is the life essence that is most easily absorbed and used after being refined by Chen Yi. This small piece is a treasure that can only be condensed after killing thousands of people. As long as she continues, she can solve the current dilemma of insufficient strength and save tens of thousands of innocent people as she wishes. But there is no free lunch in the world, and something that is almost inestimable in value will naturally not be priceless. It is true that Chen Yi needs her to save people in order to maintain the balance of powers between the two parties, so that he can use the killing power to increase his strength without restriction. But similarly, she also needs Chen Yi to kill people so that she can use her powers to save more people. In this case, there is essentially no argument about who owes the other or who takes advantage. Some just take what they need and do their own thing well in their own position. But now that she is not strong enough and needs Chen Yi's help in the process of rescuing people, that is another matter. If you have to say it, there is no problem in understanding that Chen Yi is helping her as well as himself. After all, they share weal and woe, it is impossible for Chen Yi not to help her. If she were a shameless person, she would naturally not think there is any problem with this. But Shen Yanxi is obviously not this kind of person. She is not so greedy and shameless, nor is she so naive. She feels that she can really take advantage of Chen Yi without limit by relying on the bond of the dream flower. If you take other people's things, you have to pay a price. This is a universal truth in any world and in any era. In fact, she and Chen Yi didn't have much interest before. Entanglement, so that both parties can maintain a roughly equal status. But it's different now. As long as she takes the lotus seed and unilaterally accepts Chen Yi's gift, then this relatively equal status will no longer be equal. But this was an issue she had considered when she proposed the plan at the meeting, so naturally she didn't hesitate too much. The fact that she didn't take Lianzi immediately was just because she was hesitant when faced with an important decision in her life. It wasn't that she wanted to regret it temporarily. In order to save tens of thousands of innocent people, it was not a difficult choice for her. From now on, even if you were completely on the pirate ship, there is no possibility of getting off the ship. After sighing softly, Shen Yanxi didn't have much helpless expression on her face, but instead smiled. In fact, she had guessed that such a day would come after she got to know Chen Yi a few days after arriving at Xingfeng Group. Since it was something that was bound to happen, and it could save so many people at the same time, she naturally didn't resent it. He stretched out his hands and held the black lotus seeds in his palms. The next moment, the terrifying life essence poured into her body like a flood that broke a dam. Her already dry physical and mental strength suddenly became full again. This lotus seed is only a small part of the life essence collected by Chen Yi this time. But the essence condensed from the lives of thousands of people is certainly enough to save tens of thousands of people who have just turned into zombies and are not even considered dead. There is even a lot of surplus for Shen Yanxi. Use it to improve your own strength. Because Chen Yi has the power of killing people, he can improve his strength by absorbing life essence, which others generally cannot. Not only is it impossible, it is even because this thing itself can only be obtained through killing. It contains a lot of impurities and negative effects. At the same time, after using it, people will be burdened with too many karma. If others forcibly absorb it, they will go crazy and directly destroy it. Possibility of falling. But the current life essence was purified and condensed by Chen Yi using the killing art. All impurities in the life essence have been removed, and the cause and effect is his, and any person with superpowers can use it directly. Of course, Shen Yanqi is no exception. This was a redundant move for Chen Yi, and he did it specifically for Shen Yanqi. Therefore, Shen Yanqi felt that she might not be able to repay the favor in this life, so she hesitated in the future. Black lotuses and white lotuses stand tall, and the two sides of Tianai Port, which are dozens of kilometers apart, present a scene of heaven on one side and hell on the other. The storage area on the shore had originally turned into a dead place, but at this time, the countless zombies were miraculously returning to normal and coming back to life. But the real port has completely turned into an Asura hell, with corpses everywhere and rivers of blood. However, there was no one alive except Chen Yi in the Asura hell, and of course no one saw him. But what happened in the storage area on the shore, Shen Yanqi was live broadcasting from beginning to end. Even before preparing to save people, she also explained to the water friends in the live broadcast room the purpose of her coming here and what she was going to do. Many people didn't believe her when she said it, thinking she was bragging to make the show work. But when the white lotus that towered over the sky and the earth appeared in the camera of the live broadcast room, millions of viewers in the entire live broadcast room were silent. At the beginning, some people insisted that this was a special effect and it was fake. But before the harsh person could say anything more, someone who lived nearby showed up and told everyone that it was true. He also took a picture of what he saw and posted it on the news, so that others could watch it if they didn't believe it. There are not only white lotus in the photo, but the black lotus on the sea in the distance is also clearly photographed. One black and one white complement each other, so dazzling even at night. Silence all those who don't believe it. When I first listened to the anchor, or even when I saw those zombies, I didn't believe that the end would really come, because I understand modern weapons and how terrifying the things developed by humans are, how to deal with these zombie mutations. Beasts and the like are no problem at all. But now, I suddenly have no confidence in human technology. Plus one, this is really so shocking. Come on, it's just an image. It looks shocking, but who knows the actual effect. Let's talk about when the anchor will really resuscitate those tens of thousands of zombies and turn them into normal people. Maybe they are just looking at them to bluff people. Even now, if you still don't believe it, you are really blind, buddy. You can see zombies under the camera. Are you trying to save them? Don't you know? I'm a medical student and I know this question. In the lower right corner, do you see a zombie girl covered in blood with her arms hanging down? According to my observation, 3 minutes ago, there were several bite marks on her arms, neck, and face, and there were obvious fracture marks on her right arm. Now I can't say whether she has changed from a zombie to a normal person, but the bite wounds on her body have been completely healed, and no scars have been left at all. However, you can tell by looking at the blood stains on her body that those parts were injured before. And not only that, her broken right arm also seemed to be recovering. Compared to a few minutes ago, it was much more normal. If it continued like this, it would probably recover in a few minutes. If nothing else, what I saw alone is enough to be regarded as a medical miracle. Yes, I think these zombies are almost indistinguishable from normal people. Are there still people who suspect that they're fake? Donate your eyes if you don't need them anymore, buddy. The supernatural power can actually reach this point. No wonder the anchor previously vowed that the modern order would definitely collapse. Even if you don't mention the zombies, mutant beasts, etc. that may also have superpowers, just the fact that there may be a large number of superpowers with such terrifying superpowers in the near future is enough to cause the current order to collapse. Confucianism disrupts the law with literature, and chivalry violates prohibitions with force. This has been the case since ancient times. With so many people with special powers appearing, the modern order will collapse and be reshuffled no matter what. Not to mention there are various zombie mutants or other monsters disrupting the situation. In this way, the approaching doomsday is not necessarily a bad thing for those with superpowers. Oh, is there any need to think about it? If I'm sure I can awaken my powers, I fucking wish the world would end right now. Even if you survive, if you don't have special powers, you will definitely be a subordinate in the future. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that the current powerful class usually needs a lot of education. Although they look ugly, they understand what sustainability means and how to make their rights last, and the powerful are also human beings, they will die if they are killed, and they still have some fears. But it will be different after the end of the world. People with superpowers do not need to study or take exams. They are inherently higher than others, and this is an innate gap that cannot be erased by hard work. Moreover, the gap in strength between the two parties is also doomed to ordinary people. Humans are completely unable to pose a threat to superpowers. That's right, there's absolutely no room for equal dialogue between ordinary people and people with special abilities, or even the possibility of burning together does not exist. When that time comes, I don't even dare to think about how people with superpowers will treat ordinary people. That's why we say it's the end of the world. In fact, it may not be a good thing for ordinary people to survive after the end of the world. Alas. I feel so desperate suddenly. Actually, there's no need to be so desperate. Let's face it, I'm actually from the official department responsible for dealing with people with supernatural powers. Most of the people with superpowers I have come into contact with at this stage are actually not that extreme. Thanks to the 3 views they have formed before, most of them have no discrimination against ordinary people. If it can be maintained, ordinary people and people with superpowers may not be able to coexist peacefully and rebuild their homes together after the end of the world. In the end, everyone is human. Even if the worst happens and some superpowers start to become unscrupulous after gaining power, there are always some good superpowers. Just like the anchor, do you really think she doesn't have to pay a price for using her powers to save so many people at once? It's impossible, and even the price that we ordinary people need to pay is completely unimaginable. If she can do this for ordinary people, who can believe that she will become the kind of superhuman you imagine who willfully bully and exploit ordinary people? One more thing, among the many superpowers I have come into contact with, the anchor is definitely the most powerful one I have ever seen. All the other superpowers I've seen put together probably wouldn't be enough for her to fight. After the apocalypse, if everyone survives and has not gained superpowers, it may be a good way out to seek refuge with the anchor. Of course, the prerequisite is that they are willing to take him in. That's it for now, I can't say much more. Let's keep on living. I understand. If I don't turn into a zombie by then, I will go directly to Tianai to seek refuge with the anchor. That's right. Good guy, people have said so much, so you just listen to these few words when co-writing, right? Apart from these few sentences, what else is there for? People with superpowers won't discuss with me how they want to treat ordinary people. Isn't the only thing I can do is to seek refuge with the anchor? Damn, it's true. While Shen Yanqi was busy rescuing people, Chen Yi was busy absorbing power, and the friends in the live broadcast room were busy analyzing social relations after the apocalypse. The remnants of the merchant alliance on an unknown island hundreds of miles away are miserable. The long-distance strike capabilities of modern aircraft carrier strike groups are far beyond the imagination of most ordinary people. Even the surface ships and underwater submarines with real firepower have not taken action. Just the offensive of carrier-based aircraft has left these people in the island base with no place to hide. It is just a dream to escape. There is no chance at all. No. After all, this island was their temporary refuge from the beginning. The base above is far inferior in scale and defense to the Doomsday base they had secretly built on the island where Tianai Port is located. There are only a few medium-sized buildings on the ground. There are some radar stations on the nearby hills. At the same time, there are also some equipment such as anti-aircraft missiles purchased from foreign arms dealers. Air defense capability. Even the things they bought can be regarded as good air defense equipment when viewed all over the world. It's just a little short of the top. It's not that they don't have money to buy the top ones, it's that they really can't buy them. There are only a few national governments that can make them. It's impossible for them to sell them, and even the best arms dealers can't get them. This level of air defense would even have a certain degree of resistance against the air forces of some ordinary countries. However, what they now have to face is Sha Kingdom's top-notch and best-equipped aircraft carrier strike group. These air defense systems, which were secretly acquired with an unknown amount of money and personal connections, are just like paper. Without even firing a single shot, a shipborne stealth fifth-generation aircraft came in and killed them all. After losing the air defense system, what follows is the most classic way of being beaten in modern warfare. The carrier-based aircraft with full mounts came directly over and dropped aerial bombs and ground-penetrating missiles into this small base. Originally, the island was not big, covering only a few square kilometers of land. The scope of the base is even smaller. There are only so many targets that people want to blow up. The remnants of the Merchant Alliance who can blow them up by just throwing bombs down without thinking or crying for their parents. And under the threat of those ground-penetrating missiles, hiding underground is useless. It also doesn't work well outside the base. There have long been a large number of drones taking off from the fleet in the sky to provide first-hand intelligence on the front line. There are no bunkers on the small island, so there's nowhere to hide. As soon as they were discovered by drones when they went out, these integrated surveillance and attack drones were directly greeted by guided bombs. The ships parked around the island have long been bombed and sunk, and there's no way to escape. Of course, they have no shortage of helicopters. However, at this time, trying to escape in a helicopter is no different than seeking death. It is estimated that the front foot helicopter has just taken off, and the people on the back foot helicopter will have to salute. There is no way from heaven to earth. This is the situation of the members of the island's Merchant Alliance at this time. At present, we are only attacked by carrier-based aircraft and drones in the air. If we wait for a while and wait for the aircraft carrier strike group to completely enter the combat area, the firepower from the destroyers and amphibious landing ships will be directly delivered to the island. The sea surface and the bottom of the sea will also be completely controlled by the submarines of the aircraft carrier formation. By then, we will have no chance to escape. In a secret room at the bottom of the base that was still relatively safe, Mr. Wu solemnly explained the methods of the aircraft carrier strike group to Xiao Yuan, a person from another world who had traveled through time. We must break out while we are not completely surrounded yet. Although Xiao Yuan didn't understand this, he could still understand running away. He nodded and said, if Mr. Wu has any ideas, you can tell me directly. When Mr. Wu heard this, he shook his head and said, there's only one way at the moment. We also have a small submarine on the island in case of special circumstances like this. In addition to the driver, the submarine can only seat 5 people at most. Apart from the 2 of us, there are still 3 places left. We need to select 3 of the current members who are still valuable and take them away. But there's a problem with this plan, that is, this submarine is too small and has a limited range. It can only take us more than 100 nautical miles at most. There is no place suitable for landing within 100 nautical miles nearby, and even some islands are as deserted as the island is no different, sparsely populated, and there's a risk of being discovered by the authorities in the Chen family, so we need someone to take over. Under the current situation, there are very few forces in the entire Sha Kingdom that dare to take such a big risk to support us. Although they all have some interests entangled with us, we have no handle on them. It is impossible for others to entangle themselves because of these interests. Jie took the risk of offending Chen Yi to help us, so we need to come up with enough chips to make people excited. Speaking of this, Mr. Wu glanced at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan immediately understood what he meant. That is, if you want to escape, you must come up with things that are urgently needed by the big forces. And it just so happened that those things about cultivation in his mind were something that no matter which big force attacked him first, he couldn't refuse. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yuan said in a deep voice, I can come up with some cultivation techniques. These techniques cannot make people very powerful, but they're better than getting started quickly. And once you get started, you don't need to worry about being beaten. Virus infection turns into zombies. Do you think this is feasible? In addition to the failure of this thing in the Lianqi wetland park last time, in order to appease the hearts of the Merchant Alliance, he took it out once, and taking it out again this time actually did not cause much loss to him. But if this alone was enough, why would Mr. Wu waste so much time on him? Hearing this, he immediately shook his head and said, there are many people in the Alliance who actually have dealings with these big forces. The things you took out internally before have been taken out by them for various purposes. This time it will be done again. If I take this out, I'm afraid I don't have enough chips. Xiao Yuan's face suddenly darkened. Although I had long guessed that if I took out something like the Kung Fu, it would definitely be leaked by people within the Alliance, but it has only been a few days, and it is too fast. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, then I will bring out a real Kung Fu book, and I can also promise to help them cultivate a real monk, teach this person some powerful magical powers, and let this person quickly gain far more than ordinary abilities. The power of superpowers without any side effects. As long as they have enough resources and the person's qualifications are good enough, I can even guarantee that this person will be stronger than me in a short period of time. Hearing this, Mr. Wu nodded, took out his cell phone and clicked on it, edited the message and sent it out. After a moment, the other party's response came through the special communication software. Mr. Wu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said, we have been contacted. In 2 hours, they will have people pretend to be fishing boats and arrive 80 nautical miles away from us. The waters are waiting for us. As long as we get on the ship, we don't have to worry about Chen Yi's pursuit. Xiao Yuan also nodded. Although it hurt him to take out so many family assets at once, now is not the time to dwell on this. His current strength is just that, and he is still completely unable to cross the sea. If no one helps him, he will really have to go to the sea to feed the fish. It's totally normal to be ripped off in this situation. However, after hearing this, he still asked curiously, you dare to risk offending Chen Yi to save us at this time? Could it be that the other party is from the other 3 of the 4 major families in Sha Kingdom? Wu Lao heard this and sneered, no, the other party happens to be a member of the Chen family, but you don't have to worry, they will never deal with us together with Chen Yi. A member of the Chen family, Xiao Yuan's expression changed and he felt a little uneasy. He already has a bit of PTSD towards the Chen family. From the first time they met, Chen Yi's sense of oppression made him breathless, pushing him step by step into a desperate situation, causing the great situation he created after coming to this world to completely collapse, and it was now on the verge of collapse. It's a lost dog. However, Mr. Wu guessed what he was thinking as soon as he saw his expression, and quickly explained, Mr. Xiao, don't worry, I said that this member of the Chen family will not deal with us with Chen Yi, and it is not groundless. The Chen family is an aristocratic family that has been passed down for thousands of years, and the family is not monolithic. The current head of the Chen family is from the eldest family, and Chen Yi also belongs to this branch. They control most of the resources of the Chen family, and the remaining branches control the remaining resources. Big families also have a system for elimination of the last ones. Once the first family is too strong and controls too many resources, the remaining families will become weaker and weaker and will gradually be marginalized. Over time, these families will be marginalized. The branches of the family are no different from ordinary people. Eventually, the strongest eldest brother will control all the resources of the family, and other branches will gradually break away from the core of the family. Then the eldest brother will start to separate the family, give birth to new branches, and continue to repeat this process. If a family wants to develop in the long term, it must first have a cruel elimination system internally. This can prevent the family from collapsing due to a large number of branch children sucking blood from the family. Now it's time to choose the final winner within the Chen family. Today, there are only 6 members of the Chen family who can participate in the conversation, while 30 or 40 years ago, the number was 17. Except for the current ones, apart from the 6 rooms, the remaining 11 rooms have all been excluded from the core power level of the Chen family. In at most one generation, there will be a final winner among these 6 houses, kicking out all the other 5 houses, taking sole control, and then splitting internally again. And it just so happens that Chen Yi has appeared in the next generation of the Chen family. The eldest son of the eldest son has already mastered the largest and best resources of the entire family. The eldest son of the eldest son is so outstanding that he has already made other members of the Chen family sit and stand. It's uneasy. Under the cruel family system, the victor's descendants can continue to hold the power of the family. Within a certain range, the power is no less than that of the ancient emperors. And the loser's descendants will probably be rich for several generations. No matter how far away a family's good life is, if there are no capable people in the younger generation, it will be lost to everyone. For these children of aristocratic families who attach great importance to family inheritance, the result of failure is unacceptable to them no matter what. The person who wants to cooperate with us now is the second brother of the Chen family, Chen Yan, the eldest son of the second brother who contacted us directly, but behind him there is Chen Chong, the second brother who talks about things. Although the second brother of the Chen family is not as powerful as the eldest brother, even if it were placed outside, it would be a huge thing, far beyond the comparison of ordinary organizations. I heard that Chen Yi had made an agreement with them to hold a competition for Chen family's superpowers at the last family meeting before the end of the world in the near future. By then, Chen Yi would not only have to come up with something that would allow people to gain superpowers, but the serum is a lucky draw, and to some extent it will have a great impact on the Chen family's last profit distribution before the end. The children of the aristocratic family are merciless when fighting internally, but they are usually united when fighting externally. Chen Yan and Chen Chong cooperate with us not necessarily because they want to cause trouble for Chen Yi, but the one you open will give them great strength in the short term. The bargaining chip is something they absolutely cannot refuse. So we don't need to worry about him doing anything bad to us. Although Mr. Wu is not a member of the family, he has been involved in the high-end circles of Sha Kingdom for many years, and he can be said to know the internal situation of these big families very well. After listening to his analysis, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but nod in approval. Thinking about it carefully, apart from his strength, what was the biggest feeling of oppression that Chen Yi gave him? There is no doubt that it is the power of the Chen family. This kind of behavior of mobilizing large armies to directly kill the enemy at every turn is enough to crush most of the current forces that seem to be pretty good. This naturally includes the Merchant Alliance. Xiao Yuan originally thought that the strength of the Merchant Alliance was already very good. After all, at its peak, the Merchant Alliance's branch in Sha State secretly had tens of thousands of mercenaries and countless resources. But when the Chen family across the street moved out the top army on the planet, these things looked so funny. Almost in just one night, everything they planned in Tianai was wiped out. Regarding personal strength, he comes from the world of cultivating immortals, so he is naturally confident of catching up with Chen Yi. But in terms of power, Chen Yi's power is beyond his reach in the short term. Although the arrival of the apocalypse will severely damage the power of established families like the Chen family, the emergence of superpowers will even disrupt the original power structure. But as long as superpowers are not generally strong enough to fight against modern weapons, it will be difficult to close this gap. And it is foreseeable that if the superpowers want to develop to that point, just waiting until the end of the world is definitely not enough. I'm afraid it will take a long time. During this period of time, others can recruit people with special abilities to cultivate new powers. For a family like the Chen family that has mastered countless resources, it is naturally more convenient to do this. In this unprecedented situation of great change, one step faster means every step is faster. With this foundation, the Chen family is undoubtedly many steps ahead of others. Therefore, even if he wanted to catch up with Chen Yi in power after the end of the world, Xiao Yuan actually had little confidence. But it's different now. The cooperation with the second roommate of the Chen family mentioned by Mr. Wu undoubtedly opened up a new path for him. You don't necessarily need to slowly develop your power on your own to deal with the aristocratic families that have accumulated countless years of experience. Starting from the conflicts within the Chen family is obviously an easier path to cultivate a group of Chen family children who are more friendly to themselves and even controllable by themselves to participate in the power struggle of the Chen family. If he could help the second eldest brother of the Chen family to take over, would he still need to be afraid of the eldest brother, Chen Yi? When the time comes for him to face Chen Yi, he only needs to consider how to deal with Chen Yi's personal strength. And when the time comes, there is no doubt that Li Deidao will still be able to control such a well-established family behind the scenes to fulfill some of his own ambitions. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan's eyes brightened a lot as he was hit hard. The white belly of the fish has already appeared on the sea surface. A small submarine quietly left the last territory of the Sha Kingdom branch of the Merchant Alliance and submerged into the sea through a secret escape door that directly connected to the ocean from the bottom of the base. As for the remaining mercenaries and alliance executives in the base, neither Xiao Yuan nor Mr. Wu can care about them anymore. Apart from the two of them and the person in charge of driving the submarine, there were only 3 people accompanying them. All 3 of them had considerable capital outside, and they might be valuable in the future. The world of businessmen is that simple. Live if you have value, and die if you don't. Even those who were abandoned didn't know that they were abandoned. At this time, they were still tremblingly avoiding the indiscriminate bombings from the sky, hoping that Mr. Wu, who had great hands and eyes, and the magical Mr. Xiao could find a way to save their lives. However, what Xiao Yuan and Mr. Wu who ran away with their tails between their legs didn't know. Only a few minutes after their submarine left the island, the undersea monitoring system of the aircraft carrier strike group hundreds of nautical miles away noticed something strange. A moment later, several fixed-wing anti-submarine patrol aircraft quietly took off from the aircraft carrier deck. How is the situation here? At Tianai port, Chen Yi returned to the storage area on the shore, glanced at the people lying everywhere and looked at Shen Yanxi. At this time, Shen Yanxi's face was a little pale. Hearing this, he said softly, "It's basically done. The virus has not invaded their bodies for a long time, so we can save them. If it takes too long, it will be difficult." Chen Yi nodded and continued, "How do you plan to arrange them in the future? There are tens of thousands of people here, and they have all been infected by the virus. Shen Yanxi can save them, but he can't kill the virus. These people still carry some viruses on their bodies, and the concentration is definitely much higher than that of viruses in other places now. If they were allowed to leave at will, it would probably hasten the end." Shen Yanxi glanced at Chen Yi. "I think you can keep them in your company." Reason: this group of people has already been infected by the virus once. Although there is no guarantee that they will not be infected again when the end comes, the probability of infection is much lower than that of others. If you ask them to help you with some things, such as building some projects, even after the end of the world, you don't need to worry about large-scale mutations that will require a large number of personnel adjustments and affect the progress of the plan. The reasons given by Shen Yanqi were very sufficient. After hearing this, Chen Yi had no reason to hesitate and just nodded in agreement. Not to mention anything else, just a large amount of material stored in this storage area and the port over there will require a large number of people to sort it out in the short term. After the apocalypse, people will be even more precious resources. These people whose mutation probability is greatly reduced can be of great use wherever they are placed. While the two were talking, Qinju also rushed over. All the mercenaries outside the storage area have been cleared. These people are accomplices of the business alliance in spreading concentrated viruses to poison innocent people. According to Chen Yi's previous order, no one was left alive and all were killed. Then it became the food for those mutated beasts. That's right, the Chen family's army was able to break through all the various solid fortresses occupied by thousands of mercenaries in such a short period of time. Among them, the mutant beast controlled by Bai Xiaobai made a great contribution. These mutant beasts are not only fearless of death but also have diverse abilities. With the cooperation of each other, the defense line of the Merchant Alliance mercenaries was simply vulnerable. Those defensive fortresses that were specially designed to be fired by modern weapons were like paper under the strange methods of these mutant beasts, and they shattered at a touch. After briefly reporting the battle situation, Qinju talked about the current overseas situation. After hearing this, Chen Yi said, so the island over there is basically under control now. Only one submarine sneaked out and was targeted by the fleet's anti-submarine system. Yes, Qinju nodded and said, the fleet staff believes that there should be important people on the submarine. Not long ago, they sent a message asking us how to deal with it. Should we sink it directly or try to capture it? Sink it, Chen Yi said without thinking. Xiao Yuan must be on the submarine now, but this kid is the kind of person who is extremely cautious and will save himself countless trump cards. If he just sinks the submarine, he will definitely not be able to kill him. At most, he will be able to kill him. All the people he relied on were eliminated in one fell swoop, turning him into a polished commander, making it difficult for him to move forward and harvesting a wave of resentment points by the way. Of course, Chen Yi didn't need to guess. Xiao Yuan and others must have prepared some other way out if they ran away now. Maybe they will contact other forces to support him. Even if the remnants of the Merchant Alliance are wiped out, it will not hinder. He will embrace the new thought. But without the support of these people, Xiao Yuan's right to speak will be much smaller even if he moves to a new force. This was done purely to disgust him. As for the other senior leaders of the Merchant Alliance, including Mr. Wu, Chen Yi didn't care about their life or death at all. Just a bunch of lost dogs. Upon hearing this, Qinju immediately passed on the news. In this way, this operation against the Merchant Alliance has come to an end. Next, it is naturally time to clean up the mess. Whether it is the port where tens of thousands of people were massacred or the storage area where fierce fighting broke out on the shore, it needs to be cleaned up and repaired. Relevant personnel should be placed where they should be, and those who should be thrown into the sea to feed the fish should be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. In addition to the ports and storage areas directly affected by the fighting, the impact of this war on other aspects cannot be underestimated. For example, public opinion. When we returned to Xingfeng building, it was already dark. However, Chen Yi did not take a rest directly, but directly summoned Shen Yanqi to his office on the top floor. You're looking for me. Opening a live broadcast on the battlefield without authorization and directly revealing the events of the doomsday. No matter how smart Shen Yanqi was, knowing that Chen Yi must have been looking for him for this matter, she felt a little guilty. Yes, Chen Yi agreed lightly and signed 2 documents on the aftermath without raising his head. Then he stood up and walked straight to Shen Yanqi, looking down at her pretty face. A flash of panic flashed in Shen Yanqi's eyes, but she still tried her best to calmly say, what's wrong? As she spoke, she calmly took a step back. What's wrong? Miss Shen did something unplanned on the battlefield before. Don't you want to explain it to me? Chen Yi sneered and took another step forward. Shen Yanqi stepped back again, but happened to stumble onto the sofa and sat down. I can compensate you for your loss. After hesitating for a long time, Shen Yanqi finally showed a blush on his face and gritted his teeth. Compensate for my losses. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He originally thought that the reason why Shen Yanqi dared to do this was because he had already thought of some reason to convince him. But I didn't expect that this guy didn't even have a reason this time, and just confessed and wanted to compensate for the loss. Speaking of this, Chen Yi became somewhat interested and asked with great interest, what kind of compensation method? Shen Yanqi took a deep breath and expressed his previous speculation about the separation of Black Lotus and White Lotus. Chen Yi was stunned for a while when he heard this, then looked at Shen Yanqi's already blushing face with a subtle expression and said, so what you mean is that after tonight, I killed many people, you have also saved many people. To some extent, you may have achieved the prerequisites for recombination. Can you try the combination? Once successful, the strength of both of us will be greatly improved. What kind of combination? While talking, Chen Yi had already sat next to Shen Yanqi. She obviously took a shower immediately after returning from the battlefield, and her hair was not completely dry yet. There were still some crystal water drops hanging on the tips of her hair, and her whole body exuded a light fragrance, which was a bit like the floral scent of shower gel, and a bit like the unique body fragrance of a virgin. While talking, Chen Yi's hands had already wrapped around her slim waist. In fact, he had expected that Shen Yanqi would use his channels to spread the news of the doomsday. After all, he knew exactly what kind of person Shen Yanqi was. The reason why he didn't stop him was that Chen Yi himself had this intention. Once everyone knows that the end is coming before the end, the situation will undoubtedly become chaotic in advance, which will greatly affect the preparation plans of other forces. Of course, the Chen family will also be affected to a certain extent, including Chen Yi himself. But it doesn't matter, Chen Yi has nothing to do with the family now. On his side, after taking down the Merchant Alliance, the resources obtained were enough to fill the remaining supplies that needed to be collected before the end of the plant, and there was even a huge surplus. He has already prepared, so what he has to do now is of course to make others unprepared. Only under the circumstances will his advantage become greater. Therefore, it is actually in his interest to get the news out. Otherwise, he only needed to say hello, and it would be impossible for Shen Yanqi to use her identity as someone close to Chen Yi to broadcast such sensitive information on the live broadcast platform so unscrupulously. I'm afraid it was banned as soon as it started airing. The reason why he could clearly ask Shen Yanqi to do this directly, but chose not to ask her stop her, and let her do it on her own initiative was because of the current situation. The nature of him asking Shen Yanqi to do it is different from that of Shen Yanqi doing it himself. Just Shen Yanqi faltered and was speechless, her face was so red that she was about to bleed. Nice waist. Chen Yi grabbed her slender waist and squeezed it. Unlike Qinju's waist with clear waistline and strong beauty, Shen Yanqi's waist is not so sharp and angular, but it does not have a trace of fat and is soft and elastic. Seeing her bowing her head in silence and looking so shy, Chen Yi couldn't help but lean down and whisper in her ear, if you don't say anything, then I'll treat it as what I think of as a union. The warm breath in her ears and the increasingly exaggerated mischief on her body made Shen Yanqi's face become increasingly rosy, and her whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Until a certain moment, she suddenly felt a slight tingling sensation in her earlobe, and at the same time, warm breath penetrated into her cochlea, making her realize that her earlobe had been sucked into her mouth. Shen Yanqi finally could no longer hold back. After letting out a low cry that he tried his best to endure, he seemed to have collapsed, and he lay directly in Chen Yi's arms as if he had resigned himself to his fate, letting him do whatever he wanted. Chen Yi was stunned for a moment, looking at Shen Yanqi who was lying on him as weak and boneless, and then checked based on experience. Feeling the astonishing warmth, he looked a little strange and said, "What kind of illness do you have?" "What the hell, he hasn't even started yet, that's it, so if he really starts, why don't he faint from excitement?" "This is too sensitive." Shen Yanqi, whose eyes were blurred to begin with, was able to regain some sense after being treated like this by Jun, and she immediately realized what had happened. He slapped Chen Yi in shame and anger, and then said in a weak voice, what are you waiting for?" Okay, we won't wait any longer." Chen Yi immediately put his arm around her legs, picked her up, and walked straight to the bedroom. Let me tell you, if I don't increase my strength as you said after a while, then you're just lying. Quote. "Oh, why are you so annoying? Can you hurry up?" The drunkenness is getting stronger and spring thoughts are wandering. Yuanyang, although they have not drank, some people become more drunk after entering the state than if they drank too much. She usually looks like a very smart girl, a proud girl from heaven. At this time, his face suddenly changed again. Although it was his first taste of the forbidden fruit, Chen Yi had never encountered the madness after throwing away his reason. Such a huge contrast made him feel uncomfortable for a while. Who would have thought that a genius like Shen Yanqi would have such a face? Fortunately, although Chen Yi's private life before could not be called chaotic, it was still extremely rich. In addition, there is now strong strength blessing. Only in this way can this fierce horse, which is usually quiet be restrained. The battle lasted all day, and when I woke up, it was already the early morning of the next day. After Chen Yi woke up, he couldn't help but click his tongue when he looked at the messy battlefield and Shen Yanqi who was sleeping sweetly due to exhaustion. It's hard to imagine that this guy has such power hidden in his slender body, and that he could be so crazy for the first time. In other words, the physical strength of the superpower can be created in this way. If ordinary people were to do this once, they would both be unable to get off the ground for 3 days. Of course, this kind of thing only serves to entertain the body and mind, so Chen Yi would not be addicted to it. After sighing for a while, he opened the data panel. Host, Chen Yi, Physique, 132.2, Human limit is 1. Psychic power, 146, Human limit is 1. Special abilities, Sovereign Fire, Heavenly Eye, Astrology, Killing Life, Qi. Skill, Killing Word Technique. Item, Power Awakening Serum by 80 inches. Sure enough, the physical and mental strength statistics have increased a lot, and there's also an additional superpower. Looking at the data on the panel, Chen Yi couldn't help but stare. Previously, after he killed people and snatched the life essence of the 7 killing formation at the port, his 2 statistics increased by nearly 20 points. This time, I gained more than 10 points after sleeping, so that I reached the terrifying data of 132.2 physical fitness and 146 mental strength. Even if you don't take his superpowers into account, just based on these 2 statistics, his current strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. It is no exaggeration to say that among the modern weapons on Blue Star now, apart from supermodel things like nuclear weapons, there's probably nothing that can kill him. Of course, this is not rigorous. After all, now is the time when the Great War is about to come. I don't know how many geniuses and monsters will be born. What kind of powers these people will awaken and how fast they will grow is completely unpredictable. Even Chen Yi dare not say that he is the strongest human being on Blue Star at this stage. But no matter what, even if he is 10,000 times more modest, his current strength is undoubtedly among the best in Blue Star. This only counts physical fitness and mental strength. If you include superpowers, it's really hard for Chen Yi to imagine how defiant these sons of destiny must be to be his opponents. If there really is such a person, then he can no longer be called the son of destiny, that is just a fool. In addition to the growth of the 2 statistics, what surprised Chen Yi was that a new power actually appeared after sleeping. It's just that after studying for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what this Qi did. Can feel it, can use it. However, after using it, Chen Yi could only see a wisp of obscure, black and white gas flowing in his fingertips or within his body. As for the purpose of this wisp of gas, he was completely blind. After trying for a long time, nothing came of it, so he didn't bother to try. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Chen Yi knew it was Qinju without asking, so he said without hesitation, "Come in." The bedroom door opened slowly, and Qinju, who was wearing OL black stockings, walked into the room. He glanced at Shen Yanqi, who was not sure whether he was sleeping or pretending to sleep. He said to Chen Yi calmly, "Young master, today is the time to go back to the family to attend the pre-apocalyptic event. On the day of the last family meeting, the turnaround is ready and ready to go." Although he said that, Qinju was thinking about other things. Of course, she had seen this situation too many times before, so naturally she wouldn't be jealous because of it. For a woman like Shen Yanqi who is extremely smart and can bring a lot of help to Chen Yi, according to Qinju's opinion, Chen Yi should have captured her long ago. And that Su Yan, although she is a bit stupid, she can fight. There is even Zhao Qingya. Although she is not as smart as Shen Yanqi and not as good as Su Yan, at least she is beautiful. Moreover, she also has a father who holds a high position in the Tianai officialdom. If she can figure it out, Qinju thinks that the young master will have no problem accepting her. Alas, the young master is still too conservative. Thinking of this, Qinju couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Not sarcastically or anything, but that's what she really thought. After following Chen Yi all these years, what kind of dandy young master from aristocratic family has she not seen? The so-called monogamy is effective for ordinary people. Which of these people does not have a group of wives and concubines, and there are countless concubines outside? In comparison, her young master's status is much higher than those of those people, but since she started following Chen Yi until now, Chen Yi has not touched more than 10 women in total. What's the difference between this and keeping one's body like jade? Chen Yi naturally didn't know what Qinju was thinking at the moment. If he knew, he might not be able to help but give her a look. It's not that he's not sexually attracted to women, it's just that he's seen too many stunning beauties and his psychological threshold is too high, so there aren't many who can make him tempted. People like Shen Yanqi and Su Yan who interested him from the beginning have long been regarded as forbidden by him, and it only depends on his preference when they take him down. There's absolutely no way to run away, and Ran Yuming, who he had taken with his own purpose, was naturally not included in the discussion. Of course, even so, it was only because Ran Yuming was indeed beautiful that he could do this. As long as her looks were any different, Chen Yi would never want to touch her even if he wanted to use her to accomplish a certain purpose. After looking at the time, he realized that it was still early, so Chen Yi said casually, "Put some water in first, I want to take a bath." "Okay, I'll ask someone to prepare it right now." Qinju nodded and went out to inform the servants outside. But Chen Yi looked at her back and suddenly said, "No, go ahead and let her go. I'll be back later." Qinju was stunned for a moment, then a blush appeared on her pretty face and she said softly, "Good." With that said, he walked straight to the bathroom. But Chen Yi glanced at Shen Yanqi, who was hiding under the quilt. Stop pretending to get up and take a shower. A corner of the quilt was lifted, and half of Shen Yanqi's face was exposed. You can wash it yourself, I will go back to my room later on. Before she finished speaking, she felt Chen Yi's dishonest hands starting to act mischievously again. His eyes that were clear a second ago suddenly became blurred. Gone. Chen Yi picked her up and walked straight to the bathroom, not caring that all her clothes were on the floor. Anyway, there are only 3 of them plus Chin-ju on this entire floor now. Wait a minute, Sister Ju is still there. Shen Yanqi's panicked voice came. Wouldn't that be better? Thump. The sound of splashing water came, and at the same time there were 2 different exclamations. Once Shen Yanqi enters the state, he will completely lose his mind, all etiquette, justice and integrity will be thrown out of the window, and he will be able to do anything. And Chin-ju will naturally not go against Chen Yi's wishes. After doing morning exercises and taking a comfortable hot bath, a new day finally begins. Chen Yi needs to go back to his family, so Tianai's affairs naturally need someone to take charge of the overall situation. His previous plan was to let Chen Ming, who was in charge of Xingfeng Group, manage the affairs here and leave Chin-ju to supervise. But now there is no need to go to such trouble. After in-depth communication, the relationship between him and Shen Yanqi reached another level. He also gained a deeper understanding of the bond between himself and Shen Yanqi. Because of the existence of the Flower of Dreams, even if everyone in the world betrays Chen Yi, Shen Yanqi will not betray him. This is not an emotional subjective judgment, but an objective fact based on the characteristics of Black Lotus and White Lotus. With Shen Yanqi's intelligence and now being a confidant that he could trust 100%, it was certainly not something that needed to be entangled in leaving Tianai's affairs to her in the past few days after returning to the family. After simply calling the top management of Xingfeng Group to give an explanation, Chen Yi temporarily handed over the command of the most elite and powerful team of superpowers in the group to Shen Yanqi. This way, he had arranged his lair. Then he took Chin-ju and Su-yan and took a connecting flight to the Sha Kingdom's imperial capital. The imperial capital is the core of the Sha Kingdom, and all major families naturally have a place in it. Although the spheres of influence are different, everyone basically has a tacit understanding, that is, the family's center of gravity must be in the imperial capital. Although the words, hanging alone overseas, the sky is high and the emperor is far away, sound very awesome. But no matter how prosperous the family is, as long as it leaves the core of power in the imperial capital, the final result will be that it gradually fades out of the mainstream vision and slowly loses power. As for staying away from the center, after a long period of operation, do you want to tear apart the earth and seal the king and establish a new mountain? There was not much practical possibility for this matter in ancient times, let alone modern times where all kinds of information transmission and transportation methods are extremely developed. Basically impossible. Therefore, whether it is the Chen family or the other 3 big families in the Sha Kingdom, the core of the family is almost always in the imperial capital. Under the current tense situation, there are already undercurrents surging in the sky and sea. I don't know how many ambitious people are waiting for an opportunity, let alone a place like the imperial capital. Brother, you're back. As soon as Chen Yi got off the plane, a youthful and beautiful figure bumped into his arms. After rubbing the little head on his shoulder, Chen Yi looked at his sister in his arms, with a rare smile on his lips. We haven't seen you for so long, do you miss me? Think about it. Brother, you don't know. If you're not at home, no one will take me out to play. I'll be bored to death at home every day. Chen Qingning raised her head and said coquettishly, you finally come back, take me to play later. Okay, when I go back to take care of things at home, you can play wherever you want. Chen Yi smiled and pinched her face. The Chen family has a very strict upbringing. Chen Qingning is only 15 years old now. She is usually not allowed to go out except for going to school or taking her family out to participate in some activities. Even if she was allowed to go out alone, there would be a group of bodyguards shouting in front of and behind her, and she would lose the fun of going out. Only Chen Yi would often take the little girl to play around when he was still in the imperial capital. Where are your parents? I've been waiting for you at home. Mom knew you were coming back today and even cooked a meal, just waiting for you to go back to eat. Chen Qingning replied without thinking, and then chattered with Chen Yi, network. Most of them were just some girls' worries and complaints about the various rules and regulations of the family. Chen Yi didn't show any impatience, he just listened patiently and would complain to her from time to time. It wasn't until the 2 of them got into the car together that Su-yan couldn't help but said, this guy doesn't look like the same person as usual. The young master loves the young lady the most, and he can only be so patient with the young lady. Chin-ju knew the situation in Chen Yi's family very well, and naturally knew the reason for it. What do you think will happen to him if I make him chatter nonsense like this? Su-yan said suddenly. Chin-ju glanced at her when he heard this. I'll tell you to get out maybe. Hey, partiality. Su-yan snorted coldly. You don't understand. Chin-ju explained with a smile. The young lady has been weak since she was a child. She suffered a serious illness right after she was born and almost died. Therefore, the whole family held the young lady in their hands for fear of dropping her and putting it in their mouths. The fear has melted away, but the young master is not alone. The whole family she refers to, of course, refers to Chen Yi's family, not the entire Chen family. While chatting, the 2 also got into another car in the convoy. A convoy of 7 or 8 luxury cars soon left the airport and headed for Zij Manor, more than 20 kilometers away. For people with a certain status in the imperial capital, Zij Manor has another name, Chen Family Manor. The Chen family's manor is located in the southern suburbs of the imperial capital. The manor covers an area of more than 500 hectares, and there are more than 100 villas inside, all of which are for the children of the Chen family. All facilities are available inside, and there is nothing that ordinary people can't think of that is not available here. It is said to be a manor, but in fact it is more like a super luxurious town. The core area of the manor is a huge ancestral hall. Among them are the ancestors of the Chen family. It is a place where the children of the Chen family must come to worship every year and festival. If nothing else happens, the next family meeting should also be held in the ancestral hall. According to the rules of the clan, when Chen Yi returns from a trip, he needs to go to the ancestral hall to burn incense as soon as possible. After doing this, he returned to his home. In fact, Chen Yi now holds Tianai in his hands, and his position within the family is already extremely important. When I came back this time, the family naturally arranged a reception banquet. But as soon as he got off the plane, he heard Chen Qingning say that her mother had arranged a family dinner. Chen Qingning was still young and didn't understand the meaning of this, so it was naturally impossible for Chen Yi not to understand. He didn't need to guess to know that someone probably wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to cause something. His parents told him not to go, just to give the other party a blow. And this matter is probably related to Shen Yanqi's previous live broadcast on Tianai where he revealed the news of the doomsday. In fact, speaking of it, this is indeed of great importance. After all, the news of the doomsday was revealed in advance, and the impact was immeasurable. Chen Yi had already saved the supplies needed in the original plan, but the same could not be said for other people in the family. As the news spread, chaos came early, will definitely cause great trouble to their plans. Chen Yi slept all day yesterday, and these people in the family couldn't contact him, and they couldn't even think of raising an army to hold him accountable. Now that he is back, he naturally needs to give an explanation for this matter. The meaning of Chen Yi's parents is also very simple. There will be a family meeting later in the evening. All the family members involved in the decision-making will attend. If anything happens, we will discuss it then. As for talking about this now and the benefits of ventilating in advance, don't even think about it. Since his parents had made arrangements, Chen Yi didn't bother to worry anymore. After the family had a meal, they went into the study room with their father, who was now the head of the Chen family and the patriarch of the clan. In addition to explaining some of the things encountered during this period in Tianai and how they were handled, it is also necessary to discuss the follow-up development direction and the general situation of the family meeting later. Chen Yi has not been in the family for a long time and is not very clear about the situation here. Naturally, he needs to understand many things first before he can deal with them. This conversation lasted all afternoon. After the conversation, Chen Yi roughly figured out the current situation in the family. The current 6 main branches of the Chen family are the eldest of the 6. Now it is mainly divided into 2 factions. One faction is naturally dominated by the Changfang where Chen Yi lives, and the 5th Fang is considered a die-hard supporter of their faction. The remaining 2, 3 and 4 families have basically reached some kind of alliance in private. Recently, they have been on the same page within the family, as if they were born from the same mother. As for Lu Feng, their attitude is ambiguous and it is hard to say which faction they belong to, but their strength is limited and they are far from being able to form a faction of their own. Of course, the argument that the right person has more help and the wrong way has less help does not apply here. Although there are only 5 families who support the eldest brother, the actual situation is that except for the 6 branches that can participate in the matter, 80% of the Chen family's children are it's the person who heads the house. The combined strength of the remaining 5 rooms may not be as strong as the eldest room. Therefore, the other few families joined forces not because the eldest brother was unpopular, but because the eldest brother was too strong. They could only hold together to keep warm, so they could barely resist and compete for more say. As for what is the use of the right to speak when the strength is inferior to others? Although the strength of the eldest branch is far stronger than that of the other branches, the strength of the entire family is not in the hands of these branches. The power controlled by those clan elders is even more unfathomable. At this juncture, as long as everyone has enough say, in the last wave of family meetings to strive for family resource support, what they get may not be as good as the eldest brother. The temporary victory or defeat has no meaning at all to the children of these big families. Being able to win more resource support is the real benefit. Are you back? How is the situation over at Tianai? The situation is not bad and everything is going according to the plan. Oh, it has to be you. Our brat can't even manage a small town now. You, the eldest brother, will still have to help him more in the future. Second uncle was joking. Chenhua is in Pengcheng. It has been a battleground for military strategists since ancient times. It is located in a dangerous location and has developed heavy industry. It is not a small town. It may not be easier to fully control it than it is in Tianai. But if there is anything in the future if something goes wrong, my second uncle can just ask him to come to me and I will definitely not refuse if I can help him. Our boy has been in big trouble in Luzhou recently. Stay close to him and see if you can. Easy to talk to, don't worry, Uncle Tian, I will definitely help if I can. Before the family meeting even started, the whole ancestral hall became lively. There are many rules in a big family. The next process is to wait for the time to come, and all the family members present need to go to the ancestral hall to offer incense and sacrifice. After completing a series of complicated rules and etiquette, it is time to talk about business. Regardless of whether it is a sacrifice or the seating arrangement after the follow-up meeting begins, there is naturally something to say. The general situation is based on seniority, with the clan elders at the front, followed by the backbone generation, and then juniors like Chen Yi. There are also priorities among peers. The higher the status, the stronger the strength, and the more prestigious, the higher the ranking among peers will naturally be. According to normal rules, only the older generation and the backbone generation can enter the ancestral hall. At this time, the younger generation is not qualified to stay inside except to come in to burn incense and worship their ancestors. In the subsequent meeting, the big guys inside discussed and came up with a result and just informed the juniors outside. However, as a family that has been able to inherit the family for such a long time, the Chen family will naturally not be so rigid and set the rules so rigidly. Some extremely outstanding family members can actually enter the ancestral hall to participate in the most important discussions. Just like Chen Yi, not only was he standing blatantly inside, but he was also standing quite far forward. A group of people with higher seniority than him stood behind him, but few said they were dissatisfied. However, when you enter inside and appear among a group of elders who are senior to you, it is natural that you will inevitably get approached and talked to by people around you. Especially people from the branch of the clan who have a good relationship with the eldest brother. They have heard that Chen Yi has caused various major events in Tianai. When they meet again at this time, they will naturally come over to talk a few more words and let their children know how to deal with it. This young master, who has almost booked the position of the next head of the family, has a strong presence here. At the same time, I also wanted to see if I could ask the young master to help his children in this special situation. People like Chen Yi and other uncles basically hold important positions in various government agencies, and they all have their own affairs to be busy with, and they can't get away in a short time. Therefore, after the news of the doomsday was confirmed, the people who were dispersed by the Chen family to occupy various places and establish their power were basically the juniors of each family. Among them, there are those like Chen Yi who are rich in resources and have outstanding abilities. Naturally, there are also some who have average abilities and don't have that much resource support from their families. It is naturally not that easy for these people to take down some local snakes in various places in a short period of time and complete the family plan to establish their own power. However, their fathers are generally unable to get involved in this matter because they are busy with official duties. At the same time, it can be regarded as a test for the younger members of the clan when the clan elders encounter great changes. It is far from the most difficult moment yet. Even if their parents can intervene, the clan will not allow them to do so. But elders cannot step in to help, but there are no restrictions among peers. At this time, he finally met Chen Yi, who was the most powerful among his peers. Naturally, these elders also needed to speak up for their children and find a helper. Of course, those who can come to Chen Yi for help at this time are basically those who have a good relationship with the elder. Those forces that were not willing to deal with Zhang Feng were naturally unlikely to come and cause trouble. Let alone help, they would be thankful if Chen Yi didn't try to increase the strength of their juniors. This kind of big family is a small society. There is still humanity and sophistication between them. Chen Yi generally agreed to some innocuous requests from those who were hanging out with him. For some more difficult requests, it depends on the subsequent benefits. For example, his father's younger brother, his second uncle, asked him to help his cousin Chenhua. Although the place where Chenhua is located is not as good as Tianai, where Chen Yi is located, is also extremely important. It is located at a strategic location and is a well-known heavy industry base in the Xia Kingdom. Whether it is considered from the perspective of geostrategy or industrial strength, it is a place that needs to be firmly held in hand. Therefore, Chenhua, who was sent there, was also a direct descendant of the eldest son. If he encounters trouble now, Chen Yi will naturally help as much as he can. After all, this is his own person whose real interests are deeply bound, and helping him is equivalent to helping himself. Of course, if the mud can't hold up the wall, then Chen Yi, as the eldest brother, wouldn't mind helping the younger brother a little more and completely bringing that place into his own sphere of influence. But this is all for later, and now is definitely not the time to talk about these things. After some greetings and small talk, the process of worshipping ancestors soon entered. After all the Chen family disciples present lit incense in the ancestral hall and completed the sacrifice, they got to the point. There was no loud noise of gongs and drums, and no blast of firecrackers. As the sacrifice ended, everyone took their seats in order of status, and then specialized people came to cut the pigs, cows and sheep used for the sacrifice. Different parts were cut and distributed to different people's plates according to the identities of the people present. This is a very ancient ritual, and it seems that there are a lot of free sacrifices, but with so many people sharing one share, in fact, not much is given to each person, usually just a small piece. As for the taste, the meat is boiled in plain water, just with a little salt added, and it's basically cold after the sacrifice, so it's strange that it tastes good. But regardless of whether it tastes good or not, everyone present will basically eat their portion as soon as possible. What this thing eats is not meat, but a status symbol. It's unpalatable, but there are a lot of Chen family members out there who want to eat it but are not qualified to eat it. After eating, a large number of maids came next to bring the food and wine to the guests. The standard for large-scale meetings within the Chen family is actually quite old. The meal system is divided, each person has a table, and each table is equipped with a beautiful maid responsible for pouring wine and making tea. This is a ritual process that has been passed down by the family for thousands of years. In essence, it is also a way for a large family to demonstrate family tradition and majesty. Your etiquette process is too cumbersome. Su Yan, who was sitting next to Chen Yi, couldn't help but complain in a low voice. According to ancient rules, women are definitely not allowed to be brought along on such occasions. But after all, we are in modern times, and many women will be involved in key family affairs, so these rules naturally need to change accordingly. Nowadays, family members are allowed to bring their female relatives to meetings. Of course, this is usually done as a couple. Chen Yi is not married yet, so logically speaking, he cannot bring Su Yan in. But there is no way, who makes him strong now, and there is something like the power awakening serum in his hand. Even the factions that have no dealings with Changfang are not willing to pick a fight over such a trivial matter. Whether it's cumbersome or not depends on what angle you look at it from. Chen Yi said calmly, modern society pays attention to efficiency. From this perspective, this etiquette and process are indeed a bit too cumbersome. It has been criticized as red tape and feudal dross. It's not unreasonable. But from the perspective of ritual, the grand ceremony brought by these rules and procedures has a huge impact on people. This thing is not just as simple as satisfying the master's vanity. There is actually a very complex psychological logic behind it. Every etiquette process has a lot of psychological implications. The ultimate goal is to establish authority. If Shen Yanxi was here, it would be you can ask her to explain it to you. Su Yan, her little brain naturally couldn't figure out the many details behind these complicated processes. She was stunned for a while and then said angrily, I don't understand, it's too troublesome. Before the business started, Chen Yi didn't mind chatting with her for a few words. Hearing this, he smiled and said, have you ever eaten Western food? When I was in school, the rich girls in the dormitory took me to eat. The average price per person was more than 2,000, which is very expensive. Su Yan stuck out her tongue and said, but the atmosphere is really good, it's just food. Too little, not enough to eat. Do you think it's very ritualistic? Chen Yi continued to smile. It does seem to be more ceremonial than going to an ordinary restaurant to eat. Su Yan said a little uncertainly, how to put the knife and fork, how to cut the meat, etc. There seem to be requirements, it looks very formal, looks like this. Is there anything wrong with this? What do you think is the essential difference between the so-called etiquette in Western food and the etiquette processes you see now? If we just talk about eating, then everyone does not need these etiquettes, and they can also fill their stomachs. These so-called dining etiquettes are also it won't make you feel better. Why do you think that one has a sense of ceremony and makes you feel formal, but now this one just feels cumbersome to you? This, Su Yan immediately gave up after hearing this. Naturally, Chen Yi didn't mean to embarrass her. He was just chatting on a whim. When he saw this, he just smiled and said, nowadays, there are always some people who like to praise those things in Western dining as a sense of ritual and then talk about Shaguo's plating. In addition to criticizing the normal dining process after the etiquette process, it has no sense of ceremony and is not romantic. At the same time, it also forgets to criticize these traditional etiquette as feudal dross, which actually makes no sense. The essential reason for this situation is that Shaguo's table manners have been integrated into daily life after eliminating the complicated parts. Most people have eaten this way since childhood, and it doesn't feel strange to them physically. For example, you can't smack your mouth while eating, chopsticks should not be inserted into the rice, they have been integrated into daily life and become a habit. You rarely experience Western food, so it naturally feels fresh and ritualistic. As for why you feel that the process in front of you is cumbersome and not ceremonial, the reason is actually very simple. These etiquette processes have a strong purpose. They are originally intended to establish the authority of the host and at the same time express a grand welcome to the guests. You are neither the host nor a guest, so of course you don't think there's anything good about this thing. With that said, Chen Yi glanced at his parents sitting in the highest position, smiled and said to Su Yan, did you see it? If you have the opportunity to sit there with me in the future, you won't find these procedures cumbersome. In the final analysis, this thing is still a problem of the audience. For those who are qualified to participate in person and receive such high standard etiquette in the host family, these things are not feudal bad habits, but a proper sense of ceremony, and both face and face are taken care of. But for those who can only watch on the internet, this is of course an unnecessary act of taking off your pants and farting. Sit there. However, Su Yan's focus was different from Chen Yi's. After following his gaze, she thought of something. A bright red suddenly appeared on her pretty face, and she quickly lowered her head. While the two were chatting, everyone had basically taken their seats, and wine and food were already placed on every table. Of course, this thing is just a bonus. To have a place here, you have never tasted any delicacies from the mountains and seas. The focus is still on what to say at the dinner party. After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Starting from the head of the family, Chen Yi, the formal discussion finally began. This thing is said to be a matter of discussion, but in fact, the real core senior management has already discussed how the family will develop in the future, and speaking out at this time is just to inform all the family children. The final distribution of benefits cannot be decided now, but will depend on the abilities of those with special powers among the young disciples later. Society must keep pace with the times, and aristocratic families must do the same. It is already foreseeable that the world of superpowers will follow, so whoever has stronger superpowers will naturally get more resource support from the family. When Wu is the first, Wu is not the second, this thing does not count in private, it can only be seen at hand. Even for a direct descendant like Chen Yi, if he were still an ordinary person without the power to restrain a chicken, the support he could get from his family would definitely be greatly reduced. Family branches such as Defang and Second Fang consider things from the perspective of their own interests, but for the clan elders who truly control the greatest power of the family, keeping the family strong is what they want to do. Juniors can have factional fights, but they can't. If you don't even have this awareness, you are not qualified to become a clan elder. In ordinary times, clan elders may also be divided into factions on small matters, but on major matters related to the continuation of the family, if they want to have a place in the family ancestral hall and enjoy the incense and worship of future generations, they must focus solely on the family. The last distribution of interests of the family before the end will be led by these clan elders. After Chen Yi's father Chen Wu, the head of the family, has finished explaining the general policy for the subsequent development of the family, it will be the clan elder who announces the competition between the younger generations of the Chen family's superpowers. But as expected, something unexpected happened during the process. After Chen Wu finished speaking, he sat down. Before the clan elders could stand up and announce the contest, the speaker in the second room, Chen Chong, who was sitting not far above Chen Yi, suddenly stood up and looked at the clan elders sitting behind Chen Wu. He said in a voice, "Dear clan elders, my second wife, Chen Chong, has something to say." The atmosphere was silent for a short time, and then a clan elder above said calmly, "Second brother, do you have anything to say?" Chen Chong immediately said, "Chen Yi, the eldest brother, abused his power and allowed his subordinates to leak the news of the impending doomsday. As a result, rumors spread among the people and the situation deteriorated rapidly. Not only did the family interest suffer huge losses, but he also risked the disapproval of the world. So far since the incident, all parties have expressed their dissatisfaction to us about this matter, and even used this reason to usurp the interests of some of the peripheral areas of our Chen family. This is a serious violation of family rules. Even though Chen Yi is the eldest son, he still needs to abide by family rules so that he can convince everyone." As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Everyone's eyes kept wandering to the second and eldest households represented by Chen Chong. Some were gloating over the misfortune, others were concerned that it had nothing to do with them, and there were even some who were dissatisfied, thinking that this matter should not be done on such an occasion. It was pointed out that Chen Chang's move ignored the overall situation and blatantly brought the factional struggle within the family to the forefront. However, no matter what the crowd thinks, the expressions of Chen Yi and the other people involved are basically unchanged. Chen Chong and the people in the second room behind him seemed to be filled with indignation, but in fact they were extremely calm. He was serious and even suggested that Chen Yi should be disciplined. But he also knows better than anyone that this is basically impossible. Not to mention that Chen Yi's personal strength is now unfathomable, and there is a question of whether anyone can enforce family laws. It is impossible for the chief's house to agree to this matter. After the clan elders sitting at the top were silent for a moment, one of them said, "This matter is indeed a lack of consideration. Chen Yi, what do you have to say?" Everyone looked at Chen Yi. However, under the gaze of everyone, Chen Yi was slowly holding the teapot and making tea. The whole process was slow and not awkward at all. After brewing, he poured a cup for each of Su Yan and Qin Zhu behind him. "This is tribute tea. You can't buy it if you have money outside. It tastes pretty good. Try it." Su Yan was stunned by so many people looking at her. After hearing this, she subconsciously took the teacup, regardless of how hot the tea was. She felt stuffy after one sip. The boiling tea would not burn her, but suddenly drinking such hot water made her a little uncomfortable, and she suddenly started coughing. "No one drinks tea like you, stupid." Chen Yi took out his handkerchief and threw it to her in a funny tone. "Chen Yi," an impatient voice came from the side. Chen Yi seemed to have come back to his senses just now. He followed the voice and asked in surprise, "Is there anything wrong with Uncle Chong?" Chen Chong said impatiently, "The clan elder asked you something, but you didn't answer. Do you still have these clan elders in your eyes?" This hat is not too big. In such a large family, although ability is important, until the ability reaches a certain level, the strict order of seniority and inferiority can never be bypassed. The younger generation has to be respectful and obedient to their elders. Of course, if you are strong enough and can break away from the family and make a career, then you don't need to abide by the rules within the family. If you are stronger, you can be the one to rewrite the rules. Unfortunately, Chen Yi now falls into the latter category. Whatever these clan elders want to do, they have no deterrent effect on him. But he is not stupid. The clan elder is just asking questions. The one who really wants to embarrass him now is Chen Chong in front of him. It is he who is using the banner of the clan elder to suppress others, not what the clan elder himself wants to do with Chen Yi. Sample. Naturally, he would not break up with the clan elder because of this. Hearing this, he just smiled lightly and said, "You interrupted the clan elder when he was about to speak and brought up matters unrelated to today's matter for no reason. Uncle Chong, do you have any family elders in your eyes?" HMPH, Chen Chong snorted coldly. "You violated the clan rules and made a big mistake, which directly affected the family's layout plan before the end. On the occasion of the family meeting, I will bring it up to the whole clan. How can review be regarded as having nothing to do with today's affairs? Where do we start with violating clan rules, and where do we start with making big mistakes?" Chen Yi said calmly. "You allowed your subordinates to use family resources to announce the news of the impending doomsday. This is just one thing." Chen Chong was about to say what he said before, but before he could finish, Chen Chong was interrupted. "So which clan rule did this violate, and what big mistake did it make?" Chen Chong had a meal. This really bothered him. After all, there are only a few of the Chen family rules that are so severe that even Chen Yi's status would be punished, and they will not be easily modified. Naturally, there cannot be any explicit record of prohibition of spreading doomsday news in it. Even internal business within the family had. When he proposed to let the children of each family go outside to develop their power, they did not say anything about keeping the news of the end of the world a secret. Everyone did this tacitly, but now that Chen Yi didn't do this, it really broke everyone's consensus. But if you really want to use this matter to set up clan rules to convict Chen Yi, there are really no set rules to follow. After being stunned for a while, Chen Changkai continued, "Seriously damaging the interests of the family due to selfish desires is expressly prohibited in the family rules." Damaging the interests of the family, Chen Yi smiled and said, "Uncle Chong, you are wrong. I did this precisely to protect the interests of the family. Use the pre-apocalyptic network system to spread the prestige of our Chen family. When the apocalypse comes, our Chen family's reputation will naturally be so great that many people with superpowers and survivors will come to join us. What I want to do is not only to quietly make a fortune before the end of the world, but also to plan the development of the family after the end of the world in advance." But it's not to blame Uncle Chong. Second house's business is mainly focused on industry. He doesn't have a deep understanding of the internet industry. Naturally, he can't understand the thinking logic in my plan layout in the internet era. As a junior, there are things I shouldn't say originally, but when things develop like this, sometimes I have to say them. Uncle Chong, there are some things. If you don't understand, it's better to keep silent and learn with an open mind. As the saying goes, you should learn as long as you live. From the beginning to the end, Chen Yi spoke without any fuss and was calm and indifferent. But if you translate what he said, it probably means, if you don't understand, learn more and don't rely on the claptrap of Laodang. Everyone present was a smart person, how could they not hear the underlying meaning behind his words? Many people watching the show had uncomfortable expressions on their faces. The people in the second room were pretending to be indignant when they condemned Chen Yi, but now they became truly indignant. As the talker of the second room, Chen Chong was pointed at and scolded by a junior like Chen Yi, who directly scolded Hong Wen for the entire second room. "Chen Yi, you are rude. Is this how you talk to your elders? Are there any rules? Is this how your eldest brother teaches his descendants?" After hearing the scolding from those in the second room, the eldest room was naturally not to be outdone and was about to spray them back. However, Chen Yi waved his hand and suppressed all these voices. Then he looked towards the second room and said calmly, "There are no rules." "What are the rules? Let's talk about it." "Of course there is a distinction between seniority and inferiority, and there's an order between elder and younger," someone said loudly. "Which clan rule is it written in?" Chen Yi said calmly. The people in the second room immediately stopped and were speechless. In fact, the Chen family's family rules are something as serious as the constitution, not the messy rules and regulations in ordinary families. Naturally, there will be no such thing recorded in it. The so-called 3 cardinal guidelines and 5 constant virtues, and the respect between elders and young ones are just a moral concept passed down from within this ancient family. This is the ancestral law. Does it still need to be recorded in the clan rules? Someone shouted again. The method of the ancestors. Chen Yi suddenly laughed. I wonder if you have heard of it. No one spoke, but he didn't care at all. He looked around, and finally looked at the tablets enshrined in the ancestral hall, and said word by word, "There is no need to fear changes in the sky, no compassion in human words, and no law in ancestors." Quote, "I'm afraid our ancestors have never seen such changes in the world. If you still hope to stick to your ancestors' laws to deal with the world after the end of the world, it will be a matter of time before your clan is exterminated. The sky is about to change. I don't have time to play with these things with you. I'm not ready to explain to anyone what I have to do. This is my answer." After saying that, Chen Yi turned to look at Chen Chong. "Uncle Chong, are you satisfied?" He stood in the ancestral hall, with countless ancestral tablets behind him, his expression indifferent, and his whole body filled with murderous aura. Even Chen Chong had seen some powerful people. When his eyes met Chen Yi, he could only feel a chill coming from the depths of his heart and could only subconsciously look away. He even had some doubts that if he said a few more words at this time, Chen Yi would really kill him on the spot. Thinking about what Chen Yi did in the port that Tianai reported a few days ago, he couldn't help but swallow and felt a little scared. This is the real god of killing. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment, and at this moment, the clan elders who had never spoken much from beginning to end finally spoke again. A clan elder who was born in the second family immediately scolded Chen Chong. "What kind of occasion is this? Is this the time to talk about these things? Back off." At the same time, another clan elder said, the second wife, Chen Chong, did not understand the general situation and ignored the overall situation. Afterwards, he was confined in the ancestral hall for 10 days. Chen Chong looked a little pale. His original intention was to put pressure on the chief through this matter and obtain some benefits from the chief. In his original plan, these clan elders would definitely not interfere in this kind of thing. At most, they would just ask a few words, and then let the eldest brother and second clan quarrel with each other. In the end, the clan elders would come out as referees to end the fight. Farce. In this way, no matter what happened, this time it was Chang Feng's fault. How could he discuss Chang Feng and get some benefits? But he never expected that Chen Yi had no intention of quarreling with him from the beginning, and directly moved the small matter that was originally limited to the internal struggle of the eldest and second bedroom to the level of the entire family, and started to talk about the treachery of his ancestors. However, this guy is now too powerful to be a supermodel. These senior officials all know that Chen Yi is definitely the most powerful among all the superpowers in the Chen family. Under such a critical situation, the clan elders naturally preferred Chen Yi, a capable and powerful family member who could tell at a glance that he had a promising future. Even if it was just to appease Chen Yi, he, Chen Chong, and his second wife who started trouble with him would definitely be miserable. To put it bluntly, Chen Yi was using his ability and strength to kidnap these clan elders. It's not like he would raise the entire Chen family to the ground if the clan elders didn't help him. Just for him to run away angrily, causing the Chen family to lose such a promising youngster in the post-apocalyptic world. These clan elders couldn't accept it at all. The clan elders are usually masters of duan shui, but when they have to make a choice, each one is smarter than the other. If they had to choose between Chen Yi and her Fang, they would not make the wrong choice. Not to mention that this matter will only make the second wife feel uncomfortable at most. What will happen after it is over? Chen Yi now has the capital to leave the family and work alone. The family needs Chen Yi. Do those people in the second room have this ability? Obviously not. Resources belong to the family. Your second wife doesn't want them, but others want them. After realizing this, Chen Chang's face turned pale and he clenched his fists, feeling extremely unwilling. No. But at this moment, a young man outside the ancestral hall suddenly walked in and said, "I don't accept it." A clan elder glanced at the young man and said calmly, "Chen Yan, what are you dissatisfied with?" "What my father did today was all based on the interests of the family. It was Chen Yi who first broke the rules of the family and harmed the interests of the family. Now, instead of punishing Chen Yi, the elders of the clan punished the person who raised the issue. Of course I won't accept it," Chen Yan argued with reason. He is a junior and does not have such a special status as Chen Yi, so he is naturally not qualified to participate in the meeting in the ancestral hall. Now you have to come in from the outside. However, his steps were steady, his face was upright, and he showed no sign of stage fright. The clan elders naturally had no reaction to these words, but Chen Yi raised his eyebrows when he heard this, couldn't help but look at the boy a few more times, and then shook his head. He thought this was another Destiny child, but the system didn't respond at all. This is not a child of Destiny. Insolent. The clan has its own rules, and we and other clan elders naturally have our own reasons for doing things. How can it be your junior's turn to speak? Besides, this is an important place for the ancestral hall. Who let you in? Shen, a clan elder vocal channel. Haha, what's your theory? What kind of truth is this? Please speak clearly to all the clan elders, Chen Yan said angrily. He showed a look of indignation and wanting to stand up for his father, but Chen Yi looked at it and saw some other clues. Combined with what we knew about this person in the past, we quickly made a judgment. Judging from what Chen Yan has shown before, this person is definitely not a brainless man. Otherwise, he would not have the same status in the second bedroom as Chen Yi did in the eldest bedroom. The thoughtless look he is showing now is obviously just an act, and there must be some other plot behind him. As for what it was specifically, Chen Yi's eyes gradually glowed with a golden light. Really, Chen Yi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he saw that this guy's body was obviously much stronger than other people around him, even some superpowers. There is no fool who can appear here, and Chen Yan certainly cannot be a fool. He seems to be young and impulsive and contradicts the clan elders, which is obviously intentional. As for the purpose, Chen Yi had some guesses, and it was just for him. However, his eyes flickered, but he wanted to see what tricks this guy wanted to play, but he had no intention of taking action directly. In the ancestral hall, Chen Yan looked at the clan elders sitting on the high platform angrily, with no intention of getting in. The atmosphere seemed a bit dull. After a moment, the clan elder said calmly, "Take him down." Hearing this, several dead men in black suddenly appeared on both sides of the ancestral hall. Chen Yi took a look and found that these dead soldiers were all superpowers. Only 3 or 5 days ago, superpowers were extremely rare, and it was difficult for Chen Yi's biological laboratory to find a superpower experimental sample. In the past few days, as the concentration of the virus has become higher and higher, there have been more and more mutant beasts, zombies and people with powers. But this special group of people is still very rare. It's no exaggeration to say it's 1 in a million. But even so, the Chen family was able to put together such a guard team composed of superpowers in such a short period of time, and the number of people in the guard team was obviously more than just a few people in front of them. The heritage of a thousand-year-old family is evident. Master Chen Yan, please. The leader, a man in black with a hoarse voice, walked up to Chen Yan and bowed his head. Chen Yan was not moved at all. He still looked directly at the elders on the high platform with his head raised, looking unruly. Seeing this, the man in black could only say, "That's an offense." Before he finished speaking, the man in black put his hand on Chen Yan's shoulder in an instant. These men in black had obviously practiced before acquiring superpowers and were not ordinary people. After acquiring superpowers at this time, their rich combat experience would only make them stronger than ordinary superpowers. With just this understatement, if the person standing in front of him now was an ordinary person with evolved powers, he would probably be easily pinned to the ground and subdued. If he tried to resist, his shoulder blades would be pinched directly, broken. However, when the man in black put his hand on Chen Yan's shoulder and shook it, Chen Yan's face showed no emotion at all. Instead, he gave the man in black a faint look. "Slave dog, is it your turn to speak here?" Quote. The next moment, before the man in black could react, he felt a huge force hit his chest, and he flew backwards. He knocked several desks away and finally hit a huge pillar. Just stopped. As soon as he hit the ground, he spit out a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. The entire ancestral hall was shaken by the man in black. The people who were sitting on the tables that were knocked away suffered an unreasonable disaster. Several people were directly knocked away several meters and lay on the ground asking for money. He seemed to be vomiting blood, and it seemed that he was taking in less air and outgoing more air, and he was about to die. In addition to servants such as maids, there are even two direct descendants of the Chen family. They are all ordinary people, but they don't have the same strong bodies as these black-clothed superpowers. Bull. The clan elders who had always been quite calm finally lost their composure when they saw the scene. One of the gray-haired clan elders slapped the table and stood up. "This is the ancestral hall, the important place of the family. Chen Yan, are you going to rebel?" When Chen Yan heard this, he immediately laughed and said, "Rebellion. You guys are so partial to Chen Yi. You can recognize everything he does by holding your nose. Isn't it just because he is lucky and has awakened a powerful superpower? If I were as strong as him, or even stronger than him, would you still call me a rebel now? I'm afraid I smashed the ancestral hall, and you have to praise me for smashing it, right? A bunch of snobbish old guys who don't know the difference between right and wrong. They have been a frog in the well for a long time. They think there is no strong man in the world except Chen Yi. I just want to let you know what real power is. Chen Yi, come out and die." After that, he glanced at Chen Yi and strode outside the ancestral hall. Although the men in black surrounding him were a little afraid of the blow he had just made, they were, after all, soldiers trained by the Chen family. At this time, they had no intention of giving way without receiving instructions from the clan elders. Block Chen Yan's way. "Why, you also want to seek death?" Chen Yan looked at these men in black, snorted coldly, and was about to take action. However, at this moment, a lazy voice came from the side. "Let him get out, you are no match for him." The men in black were stunned and followed the voice, only to realize that it was Chen Yi who was speaking. He then looked at the clan elders sitting on the high platform. Seeing that the clan elders had no intention of speaking, he lowered his head and said, "Yes, young master." Chen Yan was even more furious when he saw this scene. These dead soldiers could only be mobilized by the clan elder. Now, without the clan elder saying a word, Chen Yi could give orders with just one sentence. But when he was surrounded by these dead soldiers, they were indifferent to anything they said. The status gap between the two in the family is clearly reflected at this time. He had always regarded himself as the only person in the next generation of the family who could compete with Chen Yi. At this time, the visible status gap made Chen Yan feel jealous. Roll. After turning back and taking a deep look at Chen Yi, he pushed away the man in black who had not had time to disperse and strode out. As for whether Chen Yi would listen to him and come out to challenge, he was not worried at all. After all, he was confident that with his current power, no one in the entire family except Chen Yi was worthy of being his opponent. If Chen Yi really planned to hide and refuse to fight, the worst he could do would be to make a big fuss while all the core members of the family were around, and use everything to fight for his due status. In the main hall of the ancestral hall, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Yi. Although Chen Yi found it a bit abrupt that Chen Yan suddenly pointed the finger at him while he was talking, he was not too surprised. After all, they were originally here for him. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Yi chuckled and said, "Since Chen Yan wants to fight with me, if I don't agree, it will be my fault as the big brother. It just so happens that today there is also a competition between the younger members of the clan who have recently gained superpowers, so let's start now. What do the clan elders think?" After hearing this, all the clan elders nodded. "That's fine." To put it bluntly, this kind of thing is already an internal conflict within the family. Now that Chen Yi is using the name of competition to put it in a more pleasant tone, it is naturally more pleasant. For the clan elders who pay the most attention to family unity, they must be happy to see it. In that case, Chen Yi smiled and turned to look at Su Yan behind him who was still focused on eating. "Go and twist off that kid's head." Su Yan was stunned for a moment, quickly swallowed what was in her mouth, looked around, and couldn't help but whisper, "Really twist it off. Will it not affect the unity of your family? Just go, and if anything happens, it's my fault," Chen Yi said gently. "Oh," Su Yan nodded, and then stood up. Ignoring the surprised and strange looks from the people around him, he walked straight towards Chen Yan who was waiting outside the ancestral hall. The others finally understood what Chen Yi meant. Seeing that he actually planned to send Su Yan as a woman to fight, they couldn't help but whisper, "Here, send a woman here, can she beat the Chen Yan? I think Chen Yan's strength just now seems to be stronger than the average superpower." I see Zan. "No, don't you all pay attention to the intelligence within the family? This woman's name is Su Yan. She has been with Chen Yi for a long time. She is a very special power user. She is also one of the first people to obtain powers. She is extremely powerful, facing ordinary people with superpowers. I'm afraid it's no problem to fight one against 10 or more. As for Chen Yan, if I remember correctly, it shouldn't be long before she awakens her superpowers, so it's pretty hard to beat her." Quote. There's also a more powerful Chen Yi sitting there. No wonder the people in the eldest family are not in a hurry now. There are indeed so many talents. It seems that after the end of the world, the eldest son will really dominate the family. The key is this in compliance with the rules? Isn't it about a competition between the younger generations within our family? What's going on with an outsider here? Well, speaking of which, if she is Chen Yi's woman, she should be considered part of our Chen family, right? There seems to be no problem in participating in the competition. Ah, damn it, I seem to have discovered a blind spot. Guys, wait a moment. I'll go out and call my incompetent son-in-law. That's not right. There are not many children in our family who have superpowers, but there are too many women with superpowers outside. If this is okay, then no, I have to go out and give it to you right away. Make a call to my incompetent son who hasn't awakened his powers yet. Su Yan's appearance not only confused the people around her, but after reacting, these people immediately discovered their blind spots. The competition in the family is not free, it has a reward. In addition to the several superpower awakening serums that Chen Yi promised to bring out before, it also involves the last allocation of family resources before the end. The stronger the children of any family, the more resources the family can invest in their training. Chen Yi's record is well known to everyone. Now, except for the second room, few people want to compete with Chen Yi for the top spot. But it's not just the first place that can get rewards. As long as you rank high, you can always get many benefits. If you can't beat Chen Yi, can you still beat others? But the problem now is that many family members have not awakened their powers and are not even qualified to play. This is very embarrassing. The Chen family has a great cause. This time, all the children of the Chen family recorded in the genealogy, whether they are still in the decision-making level of the family, or have been marginalized, or even no longer different from ordinary people, as long as they awaken their powers, they were all approached and given a ticket. There is no need to worry about the problem that there will be too few people participating in the competition and it will be very deserted. It's just that among these big guys who can sit in the ancestral hall, there are very few of their descendants who happen to have awakened their powers. Just a few people. Others could only drool at the generous reward. But it's different now. Chen Yi sent Su Yan to fight, which undoubtedly gave them a new choice. Yes, who the hell said that the Chen family's daughter-in-law is not equal to the Chen family? This kind of feudal thinking is absolutely unacceptable. As long as you marry into the Chen family, you are one family, so why can't they play? After discovering the blind spot, the senior officials of the Chen family began to contact their juniors outside with excuses. Except for a few of his descendants who were originally supernatural beings, almost no one raised objections to Chen Yi's behavior. Even the second roommate, who had no dealings with the eldest roommate, had no objections. The few different voices were quickly drowned out by the voices of agreement. Normally everyone has different factions and inconsistent interests, so naturally they have to attack each other and hope that the other party will die. But what Chen Yi is doing now is extremely beneficial to most people. It perfectly makes up for the fact that some senior members of the Chen family are obviously very powerful. Because the younger generation has not awakened their powers, they are not qualified to participate in this last resource allocation. Question. The chance that a direct descendant will be able to awaken the superpower is very small, but it is too easy for these big guys to find a superpower user of the opposite sex outside. Single. As for whether this is the daughter-in-law of the Chen family, isn't it a question of what they say? This kind of aristocratic family doesn't recognize the marriage certificate. Different from the confusion and ecstasy of the big guys in the ancestral hall, Chen Yan, who was waiting for Chen Yi to come out for a fight outside the ancestral hall, was just confused when he saw that the person who came out was Su Yan. After being stunned for a while, he looked at Su Yan and said, "What do you Chen Yi mean?" Su Yan thought for a moment and replied honestly, "He asked me to twist off your head." "Ha ha ha, idiot. He is greedy for life and afraid of death, and he wants you to come and test my truth for him." Chen Yan sneered, "You even want to screw?" Boom. An explosion interrupted Chen Yan's words. The next moment, everyone outside saw a figure flying hundreds of meters backwards, breaking several thick trees before stopping. Take a closer look, who is that if it's not Chen Yan? But just now, Su Yan was the only one left at the entrance of the ancestral hall. It was only then that the crowd saw the white mist created when Su Yan was standing when the sound barrier was broken, as well as the broken white marble floor tiles on the ground. Everyone swallowed subconsciously. Most of the people present have seen the world. Even if they are not superpowers themselves, they have seen the power of superpowers. But they had never seen someone so powerful that he could easily break the sound barrier. This is a bit too exaggerated. You talk too much. Su Yan stood on the high platform at the entrance of the ancestral hall, looking at Chen Yan who was knocked away from a distance, imitating Chen Yan said calmly. Chen Yan, who was directly beaten and embedded in the tree, came to his senses at this time. After vomiting several mouthfuls of blood, his body suddenly exerted force and immediately shattered the big tree surrounding him. At the same time, he looked at Su Yan, eyes dark. "Oh, I only know how to attack sneakily. Is it a despicable trick I learned from the Chen Yi? Sneak attack. If you can't react yourself, does it count as a sneak attack?" Su Yan grinned, "Then I'll sneak attack you again." The next moment, her whole body turned into a stream of purple light, wrapped in a bloodthirsty aura, and she appeared in front of Chen Yan in an instant. The lines on his face glowed with purple light. Looking at Chen Yan who seemed to have not yet reacted, Su Yan slapped his forehead without hesitation. Death. Facing Su Yan's palm that contained a huge amount of power, Chen Yan's expression changed slightly, but he didn't show the slightest fear. Shadow step. Give a low drink. Chen Yan's figure suddenly became illusory. Su Yan slapped the air with her palm, and the wind directly smashed the floor where Chen Yan was originally, but Chen Yan himself was unscathed and appeared behind Su Yan like a ghost. Although she was called stupid by Shen Yanqi every day, she was indeed naive at ordinary times, but once she entered a fighting state, her fighting sense was extremely sharp. After the move failed, Su Yan instantly moved forward to resolve the inertia, and then suddenly twisted her waist. Purple light burst out from her pale and delicate palms, and a pair of purple claws formed on her hands, staring straight at the person who appeared behind her. Chen Yan. If this claw is really grasped, even a tank can be torn apart alive. Chen Yan, who had just appeared behind Su Yan and was preparing for a sneak attack, changed his expression when he saw this. In this confrontation just now, he clearly felt that if he had a head-on confrontation, he would definitely not be a match for Su Yan, a freak. If you want to defeat the opponent, you can only defeat the enemy through various magical powers learned from Xiao Yuan. There is no difference between confronting someone and committing suicide. Therefore, facing Su Yan's offensive, he barely hesitated and once again chose to use his body to dodge. "Oh, can you only run?" Su Yan missed another attack and couldn't help but sneer. Chen Yan's figure appeared dozens of meters away. Hearing this, his expression was indifferent and he didn't speak. However, his heart was not as calm as on the surface. Originally, seeing the different treatment between him and Chen Yi within the family today made him feel very aggrieved. When he directly challenged Chen Yi not only did not accept the challenge, but instead asked a woman, Su Yan, to fight on his behalf. She almost showed her contempt for him written on her face. Such behavior made Chen Yan feel a fire in his heart. After learning Xiao Yuan's immortality cultivation method in the past few days, I invested countless resources, made countless efforts, and endured unimaginable pain, and finally gained a powerful power that far exceeded the current superpowers. I originally thought that in this way, even if he cannot defeat Chen Yi, he can at least ensure that he is undefeated. However, the reality was cruel and difficult for him to accept. Even in a head-to-head confrontation, he was no match for a woman randomly sent by Chen Yi. Even if this woman is indeed very powerful, according to the information he knows, she is definitely stronger than 99% of superpowers. But after all, she is not Chen Yi, and she is definitely not as strong as Chen Yejang. If he can't even defeat her, how can he start challenging Chen Yi? Those previous words were filled with righteous indignation, and it seemed that the young man was indomitable and did not bow down in the face of power. Looking back at it now, it is just a self-inflicted humiliation, no different from a clown, just adding to the jokes. No, hold on, I have a wonderful method. She only has brute strength. When her strength is exhausted, it's time to fight back. Although his heart was already burning with anger, Chen Yan still kept a calm mind. Facing Su Yan's increasingly fierce offensive, she was always able to avoid fighting back and her main focus was to run away. Chen Yi, who had already come out of the ancestral hall to watch the battle, saw Chen Yan's various scenes of escaping and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He finally knew where Chen Yan got the courage to challenge him. It seems that Xiao Yuan ran back to Sha Kingdom after sinking the submarine the day, and it was probably someone from the second room who took care of him. Glancing at Chen Chong, who also came out to watch the battle, Chen Yi sneered. The methods demonstrated by Chen Yan were obviously not something that a person with superpowers could possess. On the contrary, they were very similar to Xiao Yuan's methods. It's just that when Xiao Yuan fought against him before, he always used some external objects such as talismans and seals, and his own strength was not strong. At this time, the methods Chen Yan is using now all come from his own strength. I'm afraid he was much stronger than Xiao Yuan at that time. Chen Yi didn't know the specific logic behind this. After all, he really didn't understand Xiao Yuan's stuff. But this did not prevent him from seeing that the strength attributes of the two were basically the same. From this, he could infer that Xiao Yuan was definitely mixed up with the second roommate. But the appearance is similar but the spirit is different, and each has its own hidden agenda. Chen Yi shook his head. As long as Xiao Yuan and the people in the second room cooperate sincerely, they will probably choose to avoid the spotlight today and slowly develop the power of the second room in secret. Instead of letting Chen Yan come to Chen Yi early to seek death. If others don't know, can Xiao Yuan still not know how strong Chen Yi is now? Even excluding Chen Yi's increase in strength after the incident at Tianai Port, Xiao Yuan saw the strength he showed when he broke into Tianai Port that day. Chen Yan's level was comparable to that of Chen Yi at that time. Before, they were all ants that could be killed with one finger. Let alone now, Xiao Yuan knew this very well, but Chen Yan still appeared here at this time and took the initiative to ask for a fight, which showed that Xiao Yuan definitely did not tell the people in the second room what Chen Yi's strength was. Let alone Chen Yi, Chen Yan was absolutely no match for Su Yan these two times. Su Yan herself could increase her strength by swallowing blood. But that's not the only way she improves her power. Although she hasn't absorbed much blood these days, due to the rapid increase in the concentration of viruses in the air, her strength will increase rapidly even if she lies still every day. Now her strength is no longer at the level where she fought back and forth with the puppets created by Xiao Yuan in Lianqi Wetland Park. In addition, once she enters combat mode, her physical strength is as ridiculous as a perpetual motion machine. Chen Yan couldn't defeat her quickly. Instead, he hoped to use those weird methods to avoid her and wait for her to run out of energy before he could fight back. That is purely overthinking. If it continues like this, even Chen Yi may not be able to outlast Su Yan without a large number of living creatures for him to kill to obtain the life essence, let alone Chen Yan. As expected, Su Yan on the battlefield was obviously aware of Chen Yan's plan. Although every attack was dodged, she continued to attack tirelessly. Her keen combat awareness allowed her to realize the opponent's intentions and her own advantages in a very short period of time. Her attacks became more and more fierce and the frequency became faster and faster. Chen Yan kept using his short-distance teleportation ability to dodge, but the more he hit, the paler his face became. The power in his body has been almost exhausted, but Su Yan, who originally thought that he only had brute strength and would be defeated by his cleverness sooner or later, still looked full of energy and showed no sign of fatigue. This made him more frightened and frightened the more he fought. Without even trying, he knew he couldn't beat him head-on. And the plan to consume the opponent's physical energy seems to be of no use at this time. Defeat is decided. What to do? Realizing that he was probably losing, Chen Yan had a few drops of sweat dripping from his forehead. If you continue to fight, you will definitely not be able to defeat him. But if he gave up, he had just boasted that he wanted to challenge Chen Yi, but in the end he couldn't even defeat a woman sent by Chen Yi. He was even beaten to the point of admitting defeat. Then his prestige in the family may plummet. Not to mention the entire family, I am afraid that there will be many voices dissatisfied with him even within the second room in the future. After all, if you can't beat it, you can't beat it. To admit defeat is to admit defeat. If you can't beat him, it's just a sign of overestimating your abilities. But if you admit defeat, the meaning is completely different. It can be said that all dignity and dignity have been lost. But if he doesn't admit defeat, Chen Yan looked a little hesitant when he remembered what Su Yan had said just now about twisting off his head. This is the important place of the family, and he is the leader of the younger generation of the second family. His status is far beyond that of ordinary children. Logically speaking, he didn't believe that Chen Yi would kill him. But Chen Yan knew exactly where the crazy woman in front of him came from. She really dared to kill people at the door of the Chen family ancestral hall. There was no need to doubt it. If the price of not admitting defeat was just to be defeated by Su Yan, that would be the end of the matter. In order to exit with dignity, he would definitely choose not to admit defeat. But Chen Yan was a little scared, and he would be killed by Su Yan on the spot. Even though Su Yan will definitely be punished by then, he is already dead, so what does it have to do with him? And if he gave in, the consequences would be something he was completely unwilling to accept. What difference does it make to Chen Yan to lose his current power and status and to die? While he hesitated, Su Yan's offensive showed no sign of stopping. His simple fists and kicks had the power to tear the air with every blow. Chen Yan was tangled in his heart, and after dodging several blows in a row, he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Don't admit defeat. He's gambling. Su Yan, a crazy woman, had no taboos in her actions, so of course she would dare to kill him. But Chen Yan felt that Chen Yi might not dare to let others kill him here. If it really comes to a critical moment, Chen Yi will definitely step in to stop it. With this thought in mind, Chen Yan dodged several attacks from Su Yan. As the energy in his body gradually bottomed out, the speed at which he released his magical powers also slowed down, and the distance of each transmission became shorter and shorter. Finally, after narrowly escaping Su Yan's fatal blow and teleporting to about 10 meters away. Before Chen Yan could release his shadow-shaping magical power again, Su Yan had already arrived in front of him in an instant. A punch packed with huge force hit Chen Yan directly on the chest. Boom! A terrifying muffled sound accompanied by the sound of broken bones spread across the entire place. The next moment, Chen Yan flew hundreds of meters backwards at an extremely terrifying speed and hit the white marble steps entering the main hall of the ancestral hall. A large section of the hard steps collapsed, jade stones flew everywhere, and dust flew up. When the dust settled, everyone saw Chen Yan lying in the middle of a large pit, with blood-wrapped and internal organs gushing out of his mouth like it was free of money. Su Yan was standing in front of him at this time, holding his head with one hand and lifting his body that had become limp due to broken bones all over his body. It seemed that she planned to practice what she said at the beginning and to lift him up. His head twisted off. At this time, Chen Chong, who had been watching the battle, finally couldn't help it anymore, took a step forward and shouted, "Wait. You never lost this game." Although Chen Yan not only lost, but also lost in an ugly way. He couldn't even beat a woman next to Chen Yi, and his second wife's face was completely humiliated. But this is his son after all, and he is the best among his sons. It was naturally impossible for Chen Chong to watch his son being killed in front of him. At the same time, Chen Chong was not the only one who spoke. Among the elders of the clan, the one from the second family also said at the same time, "That's enough." Most of the time, the clan leader cannot be partial, but now that the results have come out, he thinks that there is no problem in opening his mouth to save Chen Yan's life. Su Yan, whose eyes were already covered by a purple halo and filled with murderous aura, paused when she heard this and looked at Chen Yi. He found that Chen Yi had no expression on his face and had no intention of speaking at all. She suddenly raised the corner of her mouth, showing a bloodthirsty expression, and Chen Chang's face was gloomy. Then, under Chen Chang's gaze, he gently exerted force on his hand. Tear click. The sound of tearing flesh and blood was heard together with the sound of broken bones. Immediately afterwards, everyone present in the Chen family saw Su Yan forcibly cutting Chen Yan's. The head was torn from his chest. The fracture on the neck is extremely uneven, and is even connected to a large number of blood vessels and meridians. On the bloody head, Chen Yan's eyes widened, and the shock in his eyes had not even dissipated. He was sure that Chen Yi would not let Su Yan really kill him, so he did not admit defeat directly. But he never expected that both Chen Yi and Su Yan were much more courageous than he expected. Regarding the matter of killing him, the eldest son of the second wife, there was not even an eye contact between the two. Because the scene was too bloody. Some people who were timid immediately felt their stomachs churn when they saw this scene, and quickly turned their heads away, not daring to look directly. As for those senior leaders of the Chen family who had seen strong winds and waves and were not frightened by a dead man, they all secretly took a deep breath when they saw the scene. The dead are not scary to them. What is scary is that the dead person is the eldest son of the second room, the biological son of Chen Chong, the totter of the second room. No one present dared to imagine what kind of storm his death would cause. Many people quietly turned their attention to Chen Chong. Upon discovering that Mr. Chen was alive outside, his face was so gloomy that he could almost drip with water. He was staring at Su Yan, who was holding her beloved son's head in her hands. At this moment, Chen Yi's voice suddenly sounded at the door of the hall, "Come back when you're done." Su Yan, who was holding the head in her hand and enjoying the attention of everyone, threw the head aside after hearing this. The rich purple halo on her body slowly dissipated, leaving only the dark purple mysterious lines on her face and body. Then he walked slowly towards Chen Yi with his long legs. Halfway through, I didn't forget to turn around and reach out to grab the headless corpse on the white marble steps that no one had yet dealt with. The blood in the corpse immediately gathered together as if it were alive, and finally condensed into a bloody spiritual snake, flying towards Su Yan and slowly sank into her palm. As for the headless corpse on the spot, after all the remaining essence and blood in the body were refined into energy by Su Yan and absorbed, it turned directly into a pile of powder. When the wind blows, it disappears without a trace. Not only did he kill people, but he also injured others. Although this guy is not a superpower, the taste of blood is better than that of a superpower. Remember to call me next time there is such a person. Su Yan didn't care at all about the strange and silent atmosphere around her, and smiled as soon as she returned to Chen Yi. She didn't lower her voice deliberately, and almost everyone around her could hear her, including Chen Chong. This is too much. Before Chen Chong, who looked gloomy, had time to speak, the person in the second room could not sit still. The eldest young master of the eldest house sent a concubine who now had no title and killed the eldest young master of the second house in public. This is not just as simple as the death of Chen Chang's son, it is tantamount to a great shame and humiliation for the entire second house. If they can't get an explanation, then why are they talking about competing with the elder? I voted early for everyone to become rich and enjoy life. The people in the second room were furious, and the people in the first room were naturally not to be outdone. Although they also think that killing someone directly is a bit crazy, but now is not the time to talk about this. The bud determines the head, and everyone's main focus is to help relatives but not help. Of course, someone said, since superpowers are competing in a competition with fists and feet, there will inevitably be casualties. What do you mean by this? Everyone should do his or her own thing. If your second roommate kills our first roommate now, we still won't say a word. You're bad, just practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. If you lose in the competition, you will find trouble. So don't compete today, just give all the rewards to your second room. Otherwise, when other children meet someone from your second room, won't they have to restrain themselves for fear of being beaten to death by you people? The people in the long room deliberately missed the fact that Su Yan ignored the obstruction and killed Chen Yan in front of everyone, and just held on to the competition to talk about it. The people in the second room were naturally very dissatisfied after hearing this, and someone immediately retorted, the competition is also about points and ends. This is a competition within the family, and it is not a life and death battle with outsiders. How can we kill him? Yes, what's more, Chen Yan obviously had no power to resist at that time. The clan elders had spoken, but the woman still took his life. How could such a bad behavior be excused by the word competition? I saw clearly that it was deliberate murder. Hearing this, another person from the Changfang side said, why do you want to kill someone? A fight between superpowers cannot be judged by common sense. Ordinary people can be killed easily with their fists and kicks, and they can hit superpowers continuously. Tickling doesn't count. How do you know if you've made a killing move during a competition? What if you deliberately suppress your own strength and only think about it, but instead give your opponent a chance? That is, if according to the standards of ordinary people, if they compete with superpowers, every move will be a dead hand. According to your logic that you can't use a dead hand, then what's the point of competing? How do you know that Chen Yan has no power to resist? Do you know what his strength is? What if he is pretending to be weak to the enemy? That's right, the competition field is like a battlefield, and as the saying goes, there will be consequences for the life of the outsider. If Chen Yan admits defeat, then of course it is her fault if this girl kills anyone again, but Chen Yan himself did not admit defeat, so what's the matter with calling a stop outside the stadium? The father-in-law and the mother-in-law said that the mother-in-law was right, and after a lot of push and pull, the eldest son, who should have been justified in theory, actually gained the upper hand by arguing with each other. The most critical point is that Chen Yan did not admit defeat. The Chen family's competition this time did not set any rules. It was probably the set of things that everyone agreed to. If he admits defeat, then everyone will naturally assume that the competition is over. If Su Yan still kills people, no matter how powerful the eldest brother is, there will be no argument. But after Chen Yan realized that he couldn't beat him, he was afraid that surrendering voluntarily would greatly affect his status, so he chose to bet that Chen Yi wouldn't dare to kill him like this. Naturally, he made the wrong bet. Even if he didn't say anything about his mistake, he would leave something to talk about for the elder side. If you don't admit defeat, the competition is not over. Since the competition is still going on, it is normal for you to be beaten to death without fists and feet. If your family members want to make a fuss, then they cannot afford to lose. It's a logical closed loop. Under this argument, everyone actually thinks it makes sense. Although everyone in the second room was almost furious, they really couldn't find any good angle to refute. Who made Chen Yan feel helpless? Enough. An elder's king paused on the ground for a moment, and he glanced at the two groups of people in the eldest and second bedrooms who were arguing endlessly. How is it appropriate to make such noise in such an important place like the ancestral hall? After that, he glanced at the broken steps where the body was no longer visible, then looked at Chen Yi, and said calmly, Chen Yes wins in this competition. The competition continues. The children of the Chen family who are interested in participating in the competition can find their own opponents and fight each other in pairs. The winner will advance to the next round and the clan elder will preside over the drawing to select his opponent. This will continue until the competition is over. One more thing to add, if a relative of either party calls to stop the competition, it will be deemed that the party that called to stop has lost, the competition is over, and the other party is not allowed to continue to take action. He has a good voice. As soon as he fell, another clan elder came out and took a look at Chen Yi, and then announced to everyone, Chen Yi, the eldest brother, will have a bite of the last round. Of course, if anyone feels confident that he can win, he can also advance in advance. Challenge Chen Yi, and once the challenge is successful, you can take his place, have a bite of the last round, and directly participate in the final championship competition. And the clan elder said, looking around, I know that many of you have some small thoughts now, and plan to let your children find a person with the opposite sex to take them into the family and let them fight instead. I don't want to put any more restrictions on this, there's only one. Each male of the right age has only one quota. If the person you find to replace you loses, then even if you have special powers, you will lose the qualification to participate in the competition and will not be able to play again. The two clan elders came out to speak, and they were able to expose Su Yan's murder in public, and they agreed with the chief's statement. At the same time, I did not forget to add a few hot patches to this competition. For example, the family members of the players participating in the competition can admit defeat and stop the competition on behalf of the players, just to prevent things like Chen Yan from happening again. Although compared to Chen Yi, Chen Yan is far inferior in terms of strength and methods, but after all, he is also a child of the Chen family and is much stronger than other children of the Chen family. The children of the Chen family with special powers who can participate in the competition today are also similar. These people will be the mainstay of the Chen family in the future. If it is not necessary, the clan elders naturally do not want to see similar things happen again. In their opinion, the children of the Chen family should not die in an internal fight. And the other one is about the issue of finding a person of the opposite sex with superpowers to take over for a kid without superpowers. The reason for not imposing restrictions is to balance the interests of the top leaders of the Chen family. After all, many of the children of the top brass of the Chen family have not awakened their powers. These people control a large amount of resources and their energy cannot be underestimated. The elders of the clan should still take some care of these people, a feeling. On the other hand, it is easier to understand that there is only one quota for a male. If there were no restrictions, what would happen if some powerful Chen family disciples directly approached 3 or 5 female superpowers and claimed that she was their wife? Monogamy is only useful outside, but not within the Chen family. In such a big family, there are so many wives and concubines that no one can blame them. That's why restrictions have to be made. Of course, in Chen Yi's opinion, most of these restrictions were aimed at him. After all, besides Su Yan, he also has Qinju by his side. Qinju has long since acquired superpowers through the superpower awakening serum. Although her current strength is not as good as those of Su Yan and Shen Yanxi who have had adventures or are extremely special in their own right. But it is far beyond what ordinary people with superpowers can compare to. After excluding those with special abilities like Chen Yan who have connections with the Sons of Destiny such as Xiao Yuan, Qinju's strength can be said to be overwhelming. The clan elders were also afraid that Chen Yi would simply send out both women, and including himself, the top 3 in the competition would be rounded off. Then this competition seems a bit boring. When the clan elder spoke, the dust naturally settled. Although Chen Chong was filled with grief and anger, he could do nothing. He looked deeply at Chen Yi and then at Chen Wu, who was still sitting in the position of the head of the family without saying a word. He snorted coldly and walked away with a flick of his sleeves. This man's son is dead. Is this really the case? Su Yan whispered when she saw this. Of course this matter is not over. Chen Yi smiled. Besides, for a person like him, what does a son mean? What really makes him angry is not the loss of a son, but the son he is the best among his sons, and losing a very potential heir is what hurts him. If Chen Yan is a good for nothing, then what he has to do now is not to walk away, but to pretend to be sad to win the sympathy of everyone in the family, and then ask our eldest brother for compensation, so that a good for nothing son can be brought to him, maximize the benefits. Most of the people in this family who can stand here are ruthless political machines. Don't use your simple three-dimensional view to look at their behavior, otherwise it will make people doubt life. After that, he saw that Su Yan seemed to understand, and knocked on her forehead. Then he walked up to Chen Wu and said, I guess I don't have anything to do here now. When I came back in the morning, Qingning was there. She yelled at me to take her out to play, so I left first. If you need anything, please contact me. It's getting late now. Judging from the original situation where only the Chen family's superpowers were allowed to compete, the results should be available tonight. However, Chen Yi took a good lead, and now many of the Chen family's children have learned his tricks, and have found people of the opposite sex to take their place. The number of teams participating in the competition has suddenly swelled. There will definitely be no end to the competition tonight. Chen Yi only needed to show up in the last scene, and naturally he didn't need to stay here now. A group of rookies who had just become superpowers were pecking at each other. He really had no interest in staying and watching. Well, then you go ahead. This girl Qingning talks about you every day at home, so spend time with her. Chen Wu smiled gently. The mother on the side, Ji Qingjun, said, you have probably been in the imperial capital for the past 2 days. If you have time, go to your grandpa's house. Your uncle and grandpa have been talking about you recently. Okay, then I'll go tomorrow. Chen Yi nodded. His mother's surname was Ji, and his grandfather's family was naturally the Ji family, one of the 4 major families in the Xia Kingdom. Marriage between large families has not been uncommon since ancient times. They are all 4 major families. The Chen family is a long-established family with a history of thousands of years, and the Ji family is no different. Moreover, the ancestors of the Ji family were even once members of the royal family, and their heritage is extremely profound. In the allocation at that time, Chen Yi not only obtained an important town like Tianai, but also all the super cities and industrial zones in the core of the River Triangle, the richest in the entire Xia Kingdom, were allocated to him, and several other major families he didn't even have the intention of intervening to cause trouble for him. This was not just a treatment that the eldest son of the Chen family could receive. It was the result of the simultaneous efforts of the Chen family and the Ji family. Now that he finally returned to the imperial capital, of course he also wanted to go back to his mother's family. After saying hello to his parents, Chen Yi was about to leave, but Qinju on the side suddenly said, Master, how about I stay? There are too many superpowers in the manor now. The head of the house and the mistress are here. I'm afraid it's not safe. If there is an accident, ordinary family guards may not be able to stop those with superpowers. With Chen Yi's strength, he naturally doesn't need her protection. The most she could do in the past was to help Chen Yi handle some tedious matters. There are too many people in the Chen family who can do this kind of thing, but there are not many people who have powers far beyond ordinary people who can stay to protect Chen Yi's parents. But before Chen Yi could say anything, Ji Qingyan on the side smiled and said, No, the situation has been tense recently, and the world will change drastically in a while. You young people just take advantage of this opportunity to go out and have some fun. As for our safety, you don't have to worry. Chen Wu also followed suit, don't worry. Chen Yi's eyes flashed when he heard this, then nodded and said, then let's go first. An ancient family like the Chen family has a very deep heritage, and there are many things that Chen Yi, the heir, does not know. Chen Wu and Ji Qingyan are definitely not reckless people who would put their own safety at risk. Now that they have said this, they are absolutely confident that these superpowers are absolutely no threat to them in the Chen family's villa. The source of this confidence is unknown, but judging from the current situation, Chen Yi feels that he will probably know what the Chen family's real trump card is soon. Without thinking too much about this issue, after saying hello to several elders in the eldest house, Chen He then walked out with Qinju and Suyan. The Chen family was extremely efficient. At this time, in the huge square outside the ancestral hall, several areas had been set aside specifically for superpowers to compete. Most of the superpowers on the field are women. You don't need to think about it to know that these are the foreign aides brought in by the children of the Chen family who have no superpowers themselves. The few superpowers of the Chen family that occasionally appear are basically new faces, and most of them come from peripheral branches of the Chen family. There are only a few core disciples who can really speak in the Chen family who have superpowers. There are only a few here and there. Now their status is also very high. Obviously they will not leave the competition so early. Most of them will wait and see first. Let's talk about the strength of other superpowers. Chen Yi glanced at it a few times as he passed by, and it turned out to be boring. In his eyes, fighting with superpowers at this level is no different than children playing house. Su Yan was even more disdainful, saying that if Chen Yi agreed to her sucking blood, she could beat all the superpowers here by herself, and she didn't take these Chen family children who thought they were the best of their generation seriously at all. Chen Yi smiled when he heard this and didn't say much. But just as he was about to leave after looking at it for a few times, a voice that could be clearly heard by the whole audience suddenly came from the entrance to the square outside the ancestral hall. Chen Ziyuan, third bedroom, please ask brother Chen Yi for advice. Chen Yi, who was about to leave, paused and looked in the direction of the sound. At the same time, everyone else present except those who were competing were also doing the same thing as him. Then they saw a slim girl, wearing a luxurious hand food dress and holding a long sword, standing at the entrance of the square. After seeing the person clearly, many people couldn't help laughing, followed by whispers. Naturally, they were all mocking the young girl for overestimating her abilities. Even Chen Yan couldn't beat the woman next to Chen Yi, but she actually wanted to challenge Chen Yi himself. However, unlike everyone's ridicule and laughter, Chen Yi's eyes flashed with solemnity after seeing the girl. A child of destiny has been detected near you, the mission has been refreshed. Task: collect the negative emotions of the destined son, Chen Ziyuan. This task has no upper limit. Another destiny child, and this is not just a child of destiny. The Chen Ziyuan in front of him is different from the children of destiny that Chen Yi has encountered before. Similar to Fang Zanyechan, the task given by the system is to increase the probability of killing by collecting negative emotions and then complete the killing. For people like Su Yan and Bai Xiaobai, the system requires him to collect the favorability of the son of destiny and change the other person's life trajectory. There are limits to these. In other words, whether it is collecting negative emotions or collecting favorability, there's a progress bar. After achieving certain achievements, he can get some rewards or complete system tasks. But now facing Chen Ziyuan, the son of destiny, the tasks given by the system are completely different. Chen Yi is very familiar with collecting negative emotions. But what if there is no upper limit? And what are negative emotions used for? The system didn't make it clear. After collecting the negative emotions of other destiny children to a certain extent, the ultimate goal is to kill them. But the system did not have this requirement for Chen Ziyuan. In other words, Chen Yi can just collect negative emotions and there is no need to kill her. So what about the rewards? Could it be that like Su Yan, the system automatically releases rewards after reaching a certain point? But the problem is that Su Yan's favorability has an upper limit, but the system says that there is no upper limit for collecting Chen Ziyuan's negative emotions. If it is as Chen Yi guessed, wouldn't Chen Ziyuan be a treasure chest with unlimited rewards? Thinking of this, Chen Yi's breathing quickened. At this moment, Chen Ziyuan over there also noticed Chen Yi who was about to leave. He took a step forward again and said loudly, "Third room Chen Ziyuan, please give me some advice from brother Chen Yi." Chen Yi's attention finally turned from the system prompts back to reality. He looked at the girl walking towards him, a look of thought flashing in his eyes. First of all, the third bedroom wears the same pants as the second bedroom. From the perspective of the family faction, it is obvious that Chen Ziyuan did not just come to him to discuss matters but was more likely to find trouble. But Chen Yi saw a strong fighting spirit in her. In other words, even if the factors of factional disputes within the family are put aside, she may really want to fight Chen Yi. The reason may be because of Chen Yi's transcendent status within the family, or perhaps because of the strong strength he has shown before. But it can be seen that this is a person with a strong desire to win. It was not difficult for Chen Yi to guess part of the other party's personality by looking at the slightest clues. Chen Yi secretly wrote this down, and it could probably be used as an entry point to gain negative emotions in the future. Then he looked at the girl and was about to speak, but at this moment Su Yan licked her red lips and said first, "Do you want me to twist off her head too?" "You." Chen Yi's eyes glowed with golden light. He glanced at Su Yan and then at Chen Ziyuan who was approaching. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You are no match for her." In fact, if we only talk about the energy contained in the body, Su Yan is not much different from Chen Ziyuan. But the aura on Chen Ziyuan's body gave Chen Yi a familiar feeling. He had only felt this feeling with two people. One is Xiao Yuan, and the other is Chen Yan, whose head was twisted off by Su Yan just now and his bones were shattered. Obviously, Chen Ziyuan is not an ordinary person with superpowers, but a practitioner on the same path as Xiao Yuan. Since Xiao Yuan can help Chen Yan in the second room gain this kind of power, it is not difficult to understand that Chen Ziyuan in the third room has such strength. The most troublesome thing for practitioners of this system is that they have many and extremely weird methods. Chen Yi is confident that he can defeat Xiao Yuan one-on-one even if his strength is close because he possesses a variety of top-notch abilities. But if an ordinary superpower encounters a practitioner with a similar strength level to himself, and they really want to fight, the actual combat power will definitely be far different. Even though Su Yan's fighting power far exceeds that of ordinary people, her future is limitless, but when facing Chen Ziyuan, Chen Yi is not optimistic that she can win. The best case scenario is to remain undefeated with her incredible physique and vitality. In other words, it is basically impossible to win if you rely on your own health to resist. As of now, among the people Chen Yi knows, there are only two people who can defeat Chen Ziyuan reliably. One is himself, and the other is Shen Yanqi, who has taken White Lotus and saved tens of thousands of people, and his strength has greatly increased. When two truly capable sons of destiny meet together, the chemical reaction produced is extremely terrifying, far beyond the comparison between two losers Fang Zan and Yi Chen. "I'm not her opponent." Su Yan was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then she wanted to refute. But before the words came out, he saw Chen Yi's eyes and became obedient. He closed his mouth, and when he turned to Chen Ziyuan, his eyes became serious. Although she is usually naive, she is not really stupid. Since Chen Yi said so, it naturally makes sense. Besides, bickering is usually considered fun, but if you keep talking at this time, you are ignorant of the general situation. Brother Chen Yi has a keen eye. Although this sister-in-law is strong, she is really no match for me. Chen Ziyuan obviously has amazing ears, and he heard the conversation between the two people from a distance. As she spoke, she had already arrived and stood less than 10 meters away from Chen Yi, and said again, "Brother Chen Yi, please give me some advice." Chen Yi glanced at her with amusement in his eyes. "Third room, Chen Ziyuan. Never heard of that. If you want to challenge me, you should first compare yourself with other family members. As for now, I still want to spend the night with your beautiful lady, so I won't play house with you." After that, he ignored Chen Ziyuan's surprised look, stretched out his arm to hold Su Yan's thin waist, and walked out. When he passed by Chen Ziyuan, he didn't even look at her. Chen Ziyuan was stunned for a moment and only came to her senses when Chen Yi came up behind her. Xiao Yuan told her that Chen Yi had the ability to see through his opponent's strength, so she was very sure that Chen Yi absolutely knew how strong she was. What he said to Su Yan just now also confirmed this. She originally thought that with her current strength, Chen Yi would take it seriously. He should be willing to accept her challenge. As long as Chen Yi accepts the challenge, it will be a good thing for Chen Ziyuan whether he wins or loses. She practices the kendo taught by Xiao Yuan, and kendo requires strong opponents to sharpen it in order to make rapid progress. Chen Yi was the whetstone she had set her sights on early on. Unexpectedly, this whetstone didn't even bother to do anything with her. After coming back to his senses, Chen Ziyuan immediately turned around, looked at Chen Yi's back and said loudly, "Just now, the elder of the clan said that all the children in the clan can challenge you, and as long as they defeat you, they will win the championship. So what if you don't accept the challenge now? Can you convince the public?" Chen Yi heard the words without turning around and said, "There are countless members of the clan participating in this competition. If everyone comes to challenge, wouldn't I be busy to death? If you really want to challenge me, you should first prove yourself against other members of the clan. Not just any cat or dog is qualified for me to waste my time." Ding, the mission progress is refreshed. The resentment value of the Destiny's Son, Chen Ziyuan, is plus 200, and the current total resentment value is 200. Before Chen Yi walked out of the ancestral hall, the system prompts appeared in front of him, along with the reward prompts. When he saw that there was a real reward, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly chose to check it out. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 0-1 breakthrough in the task related to Chen Ziyuan, successfully obtaining the first resentment value, and being rewarded with superpower, telekinesis. Psychic power, the special ability to control external objects through mental power. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the telekinetic power. In one thought, everything in the world becomes a plaything in the palm of your hand. Do you want to withdraw it now? Another superpower. Chen Yi looked at the option of withdrawing it and chose to put it on hold for now. The superpower will transform the body to a certain extent, and this transformation will take some time. The first time he obtained the superpower of Lord Fire, it took him a whole day and night to succeed. Even after acquiring the first superpower, his physical strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. It doesn't take such a long time to adapt when he gets superpowers again, but it will still take a while. If it is not necessary, it is best to withdraw it privately. However, as long as the ability is obtained from the system, regardless of whether it is used or not, his data on the system panel will change accordingly. It allows him to see in advance his various attributes after merging his powers. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the personal panel of the system. Host, Chen Yi. Physique, 139.6. Human limit is 1. Psychic power, 154.5. Human limit is 1. Special abilities, Sovereign Fire, Heavenly Eye, Astrology, Killing Life, Chi, Psychokinesis. Skill, Killing Word Technique. Item, Power Awakening Serum by 80 inches. Both physical fitness and mental strength have increased, but other than that there are no other changes. Looking at the data that increased again on the system panel, Chen Yi was not too surprised. Every time you acquire a new power, your physical and mental strength will increase to a certain extent. This is a common practice, but it's hard to see how much this ability can improve his combat effectiveness. As of now, he already has 6 powers. Astrology is rarely used, but when it is used, it is very important. As for Chi, Chen Yi had no idea what its use was. Before gaining telekinesis, his main fighting methods were the 3 powers of Lord Fire, Sky Eye, and Killing Life. Judging from the system's description of telekinesis, this is probably a superpower that can greatly improve his combat effectiveness. This alone is enough to satisfy Chen Yi. After all, in this era, personal strength is the most important foundation for success. Not to mention that this superpower was obtained almost for nothing. He just said a few harsh words and pretended to be a defiant young man. It's just such a good deal. According to the law of conservation of smile, if Chen Yi is happy now, then naturally someone will be unhappy. For example, Chen Ziyuan came to challenge with full confidence, but was ignored by Chen Yi. Looking at Chen Yi's leaving figure, the sword she held in her hand was trembling, but in the end, her rationality allowed her to resist the idea of attacking Chen Yi directly and forcing Chen Yi to fight with her. Different from that idiot Chen Yan, Chen Ziyuan knew very well that she could never beat Chen Yi. She came to challenge because she wanted Chen Yi to be her whetstone. As for whether Chen Yi would be killed directly if he challenged Chen Yi like this after defeat, she really wasn't worried about that. Because after all, she is different from Chen Yan. Chen Yan had always been against Chen Yi before, and he thought that he and Chen Yi had suddenly become a match for each other. People make faces every day, so it's not surprising that they're being killed now. As for Chen Ziyuan, not to mention the entire Chen family, even within the third room, it was an inconspicuous little transparent person. If Xiao Yuan hadn't suddenly discovered such a peerless genius who practiced swordsmanship, and used some special means to make her in a short time, she had gained extremely powerful power in less than 2 days. She was not even qualified to enter the ancestral hall today, let alone challenge Chen Yi directly. She had never offended Chen Yi before, so why did Chen Yi kill her? There's another most important reason. She is female. The internal struggle within the family is not a dispute between the rivers and lakes. Generally speaking, it is enough to divide the high and low points and stop it. Usually, there will not be a situation where everyone is killed, including women, children, old and young. For the men of the Chen family, it is very shameful to attack women. So she was very sure that Chen Yi would never kill her, so she dared to challenge her. Chen Yi was used as a whetstone, but that's normal. Now that Chen Yi has clearly refused, if she still pesters him endlessly, or even makes a sneak attack to force Chen Yi to take action. Chen Ziyuan didn't know if Chen Yi would kill him then. After all, in her opinion, the most senior young master of the younger generation of the Chen family was quite surly. Seeing Chen Yi hugging Su Yan and Qin Ju and leaving, Chen Ziyuan took a deep breath, finally put down the sword in his hand, and then turned his attention to the competition ground where the other Chen family children were fighting fiercely. Sighed. In this case, let's start from the beginning. Why did you reject her? Is it possible that you can't beat her? As soon as she left the ancestral hall gate, Su Yan, who was hugged by Chen Yi, blinked her big eyes and said curiously. Hearing this, Chen Yi slapped her on the butt angrily. I have my own considerations, you know nothing. The main reason for rejecting Chen Ziyuan's challenge was not only to gain some resentment points, but also because he felt that Xiao Yuan might have a close relationship with Chen Ziyuan, and wanted to see if he could lure Xiao Yuan out through Chen Ziyuan's line. After all, Xiao Yuan's kill probability now exceeds 80%, and it's almost time to close the net. Every time you successfully kill a child of destiny, you will receive some rewards related to its core abilities. Chen Yi has been coveting Xiao Yuan's unique training method for a long time. There is a high probability that this thing will explode after killing it, just like the memory fragments of the reborn person were obtained when killing Fang Zan, and the astrology was obtained when killing Yi Chen. He hasn't figured out how to operate it specifically, but it is definitely right to ignore Chen Ziyuan. This woman came to challenge with too much purpose. Although I don't know what her purpose is, sometimes you don't need to know the other party's plan to deal with the problem. Just don't follow the route the other party wants. Su Yan had long been used to Chen Yi's close physical contact and didn't take it seriously at all. Wen Yan did not continue this topic, but instead asked with a curious look on his face, where are you going to take me? This is my first time in the imperial capital. So you, the eldest son of the Chen family, are bringing us here to play. Under the cover of night, a group of people stood in front of a lively night snack street. The leader is naturally Chen Yi, followed by his sister Chen Qingning, Su Yan and Chen Ju. A man appeared in such a place with three beauties who were as beautiful as flowers and jade, each with their own merits. For a while, it attracted a lot of looks, both overt and covert, but most of them were envious. The one speaking at this time was naturally Su Yan. Of course, she came from a poor family, so she didn't think the nighttime snack stalls on the roadside were too cheap or unhygienic. I was just a little surprised to see that a young man like Chen Yi, who grew up in a wealthy family, would come to a place like this. Why, in your opinion, I shouldn't come to a place like this? Chen Yi glanced at her and said with some humor, the saying, masters are among the people, may not be applicable to all fields, but it definitely applies to food. It's applicable, and the things made by some stores here may not taste any worse than those made by chefs at Michelin Black Pearl restaurants. Su Yan's eyes became more and more strange. Are you still interested in what you eat? What are you talking about? Chen Yi said angrily. Ever since you followed me, you have been eating and drinking every day. You have forgotten everything you eat every day, right? Which of these is not a priceless delicacy? There's so much fat on my belly. As he said that, he pinched her waist. Su Yan was stunned for a moment, then quickly stretched out her hand to caress her flat belly, and then said angrily, you fart. Where's the fat? You won't be able to feel it if you gain weight. Only if you touch it every day like me can you feel it. When he came to a place like this, Chen Yi felt much more relaxed, and even the way he spoke became a little more relaxed. After all, he was only in his early 20s, and he had everything a young man should have. It was just that he was in a high position, and his personality and emotions that were not suitable for being exposed needed to be hidden. But now these few people around me are basically our own people who can be completely trusted, so naturally we can take off some pretense. The two bickered like they were flirting, and even had some extremely intimate physical contact and interactions at every turn. Qinju has long been accustomed to this kind of scene, so he naturally doesn't take it seriously. However, after watching for a while, Chen Qingning couldn't help but said, brother, sister-in-law, why don't you two make love later, and let's go get some food first. Sister, I'm going to starve to death. The two of them suddenly became serious. Chen Yedong turned around and said with a smile, okay, let's go eat first. There's an old restaurant here that specializes in mutton. I discovered it a long time ago. It tastes very good. I used to come here with my friends to eat here. This time I will bring you here to try it too. Friends, do you still have friends? Su Yan, who had just calmed down, couldn't help but ask. She is like a curious baby now. For some reason, she is very curious about anything related to Chen Yi and wants to know more. Friends should be a reciprocal relationship, but she usually didn't see Chen Yi's relationship with anyone being reciprocal. Those around Chen Yi were basically all kinds of subordinates. This was obviously a superior subordinate relationship, not friend. Even she and Qinju were the same. In fact, their relationship with Chen Yi is not equal. With Chen Yi's identity, Su Yan probably didn't think there were many people who could have an equal relationship with him. If I had to say it, the former Shen Yanshi could barely be counted as one, just because of the value blessing brought by her super high IQ. And now according to Su Yan's observation, Shen Yanshi obviously doesn't count either. Furthermore, Chen Yi knew Shen Yanshi later than he met her. The former friend mentioned here obviously cannot be Shen Yanshi. Of course I have friends. By the way, what are you thinking about every day? Chen Yi patted her on the head angrily and then led the way to the night snack street. The old store Chen Yi chose was quite ordinary, from its name to location to signboard and service. Basically the standard of normal food stalls. The only thing that stands out is probably the mutton here. From stewed soup to whole roasted lamb to fragrant mutton kebabs, every taste has its own charm. He had been here a long time ago, so he had naturally asked the food stall owner how he did it. He even asked his personal chef to come to him in his personal capacity to ask for advice, giving him gifts and stuffing him with money. However, the shop owner refuses to teach him life or death. He only says that this is a recipe passed down from his ancestors. His ancestor was once the royal chef in the palace. The recipe is kept by him and can be passed on to his descendants so that every generation of descendants can enjoy it. Depend on. This secret recipe means you don't have to worry about eating and drinking. The idea that his ancestor was a palace cook was naturally false. Chen Yi asked someone to check the details of the boss's family and found that this guy's ancestor had nothing to do with the palace. His ancestor could not be found in the leftover account books of the ancient palace's internal affairs. That number one person. But the secret recipe he refused to sell was actually real. Chen Yi asked the private chef sent to ask for the secret recipe to offer a sky-high price of 30 million and sent the written checks to the boss. As long as he nodded, he could take the money immediately. As a result, people were still unwilling to sell. He usually doesn't make it difficult for ordinary people who are struggling for life. They are unwilling to sell. Even if Chen Yi is a little regretful, it's hard to say anything. At most, you can just come here if you want to eat, and there's no need to play the trick of bullying others. It is precisely because of this that he has been here so many times before that even the owner and his wife of the store know him and are even very familiar with him. Just as he entered the door, the landlady who was busy at the door caught sight of Chen Yi. She immediately put down her work and said with joy, oh, it's Xiao Chen. Where have you been looking to make a fortune recently? It's been a long time. I haven't seen you anymore, but my husband keeps talking about you, saying that every day when the store closes, he always feels like something is missing because you didn't come. Haha, how can I get rich? I'm just hanging around. Chen Yi waved his hand nonchalantly and said, are there any free tables and chairs? There are some, come with me. The landlady was very enthusiastic. Leading the way, she was very talkative and introduced to Chen Yi along the way. You probably don't know that our store bought this small building 2 months ago and then decorated it inside and out. We have renovated it again. Although the front of our store is still the same as before, the space inside is larger than before, so you don't have to worry about not having a place to sit. By the way, there's a small yard at the back, and we even built a pavilion. But now it's winter and it's still snowing outside, so it's not convenient to go there to eat. Wait until next summer. However, when the enthusiastic landlady said this, she suddenly fell silent. Next summer, and next year, Chen Yi and the women behind him naturally understood the reason. To them, there's nature. But for the proprietress of the small shop in front of her, tomorrow in the future may really be just a hope, not a promise. Although people's situations are different, most people have empathy. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and even Su Yan didn't ask any weird questions. Fortunately, the landlady was in a good mood. After a while, she forced a smile and said, oh, okay, it's my fault for bringing this up. I'll give you a 20% discount on the food you order tonight. Really? Then we have to open up and eat. Chen Yi joked. Eat as long as it's enough, the proprietress nodded happily. At this time, the group of people had just arrived at the stairs at the back. Going up should be the new dining area of the store. Here you can just see the general scene of the backyard. A small yard that is not too big, with some rockeries, some man-made creek scenery, and a small pavilion in the middle. A small Zhongyang garden-style landscape was built in the northern imperial capital. Although it is small, it looks very delicate and not cramped. It is obviously the work of a professional designer. This is probably the personal preference of the boss's family. If the store can be renovated so that it can directly see the backyard, it will really look like a high-end restaurant. Chen Yi had no intention of asking at first, but the landlady obviously thought that she had just said the wrong thing and made the customers unhappy, so she was trying to find something to say. Seeing them looking at the small courtyard, he immediately introduced them enthusiastically, and finally said, "It will take a while before the food is served. How about I take you over to have a look?" Chen Yi and the others were also out to play, so naturally they would not refuse. The proprietress immediately opened the backyard door enthusiastically. The cold wind whistling outside suddenly came in. Unlike when Chen Yi and the others came in, the cold wind at this time was vaguely mixed with some snow particles. "It's going to snow," Su Yan couldn't help but said. But Chen Yi, who was standing in front of him, focused his eyes on the small pavilion in the yard the moment the door opened. In other words, it was the figure in the pavilion with his back to the back door. After being silent for a while, he smiled and said, "Yes, it's going to snow. Honey boss, there's no need to go upstairs, let's eat in the pavilion." Eating in the pavilion, it's really cold outside, the landlady said a little at a loss. There should be lights in the yard, but the boss and his wife obviously didn't expect any customers to want to eat outdoors in this winter, so they didn't turn on the lights at all. The yard was a little dark at this time. Chen Yi was able to see the people in the pavilion because of his supernatural powers, but the landlady did not see them. "Don't worry, we're not afraid of the cold," Chen Yi chuckled. Then the landlady hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Then I'll get you some stoves. There are lights in the yard. I'll turn them on for you right now. Please wait a moment." With that said, she hurried back to the courtyard. "Master, Miss," Shi Qinju couldn't help but remind him. "Chen Yi, she and Su Yan are all superpowers. It's certainly not cold to them now that it's a few degrees below zero outside. But Chen Qingning is an ordinary person after all, and has been frail and sick since childhood." "It's okay." Chen Yi glanced at Chen Qingning, "Are you cold?" "I'm a little bit, but okay." Chen Qingning blinked her big eyes. Although her face was a little red from the cold, her eyes were a little excited. For a lady like her who has been surrounded by family members since she was a child and who has to pay attention to all kinds of etiquette and standards, going out for a good meal and having it turned into a camping trip in the snow is such an unruly and deviant way of eating. It was enough to make her ignore the cold. Chen Yi saw this and put a hand on her shoulder. The king's fire slowly penetrated into her body in the gentlest form. Chen Qingning, who was still a little cold, suddenly felt a warm current coming from her shoulders. It spread to all her limbs in an instant. Her whole body became warm. The cold wind howling outside could not bring any chill to her. "Okay, that's amazing," the little girl's eyes suddenly widened. "It's not magical, you will get it later." Chen Yi smiled, looked at the pavilion again and said, "Let's go over and sit down." After that, he walked straight to the pavilion with ventilation on all sides. Qinju and Su Yan, as superpowers, naturally saw the person sitting in the pavilion with their back to them early, and they could probably guess that Chen Yi wanted to eat outside here on a whim, probably because of this person. However, the two of them showed a more vigilant side. Qinju did it because of his professional habits. After all, the person in front of him was not an ordinary person at first glance. Although Chen Yi no longer needed her protection at this time, there was still a young lady named Chen Qingning who needed protection, and she could not be distracted. As for Su Yan, it was instinctive. Instinct told her that the person in front of her was dangerous. The level of danger is definitely far higher than that of Chen Ziyuan, whom Chen Yi said she couldn't beat when she saw him at Chen's house not long ago. As for Chen Qingning, she naturally doesn't have so many thoughts. "I just know that it is fun to go out and play with my brother." The group of people had different thoughts and only took a few steps forward. When they were about 4 or 5 meters away from the pavilion, the mysterious man in the pavilion finally spoke. "Green Ant's newly baked wine, small red clay stove." The voice was hoarse, but it was clearly a woman's voice. Qinju raised his eyebrows, finally knowing who this person was in front of him. His tense nerves relaxed, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. While the woman was reciting poems, Chen Yi had already walked into the pavilion and sat down opposite her without waiting for someone's invitation. In the middle of the pavilion is a stone table and bench. At this time, there is actually a small stove on the stone table, and on the stove is an exquisite ceramic wine pot. At this time, the woman just picked up the wine pot, poured out 2 glasses of fragrant rice wine, pushed one of them in front of Chen Yi, and said in a leisurely manner, "It's snowing tonight, can you drink a glass?" With every move, her beautiful face hidden under the hood was unreservedly revealed in front of Chen Yi. "You still like to deal with these arty things." Chen Yi shrugged, took the glass and drank it in one gulp. When the woman saw this, the corner of her mouth curved into a breathtaking arc, and then she also picked up her own cup and drank it. "Are you Sister Mu Shui?" Chen Qingning finally saw clearly the appearance of the person in front of her, and she suddenly said happily. "Yeah, how's little green Ning doing lately?" The woman took off her hood, revealing a head full of white hair. When she smiled, her eyes were like a pair of crescent moons. "My brother is back, of course I am very happy," Chen Qingning replied with a smile after hearing this. Qinju, who was following Chen Yi, nodded slightly and said, "I have met Miss Mu Shui. Sister Ju has also awakened her superpower, it's amazing." Mu Shui also nodded. Then his eyes fell on Su Yan. "This is Su Yan," Chen Yi pointed at. The stone bench next to him motioned for Qinju and Su Yan to sit on it, and at the same time gave a faint introduction. "She is that extremely rare, maybe even the only semi-mutant in the world." Mu Shui looked at Su Yan with a strange look, and then couldn't help but praise, "She's so beautiful, no wonder you came home, take her with you, I would be just as tempted." If it was normal for someone to comment like this, Su Yan would probably have to retort even if her temper didn't explode on the spot. Whether you can say more is a matter of ability, but whether you can reply or not is a matter of attitude. In this regard, Su Yan's attitude has always been very positive, which can be seen from the fact that when she was in Tianai, she argued with Shen Yanqi every day and was left speechless and still enjoyed it. But now facing Mu Shui's gaze, she opened her mouth, but in the end she said nothing. In addition to the dangerous feeling that Mu Shui brought to her, what was more important was the aura of a superior person who had no one else but me, and was arrogant, which somewhat suffocated Su Yan. Among the people she had been close to, only Chen Yi had such an aura. Of course Chen Yi's parents are there, but she just returned to Chen's house with Chen Yi today, and she didn't even have a few words with Chen Yi's parents up close. Most of the time, Chen Yi's uncompromising momentum would not be directed at her. After she got used to it, it would not matter. But Mu Shui is different now. That kind of high gaze, like a god looking down at ants, made Su Yan very unhappy, but it was difficult to resist in her heart. "Okay." Chen Yi's faint voice interrupted Mu Shui's inspection. "If you have something to say, just talk about it. If you don't stay in the southwest and come to the imperial capital, you can't just come here to drink from the northwest wind." Mu Shui is naturally a member of the Mu family. Different from the Chen family, although the Chen family's main sphere of influence is in the southeast, the core is still in the imperial capital, and the family's ancestral hall is also in the imperial capital. But the Mu family is special. They do have great power in the imperial capital, and many members of the clan hold high positions. But if we really want to talk about their home base, it is in the southwest border. A few dynasties ago, when the ancestors of the Mu family were granted a title in the southwest of Gunyang town, the Mu family began to take root in the southwest border. It has been hundreds of years now. Although it is not as long as the inheritance of thousand-year-old families such as the Chen family and the Ji family, the heritage is not bad at all. Even in modern society, in the southwest, the Mu family often speaks better than the officials. Although several other large families have their own spheres of influence, on the whole they are still under the current official framework rules. Only the Mu family is different. If I must say it, the Mu family really has the ability to crack the earth and seal the king. This is also the most important reason why the core of their family is far away from the center of power such as the imperial capital, but they can still be considered one of the four major families together with the others. The family's headquarters is not in the imperial capital. Even if the Mu family wants to hold a joint meeting of the whole family before the end like the Chen family, it shouldn't be in the imperial capital. Mu Shui has already taken over a large amount of family property. Although her status in the family is not as good as Chen Yi's status in the Chen family because she is a female, it is not much different. After all, her abilities and methods are not as good as those of the Mu family. Although her family has a great business, there are really not many men of this generation who can compare to her. Mu Shui has basically been operating in the southwest these years, and now there's obviously no reason to suddenly come to the imperial capital. Of course I came to the imperial capital to find you, Mu Shui said with a smile. What do you want me to do? Could it be that Sister Mu, you don't want to work hard anymore and want to recommend yourself to be my concubine? Chen Yi looked her up and down, raised his eyebrows and said, your hardware is really good with me. You can pass the test, but I don't know how the software is, and if you still have the same bad temper as before, I won't accept it. At this juncture, Chen Yi came to the imperial capital specifically to find him. Naturally, Chen Yi didn't believe a word of this nonsense. He and Mu Shui do have some friendship and can be considered friends, but everyone is very busy now who has such free time. Mu Shui was not annoyed by Chen Yi's teasing, and retorted, you still want to take a concubine when such a small area in Tianai is still full of chicken feathers. If you ask me, you might as well bring your Chen family's power in Tianai to treat you as a concubine. Come and surrender, forget it and surrender to our Mu family. When the time comes, you will be my male favorite, and Tianai will be your dowry. If anyone from Tianai dares to give you a blow in the future, just tell your sister and she will help you beat him up. Ah, Chen Yi sneered and was too lazy to talk to her. Just kidding, the entire southwest is like an iron barrel. Officials need to ask the Mu family for their opinion when appointing a provincial governor in the southwest. Now that the end is coming, of course not many forces in the southwest dare to go against the Mu family. Tianai is different, there's a mixed bag of good and bad people here. Who among the ambitious people at home and abroad doesn't want to come here to get a share of the pie? The situation is completely different, there's no such comparison. It's late at night, I have other plans after I finish eating. If you have something to say, you'd better tell me quickly, otherwise I won't wait for you. I really came to find you. Mu Shui looked much more serious this time. Chen Yi was silent for a while, then frowned and said, what do you mean? Literally, Mu Shui said lightly, due to the recent drastic changes in the situation and some reasons of my own, the family has given me great resources and authority. Now the power of life and death in half of the entire southwest is in my hands. I can directly control more than 600,000 elite troops. So you came here to show off to me? Chen Yi looked a little weird when he heard her mentioning the power she had in her hands as she announced the name of the dish. Of course not. Mu Shui shook her head and said, it's just that after taking control of this power of life and death, there are suddenly some issues in front of me that I have never considered before, but now I have to consider them. This question has been bothering me these days. No one else can give me the answer. After thinking about it, I think you are the only one who can talk to me about these things. When Chen Yi heard this, he didn't think much about it. He just smiled and said, wouldn't you ask the elders of your family about problems that arise due to too much power at hand? They should have more experience in this area. It's different. Mu Shui shook her head and said, if it were a normal era, or even a war era, how should the head of the powerful family lead the family? Our family generally has a set of coping methods. This is also the number of family inheritance. Hundreds of years of survival wisdom. If you change someone else, you only need to follow the steps step by step and make slight modifications according to the situation at that time. Quote. But it's different now. Chen Yi finally understood this time. She said something different, obviously referring to the impending doomsday. This is probably the first time this has happened in human history, and no matter how ancient the family is, they probably don't have the experience to teach her how to deal with it. After thinking for a while, Chen Yi smiled and said, it depends on what you want to do. If you just want to lead your family to survive in the apocalypse, then with the strength of your new family, follow your family's survival rules in the war-torn era, it's definitely no problem. You know that's not what I want. Mu Shui said in a deep voice, if it were an ordinary war-torn era, with the strength of our new family, we could naturally stand still and watch on the sidelines, waiting for the final emperor to appear and calm the chaos. When all the dust settles, they will not touch us if they want the southwest, and our status will still not change. In the past, our families would not participate in these troubled times, or even if we did, we would just place multiple bets and not go out to be the leader ourselves. This is because you, me and the families behind us all understand that no matter how prosperous any dynasty is, in the end, it will die out in only 200 or 300 years, and the vision of aristocratic families will never be limited to these 200 or 300 years. Mu Shui stared at Chen Yi's eyes with her beautiful eyes and said slowly, but now the end will really come. Because we are close to the southwest, we have obtained a large number of research samples of zombies and mutant beasts from neighboring countries that have completely lost control. The final conclusion is that this crisis really has the potential to wipe out all humans on this planet. Although we have people with superpowers, there will also be some individuals with superpowers among the zombies. They are stronger and smarter than ordinary zombies. The probability of zombies with superpowers appearing in the zombie group is even higher than that of humans. The probability of people with superpowers appearing among them is greater. Coupled with the huge base of zombies in the future, the power between the two groups of humans and zombies is completely disproportionate. Moreover, zombies are cannibalistic and eat those survivors who are born with mutated viruses. People with superhuman abilities will increase the strength and wisdom of zombies, so there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence between humans and zombies. Mutated beasts are similar to zombies and more dangerous. The future of the entire human race has reached a crossroads. There will be no intact eggs under the overthrow of the nest. Do you think we, aristocratic families with vast amounts of resources, can still stand by and watch as we did in troubled times before? Even if those zombies are born with wisdom in the future, I'm afraid they won't recognize the current social logic of humans, right? You're not stupid. Your Chen family's scientific research strength is even stronger than our new families. I don't believe you don't know this information. After saying that, Mu Shui took a sip of warm wine to moisten her throat, and then said, I came to the imperial capital specifically to ask you what you plan to do. This is quite a serious question. Chen Yi's smile gradually faded, and his face became a little more serious. He said seriously, the other side of power is called responsibility. Those with great power have to take on more responsibilities in critical moments. Since the end is approaching and sitting back and watching is no longer an option, it is natural to involve yourself in the situation and find a way out in the apocalypse. Mu Shui rolled her eyes when she heard this. What's the difference between this and your nonsense about sleeping when you're sleepy? If we can't find a way out, everyone will die. Then what do you want me to say? Is it possible to tell you all the plans of me and our Chen family after the end of the world? You didn't marry into my family, what do you think you want to do? Chen Yi said matter-of-factly. Who the hell asked you such a detailed question? Yu Shui swore a little irritably. Just tell me what you plan to do, it's for the grown man, mother-in-law and mother-in-law. If not, let me tell you first. I currently plan to establish hub cities in several important nodes in the southwest after the end, gather survivors, and resume production. At the same time, I have also collected a large amount of scientific and technological information so that I can quickly resume industrialization by then. Improve productivity. At the same time, I plan to improve the status of people with special abilities. The existing human rights system will obviously not work after the end of the world. Instead of hypocritically shouting empty slogans such as equality for everyone, which cannot be achieved now, it is better to transform different people into put it on the table. People with special abilities will become a real privileged class in the future. Of course, having privileges also comes with a price. All superpowers in the southwest will need to go to the battlefield to face the zombies and mutant beasts in the future to fight for more living space for mankind. In addition, I am also prepared to. She spoke in quite detail, from the immediate response measures after the apocalypse to various policies after the apocalypse, from technology to military to people's livelihood development, wasteland reconstruction, and various reward systems for fighting zombies and mutant beasts, etc., have all been discussed. If we look at it as a whole, all of her plans are basically preparing for the war between humans and zombie mutants. To put it bluntly, it is a military system without any cover-up. Under this model, those with special abilities who can fight zombie mutants on the front line will become a huge privileged class. Second only to this class are soldiers who can achieve a class jump through military merit. As for ordinary people who cannot directly participate in the war, they need to produce all materials for the war, and at the same time they will obtain the lowest status in the entire society. This is not what people say when they are in high spirits in modern times. No matter how big the problems are in modern times, even if people are indeed not equal, it is almost a consensus that is almost politically correct. Under Mu Shui's operating mechanism, the differences between people are not only reflected in abilities but are directly written in the law. It was a highly hierarchical society where everything needed to serve the war. Anything can be sacrificed for war. To modern people, this kind of society is no different from hell on earth. But under the impending doomsday, it was actually the right thing for her to do this, and Chen Yi could understand it. After all, when the overall strength is not as good as those of zombies and mutant beasts, the greatest advantage of human beings is their brains and social organization capabilities. Especially the latter. Even if zombies evolve to the point of becoming intelligent, it may be difficult to imitate them. What Mu Shui has to do is to maximize the advantages of human beings in this area. It is no exaggeration to say that even in the worst-case scenario, humanity was really wiped out by those mutated monsters. According to her plan, the Southwest will definitely be one of the last fortresses of mankind. After listening to it, Chen Yi generally agreed, but in the end, he still shook his head. Do you think there's something wrong? Mu Shui took a sip of wine to moisten her throat and asked quickly when she saw this. From the perspective of layout and planning, there's probably nothing wrong with your plan. Chen Yi chuckled and said, but the characteristic of reality is that there are always accidents, and they will never follow your plan. What do you say? Mu Shui, instead of being annoyed, asked very curiously. You overestimate human nature and underestimate the growth limit of superpowers. Chen Yi said lightly, I see that you have never mentioned how to control these superpowers from beginning to end. It seems that as long as you give these superpowers better treatment, superior people. First-class status, then in the doomsday, they will do their best for human survival, even at the risk of their lives. Quote. Of course, I know you won't be so naive. You think with your strength, even if these superpowers have other thoughts, you can suppress them, right? Yes, Mu Shui's face was as dark as water and she nodded candidly. As he spoke, the wind and snow around the pavilion seemed to fall faster. But you can't, Chen Yi said without hesitation. There are many children of destiny in this world. Some are ordinary people now, some have become superpowers but have not yet revealed their heads, and some are simply mutant beasts or zombies. These existences have a common characteristic. They are existences favored by God. If no accident occurs, it is highly likely that they will become the most powerful existences in the world in the future. Unfortunately, Mu Shui is not one of them. Now Chen Yi has found a bunch of sons of destiny in Tianai. Southwest is so big that it is impossible not to have them. Even more, Mu Shui is indeed very strong now. Although Chen Yi doesn't understand why this woman is so strong, the answer given to him by the Sky Eye is that the Mu Shui in front of him is the strongest existence he has ever seen so far. But after all, she is not a superpower, and her destiny is not with her. She probably does not have the help of a system like Chen Yi who specializes in catching the children of destiny. It is only a matter of time before his strength is surpassed by a certain destiny son who is still insignificant in the Southwest. And once she is no longer the strongest person in the Southwest, it is only a matter of time before her high-pressure system collapses. Ordinary people don't want to be cows and horses, and people with superpowers don't want to be cannon fodder fighting zombie mutant beasts. At this time, someone stronger than her appeared and cheered, and there was almost no suspense that her rule would be overturned. If nothing else goes wrong, in the end she will either bow her head and become someone else's little brother, or she will kill someone at the slightest provocation. Then everyone who was oppressed under her high-pressure rule will celebrate together, and at the same time say, this female devil is finally dead. As for the future of humanity, who cares? But you can. Chen Yi's categorical words fell on Mu Shui's ears, making her silent for a moment. She has known Chen Yi for a long time and knows his character very well. She can clearly tell whether Chen Yi is joking or talking about something seriously. Now it is obviously the latter state. Since he said this, he must be extremely confident that his conclusion is true. As for where this confidence came from, Mu Shui had no intention of asking. Chen Yi naturally has his own sources of information, and so does Mu Shui, which involves some core secrets of both families. It would be too presumptuous to ask any more, but once Chen Yi's statement is accepted, it is assumed that there will be someone in the Southwest region who will surpass her in strength in the future. This person may not even be from the Mu family, and has lived under her high-pressure rule for a long time. Mu Shui is not stupid, she almost didn't need to think twice to guess her ending. Of course, for someone like her, she would definitely not change her plan just because of Chen Yi's words. Chen Yi believes that there will definitely be someone in the Southwest who will surpass her in strength in the future, and then overthrow her rule, causing her to fall short. She is also confident that she is invincible not only in the whole world, but at least in the Southwest. We are not ordinary people, so we naturally have our own pride and self-confidence. After pondering for a moment, instead of feeling annoyed, she followed Chen Yi's words and said, then what do you think I should do to prevent the possibility you mentioned based on my plan? Can't defend against it. Can't defend it. Yes, you can't prevent it. Chen Yi spread his hands. Having had more contact with Destiny's children, he has a very clear understanding of this group. People are simply unreasonable and illogical. Unless someone like Chen Yi has a special system to catch the son of destiny, it is completely impossible to guard against them. So what you're saying is that my plan is useless. Mu Shui raised her eyebrows and said, I'm a little curious now, what are you going to do then? I've told you my plan, now it's time for you to tell me yours, right? I have no plan, Chen Yi said with a smile. Mu Shui narrowed her eyes, and a dangerous color flashed in her eyes. Obviously she felt that Chenyi was playing tricks on her. Seeing this, Chenyi couldn't help but shook his head, sighed softly and said, "Don't you understand yet?" Understand what? In the post-apocalyptic world, any plan is worthless in the face of personal strength. No matter how perfect your plan is, no matter how wonderful it is, and no matter how impressive your layout is, all of it will ultimately be determined by your personal strength, which is the most critical factor. Once your strength is not as good as others, so no matter how perfect the plan is, it will ultimately be like a mirror in the mirror and a castle in the air. People more powerful than you only need a light touch and it will come to naught. Chenyi said softly, the biggest mistake you make in these so-called plans is to use the operating logic of modern society as used to deduce development policies and systems after the end of the world. You try to treat everyone as a puppet and put them into the script you have set to work together to achieve the goal you want to achieve. But reality will not stay on paper. People have their own thoughts, and they will not be puppets at your mercy. The framework of your plan seems unbreakable, but in the end the most critical part is maintained by you alone, on the body. What exactly do you want to express? Mu Shui said impatiently. It's very simple. Since you have made so many exquisite plans, whether you can achieve them in the end depends on your personal strength. So as long as I am strong enough, why should I make these plans? As long as I am strong enough, I can do anything. If he dares to kill any zombies, mutated beasts, or people with superpowers, as long as he dares to blow up my hair, what risks will there be? Chenyi expressed his opinion. Even if we don't make any plans by then, there will be a lot of people who are willing to unite around me and obey my orders. Even if I don't interfere, they will still survive in their own way. If I need them to fight zombies, they will also rush forward without fear of death. Because you won't necessarily die if you fight against zombies, but you will definitely die if you fight against the strongest individual in the world. So, do you understand? These so-called plans and development directions you have made are basically useless efforts. If you have this time, you might as well study how to improve your own strength. As long as you are strong enough, this world it will eventually turn into what you want. Is this your plan? To become the strongest individual in the world? Mu Shui shook her head and said, then according to what you just said, if someone stronger than you appears one day, wouldn't your plan be the same? Did it work? Who? Can you guarantee that you will be better than others? I can guarantee it myself. Chenyi replied calmly. Okay, you're right. Mu Shui couldn't help rolling her eyes and waving her hands. Having said that, naturally there is nothing much to say. However, she did have to admit that Chenyi was right, at least in terms of understanding the importance of personal strength in the future. The post-apocalyptic world is not the same as now. Just because there are more people, there is not more power. But thinking of this, she couldn't help but said, if everything depends on personal strength, and you really have a powerful power that can crush everything, wouldn't you be no different from a god? Actually, there are. Chenyi drank a glass of wine leisurely. To people, I am more terrifying and more worthy of awe than a god made of clay and wood. So, when it comes to that point, what meaning will everything in the secular world, human beings, and this world have to you then? Are you still a human being? Mu Shui said with interest. Even if humanity perishes, even if your Chen family is destroyed, even if this world is completely reduced to a paradise for those monsters, what will happen to a person like you who is so powerful in this world and whose strength can be completely transcendent? What you said before is in the world. After enjoying the benefits of power, you should take responsibility. Leading mankind to survive in the apocalypse is just an idea now. By then, your strength and even life level will have completely reached another dimension. How will you? Are you sure you are still interested in doing this? As long as I still have emotions and desires, then I am still a human being. And as long as I am still a human being, then the continued existence of human beings in this world is valuable to me, and I have to practice what I say, and be kind to it that time. It was easy for me to achieve this goal, wasn't it? For a powerful world, a god that can easily control the entire world's resources and allow you to take whatever you want from any creature, is human existence really valuable? Where's the value? Mu Shui continued to ask. Chenyi's line of putting personal strength first was obviously something she had considered long ago. But no matter how she looked at it, she felt that the success rate was too low, not to mention how many heroes there were in the world, how many powerful individuals would appear in troubled times, and how low the probability of becoming the strongest person was. Even if she succeeded, she felt that it would be difficult for this person to be human again after a long time. Because for this kind of person, even if they have the same appearance, what difference does it make to him that those low-level superpowers and weak ordinary people are different from ants? Not only weak, but even worthless. Will the gods regard ants as their own kind? In the short term, it may be limited by the three views formed in human society. But what if the time is extended? You can't think about this kind of thing in detail, and if you think about it later, it becomes a philosophical question. Philosophical questions often have no answers. This is also the most important reason why Mu Shui has thought about this possibility, but did not regard it as a feasible solution at all. Value Chenyi paused and suddenly looked at the door of the courtyard on the other side. There, the landlady and several waiters were bringing over freshly cooked and steaming various kinds of mutton. Because Chenyi ordered a lot of things, the proprietress also followed the methods of those famous restaurants on the internet and made a small ceremony. Several waiters were dressed in festive clothes, and besides food, they also held some lanterns and other things in their hands. Under the illumination of the lights, the scalding mutton soup emits steam when it comes to the cold outdoors, and together with the festive waiters, it outlines a picture that is not aesthetically pleasing, but full of life. Chenyi finally showed a smile. I like it, this is the value of their existence. Just because you like it. Regarding Chenyi's answer, not only Mu Shui, but also Su Yan, who had been listening silently and unaware, were a little stunned for a moment. This answer seems a bit too casual no matter how you look at it. Even if you say some false and empty nonsense that it is for the sake of a community with a shared future for mankind and the continuation of the ethnic group, it does not matter whether they have value or not, it will still sound more convincing than this. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Mu Shui suddenly murmured, just relying on preference is enough to determine the future of a group. Will this kind of power really appear in the future? Her eyes were a little erratic, but the heat in her eyes made it easy to see that her heart was indeed moved. The questions she asked Chenyi before were all based on the assumption that Chenyi really had that level of power. She actually didn't think this was a goal that could be achieved. But now Chenyi just said it lightly, but it really made her a little tempted. Chenyi saw this and said calmly, it will appear, but it will only appear on me. As for you Mu Shui, I said that I will take you as my concubine, and you just need to wait in the southwest. Chenyi rarely has a strong possessive desire for a woman, except for Mu Shui. He had known this woman for a long time, when he was only a few years old. Mu Shui was older than him, and her family background was not inferior to him. She often bullied her when she was a child. Holding this woman down and spanking her hard was a simple wish that Chenyi had had for a long time. Coupled with her own domineering temperament that looks down upon the world, I can't even imagine how exciting it would be to hold her down and listen to her beg for mercy. But later on, everyone got older and played important roles in their respective families. Even if the big families wanted to get married, it was absolutely impossible for them to get together. Besides, this was not the way Chenyi wanted. So this goal seems to be getting further and further away. But now that the end is approaching, Mu Shui appears in front of Chenyi again, and the desire to conquer and possess is uncontrollably rekindled. Oh, it's hard to say whether you will accept me as your concubine or I will accept you as your male favorite. Mu Shui said disdainfully. Then let's wait and see. After Chen Yi finished speaking, the proprietress came to the pavilion with others. He enthusiastically placed the dishes one after another on the stone table, and thoughtfully brought in several fire pots, and lowered the wind-blocking curtains around the pavilion. Although it was still cold, it was much more comfortable than the previous temperature. Of course, to the few people present, the temperature just now was nothing, but Chen Yi still did not stop the other party's good intentions. When the lady boss had taken care of all this and was about to leave, Chen Yi, who had just tasted the mutton soup, suddenly said, "The taste is still the same as before. Madam boss, do you still remember that there was always someone who wanted to buy your soup a few years ago, the secret recipe?" The landlady paused for a moment, looking not too surprised, and said with a smile, "Remember, why don't you remember? The price that person offered kept his and my wife awake for several nights. Was it you who sent me?" People who do this kind of business need a keen eye. Especially in a place like the imperial capital where there are as many dignitaries as dogs, the owner and his wife are able to make such a small shop become more and more prosperous, and the scale is getting bigger and bigger. It is obvious that they have no shortage of vision. Chen Yi had come to their store so many times, and just by looking at his temperament and behavior, he would have guessed that this was definitely the son of a rich and noble family. In addition, the secret recipe used by Chen Yi to buy this store basically matches the time when Chen Yi comes to the store most frequently. Although he has not revealed it, he is not stupid, so he naturally has some guesses. Who in the right mind would spend tens of millions to buy the recipe for a dish? "I sent you," Chen Yi said with a smile, "so what now? Are you too willing to sell this formula?" "Sell?" The landlady paused, then sighed and said, "What else are you selling? If you like it, I'll give it to you. This dish has been a lifelong effort of our husband and wife. We hid it in the past because we wanted our children to have a family and a career in the future. We could even pass it on to our children so that their children would not lack a job or a way out. But in today's world, it's hard to say whether there will be a future. Instead of hiding it and waiting for the two of us old men to get sick and die and lose it completely, I might as well leave it to you. Xiao Chen, you are no ordinary person at first glance. I guess when the virus breaks out, you will definitely be able to protect yourself. In the past few years, our business in the imperial capital has been so smooth and prosperous. We have never encountered. What's the trouble? I'm afraid you have helped me a lot. Giving you the secret recipe can be regarded as a way of repaying you as a couple. In case you want to take a bite of this later, there is no place to go. Quote. The landlady is quite open-minded and always smiles when talking about these things. Regarding what she said about Chen Yi's secret care, Chen Yi did not refute but just smiled and nodded. Although he did not specifically ask anyone to take care of this small shop, just the fact that the eldest son of the Chen family likes to eat here is enough to ensure that their small shop will not face any difficulties in the imperial capital. Otherwise, Chen Yi would remember that one day he came here to eat, only to find that it had gone out of business, and the people below would not dare to think what would happen. Not long after, the proprietress hurried over with a piece of A4 paper filled with writing, and solemnly handed over the heirloom she originally planned to keep for future generations to Chen Yi's hands. Chen Yi glanced at it briefly, then handed it to Qinju and asked her to put it in her bag. Qinju is responsible for eating at home, so this is naturally not something he should worry about. After doing this, looking at the proprietress who was about to leave, Chen Yi said again, "I'm afraid the food our chefs cook is not as authentic as what you and your wife cook. After the virus breaks out, if you are still there, you can go to Tianai Xingfeng Group, tell Chen Yi's name and say that I invited him to teach the chef. Of course, transportation may not be convenient at that time. I suggest that if you don't have anything particularly important these 2 days, you can go there in advance and treat it as a trip." The landlady paused, then turned around quickly, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "Really? Of course it's true." Chen Yi chuckled. "Hey, okay, tomorrow I will ask our man to clean up and close the store, and go to Tianai to wait." The landlady said quickly. After the apocalypse, surviving a viral outbreak is not the end, just the beginning. After Shen Yanxi's operations, zombies and mutant beasts were no longer a secret. The most despairing thing for ordinary people is not the impending virus outbreak, but the doomsday environment after the virus outbreak. The same is naturally true for the boss and his wife. If you turned into a zombie when the virus broke out, then naturally there is nothing to say, it is just your destiny. But if there is no mutation, but in the end one person is weak and dies at the mouth of a zombie, it will undoubtedly be a miserable end. It is better to directly mutate, at least it will be happy. But now, Chen Yi gave her a choice that she could survive as long as she could survive the first wave of the virus outbreak. Of course she didn't know who Chen Yi was, let alone what kind of energy Xingfeng Group had in Tianai. But after staying in the imperial capital for so long, the boss lady was used to meeting all kinds of dignitaries, but she knew very well how powerful these people were. If you don't die after the apocalypse, working as a cook for others will certainly be much safer than wandering around outside. Even fools know what to choose. Let me write you a voucher. Chen Yi thought for a while and said. Qinju on the side quickly handed over a pen and paper without him having to say anything. He casually wrote his signature on it, and then Qinju thought about it, took out the official seal of the chairman's office of Xingfeng Group and stamped it on it, then handed the note to the landlady and said with a smile, "With this, you won't have any trouble when you go to Xingfeng Group. If someone stops you, just show them this." This is equivalent to a token. In this way, this little episode is over. The group of people happily had a dinner outdoors in the cold winter. The total price did not exceed 3,000, but no one was dissatisfied after finishing the meal. Even Chen Qingning, who was peppered with delicacies from the mountains and seas every day, couldn't help but eat more. As for Su Yan, who came here for the first time, her mouth was full of oil. She was the best at eating. She ate nearly 2 sheep in one meal, and most of them ended up in her stomach. However, this guy ate so much and still acted like a normal person. His lower abdomen was still flat and delicate, and he didn't look like he was full at all. As for gaining weight, he didn't gain any weight at all. If those people who have tried various diets and still can't lose weight knew it, they would be jealous to death. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 delicious dishes, the gathering of friends was finally over. Chen Yi wanted to take the 3 girls to the next game to continue playing, but Mu Shui had other things to do in the imperial capital, so she naturally had to leave first. But before she left, Chen Yi leaned into her ear and said, "Today you suddenly came to ask me a question, and I answered it for you, so in 2 days I will need your help with something, don't you, quarantine?" Mu Shui blinked, then nodded and said, "Okay." One night, Chen Yi took a few girls to a club to take a bath, then took them to karaoke and dance, and even went to a crowded internet cafe to play games for a while. None of the things he played were high-end, and he didn't spend more than 10,000 yuan a night. For him, the main thing was to be economical. Chen Qingning and the 3 of them also had a great time. Originally, Chen Yi's parents made a special call to ask after they heard that he, the elder brother, was taking his sister to such a messy place at this juncture. But Chen Yi only replied with one sentence, and his parents and elders stopped talking. Such a bustling scene will probably never happen again in a short time. Qingning has been staying at home for a long time and has not seen much of the prosperity outside. If we don't take advantage of the opportunity to see more, we will inevitably regret it in the future. Chen Wu and Ji Qingyan are not old-fashioned people. They have been keeping Chen Qingning idle and not letting her go out just because her body is really weak and she is afraid of accidents. When Chen Yi said this, he naturally had no objection. After all, Chen Qingning hadn't awakened her powers yet, so she couldn't bear it anymore after playing until midnight. Then, like a sleepy cat, she got into Chen Yi's arms and closed her eyes to sleep. Holding his sister in his arms, Chen Yi found a deserted place, took out a superpower awakening serum from the system's inventory and injected it into Chen Qingning's body. The stinging feeling made Chen Qingning groan in her sleep, but she soon became quiet again after hearing Chen Yi's familiar voice. After doing this, Chen Yi summoned the family's motorcade and asked Qinju to take Chen Qingning back first. When leaving, he didn't forget to ask her to bring back 10 bottles of superpower awakening serum. 2 of them were naturally for his parents, and the other 8 will be distributed by his father, Chen Wu, to other people in the eldest house. He is too lazy to do so. 2. Anyway, that's it, there won't be any more. After the convoy left, only Chen Yi and Su Yan were left here. It was already early in the morning, and the temperature outside had reached the point where dripping water turned into ice, but it was definitely not a big problem for the 2 of them. Su Yan was even showing off the various barbecue snacks she had just bought from the night market. Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but said, "Are you really not full?" "I'm full." Su Yan glanced at him, "But it's okay to eat more. Isn't that what you said? We only have these things now, and maybe we won't have to eat them in the future." "That's not true, eat more now." Seeing her taking it for granted, Chen Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Obviously, the prosperity of the world he talked about was obviously not the same thing as what Su Yan understood. Seeing this guy pick up another bowl of stinky tofu and prepare to show off, Chen Yi quickly said, "That's it, don't eat it. If you eat this thing now, how can I eat it?" "Doc, what are you talking about?" Su Yan asked unclearly. "What do you think?" Chen Yi took a step forward and came to a position almost face to face with her. Su Yan was stunned for a moment, and then she understood what he meant. A blush suddenly appeared on her face, and she hesitated. "Well, you. Why, you're not going to be an ant too, are you? Don't talk nonsense. After staying in the laboratory for so long, I know how many hairs you have grown on your body. Can I not know that you don't have such a thing as an ant?" However, Su Yan's next words made Chen Yi almost stop. After this guy carefully looked around, he said weakly, Do you want to be here? Isn't it a bit too empty? Why don't you go to the woods over there?" Chen Yi, when he thought that the guy in front of him, who should be the chosen devil from all aspects, was actually cultivated by him to look so cute and cute, he felt a little uncomfortable. But thinking about her original life trajectory, I couldn't help but feel a little pity in my heart. Looking at her flirtatious and cute face, Chen Yi reached out and stroked the dark purple lines on her face, and said softly, "Of course not here, go to the hotel." "Oh," Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief visibly. But at this moment, a frightening howling sound came from not far away. "It's a zombie." Su Yan took Shen Yanqi to roll among the zombies last time. She was very familiar with the sounds of these monsters and heard them immediately. "I'm afraid it's not just zombies." Chen Yi looked at the grove that Su Yan pointed to just now. What came over there were not only the roars of zombies, but also women's cries for help and some unseemly laughter. In the park shrouded in darkness, 2 young girls in cosplay costumes fell to the ground, looking at the zombies in front of them in panic. Under the influence of fear, they instinctively moved back, trying to get up and escape, but because they were too scared, their legs were too weak to get up. However, the strange thing is that there is someone behind the zombies. Those were 3 men. Several zombies had thick steel collars around their necks, and thick iron chains were tied to the collars. The other ends of the chains were held by the 3 men. Because the 2 girls had some skin scratches when they fell, the smell of human blood had completely driven these zombies into madness, and they rushed towards the 2 women on the ground regardless. The reason why they haven't knocked down the 2 of them and eaten them is because the men behind the zombies are holding onto the chains. As soon as they let go, the results for these 2 women can be imagined. "Hey, have you 2 thought about it? As long as you cooperate well, you can go home safely after the brothers are done. If you don't cooperate, well, I am a law-abiding citizen and I will definitely not hurt you, but it's hard to tell them." "That's right, I advise you not to take any chances. No one here can come to save you at this point. What's more, even if someone does come, the 3 of us are all superpowers. When the time comes, it will just be a few more people to accompany you. You are just dead. Instead of grinding and whining and harming others, it is better to obey us. Although we have no money, the end is coming. From now on, those of us with special powers are the masters. You will definitely not be able to eat if you follow us. Deficit." Listening to the words of these 3 superpowers, one of the girls was trembling with fear, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "I'm from the Chen family, if you dare to touch us." However, before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by one of the men. "Don't do this, I don't care who you are. You dare to wander around outside in the middle of the night with a bodyguard, what can I do? Don't you know which rich family you are from? I'm just playing with you upper-class ladies. Don't expect anyone to come to avenge you. Do you know about superpowers? No matter how big your family is, no matter how rich your family is. Even if you know that I did it, who would dare to come to me? What's more, when the time comes, I will let these 3 beasts eat you up. The officials will just think you were eaten by zombies, who will come to me." Another man on the side couldn't help but rub his hands and said, "This girl with thin skin and tender flesh is covered with famous brands. How could we dare to think of such a woman in the past? It's better now." Another person said, "Who says it's not the case? The government is still doing things now. We have to restrain ourselves. After a while, when the government is completely defeated, we can really do whatever we want. That will be the real good days. When the time comes, I will play with all the female relatives of the wealthy families in the imperial capital. Ha ha ha, let these capitalists squeeze us. This is the cycle of retribution caused by heaven." When the 2 girls saw that the 3 of them didn't care about the threats at all, their eyes showed despair. "Come on, take it off yourself. If you cooperate well, you still have a way to survive. If you don't cooperate, it won't be pretty if you wait for the brothers to force themselves." While speaking, the leading man loosened the iron chain in his hand, and a zombie rushed forward a few steps. It was less than half a meter away from one of the girls before it was caught. The 2 girls were shocked and screamed, "Call." Chen Yi, who had already arrived, probably figured out the situation when he saw this. Apparently, a few lucky people who suddenly gained superpowers began to do things they normally wouldn't dare to do. This was actually not something that surprised him. Armed with a sharp weapon, the murderous intention arises. Suddenly possessing power far beyond that of ordinary people, no matter how honest a person is, they will begin to try to do things they did not dare to do before. It's just that some people do positive things, and some people use these powers to do illegal things, such as the 3 people in front of them. In fact, according to the inferences of Chen Yi and the Chen family think tank, the most critical reason for the collapse of the official system after the apocalypse is not that a large number of people turned into zombies, causing the official institutions to shut down. It's not that the appearance of a large number of zombies, mutant beasts and other monsters has made it impossible for the officials to perform their functions. But those with superpowers appearing on a large scale. These people can even be said to be a whole new class. A new class will naturally strive for more rights to speak. However, the current official system obviously does not have a place for these people with special abilities to speak. So the first thing they will do is to destroy the official system. No, they don't even need to take the initiative. As long as they don't help the officialdom fight against various disasters in the doomsday, the officialdom will completely collapse. It is the government that needs superpowers, not the superpowers that need the government. However, it is impossible for the current official to give these people with special abilities enough voice. Because this touches the interests of countless people. In fact, there are many such things in history. For example, powerful aristocratic families replaced the feudal nobles during the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. Another example is that after the popularization of paper, the new landlord class represented by scholars replaced those aristocratic families. It is essentially the same thing. Every class change is accompanied by a large number of killings, and there is never any type of peace and win-win. This is also the case now, and because of the special characteristics of superpowers, this conflict will only become more violent and rapid than before. In the past, the timescale for class changes in history was often hundreds of years, but now, it may be calculated in the sky. What Chen Yi saw in front of him was just the tip of the iceberg. When these superpowers gradually begin to test the laws that were previously regarded as authoritative, and gradually lower the bottom line into things that they previously wanted to do but were restricted by the law and did not dare to do, and are not punished, the internal fighting within human beings becomes more fierce. It will kick off completely. And this time is almost here. It's been a troubled time. Chen Yi shook his head. Su Yan on the side naturally didn't know that he had thought so much in such a short time. When Chen Yi finally spoke, she couldn't help but said, "These bastards have gone too far. Shall I go and kill them?" "Go." Chen Yi nodded and then walked out of the forest in a hurry. At this time, a person with supernatural powers had already approached the girl. Looking at the girl's crying face, he saw that they were too frightened to walk, so he was about to reach out to untie their clothes. But at this moment, Chen Yi's footsteps in the forest instantly attracted their attention. The three superpowers looked over there one after another. After discovering Chen Yi, one of them who was still a little nervous immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said frivolously, "Hey, I also said that there should be no one here in the middle of the night, no. When you think about it, there are really people who are not afraid of death who will come to save the beauty, right?" Chen Yi didn't even look at him, but looked at the girl who claimed to be from the Chen family just now. The next moment, there was a sonic boom. The psychic who was green and talking to Chen Yi a second ago exploded into a ball of blood mist out of thin air. Before the blood mist started to disperse, it strangely gathered together again, and finally condensed into a ball, which was sucked into Su Yan's palm. At this time, the other two superpowers reacted and looked at Su Yan who suddenly appeared, with panic in their eyes. But Su Yan grinned, "Although I ate a little too much just now, the flesh and blood of superpowers is still the most delicious. It's just right as an after-dinner dessert." "You just said you were from the Chen family. Which room do you belong to?" Looking at the girl lying on the ground, Chen Yi said warmly. "Pan side branch." The girl glanced at him timidly. Chen Yi didn't think so. After all, the Chen family has a big business. He basically knows the younger generation of the core members, but naturally he cannot be familiar with everyone in the outer branches. In addition to the recent family meeting, many family members have gathered in the imperial capital. It is normal for people to come out for a walk in the middle of the night. "The world is not peaceful recently, please go home early." Chen Yi reached out and pulled him up. When he finished doing this, Su Yan on the other side had already eliminated all the superpowers, and it was the same way as Chen Yan was eliminated with no trace left. As for dealing with a few zombies, that was a matter of course. After dealing with the minor incident, Chen Yi took Su Yan back to the nearby hotel. Because it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning, I didn't do anything else I loved to do, so I took a shower and rested. In fact, another reason is that what just happened gave Chen Yi a sense of urgency. Judging from the information in the memory fragments of the reborn, there is actually no specific date for when the end will come. After all, virus outbreaks are always gradual based on initial spread, and it is impossible for everyone in the world to suddenly become sick at the same time in the blink of an eye. Just like at this time, for some small countries with weak official control capabilities, the end has come. However, for Sha State, it was discovered that some of the early response measures taken by the virus had a great effect, so there has been no large-scale outbreak yet. According to the memories of the reborn people provided by Fang Zan, the specific date for the doomsday that people thought of 3 years later was when the official core area in the imperial capital announced that the government was completely shut down and unable to perform its functions, and all citizens were asked to survive on their own. But if you think about it, you know that if we get to that point, I'm afraid this world will already be a human hell. Therefore, the so-called doomsday has no specific arrival time at all. It can only be roughly estimated to be around this time period. This is already a very dangerous time. Of course, if the current speed of the virus outbreak leads to a complete official shutdown and complete social chaos, it will definitely take a long time. But the information also obtained from the reborn also shows that the concentration of the virus will increase significantly in the recent period, which will directly lead to more and more people becoming zombies and superpowers. They have become superpowers or mutants. The beast's biological strength will usher in a leap forward like a rocket. No one knows how long the current situation can last. Chen Yi's return to the imperial capital this time was not just to attend a family meeting, he also had another very important thing to figure out. Otherwise, if it was just the former, he would only come to the imperial capital for a formality, and he should have returned to Tianai by now. This matter is of great importance, related to the Chen family and even the foundation of the 4 major families of the Sha Kingdom. Even the eldest son like him, the next generation family helmsman who has almost no suspense, is not qualified to know. If it weren't for the information obtained from the memory fragments of the reborn, and knowing that the 4 major families were still strong even after the end of the world, when the strong were like Crucian carp crossing the river, he would not have speculated in this regard at all. Logically speaking, due to the random nature of the rise of superpowers, no matter how much preparation the 4 major families make before the doomsday, they will face countless wild superpowers after the doomsday, and it will be very difficult for them to maintain their sphere of influence. It's a difficult thing, not to mention that the sphere of influence of these companies after the apocalypse is even larger than before the apocalypse. This is simply not normal. Think again that in a history that spans more than 1,000 years, countless aristocratic families have been wiped out in the dust of history, but these 4 families have always stood firm. Even under the tide of the times when scholars replaced aristocratic families 1,000 years ago, it is still strong. No matter from which angle you look at it, this is inconsistent with the objective laws of historical development. Combining these 2 points, Chen Yi guessed that there must be an unknown force within the family that existed secretly. This was also the most important reason why he made a special trip back from Tianai. As for this guess, he actually got some information from his parents when he was preparing to leave after attending the family meeting yesterday. Just when he was about to leave, he hinted that Qinju offered to stay to protect Chen Wu and his wife, but was rejected. At the same time, his mother Ji Qingjun said meaningfully that there was no need to worry about their safety. In fact, based on the current situation in the Chen family manner, if the top brass of the Chen family are only protected by those forces on the surface, they are far from safe. Although when Chen Yi went back this time, he saw that the family had found many superpowers from nowhere to serve as guards, but at this stage, the gap between some superpowers and superpowers is comparable to the gap between superpowers and people. Much bigger. Most of the Chen family's superpower guards are at the level of ordinary newly awakened superpowers. Perhaps relying on their own combat experience before awakening, their combat effectiveness is stronger than ordinary newly awakened superpowers. However, they can encounter some truly gifted people with special abilities like Su Yan and Shen Yanshi are completely beaten. There is actually such a person in the Chen family manor, and that is Chen Ziyuan. Even Chen Yan, who was beaten to ashes by Su Yan, no one knows how many more there are secretly. Once they want to do something, if Chen Yi is not present, with the power displayed on Chen Jiaming's face, it is impossible for anyone to stop these special powers. However, Chen Wu and his wife were so confident that Chen Yi didn't have to worry. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, especially as the head of a large family. Chen Yi didn't believe that his father would naively think that these new generations of superpowers in the family would obediently follow the family's internal rules. He was absolutely confident in saying this. This confidence is obviously not the same as the current stage of mixed powers. It is another force that is more stable and powerful, so powerful that it can still win steadily even against some of the most gifted superpowers today. What exactly is this power is what Chen Yi desperately wants to find out. In judging from the attitude of the Chen family's senior officials during the day, he felt that the answer to this matter was probably not far away from him. Due to changes in the external environment, Chen Yi felt that the elders of the Chen family probably also wanted to make this secret public. But currently their attitude seems to be somewhat wavering. Therefore, it is best to use some external force to force them to reveal it, or simply use this power. In this external force, Chen Yi felt that Xiao Yuan was a very good external force. He lay in bed and planned for a long time in the middle of the night. It was almost dawn before Chen Yi took a nap and got up again before 9 o'clock in the morning. Fortunately, his current physical condition doesn't matter even if he doesn't sleep for several days and nights, and missing a little sleep won't be a problem. Qin Ju, who sent Chen Qingning home last night, rushed back to the hotel early in the morning with Chen Yi's exclusive motorcade. After he finished washing and changed his clothes, he got into the car with some gifts and rushed to Ji's house in the imperial capital. After all, this is my mother's natal family. I haven't been back to the imperial capital for so long. It's hard to come here. It's still far away when I can come next time. I still have to go and see it. Have you brought all the power awakening serum back? Who have you given it to? What powers have been awakened? Sitting in the extended executive car, Chen Yi enjoyed Qin Ju's massage and asked casually. It was too late last night. The head of the family didn't distribute the serum until dawn today. The family and the mistress each used one. The old man used one, the second master's family gave 2, and there were 5 left. I took out 3 of them and gave them to the clan elders, and the owner of the other 2 said to keep them for emergencies. Qin Ju said softly. To be able to figure out the whereabouts of several serums so clearly, it was obviously impossible for her to find out on her own. Most likely, Chen Wu told her after the division was completed and asked her to tell Chen Yi. Chen Yi didn't think there was any problem with this distribution plan. Each of my parents had 1, my grandfather had 1, and my second uncle's family gave me 2. These are actually all digested internally by the eldest brother. As for the 3 branches given to the clan elders, they are obviously part of the profit sharing for the family. This has been a long-standing rule, and there's nothing to say about it. But thinking of this, Chen Yi raised his eyebrows again. Where's my aunt? Didn't you give it to me? Speaking of which, I didn't seem to see her here yesterday. Isn't she coming back this time? The eldest lady is indeed not back. Qin Ju nodded. Disc, that's awesome. Chen Yi laughed and didn't ask any more questions. The eldest son has only 3 siblings. The eldest is his father Chen Wu, the second is his uncle Chen Ke, and the third is his aunt Chen Bining. Speaking of which, Chen Bining is only less than 5 years older than him. Grandpa Chen Yi had a daughter in his old age, and his 2 brothers were already adults. Naturally, he doted on the youngest sister of his generation. It's even worse than the attitude towards Chen Qingning now. Moreover, Chen Qingning also has many restrictions due to physical reasons, but her aunt Chen Bining does not. In Chen Yi's memory when he was a child, Chen Bining was the kind of beauty with a ceiling-level appearance. She was also extremely gentle and was very kind to him. As for why I don't have memories of growing up, that's because he basically hasn't seen Chen Bining since he grew up. According to her parents, when she was 18 or 19 years old, she accidentally met a man and fell in love while playing outside. However, this man was a scumbag and ran away after being a scumbag to Chen Bining. At that time, the old man was furious, and the 2 elder brothers, Chen Wu and Chen Ke, wanted to find the boy and tear him alive. But the strange thing is that the person Chen Bining was talking about actually seemed to appear out of thin air. With the strength of the Chen family, they almost searched the entire Xia kingdom, and even searched overseas, but they couldn't find him. Later, Chen Bining's temperament changed drastically. She was away from home for a long time and traveled around the world. In her words, she must find that heartless man in this life. She doesn't know how unforgettable it is, but she still hasn't given up even after almost 10 years. It's almost the end of the world, but she's still looking. Just outrageous. But having said that, if this was just an ordinary scumbag, Chen Yi didn't believe that the Chen family could not find him despite all their efforts. He guessed that there was probably another family or force behind this incident. But it's unclear what their purpose is. But if it was true as he thought, it would be absolutely impossible to find the person Chen Bining was looking for. Most likely his body would have been destroyed long ago and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. After chatting with Qin Ju about yesterday's follow-up competition, the convoy quickly passed through the core area of the imperial capital and reached the suburbs on the other side of the north of Hell. We came to another huge manor. Unlike the Chen family whose family headquarters is in the imperial capital but whose development center is on the southeastern coast, the Ji family's family headquarters and development focus are both in the imperial capital in the north. Therefore, the manor as the Ji family's headquarters is much larger than the Chen family's manor. It is no exaggeration to say that the palaces in the ancient imperial capital were probably not as gorgeous and extravagant as the Ji family's manor today. Of course, in ancient times, productivity was limited, and anything done depended on manpower. Build a palace like that. The manpower and material resources required are probably much greater than the consumption of the Ji family manor in front of us. In modern times, with the blessing of various technologies, there are actually many people who have the ability to build such a manor. If they just want to build such a thing next to the imperial capital, then it depends not only on financial resources but on status. The 4 major families are naturally qualified to build buildings of this size in the imperial capital. Whether they want to build or not is just a matter of preference. As for other forces, the official government may be able to do this, but as a country's ruling organization, the official government will obviously not engage in such things that waste people and money. As for the rest, whoever dares to build such a thing in the imperial capital will basically be an old man who eats arsenic because he thinks his life is too long. The Ji family manor is extremely heavily guarded, making it difficult for anyone to even approach, let alone enter. However, as Chen Yi is the grandson of the old man of the Ji family, naturally no one dares to stop him. When the motorcade arrived, he lowered the window and showed his face, and the guard let him go. Not long after entering the manor, someone immediately greeted him. The leader is a young man, who is also the most prestigious of the younger generation of the Ji family. Ji He, who has a similar status to Chen Yi and the Chen family within the family, is also Chen Yi's cousin. Chen Yi still admired this cousin very much. Compared to his status within the family, which he earned solely through means and abilities, this cousin is even more powerful. Although the ability is also not mentioned, Ji He can make almost no one in the younger generation of the Ji family object to him becoming the next head of the family. Even with so many forces within the big family, few people even want to compete with him, but relying on its character. Yes, character. Ji is an upright person and treats people like a spring breeze. However, his integrity is not pedantic. On the contrary, he is extremely smart. There is almost no elder in the upper echelons of the four major families who does not highly appreciate this junior, and the demeanor of an ancient gentleman is something Chen Yi has heard since he was a child. Everyone has been dominated by other people's children when they were young, and Chen Yi was no exception. And he, this kid from someone else's family, is the cousin in front of him. How are you doing in Tianai recently? As soon as Chen Yesai got out of the car, Ji came over to greet him immediately. He felt like a spring breeze, but he was not overly enthusiastic and made people uncomfortable, and his attitude was just right. In fact, according to the practice in these big families, Ji, as the elder brother, does not need to be so polite to Chen Yi. But there is no way, this is his style, he is honest and kind, and he never puts on any airs. Not to mention that it was Chen Yi who came to visit today. Even if he was an ordinary person, Ji would still greet him with a polite smile. It's been okay lately, just a little busy. Chen Yi laughed, and the two exchanged casual greetings. Then they briefly introduced Su Yan, who came with Chen Yi, and walked into the matter together. Ji was also very enthusiastic about this prospective sibling. After chatting for a few words, he asked his wife to take Su Yan and Chen Ju to visit other parts of the manor. Compared with the Chen family, which is already quite modern, the Ji family is actually more conservative internally, and women generally do not participate in family decision-making. Soon, only Chen Yi and Ji were left. This place was still some distance away from where Chen Yi's grandfather lived. The two walked side by side and chatted about the recent situation. It's shameful to say that before Chen Yedu took care of the Tianai side, Ji had basically taken care of everything in the imperial capital. Now in the imperial capital, except for several other major families in the officialdom, there is no power that the Ji family cannot control. This is quite an achievement. After all, this is the imperial capital. Even if other companies and officials are excluded, the water inside is no deeper than the sky and the sea. Ji's ability to achieve this level in a short period of time is beyond words. Of course, this doesn't mean that Chen Yi can't do it. But the concepts of both sides are different. The way you do it is also different. For Chen Yi, what he needs is a man with one voice, a Tianai with only one voice from Xingfeng group. Therefore, for those forces that exist overtly and covertly, he has only one goal, to uproot them. The difference is just a matter of who comes first and who comes last. This kind of behavior is quite aggressive. Of course, others cannot just lie down and die, so they will naturally resist. Ji is different. Ji's approach is to allow other forces to exist, but these forces need to obey the orders of the Ji family, and they will also need to follow the rules set by the Ji family after the end. With the support of the Ji family's strength, coupled with his good reputation for being honest and benevolent, many forces naturally switched sides and surrendered as a courtesy, without the need to take action at all. That's why he was able to quickly master all the controllable areas in the imperial capital. As for those big families, they are beyond the capabilities of the Ji family, and Ji naturally has nothing to do with them. The same is true officially. Although there are a large number of people from the four major families in the upper echelons of the officialdom, and even at the top, in fact, because the four major families basically adhere to the principle of not being left behind to participate in the world in troubled times, the Sha Kingdom was founded by a group of idealists in the early days of the officialdom. This group of people has always had a considerable say in the matter, and their strength is no worse than that of these big families, so it is normal for Ji to be unable to handle it. Although they have different philosophies, Chen Yi still quite recognizes his cousin's achievements. Although the Ji family has a big business, not all forces are willing to be dogs for the big family. Especially those forces that are only inferior to the four major families, but are also extremely powerful. The strength in these people's hands is not weak. They have been suppressed by the four major families for so many years. It is not easy for them to encounter such a big change as the end of the world. Naturally, they are all eager to do something big. As a result, you ask people to kneel down and be like dogs before it even started. How many people are willing? To deal with these people, it depends on Ji's personal ability. Judging from the results, it is obvious that Ji gave the Ji family a perfect answer. Although Chen Yi felt that his model of not cutting the grass and rooting out the roots might have hidden dangers in the future, it was still a small probability after all, which was enough to show how extraordinary Ji was. What's even more intriguing is that when Chen Yi just got out of the car, he took a sneak peek with his heavenly eye and found that Ji also contained a huge amount of power, which was no less powerful than the Mu Shui he saw last night. It can be tied as the strongest person Chen Yi has seen so far, besides Mu Shui. Although it is worse than him, facing other superpowers is also a dimensionality reduction blow. Chen Yi didn't ask Mu Shui why he was so strong yesterday, because it involved the core secrets about his strength, and it was hard for him to ask. There are so many talented people in the world, and it is normal for someone to just have this kind of talent. But today I found Ji. Kazuya also has this kind of strength, so this matter is not accidental at all. Perhaps it has something to do with the core secrets of the four major families. But thinking of this, Chen Yi's eyes couldn't help but flash. What's the matter? He is also the eldest son of the Chen family, how come he has never heard of this? Could it be that his family didn't mention this because they thought he was too awesome? This doubt made Chen Yi feel itchy from the first moment he saw Ji. He wanted to find out. At this time, other things were almost discussed, so Chen Yi took advantage of the situation and said, "What kind of strength does my cousin have now?" "Are you referring to my own personal strength?" Ji said with a smile. "Brother Yu's talent is mediocre, and he should not be as good as you. However, if you encounter other people with powers, you will probably win without any problem." "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, it's just." Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, then said directly, "I saw Mu Shui last night, and she was also very strong." Ji was stunned for a moment and didn't realize what he meant. After a while, he asked doubtfully, "Mu Shui is the key person of this generation of the Mu family. Shouldn't it be taken for granted that she is very strong?" "Chen Yi, no, brother, shouldn't the awakening of supernatural powers be completely random? What does this have to do with whether the family focuses on training?" The corners of his mouth twitched and he asked the question he had been holding back for many days. If it were anyone else, he would definitely not ask this question, but the person in front of him was Ji, and he obviously knew the inside story. So even if he asked directly face to face, Ji would tell him not to tell him at most, but would not lie to him. Afterwards, he would keep the matter in his stomach and not tell anyone. Because he is a true gentleman, and a gentleman can deceive others. But this time, it was Ji's turn to be confused. He paused for a while, looked at Chen Yi several times, and then said with some surprise, "Didn't you enter the Chen family ancestral hall to accept your ancestors?" Seeing that Ji suddenly stopped talking at the critical moment, Chen Yi quickly said, "Brother, please make it clear, what are the ancestors?" Ji seemed to suddenly understand something. He took a deep breath and looked around, then quickly put his hand on Chen Yi's shoulder and pulled him into the quiet garden nearby. After making sure that there was no one around, Ji said seriously, "So, your current strength is all due to your own talents and opportunities, without any help from the family, right? Does the system count? This thing should be regarded as my own talent, right?" Chen Yi thought so in his heart, then nodded and said, "Yes, I awakened my powers through some special means, and then I grabbed a treasure in Tianai some time ago, so I have my current strength." He briefly talked about the source of his strength. Of course, he only briefly mentioned it and did not go into details. After hearing this, Ji couldn't help but exclaim, awesome. After a pause, he said seriously, I'm not afraid of your jokes. My current strength has nothing to do with myself. It mainly depends on my family background. This matter involves the core secrets of the 4 major families. In the past, we juniors were not qualified to know. Only the elders who were truly in power knew. I can get in touch because the chaos is coming, and the family needs us to have a certain amount of strength to suppress the various voices after the apocalypse. Originally, since the Chen family didn't tell you about this, I shouldn't have told you either, but since you asked, and I happen to know about it, I, as my cousin, will tell you. A few words. This matter involves the foundation of several major families such as ours, and is also related to some secrets from ancient times. These words come from my mouth and into your ears, and they must not be spread to the ears of unrelated people. Quote. When Chen Yi heard this, he immediately nodded and said, no problem, just tell me. Ji seemed to be thinking about his words and waited for a while before saying, do you know true energy? The kind in movies or novels. Chen Yi frowned slightly and asked in surprise. Well, that's right. The Qi mentioned in various modern literary and artistic works is similar to the Qi that martial arts practitioners reach to the state of transformation, the Qi refined by Qi refiners in ancient legends, and even the immortal arts practiced by some ancient hermits. In fact, the essence of they are all the same thing, and they are not completely fictitious but real. The imagined things in film and television works are just the tip of the iceberg. But it only existed in ancient times and was basically lost thousands of years ago. The specific reasons are probably due to environmental changes in the light, which are no longer available for investigation. Those who have mastered this power have gradually disappeared without a trace. The inheritance was also cut off. The most essential reason why our 4 major families have been able to exist and prosper in the long history is that our ancestors have mastered a special method that can transcend time and ignore the external environment so that future generations can no longer be suitable. In an environment where this kind of power exists, one can also gain extraordinary power. What method? Chen Yi took a deep breath, knowing that he was about to get to the key point. Incense offerings, Ji said softly. After the ancestors of the 4 major families discovered that the world environment had changed and that it might no longer be suitable for cultivation in the future, they began to seek a way out for future generations. Although they did not know each other at the time, in the end, they invariably created the method of offering incense based on the ancient cultivation methods. It can be found from the family's ancient books that many far-sighted practitioners at that time tried to find a way out in various ways, but you can see the final result now. Only our ancestors succeeded. The existence of the 4 major families is not an accident, nor is it because of how superior the internal system of the 4 major families is and how united the children are. In the final analysis, it can be passed down for thousands of years and remain strong at all times because we really have ancestors. The power of protection. Family ancestral halls are used to worship ancestors and collect incense. After accumulating to a certain extent, as long as they are descendants of the family's blood, they can obtain the true family inheritance after performing some rituals. At this point, Ji changed the subject and said, of course, this kind of inheritance is not the kind of enlightenment in novels that can make people stronger instantly. It just cleanses the bones and allows people to accept the inheritance. It's just that people quickly step into the threshold of cultivation, and they still need to cultivate slowly on their own in the future. But being able to practice does not mean that you can practice, because our modern environment has long been unsuitable for practice. If there is no other way, then even if you accept the inheritance, you will still not be able to gain powerful power. At most, you will be more powerful than ordinary people. Just a little, but offer incense to this. Naturally, a method passed down from our ancestors would not have such obvious loopholes. Quote. This problem also has a solution. That is to use the incense in the ancestral hall to practice instead of some kind of power that disappeared after the world changed. So, no matter which of the 4 major families it is in the ancestral hall, there will basically be some elderly people who guard the ancestral hall, but there will always be extremely long-lived old men. Do you have any impression? What Ji said was not information that only the Ji family knew, but was something that all the elders of the 4 major families knew, so he didn't have any scruples about it. When Chen Yi heard the words and thought about it, he found that it was true. There are 4 old people in the Chen family ancestral hall all year round. To these young family members, the elders only say that these people are the elders who guard the ancestral hall, and they must be respectful and not take any offense when they meet them. As for these 4 people, he had met them when he was 2 or 3 years old. At that time, their hair was already gray and they might be buried at any time. But now more than 20 years have passed, and these 4 old people are still in the ancestral hall, still looking like they might be buried at any time. But people can live for more than 20 years. Because he had seen this since he was a child, he had subconsciously become accustomed to it, so naturally he would not think about it carefully. Now that Ji said this, Chen Yi immediately realized something was wrong. Longevity is understandable, but it makes no sense for 4 people to live so long at the same time. Moreover, they were already looking like this 20 years ago, and now after all this time, they have not become older. Who would believe it if there was nothing fishy about it? Then what? My cousin continued. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi continued. But Ji shook his head and said, that's almost it. I can't say more. It involves some secrets of our Ji family. In fact, the methods of the 4 major families are not exactly the same, they just lead to the same goal through different paths. Specifically how it works involves the top secrets of the family. I only know about the Ji family, and I don't know about the other families. Telling you too much will mislead you. Speaking of which, Chen Yi naturally didn't ask any more questions. Ji was already very kind and told him everything he could. It would be rude to ask again. Although the specific things he said were unclear, it still did not prevent Chen Yi from figuring out what the foundation of the 4 major families was. To put it bluntly, it is an extraordinary power left over from thousands of years ago to the present, and because this power relies on incense, the 4 major families must prosper to maintain it. The prosperity brought by a prosperous family will make the power of inheritance even stronger. It must be said that the person who came up with such a thing is simply a genius. Of course, Chen Yi was actually quite surprised when he heard that people from thousands of years ago actually practiced cultivation. After all, this is completely beyond the scope of what modern science can explain. But it was somewhat close to his original guess. The 4 major families can continue to this day, and they really have something. Although Chen Yi didn't ask any more questions, Ji, a kind-hearted person, thought about it and said, in addition, we discovered something quite interesting. What's the matter? Chen Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise. This cousin is not a person who likes to talk too much. Now that he has said this, it means that this matter is probably not that confidential, but it is very important. The power of inheritance in the family can make people break through the boundaries of ordinary people, but it is actually very difficult to reach my level of strength in the short term. The cultivation methods passed down from ancient times are actually just hard work and require time to accumulate. Yes, inheritance just opens a door. Generally speaking, how far you can go depends on your luck and luck. If you have good talent, you will practice quickly, and if you don't have good talent, you will practice slowly. I am a middle-aged person. I am neither good nor bad. The reason why I have the power I have now in a short period of time is related to what I want to say. Ji said seriously, except people who inherit the incense inheritance will awaken their superpowers. There was no such phenomenon before, but after the virus appeared, this phenomenon will appear in almost everyone who has received inheritance, including those elderly people who have received inheritance for decades or even hundreds of years. They are still affected by the virus. After appearing, he awakened his superpower. We don't know the logic of this yet. There are probably dedicated people within the 4 major families studying this phenomenon. After awakening the superpower, because the virus in the environment has become more and more intense, and the superpower is naturally compatible with this kind of power, we tried not to use the tricks passed down by our ancestors. Instead of using the incense cultivation method to practice, we have combined the superpower characteristics and made fine adjustments to the cultivation method. This process is quite complicated. In short, we no longer need to use the incense in the ancestral hall to practice. We can directly use the absorption now. The virus in the air is becoming more and more concentrated to practice. This speed is much faster than practicing with incense, and after observation, the seniors with practice experience in the clan believe that this has no side effects. Quote, through this method, and with the addition of some sudden bursts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that the family found from outside, I can achieve my current strength. In fact, you have also seen this heavenly material and earthly treasure. It is the one you obtained in Tianai, things like flowers. In fact, there are a lot of similar things around the world. This is where my strength comes from. RG family is like this now, and other families are in a similar situation. So, for the 4 major families, people with Jihe's strength can be mass-produced to some extent. Chen Yi's eyes were a little more solemn. A single Jihe might not be as strong as him, but what about 2, 3, or even more? Of course, it is impossible to cultivate this level of superpowers without limit. This involves the incense that needs to be accumulated over time to help people awaken, and it also involves the need to find natural materials and earthly treasures like the flower of dreams to greatly increase people's strength. No matter how you look at it, it is not easy. It is not easy to tolerate this thing, but it is relative. For the 4 major families, it is definitely not easy to train 10 or 8 such people, but it can be said that there is no problem at all in cultivating 2 or 3 people. A family of 2 or 3, a family of 4 would be a dozen. And this world does not necessarily still have only 4 major families that have been passed down in ancient times. It is just that the 4 major families' incense inheritance model needs to expand the family size to make the incense more prosperous. Thousands of years ago, there were other monks who also developed a way to pass on the inheritance to future generations, but the method was completely different from the incense inheritance. It was naturally unfounded to think about such a thing in the past, but now Chen Yi had to consider this possibility. The most important thing is that Jihe's words. A piece of inconspicuous information revealed in the book, Chen Yi thought for a while before slowly saying, the cultivation method passed down from ancient times can now be slightly changed without relying on incense and instead using viruses for cultivation. Is there really such a thing in the world? Is it a coincidence? This virus? Hard to say. Jihe shook his head. Interesting. Chen Yi smiled. Jihe mentioned a very critical point earlier. The reason why those chaotic cultivators in the ancient times disappeared was that the environment was no longer suitable for cultivation. But now, as soon as the methods passed down from ancient times are changed, viruses can be used to start practicing. Whether this virus is still a virus is debatable. What kind of environment was suitable for cultivation in ancient times is even more worthy of exploration. The two looked at each other and smiled, then did not continue on this matter. Chen Yi knew very well that Jihe's ability to tell him so much was not entirely out of kindness to help him clear up his doubts. Although he is a good old man, he is not a fool. After all, what he said was based on what he knew, and what he knew basically came from the Ji family's current understanding and exploration of these things. Although he has always said that other families should be similar, there's a difference between should be similar and definitely be similar. The 4 major families' confidentiality level on this most core secret is definitely not high. Even Chen Yi didn't know the situation of the Chen family, let alone Jihe. Jihe was willing to tell Chen Yi so much, and his purpose was obvious. He wanted Chen Yi to go to the Chen family to compete for the incense in the ancestral hall, and at the same time reminded Chen Yi not to be picked by others within the Chen family. After all, this thing involves the core secrets of the family, and it can make people stronger quickly. Whoever gets it will have more say in the family in the future. For Jihe, Chen Yi is his father's nephew and cousin. From now on, the person in charge of the Chen family will be Chen Yi. In any case, it will be more beneficial to the Ji family than having another member of the Chen family take charge. It's not that good people don't know how to play politics, it's just that their main focus is to be fair and above board. After chatting with Jihe for a while, Chen Yi met his grandfather, the elder of the Ji family. And the current head of the Ji family, who is also his uncle. The current situation is tense, and naturally they seldom talk about daily life when they meet. After a few pleasantries, they basically start talking about the situation in various places. Chen Yi did not hide it, and revealed the entire current situation in Tianai, including the merchant alliance that had been almost wiped out in the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee that was lurking in the dark and waiting for an opportunity. The existence of these two organizations really brought a little shock to Jihe, who easily solved the problem of the imperial capital. It's a bit outrageous to say that the forces that dare to drag the army to start a movie with the Chen family and the officials in the city before the end of the world has come. Although Jihe had known about this for a long time, he originally thought that Chen Yi had forced these people to do this to survive. Unexpectedly, it was the people from the merchant alliance who made the first move to seize the Dream Flower. This made the Ji family's well-informed father-in-law couldn't help but sigh that these businessmen were really bold and risked their lives for profit. At the same time, there was a sense of urgency in my heart. After all, the imperial capital has been a little too peaceful until now, and it's a little abnormally peaceful. Could it be that the careerists in Tianai dare to come forward on the eve of troubled times and point their swords at the Chen family? The imperial capital is full of cowards. Do the Ji family really dare not make a move when they encounter them? Not necessarily. Anyway, after the chat, Chen Yi later received news that the Ji family had strengthened the defense and control of the family strongholds scattered throughout the imperial capital. He had nothing to say about this. The situation in the imperial capital is even more complicated than that in Tianai. It may not be so easy for the Ji family to safely occupy the top spot in the world. It's just that there are many people playing politics here. Everyone is a Millennium Fox, and now they are all dormant and waiting for the opportunity. After staying at Ji's house for a whole day, Chen Yi didn't return to Chen's manor until the next day. I don't know if it was deliberately arranged by the family. At this time, the competition between the young disciples of the Chen family has reached the final round. The ones competing on the stage were Chen Ziyuan and a young man named Chen Tianj who was born in a collateral lineage. Chen Ziyuan aside, this Chen Tianj is probably only 15 or 16 years old, almost like an ordinary high school student. But the strength is quite impressive. He doesn't have those fancy things, and he probably hasn't obtained any heavenly or earthly treasures, only pure superpowers. It's just that his power is extremely difficult to deal with. It took Chen Yi a long time to understand that this guy actually had a space-type power. Although the use of supernatural powers is still a little immature, the strength of the powers is revealed without any suspense. From Chen Yi's perspective, the energy in Chen Ziyuan's body is much stronger than that of Chen Tianj, indicating that her strength is far stronger than that of Chen Tianj. But in a situation where he had the advantage of strength, facing Chen Tianj's terrifying space power, Chen Ziyuan was so beaten that he was sweating. Her attacks were completely unable to hit Chen Tianj. If it were a life and death battle, it would be impossible for her to defeat the opponent. But this is a competition in the ring after all. Under normal circumstances, facing such a strange opponent, her best way to deal with it is to delay. Because she is very strong, as long as she is delayed, Chen Tianj will definitely be the first to be exhausted in the end. However, things are not that simple. After trying to drag for a while, Chen Ziyuan discovered something. She can't hold it back. Chen Tianj's space power not only allows him to run fast, but also makes his attacks deadly. By manipulating space to cut the enemy, this is a move that is completely irresistible in a physical sense. Chen Ziyuan can only rely on the practitioner's keen spiritual sense to predict and dodge in advance. And if you are not careful, it will be the result of the disappearance of the fragrance and death of the jade, and the disappearance of the path of death. Normal attacks can't hit the opponent, and you can't catch the opponent's attacks at all, so the risk of dodging them is very high. This put a lot of mental pressure on Chen Ziyuan. After fighting again and again, she still didn't hold back and took out her biggest trump card. Looking at Chen Tianj, who had once again traveled through space and arrived dozens of meters away, Chen Ziyuan took a deep breath and slowly raised the long sword that had not been released from his body. He held the scabbard with one hand and the hilt with the other. Looking towards the other party, said softly, "Brother, your superpowers are indeed very powerful, but you are not my opponent yet. In the previous competition, I was able to hit all the points. Even if I defeat you, it will not hurt your life. But this next move, it's different from before. If you can't take it, you will definitely die. You have already ranked among the top 3 in the family competition, and you will receive all the rewards you deserve. Why not admit defeat?" Although it seems that Chen Ziyuan is at a disadvantage in the situation, she asked Chen Tianj to admit defeat, which was a bit hard to watch. But those who were really standing on the top of the stands knew very well that since she dared to challenge Chen Yi, she must have the unique skills to beat the crowd. At this time, Chen Tianj was forced to this point. If he continued to fight, he would naturally not be able to endure it any longer. And what she said about Chen Tianj's death if he couldn't take this move was probably not a lie. However, facing her action of drawing the sword, although Chen Tianj felt an indescribable sense of crisis in his heart, the young man still gritted his teeth and said, "I'm afraid that won't work." If it were Su Yan, she would definitely go up and tear her alive by this kid after hearing this. However, Chen Ziyuan was not so bloodthirsty. After a pause, she asked with some confusion, "Why? You should know very well that you are no match for me. If I unsheath my sword, you will most likely die." The reason is very simple. Chen Tianj grinned, "My father died early, and I still have my mother and younger brother at home. I have awakened my powers, but they have not. Now that the end is approaching, the virus in their bodies can be present at any time. There could be an outbreak. The top 3 in the competition can get a power awakening serum, but for me, one is not enough, I need more. There must not be much of this kind of thing in the family. If we need more, we must naturally show our value to the maximum extent." Hearing this, Chen Ziyuan paused, and then said softly, "You are worthy of admiration for risking your life for your mother and brother at a young age, but I'm sorry, I also have a reason to win this battle, but I can't let you. Feel free to come." There was no fear in Chen Tianj's eyes, and he stared closely at Chen Ziyuan's every move. His body tensed, and the space around him was visibly distorted. "Master, the information on Chen Tianj has been found." On the high platform outside the venue, Jinju happened to come behind Chen Yi with a pile of information. Looking at the two people whose aura was rising crazily and who might launch a fatal blow to their opponents at any time, Chen Yi said without blinking, "Nyen." Although Chen Tianj is nominally a member of the Chen family, and the family tree does record information about their branch, in fact he has hardly enjoyed any bonuses brought by his status as a descendant of the Chen family. About 100 years ago, Chen Tianj's grandfather's generation had completely left the core of the family and became a side branch. After more than 100 years of development, Chen Tianj's growing-up environment was no different from that of ordinary people. Not as good as that. Jinju glanced at the information, picked the key points and said quickly, "He lost his father when he was young, and his family only consisted of his mother and younger brother. His mother single-handedly raised him up, and he is also up to par. Last summers at that time, he was admitted to the provincial key high school where he was located with the first score in the city. Later, his academic performance has been very good, and he has always been among the top 3 in the school. In fact, if there is no such thing as the end of the world, with his achievements and temperament, there is a high probability that he will be noticed by the family in the future and then vigorously promoted and cultivated. The Chen family has a special department that looks for talented people from these side branches to promote and appoint. After all, they are also members of the family. So speaking of it, even the children of the Chen family who are no different from ordinary people actually have a huge advantage that others cannot envy. That is, if you are really capable, you will not have to worry about having no way to climb up." Chen Yi nodded when he heard this, and then said softly, "Is it possible that he is from other forces?" "The possibility is very small." Jinju shook his head and said, "Although he has good grades, if the family had not organized this competition for all the children of the clan before, and the clan elder asked the people in charge to find people according to the family tree, no one would have known about him at all. He is from our Chen family, and even he himself doesn't know it. What's more, although he had awakened his powers early before, he had never shown it. He heard from our people that if he won the competition, he might be able to awaken his powers. Serum, he revealed that he has superpowers, so naturally no one can bribe him in advance. Even if there is, it will only be in the past few days after returning to the family at most. The time is limited. It is impossible for them to really win over this boy and obey him wholeheartedly. Therefore, it can be basically judged that he is okay, young master, and you can take him under his command, people." When Chen Yi heard this, he already made a judgment in his heart. The momentum of both sides in the confrontation on the field has also reached a critical point. The next moment, accompanied by a sharp sword cry, the long sword in Chen Ziyuan's hand that had never been out of the body suddenly burst out with a dazzling sword light. The sword body like on water appeared in everyone's eyes, and then the long sword came out, as if it had life, and turned into a spiritual snake. After winding in the air for several times, it seemed to find its direction and turned into a stream of light, shooting towards Chen Tianj at the other end of the ring. The sword emerged like a dragon, and the blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it carried a power that could destroy the world. Chen Tianj's face changed as he faced the blow, and the space around him suddenly became distorted. The terrifying power brought about by the spatial distortion has not yet been unleashed, but bursts of thunder have already erupted. The moment the sword edge was about to reach Chen Tianj's throat, he suddenly disappeared from the place out of thin air and came to the side and behind Chen Ziyuan. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and the space around Chen Ziyuan suddenly deformed, and the original space seemed to be torn apart. It suddenly cracked like a canvas. The crack spread extremely fast, and Chen Ziyuan, who was standing not far away, was about to be torn apart by the crack before his eyes. But at this moment, the long sword that had just missed the blow turned back, and the sword suddenly slashed down with the flow of light. The force controlling the fission of space was immediately chopped into pieces by this sword, and the twisted space slowly recovered after ripples appeared. However, this was just the beginning. The power of the long sword was obviously more than that. After cutting through the rift in space, its speed did not slow down at all, and it shot towards Chen Tianj. Chen Tianj's expression changed, and he disappeared into space again and came to another location. But this time, the longsword seemed to have eyes. Before Chen Tianj even had time to appear on the other side, the longsword had already locked onto his position and turned to kill him. When he just landed and stood firm, the sharp sword was already in front of him. Facing the heaven-destroying aura on the sword, Chen Tianj only felt a sense of suffocation envelop his heart. He wanted to leave again through space powers, but it was too late. Casting powers takes time, although it takes a short time to release the superpower, but it also takes time. And after releasing the superpower, it also takes time to travel through space to another place. Normally, it would seem that there is almost no delay when he releases these powers, but Chen Tianj himself knows very well that it only takes a very short time, and ordinary opponents simply cannot seize such an opportunity. But at the moment, Chen Ziyuan has obviously seen through this. With the extremely fast speed of the flying sword in her hand and her prediction in advance, she almost perfectly captured this moment of opportunity. In the blink of an eye, facing the imminent threat of death, Chen Tianj decided to do something more. But the reason why he can compete with Chen Ziyuan on the same stage is because of his powerful abilities. Other than that, he is not as strong as Chen Ziyuan at all. Now that the weakness of the superpower has been caught, he has almost no capital to resist in front of Chen Ziyuan. Are you going to die here? But now I've got the top 3, but I don't know if the superpower awakening serum that my family promised before will be given to my mother after I die. At the last moment when he was about to face death, what Chen Tianj thought about was his mother and younger brother. As for his own life, he didn't take it that seriously. When Chen Ziyuan asked him to admit defeat, he realized that the other party would probably use all his strength. It would be very difficult for him to win this competition. He would die in the ring. This was originally expected. However, just as he closed his eyes and prepared to accept death calmly, a gentle voice came from in front of him. The winner is decided. Chen Ziyuan wins. Chen Tianj was stunned for a moment, then slowly opened his eyes, and found that Chen Yi, the eldest young master whom he had met from afar 2 days before the station and whom others said was a high-ranking young man in the family, was now standing in front of him. The flying sword that brought him endless terror was now clamped between 2 slender fingers, and no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't move even half an inch. Friendship comes first, and that's all. Friendship comes first, and that's all. Chen Yi dropped the long sword that was no longer struggling in his hand as if it had been crushed to death, and looked at Chen Ziyuan who looked ugly and said with a smile. Congratulations to Sister Ziyuan for winning 2nd place in this competition. Chen Ziyuan stared at him for a while, then snorted coldly. As soon as she raised her hand, the long sword on the ground returned to her hand. At the same time, she pointed the long sword directly at Chen Yi and said, "A few days ago, you said that you would let me defeat other tribes. Only a middle-aged man can challenge you. Now that I have defeated all my competitors, you're the only one left. Chen Ziyuan, please give me some advice from brother Chen Yi." Chen Yi was not too surprised by this. He looked at Chen Ziyuan and said with a smile, "Shall Yuan ask you to come, right?" Chen Ziyuan frowned and said nothing, but did not refute either. Seeing this, Chen Yi continued, "There is no need to avoid or deny. I have only seen your kind of power in him in the whole world. He should be nearby now, right? Where's he? Why don't you let him come out together and watch the 2 of you? I'll fight if it's enough. You can't just hide and be a coward, waiting for you, a woman, to stand up for him, right? Doesn't he just want to avenge me for wiping out the Merchant Alliance in Tianai? I'm here, let him come here on his own." "I don't know what you were talking about," Chen Ziyuan said with a sullen face. "Oh, you don't have to defend him. He asked you to challenge me. Didn't he just want you to test my strength? He probably didn't tell you. I knew you were different from him as soon as I saw the strength you showed. I know how to deal with these methods of yours." Chen Yi had a relaxed smile on his face. Ding Chen Ziyuan's resentment value is plus 300, and the total resentment value is currently 500 inches. "You seem to think you have a chance to win." Chen Ziyuan finally couldn't stand it any longer and asked in a cold voice. "What if? You'll know once you try it." Chen Ziyuan shouted low, and the sword that returned to her hand split instantly, turning into dozens of swords out of thin air, and then split again, turning into hundreds, thousands, until the sky was filled with them. This sword is called Wan. Sword. Gui. Zong. At this time, Chen Ziyuan was like a goddess from the 9 heavens descending to earth. Her whole body was suspended in the sky, and her eyes were already filled with bright sword light. The next moment, like a god, she pointed at Chen Yi in the air. Countless flying swords fell down like raindrops. These flying swords are all condensed by the energy in Chen Ziyuan's body through some means. They are not low-level things like blindfolding, but each one is truly lethal. In fact, the time it took for her to release this skill was not short, but Chen Yi had no intention of interrupting it midway. "Of course, this is not a big deal. I just want to see what trick Xiao Yuan can come up with after disappearing for so long. I see it now. This product is indeed extraordinary." Judging from the scale of the flying swords in the sky, it was impossible for Chen Ziyuan to unleash this level of attack on his own and squeeze her dry, and the energy in his body was not enough to do so. But she just used it. That meant that Xiao Yuan not only taught her these cultivation techniques and magical powers, but also gave her some secret techniques or medicines that could temporarily enhance her strength. The purpose should be to catch Chen Yi off guard at this time. However, the actual situation is that although Chen Yi is indeed a little surprised that Chen Ziyuan has such an ability, if he wants to deal with him with this attack, it is still a bit inferior. At the moment when the flying sword is about to fall, Chen Yi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly curled up into a sneer, and a golden light slowly bloomed in his eyes. At the same time, the thick and gloomy clouds in the sky slowly parted, and a pair of divine eyes overlooking the world slowly opened. The golden divine eyes hung high in the sky, looking through thousands of sword shadows before locking on Chen Ziyuan in the middle. Invisible mental fluctuations came suddenly. Chen Ziyuan, who was floating in the air, seemed to be hit by an invisible sledgehammer. He fell from the air like a bird with broken wings and fell straight to the ground. At the same time, 7 holes were bleeding, and the blood in his mouth was even more. "Just spit it out like you don't need money." But at the last moment, she also completed all preparations, and the countless flying swords all over the sky pierced Chen Yi. At the same time, a ghost-like figure appeared behind Chen Yi at the same time. A dagger with a faint light in his hand was raised high and was about to stab the back of his neck. Sure enough, it's here. Chen Yi keenly felt the movement behind him. Not only did he not panic at all, but he sneered. The moment the sword rained in front of him and the assassins attacked behind him were about to fall, a ball of hot heat suddenly exploded from his body. The king's fire, feeling the terrifying increase in power brought by the blessing of the king's fire, Chen Yigang was ready to tear the assassin behind him alive. But before he took action, he felt a strange fluctuation in the surrounding space. Then he disappeared directly from the spot and appeared hundreds of meters away. While getting rid of the endless sword shadow, he also avoided the fatal blow that the assassin had planned for a long time. Chen Yi was stunned for a moment, then turned to Chen Tianj who had retreated outside the ring. The boy had fainted at this time and was still vomiting blood from his mouth. Although the space power is powerful, it is still a bit too reluctant for Chen Tianj to teleport someone with Chen Yi's strength at the same time to 100 meters away. Chen Yi estimated that this kid was trying to repay him for saving his life just now. He thought that Chen Yi was in danger when facing Chen Ziyuan's full blow in the assassin's sneak attack, so he sent him away regardless of his own safety. She gave Qinju a look and asked her to take this kid for treatment and not let him die. Then Chen Yi glanced at Su Yan, who was eager to try, and told her to step aside and stop making trouble. Only then did he return his attention to the battlefield in front of him. Unexpectedly, after Chen Ziyuan's move, these flying swords did not disappear. As if a GPS was installed, after many flying swords hit the ground, most of the flying swords circled around and turned their swords around, looking for Chen Yi again. At the same time, the man in black disappeared from the ring again. However, under the gaze of the Sky Eye, he could no longer hide his figure. However, Chen Yi also noticed that the man in black was not the only one present. There were actually as many as 4 in total. In addition to the one who took action just now, 3 more came behind him through unknown means. Clang! There was the sound of metal friction as the dagger was unsheathed. In the flash of lightning, Chen Yi suddenly turned around and grabbed the assassin's hand holding the dagger. Seeing the panic flashing in the assassin's eyes, he ignored the other assassins who were already approaching in the sky full of people. Feijian laughed solemnly. Do you think you can kill me? Boom! The terrifying flames were released from his body like a volcano erupting. With the addition of the terrifying statistics of mental strength and physical fitness, Chen Yi's current Junmo has reached an extremely terrifying level. In a sudden explosion, not to mention a few assassins in black, even Su Yan who was so close to him would be burned to ashes. Sure enough, the one closest to Chen Yi only persisted for a moment, and then his whole body melted together with the obviously poisoned dagger, turning into ashes all over the sky. The other 3 assassins not far from Chen Yi were also dead. At the same time, the flying swords that filled the sky finally approached Chen Yi. Facing this endless flying sword that carried the power of destruction, Chen Yi's expression did not change at all, but he slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, time seemed to have paused in the entire sky, and the flying swords that were charging towards Chen Yi suddenly froze in the sky. Endless flying swords, a sword-wielding god of war wrapped in flame armor. The picture freezes into a beautiful picture at this moment. Many of the Chen family disciples present were holding cell phones or other recording equipment and staring at this scene. While recording this moment, they couldn't help but hold their breath and slowly raise their heads. On the high platform, the solemnity in the eyes of the elders sitting on the throne slowly dissipated. After looking at each other, Chen Yi's grandfather in the middle slowly put down the crutch in his hand and looked at the sky. Chen Yi looked satisfied. When this happened, it was certainly not because Chen Yi had mastered some kind of time-related power, but the power of thinking. With the blessing of his terrifying mental power, the power of telekinesis had already reached an extremely terrifying level as soon as it came into his hands. Thousands of flying swords in the sky would come to a standstill in just one thought, and then boom. There was a crisp sound, and a flying sword in the sky suddenly shattered. Immediately afterwards, like dominoes being toppled, the almost endless flying swords in the sky began to collapse rapidly. 1, 2 The shattered flying swords turned into pure energy slowing down. Slowly scattered, some of the nearby Chen family disciples who were already superpowers actually felt that their strength had improved after being exposed to these free energies. However, when these people realized that absorbing this energy could improve their strength, and they quickly concentrated on operating their powers and prepared to increase their intensity, they discovered that these energies were extremely active. It was already good that they could absorb a little bit, and they wanted to take this opportunity. It is basically impossible to greatly improve your own strength. Compared to the energy that escaped after the flying sword collapsed, they could only absorb a small amount of it. Chen Ziyuan's attack was extremely terrifying. She could not use it at all. Even if she was beaten to death, it would not be enough. It must have borrowed the power of some external object. If she hadn't been too weak and couldn't fully control the blow after releasing it, even Chen Yi would have been able to avoid its sharp edge and would not have been able to fight head-on like this. Looking at Chen Ziyuan, who was collapsed on the ground and seriously injured, Chen Yi said calmly, he used external force to release such a level of attack without fear of being seriously injured by the force, and secretly sent assassins to ambush near my Chen family ancestral hall to assassinate me. Sister Yuan, it seems you really want me to die. It's a pity that the method is still a bit poor. Xiao Yuan, who is hiding behind you, is really timid. At this level, he is not willing to help you in the last resort. Bah! At this point, Chen Ziyuan also felt that he was bound to die, so he stopped pretending and angrily shouted, everyone can kill a murderer like you. Oh, murderous maniac. What should I say? Chen Yi said with a smile. Haha, don't you count how many people you killed in Tianai? Tens of thousands of people were slaughtered in Tianai port in one night. Aren't you afraid that tens of thousands of innocent souls would turn into ghosts and come to seek your life? Chen Ziyuan said angrily, other people don't know, but I know very well that you obtained the black lotus that represents death in the golden lotus of samsara in Tianai. You can become stronger by killing animals. Sooner or later, you will become a murderer. In other words, you have no bottom line. A killing machine. I'm here to kill you today, not for my own selfish gain, but for the sake of the world and the future of my family. If you take charge of the Chen family in the future, my 1,000-year-old family will only be led into the abyss by you and become an evil organization that everyone will be able to punish after the end of the world. Xiao Yuan told you, right? Chen Yi said without changing his expression. Speaking of which, I killed several thousand people at Tianai port, and the rest were all killed by that kid Xiao Yuan's weird formation. Quote. Although he said he would kill all the remnants of the Merchant Alliance if I didn't kill them, but if they weren't killed by me, they weren't killed by me, so don't be embarrassed. Impossible, Chen Ziyuan said flatly. Naturally, she didn't believe what Chen Yi said. At her, in my impression, Chen Yi has long been the image of a murderous maniac. Don't believe it. If you don't believe it, forget it. Chen Yi didn't take it seriously at all, shook his head, and said with a smile, you said I am a murderer, but if I am not wrong, the reason why you were able to do that I'm afraid the sword moves also relied on external force, right? Is this something? As he spoke, a black lotus seed appeared on Chen Yi's fingertips. Of course, lotus seeds are just an external manifestation, but the essence of this thing is the refined essence of life. While at Tianai port, Chen Yi did not directly use the life essence collected by Xiao Yuan 7 killing her A for his own use. Instead, he refined it with the power of killing Shengren and obtained a total of 5 black lotus seeds. Each one contains the purest and clearest essence of life that anyone can use after being refined by him. One of them was given to Shen Yanqi who almost collapsed trying to save others, and he kept the remaining 4 in case of emergency. Chen Ziyuan glanced at the black lotus seeds in Chen Yi's hand, and a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on her originally disdainful face. Although what Xiao Yuan gave her was a pill and what Chen Yi took out now was a lotus seed, she was not an ordinary person, so she could naturally tell that the auras of the two were exactly the same, and they were essentially the same thing. If there was any difference, it was that the elixir given by Xiao Yuan gave her the feeling that the aura inside was more mixed, but the energy contained in it was greater. The elixir in Chen Yi's hand had a pure aura, but the energy in it was far less than that of the elixir. Do you know what this is? Chen Yi tossed the lotus seeds in his hand. This is obtained by killing creatures and condensing the essence of life. If you take one, it will not only make the strength of ordinary superpowers leap forward, but also make people with special abilities leap forward. Its power has been greatly improved in a short period of time, and it has released supernatural attacks that far exceed its own strength. Although you and Xiao Yuan have different things and abilities to cultivate, they are essentially the same thing. It would take about 7 or 8,000 people to kill a lotus seed like this in my hand to condense one. The energy in the thing you are using is more powerful than this, and the method of condensing the essence of life in Xiao Yuan's hand is definitely efficient in terms of efficiency. If you're not as good as me, I'm afraid it won't be possible without 30 to 50,000 people. Let me guess, Chen Yi said with a thoughtful look on his face. 3 days ago, a city with nearly 2 million permanent residents in the country next door, Kimchi lost a single person overnight, and it happened to be 3 days ago, where Fang and Sanfang jointly sent a delegation to Kimchi country to sort out and transfer assets for Kimchi Transnational Trading Company stationed in the country. Kimchi Trading Company was jointly funded by Fang and Sanfang, and its overseas headquarters, in that city. While speaking, Chen Yi looked from afar towards Chen Chong, the manager of the second room, and Chen Yuan, the manager of the third room, who were sitting on the high platform. Uncle Chong, Uncle Yuan, on my right. On the high platform, the eyes of the senior officials of the Chen family focused on Chen Chong and Chen Yuan. But the two people remained expressionless and silent. When faced with Chen Yi's accusation that they and Xiao Yuan had massacred 2 million people abroad, they neither denied nor admitted it. But there is no denying that it is also an attitude, that is, acquiescence. As for why they do this, the reason is very simple. Troubled times are coming, and human life is indeed nothing more than a number to these senior officials of the Chen family who hold the power of life and death. They didn't take action in Sha Kingdom, not because they were kind-hearted and didn't intend to use this method to deal with their compatriots. It's because although Sha Guo's officials are exhausted, they are still running normally. If they dare to do such a thing within the Sha Kingdom, they may face the officials' thunderous wrath, and the Chen family will never help them. But it's different when going abroad. In countries like Kimchi, the fragile official system has long since collapsed in the face of the raging virus. The entire society has fallen into a state of disorder, and no one cares about the life or death of others. They cooperated with Xiao Yuan to make a city disappear overnight without causing much trouble. In the Sha Kingdom, which is only across the sea from Kimchi country, only Chen Yi guessed this possibility after some calculations and judgments, and sent someone to collect information in this regard. Only then did he know the news. Others, even the senior officials of the Chen family and the government, were completely unaware of this. Ding Chen Ziyuan's resentment value is plus 2000, and the total resentment value is currently 2,500. Congratulations to the host. In the mission about Chen Ziyuan, the son of destiny, I gained more than 1,000 resentment points and reached the first milestone. The reward: superpower, the immortal golden body. The immortal golden body, one breath still exists, and the golden body is indestructible. Extract. Looking at the newly obtained reward, Chen Yi said expressionlessly. If the life essence obtained by killing 2 million people is given to Chen Yi, he can make his strength reach an extremely terrifying level. Xiao Yuan may not be able to use these life essences to enhance his strength like Chen Yi who has the Black Lotus, but he definitely has a way to bring out the value of these things. For example, the 10,000 sword Wuzong used by Chen Ziyuan with the help of life essence, and the few assassins just now who are obviously very different from other superpowers, but are stronger than most superpowers at this stage. Moreover, the life essence used by these people is only a small part, and the real big part is still held in Xiao Yuan's hands. Chen Yi wasn't sure what big job this kid could do, so naturally the more chips he had on hand, the better. Ding, the ability extraction was successful. Host, Chen Yi. Physique, 155.3, human limit is 1. Psychic power, 172.6, human limit is 1. Special abilities, Sovereign Fire, Heavenly Eye, Astrology, Killing to Become Ren, Chi, Psychokinesis, Immortal Golden Body. Skill, Killing Word Technique. Item, Power Awakening Serum by 62 inches. This is not the first time to obtain the ability, so it does not take long to extract the ability from the system, and the negative effects are not obvious. It almost took less than a few seconds for Chen Yi to complete the integration with the new power. At the same time, the new superpowers will also increase his mental strength and physical fitness, taking his strength to the next level. After doing this, Chen Yi looked at Chen Ziyuan who was lying on the ground. At this time, her eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. Chen Yi's evaluation of this woman was that she was big-breasted and brainless. Although he is good-looking, he also has a kind heart. But compared to a good person like Shen Yanqi who is incredibly smart, Chen Ziyuan is just a pure and brainless virgin. He was generally reluctant to waste words with such people, but he had no choice. Who made her the child of destiny? She was also the only child of destiny who could explode gold coins infinitely until the system came into being. Killing is definitely not allowed. What I said just now is just to get Chen Ziyuan's mentality into making her burst into gold coins. As for the things done by the second and third bedrooms, they will naturally be left to be sorted out later. But now, he has other things to do. After integrating the superpowers, his strength was greatly improved again. Chen Yi slowly looked outside the Chen family ancestral hall. Before I knew it, heavy snow had fallen in the sky. In the snowy sky, Chen Yi said calmly to the door, "When are you going to see me? Now that you're here, come in and die. Keep standing at the door. Maybe others will think that I, the Chen family, don't understand etiquette and have neglected our distinguished guest." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned too. At the gate outside the ancestral hall square, there were surprises in their eyes. This is the ancestral hall of the Chen family, one of the most heavily guarded places in the world. The previous fight between Chen Yi and Chen Ziyuan was an internal matter of the Chen family anyway. Which outsider dares to come here to cause trouble at this time? Even the elders of the Chen family on the high platform were a little surprised. Then they looked at the second and third bedrooms with dissatisfaction in their eyes. Except for Chen Yi, at this time, in the entire Chen family ancestral hall, only a few old people responsible for guarding the ancestral hall were still watching, as if they had expected it, and they didn't seem to care at all. Since Mr. Chen has extended his warm invitation, Xiao will be disrespectful to refuse. Under the gaze of countless Chen family disciples, Xiao Yuan's figure slowly emerged from the wind and snow. While striding into the Chen family ancestral hall, he said with a smile, "It turns out that there's a grand event within the Chen family today, and I am an outsider. I shouldn't bother you, but time is tight right now, and I have some unresolved grievances with Mr. Chen, so I have to bother you." Different from the embarrassed appearance of running around like a bereaved dog after being slapped and crushed by Chen Yi a few days ago, Xiao Yuan was in high spirits at this time. Not only had the hands and feet that were interrupted by Chen Yi fully recovered, but his face was even more confident and calm. Just like when he first appeared in front of Chen Yi. In the past few days, with the help of the second and third brothers of the Chen family, he finally realized the super heritage of the thousand-year-old family. At the same time, he also lamented how naive he was to think that he could challenge such a family with the help of the Merchant Alliance. Even compared to branches such as the second and third branches of the Chen family, which control part of the family's power, the Merchant Alliance's power and resources are not on the same level, let alone the entire Chen family. This also strengthened Xiao Yuan's view that he wanted to control the Chen family for his own use. And if you want to achieve this goal, the biggest obstacle is the person in front of you. Chen Yi, he was so powerful that even the powerful Xiao Yuan felt desperate just thinking about it. In order to deal with such an enemy, he could only take the wrong approach. So, with the help of the second and third bedrooms, they went to neighboring countries to kill millions of people overnight and absorb the essence of life. And because of the psychological shadow left by Chen Yi before, even though he had greatly increased his power through sorcery, Xiao Yuan did not go to Chen Yi directly, but chose to trick Chen Ziyuan into testing. Now that the temptation is over, he thinks it's time to deal with Chen Yi. It seems like you think you have a chance to win. Chen Yi looked at Xiao Yuan, who walked in with a swagger, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Through the observation of Tianyan, he has roughly seen Xiao Yuan's current strength. It was similar to the strength he had when he obtained the immortal golden body from Chen Ziyuan. However, his aura was mixed and his foundation was unstable. If he used all the remaining life essence from the slaughter on himself, he would definitely have more than this strength now. Obviously, Xiao Yuan's efficiency in using these life essences is far inferior to that of Chen Yi, who possesses the Black Lotus. Forcibly raising his strength to this level in a short period of time is already the limit, and there will definitely be certain sequelae. With his current strength, coupled with his endless weird methods, if Chen Yi was approached before today, Chen Yi really had no confidence in taking him down. But after obtaining the immortal golden body and improving the two statistics again, the strength between the two people became wider again. It is estimated that Xiao Yuan would not have thought that he would let Chen Ziyuan come up to test Chen Yi, while he would hide in secret and observe. After watching for a long time, I felt that I was sure to take down Chen Yi. However, after the battle with Chen Ziyuan, Chen Yi's strength increased slightly. He missed the best opportunity. There was nothing he could do about it. Chen Yi had scared him out of his wits before. If it weren't for this surge in strength, he would never dare to appear in front of Chen Yi again. Caution is also a last resort. Of course, all of this was actually part of Chen Yi's calculations. Ever since Chen Ziyuan suddenly appeared the day before yesterday and inexplicably named him to challenge him, Chen Yi had already sent people to check the recent movements of the second and third bedrooms. That night I found out what they had done in Kimchi country. At that time, he knew that Xiao Yuan would probably come to him with a surge in strength to avenge the previous one. But he also predicted that before accepting Chen Ziyuan's challenge, Xiao Yuan would never come to him rashly, so he would wander around the entire imperial capital in a swagger these 2 days. Chen Yi had had several contacts with Xiao Yuan before, and already knew this person quite well. But Xiao Yuan's understanding of Chen Yi was completely insufficient. Coupled with this is the disparity in intelligence capabilities. It's so normal to be able to see through everything. Mr. Chen, what we as monks value is not to take action. Once we take action, we must deal with the opponent with a thunderous force. Xiao Yuan smiled confidently. Your biggest mistake before was not to take advantage of me when I was down. Kill me and leave trouble in the future. And unlike you, I won't leave any hidden dangers. Having been dormant for so long, since I dared to show up here this time, I am sure of winning. Although he looked embarrassed when being chased by Chen Yi before like a lost dog, at this time he thought that he could change his stance on offense and defense, so he was able to say it openly. Just like some successful people will tell others how they were in such a mess at the beginning. If you succeed and admit your previous failures frankly, others will not only not laugh at you, but will find them inspiring. But when a failed person mentions the setbacks he has experienced in the past, others will only think that this person is blaming others. Now Xiao Yuan probably has the former mentality. Although he has not yet defeated Chen Yi to complete his plan, the chips in his hand already make him feel that he will definitely win this time, and his mentality has relaxed a lot, and he is no longer stuck in the previous embarrassment. Anyway, the opportunity to avenge the past is right in front of you. Really, with your strength, I'm afraid that's not enough, Chen Yi said with a half smile. Indeed, it is definitely not enough for me alone. It is also difficult to cultivate a monk with similar strength to me in a short time with those life essences. Even Chen Ziyuan's ability to have such strength is not based on the life essence, but relying on her own talent, she cannot reproduce them in batches. But it is not difficult for me to cultivate a group of dead soldiers who are similar in strength to Chen Ziyuan but can only be used once. Quote. You don't have to look for it. I know that your eyes are very strange and can see through other people's strength. I don't have a good way to hide it at the moment, so I didn't arrange people around here early to avoid being caught in advance by you. I found that I ran away, Xiao Yuan said confidently, but no matter how powerful your eyes are, the detection will have a scope after all, right? After that, Xiao Yuan took out a walkie-talkie and said calmly, stop hiding, come out and show Mr. Chen your strength. A person like Xiao Yuan looks a bit funny holding this kind of modern walkie-talkie in his hand, but after he gave the order, the dead men in black sprung up from everywhere and went straight to Chen's house, which made people have no time to pay attention. This painting. The wind is a bit unfavorable. The eyes in the sky slowly rotated, looking at these dead soldiers from a distance, and soon saw through their true nature. Xiao Yuan didn't lie. The strength of these dead soldiers was probably equivalent to Chen Ziyuan's, but Chen Ziyuan's strength was his own, and he could still gradually become stronger in the future. But these dead soldiers are different. The power in their bodies is chaotic and extremely unstable. It is forced into them through some means, and there is a risk of losing control at any time. But even so, when these people were fighting for their lives, their combat effectiveness was not necessarily worse than Chen Ziyuan's. Of course, these dead men would definitely not be able to use the kind of sword moves Chen Ziyuan used with the help of the power of life essence. The trouble a single dead soldier can cause to Chen Yi is definitely far less than that of Chen Ziyuan. But there are so many of them, and he is not afraid of death. At a cursory glance, Chen Yi found that there were probably no less than 100 similar dead soldiers. Give him a certain amount of time, and he can deal with these hundreds of powerful dead warriors. But the problem is that there is Xiao Yuan, who is much stronger than these dead soldiers, staring at him with eager eyes. Naturally, he cannot sit back and watch Chen Yi get rid of all his dead soldiers. If he had to deal with Xiao Yuan while also dealing with these hundreds of dead soldiers, it would be a bit difficult even for Chen Yi now. If it was Chen Yi before he obtained the immortal golden body from Chen Ziyuan, he might really suffer a loss if he encountered this kind of situation alone. But the question is he alone? Is this all your trump card? Chen Yi smiled unhurriedly. This is enough, Xiao Yuan also said very confidently. I have already investigated clearly before coming here. Your mistress who obtained the White Lotus is still in Tianai. At this time, the only person with some strength around you is that name. The witch named Su Yan, although she is not weak, she only has brute strength, so she can only watch from the sidelines when I use some tricks. Without external help, you are alone, facing me and these hundreds of dead soldiers. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, what can you do? Chen Yi, your defeat is that you are too confident. If you were inseparable from Shen Yanqi and had the Lord of White Lotus to help you, no one in the world could do anything to you. But you actually left her in the sky and came to the imperial capital alone. How could I let go of such a god-given opportunity? Defeat, Chen Yi raised his eyebrows and said with some humor, you underestimated the heritage of the 4 major families and overestimated yourself. As he spoke, the surrounding wind and snow suddenly became more violent. In the terrifying cold wind, a curvaceous figure loomed. He was keenly aware that the surrounding wind and snow suddenly became violent, and at the same time, the surrounding temperature suddenly began to drop. Xiao Yuan, who was originally full of confidence, looked solemnly at somewhere in the wind and snow. Amid the wind and snow, there was a faint sound of high heels clicking on the ground. Soon, everyone present, including Xiao Yuan, saw clearly the appearance of the person coming. A woman wearing a beige windbreaker had her hands in her pockets and a pair of exquisite black high-heeled shoes with red soles. In such a biting cold wind, she was only wearing a thin shirt and short skirt under her windbreaker. Her long and delicate legs were exposed to the air without any reservation, and they seemed whiter than the surrounding snowflakes. The whole person is dressed like an urban white-collar worker, delicate and mature, like a ripe peach. The woman didn't even look at Xiao Yuan after she came in. She nodded to Chen Yi and then said to the stands with a smile, "Yu Shui of the Mu family has met all the elders of the Chen family." The elders of the Chen family on the high platform nodded in response, and at the same time secretly put down the crutches they had just picked up again. As the head of the Chen family, Chen Wu said with a smile, "I wonder who it is. It turns out it's the little phoenix of the Mu family." "Uncle Chen, that's ridiculous. I was entrusted by Chen Yi, so I stopped by to do a little favor." Yu Shui smiled sweetly, and the monotonous wind and snow seemed to have a little more color because of her. Countless young members of the Chen family in the surrounding area were stunned. "Okay, you juniors can discuss your own matters. I won't bother you. I'll help you." Chen Wu waved his hand. "Uncle is too kind." After briefly saying hello to the senior officials of the Chen family who were present, Yu Shui looked at Chen Yi, winked at him with her seductive peach blossom eyes and said, "Is this the guy?" "Well, leave him to me to deal with. You just need to deal with those dead soldiers." Chen Yi pointed outside. "Disc, this is too much, and the strength is not weak." Yu Shui glanced at it from a distance and muttered. "So what? So this time you owe me a big favor," giggling. Amidst the crisp laughter, Yu Shui slowly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, as soon as a dead soldier rushed near the Chen family ancestral hall, he suddenly turned into an ice sculpture. When the cold wind blows, the ice sculpture instantly turns into ice shavings all over the ground, blending into the wind and snow. When he reappeared, Yu Shui was already in the air. A huge ice throne was suspended there out of thin air, and she was sitting lazily on it with her legs crossed. With a finger from a distance, a dead soldier turned into an ice sculpture. The current environment of the imperial capital is her home court, and in this home court, she is an out-and-out ice queen. It was also the first time that Chen Yi saw this woman take action. It didn't matter if he didn't look at her. Even he couldn't help but feel a little envious. There was an ice throne sitting in the air in the wind and snow. He didn't know whether it was Mu Shui's superpower or the effect obtained through some external object. But this style is really full. But now is not the time to look at this. Chen Yi turned to look at Xiao Yuan, whose face was as heavy as water. What now? Xiao Yuan had a sullen face, and after a while he slowly said, "At this stage of the world, besides you, there are such strong people. I really didn't expect that you and her alone might be able to stop me today. It's my plan, but I want to leave, but you can't stop me." Having said this, the expression on his face no longer looked confident and calm as before, but instead turned into a kind of morbid madness. Grinning, he said, "There are many people in this world, and they are the source of my strength. The mountains are high and the rivers are long, and the rivers and lakes are long. Chen Yi, we'll see." As he spoke, he suddenly took a step back, and the space behind him began to distort. This was exactly the same as the method he used to escape when he was almost beaten to death by Chen Yi in Lianqi Wetland Park. It's just that this time it's faster and the space channel is more stable. However, at this moment, a clear voice came out from the wind and snow, "Feng." Click. The space passage behind Xiao Yuan used to escape suddenly solidified, and then shattered, turning into a dangerous space turbulence. After he hurriedly dodged to avoid it, he slowly replied. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan finally had a hint of panic in his eyes, and he quickly used the power in his body to open the space channel again to escape. But no matter how he tried, it had no effect. The magical power of teleportation that had been tried and tested in the past seemed to have suddenly shut down. In the wind and snow, another figure appeared in the Chen family's ancestral hall. Who is it if it's not Ji He? When I was chatting with Ji He yesterday, considering that this cousin was very powerful, Chen Yi was planning to kill him together. Xiao Yuan is gone. Later, after finding out Ji He's superpower, he became even more convinced of this idea. Because Ji He's superpower is the most powerful superpower he has seen so far, bar none. His superpower doesn't have a name, but if Chen Yi were to name it, then this superpower should be called La Terror. Ji He can invalidate a law of heaven and earth in a certain area in a short period of time. As long as the opponent is not much stronger than him, there is almost no solution to this superpower that can directly modify the rules of the world and is no different from a bug. For example, birth, old age, illness and death are human nature, and all living things in the world need to abide by the rules. But Ji He only needs to use his own powers to change this law or simply seal it. To a certain extent, it can prevent people from aging, and even achieve reverse growth, making people younger as they live. Of course, the premise is that he is strong enough and can maintain his powers long enough. But this is almost impossible. The more essential the law, the harder it is to change and the greater the consumption on him. There is basically no hope of using his power to live forever. But in the current scenario, it couldn't be more appropriate. To Chen Yi, Xiao Yuan's own strength was actually not worth mentioning, and it was not difficult to kill him. But his ability to teleport away at any time was so annoying that it was difficult to kill him. At this time, Ji He's supernatural power was revealed. Directly using supernatural powers to seal the space laws in this area, Xiao Yuan's attempt to escape using this method similar to space teleportation is naturally a fantasy. Even if changing this law consumes a lot of money, Ji He can't hold on for long, but for Chen Yi, it's enough. Seeing Xiao Yuan's panic expression, Chen Yi showed a smile. Want to escape? Want to escape? Hearing Chen Yi's half-smiling words, Xiao Yuan once again recalled the fear caused by being beaten by Chen Yi in various ways at Lianqi Wetland Park in Tianai Port. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and look at the knife that had been drawn. Chen Yi, who was unsheathed, said in panic with a little surprise, "Where did you find these people? They are definitely not the power that should appear in this world at this stage. I have always been willing to give the dead a clear death. That is Mu Shui from the Mu family, and this is Ji He from the Ji family. Do you have any questions?" Chen Yi took 2 more steps forward. Vaguely, the shadow of a huge black lotus stretching across the sky slowly emerged behind him. Mu family, Ji family, impossible. How could such a coincidence happen? There was disbelief in Xiao Yuan's eyes. If these 2 were talented people that Chen Yi used the power of the Chen family to collect from the people, even though it was outrageous, he reluctantly believed them. But what is Chen Yi saying now? These 2 are actually the main heirs of the other 2 big families. Shouldn't awakening abilities be random? Is it possible that because you are a noble person from Tianwang and were born with a golden key in your mouth, you have a greater chance of awakening than others? This is impossible. It's not like Xiao Yuan has never seen the world. Although the Merchant Alliance is not as strong as the 4 major families, it still has some vision. When he was hanging out in the Merchant Alliance, he had never heard of any artificial control of superpowers, nor had he heard of any artificial means to speed up the progress of superpowers at this stage. Even though it had been broken by the power awakening serum in Chen Yi's hand earlier, he was sure that obtaining the power could indeed be intervened through human means. But he still firmly believes in the latter point until now. In Xiao Yuan's view, since Chen Yi can come up with superpower awakening serum, then other families in the 4 major families should also have it. In this case, it is not surprising that the heirs and core figures of these big families are superpowers. If Mu Shui and Ji He were ordinary people with superpowers, you wouldn't think there was any problem at all. But judging from the current performance of these 2, they are obviously not ordinary superpowers. Let alone ordinary superpowers, Xiao Yuan estimated that it was hard to say whether he could beat either of these 2 people in a one-on-one duel in these 2 moments. The appearance of these 2 people was completely outside Xiao Yuan's plan and something he did not expect at all. Naturally, there are no countermeasures. Originally, he had an idea of teleporting away if it didn't work out, but now he doesn't even have the option of running away. Hearing this, Chen Yi chuckled and said, this world is neither big nor small. But no matter whether it is big or small, it is not something you, a foreigner who has just arrived, can see through. From the first day I saw you, I noticed that you seem to have a condescending attitude towards everyone or anything in this world. I don't like that kind of condescension and self-righteousness. I wonder how you feel about this world now. Villains die because they talk too much. Chen Yi asked himself whether he was an iron villain. Generally speaking, he would not make such a mistake. But the problem is that Xiao Yuan is currently exploding his resentment value. If he doesn't take advantage of this opportunity to harvest, wouldn't it be a huge loss even if he is killed later? Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed. Xiao Yuan's resentment value towards you is plus 1200. The current total resentment value is 9600 and the kill probability is 96%. Ding, the mission progress has been refreshed. Xiao Yuan's resentment value towards you is plus 399. The current total resentment value is 9999 and the kill probability is 99.99%. Finally, under Chen Yi's verbal offensive, Xiao Yuan's kill probability reached a critical point. Only the final kick is needed to reach 100%, and the rewards he can get after killing Xiao Yuan will be maximized. The four major families are indeed extraordinary. It is not my fault that we are in such a situation. It is actually the fault of the Merchant Alliance and Chen Chong and others who misunderstood me, Xiao Yuan said unwillingly. No matter how stupid he is, he now knows that the real heritage of the four major families is not political status or business capital, but real power. However, none of the partners he met after coming to this world told him such important information. Isn't this a fucking scam? The key point is that when he had just traveled from the world of immortality and met Mr. Wu, he specifically asked if there was any extraordinary power in this world. Mr. Wu swore and patted his chest and told him that there was absolutely no way such a person could exist. He just came here and didn't understand. After discovering that Mr. Wu had a very high status in the business world and was a big boss with great hands and eyes, he naturally no longer had any doubts about this. After all, although he doesn't understand this world, but he feels that he understands humans. According to the operating rules of human society, since such powerful bosses say there is no such thing, then there must be no such thing. What's even more deceiving is that, just for Mr. Wu, the internal situation of the four major families is extremely mysterious, and it is normal for some things that are unknown to outsiders. But what the hell, aren't you, Chen Chong, a member of the Chen family? Your Chen family has such a background and you don't even mention it. Xiao Yuan did not suspect that Chen Chong was working with Chen Yi to trick him. After all, they have brought in their most capable sons, and there are indeed irreconcilable conflicts between the second wife and the eldest brother. Chen Chong, who was now standing on the high platform, had the same expression on his face as if he had eaten shit. Then the only answer is, whether it is Mr. Wu and the senior executives of the Merchant Alliance, or the senior executives of the Chen family's 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom apartment. They really don't know anything. The careful planning was shattered by an unexpected event. How could Xiao Yuan be reconciled to this? Why, you also want to use that excuse of non-war crimes, Chen Yi said with a smile. Actually, it doesn't have to be like this. In the final analysis, the real winner and loser can only be determined after we fight. If you can defeat me here, you can naturally escape calmly and preserve your useful body for great things. If you can't beat me, then you deserve to die here today, so don't blame others. Xiao Yuan, who was already devastated, was stunned when he heard this, and then his face became serious. Relying on the life essence obtained by slaughtering 2 million people before, he thought carefully and suddenly realized that even in his current situation, he might not be dead. It is true that the Chen family probably has some hidden power secretly, and this power may even be more powerful than he imagined. But who is in front of me? This is Chen Yi, the most outstanding descendant of the Chen family. Xiao Yuan, who was born in the world of cultivating immortals, understands this kind of family very well. He knows that what the elders in this kind of family value most is their capable descendants, and there's absolutely no way they would give up on an outstanding heir. So as long as he captures Chen Yi, things will turn around for today. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan's eyes suddenly ignited with a burning fighting spirit. However, in the next moment, Chen Yi just made one move and once again plunged him into endless despair. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. You don't really believe it. Do you think you can beat me? Chen Yi's slightly mocking laughter sounded without scruple. Then, Xiao Yuan saw a scene that made him despair. I saw that the black lotus stretching across the sky behind Chen Yi had almost condensed into substance. The black lotus petals unfolded, and a faint black light came out from inside. Immediately afterwards, under the influence of the black lotus, the ownerless life essence in the surrounding area, which had been slowly passing away as the host was killed, actually condensed towards the black lotus like a moth encountering light. Most of the sources of these life essences came from the dead soldiers who were easily killed by Mu Shui. There was even a lot of energy left over after Chen Ziyuan's sword was scattered. This energy and the remaining life essence are extremely violent and chaotic, even more chaotic than the life essence condensed by Xiao Yuan using rough techniques. Ordinary superpowers can naturally improve their strength by absorbing a little bit, but if they insist on forcibly absorbing a large amount of this chaotic energy and life essence, then what awaits this superpower user is the result of exploding to death. Although Xiao Yuan also knows that the essence of Black Lotus is to swallow all kinds of energy, or to obtain energy through killing to make himself stronger. But he never expected that Black Lotus could absorb even this kind of chaotic energy. What the hell, if this thing were placed in the world of immortality, it would be the aftermath of a battle between masters. If he had this method, as long as he gathered energy and practiced every day at the place where the old monsters in the nascent soul transformation stage fought, he would have been invincible in the world of immortality. How could he be chased by his enemies and travel to this terrible place? But this kind of thing, which seemed quite ridiculous to him, actually happened under his nose, in this low-level world that he looked down upon. However, while Xiao Yuan was confused, Chen Yi had already completed the absorption and refining of the energy escaping around him through Black Lotus. This time, he did not keep the refined energy to cultivate strength for his subordinates, nor did he use it to improve his own strength in the long term. Instead, all points are added to the part that can only be used once in a short period of time. If all this life essence were used for cultivation, Chen Yi had no doubt that both of his statistics would exceed 200. But although that was a long-term plan, what Chen Yi needed now was not the so-called long-term plan. He needs the power that will allow him to kill Xiao Yuan steadily right now. Then the best solution is the one-time use option. Probably because he didn't think about it in the future, he drank all these life essences as kidney treasures at once. If this kind of usage is used on other superpowers, even if the person is an extremely powerful person like Ji or Mu Shui, I am afraid that even if the person does not explode and die, it will cause the superpowers in the body to operate in chaos and he accidentally became a useless person. But for Chen Yi, who has Black Lotus, this is not a problem at all. Get so much life essence at once and use it all at once. Chen Yi's 2 data directly broke through the 200 mark, and it was still far beyond. In a short period of time, his mental strength reached 286.3, and his physical constitution also reached 267.5. What was even more exaggerated was that Chen Yi suddenly noticed that the descriptions of his abilities in the system column had also changed their titles. Host, Chen Yi, Physique, 286.3, Human limit is 1. Psychic power, 258.5, Human limit is 1. Special abilities: Samadhi, True Fire, King Fire, Heavenly Eyes, Prophecy, Astrology, Omen of Death, Slaying Life, Yin and Yang, Cheat, Divine Sense, Thought Power, Immortal Golden Body, Innate Tao Body. Skill: Killing Word Technique. Item: Power Awakening Serum by 62 inches. Almost every ability has a completely different name than before, but just by looking at the names, you can tell that it has definitely become stronger and more powerful. For example, the King's Fire turned into the True Fire of Samadhi. The so-called Samadhi refers to essence, chi, and spirit. Lord Fire, also known as Divine Fire, is just one of Samadhi. But now, he actually directly gathered the Samadhi True Fire. This is a bit too supermodel. It is no exaggeration to say that if it was the Samadhi True Fire in his impression, then he would already be the top superpower user in the apocalypse based on this power alone. Samadhi True Fire is like this, and the others are similar. Chen Yi briefly read the introduction and found that the power of every evolved power was countless times that before evolution. Of course, the most outrageous thing was that Chen Yi discovered that he actually had an extra power out of thin air. The innate Taoist body, what comes from heaven first, is one. When one arises, there is something but no form. Its name is Taichu. Quote, innate Taichu. Chen Yi couldn't help but read a little faster as he looked at the explanation given by the system for this extra talent. He was very sure that, like Samadhi True Fire, this was not a word that should appear in this world. It was something he could only see in the myths and legends of another world. To be honest, he didn't know what Taichu meant specifically. But he knows one thing. Taichu belongs to one of the 5 innate ones. In the myths and legends of another world, it is something related to the creation of the world. The level is extremely high. Chen Yi was not sure how something related to this thing suddenly became his own superpower. He guessed that after the two data reached a certain critical point, the superpowers of all superpowers would further evolve, and even new abilities may be born. The previous point can be roughly guessed from the various abilities that have completely changed. The latter point has no basis. It was just a guess made by Chen Yi. But these are not the focus now. After all, this is just a power he temporarily borrowed through those life essences, and it does not entirely belong to him. Once this power is exhausted by him, he estimates that the system panel will return to normal. There is no point in studying it now. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yi calmed down and looked at Xiao Yuan, whose eyes were desperate again, with a smile on his lips. I remember the first time we met, you were defeated miserably by my eyes. Although you have been defeated in many battles, after these days of fighting, you can barely be considered an opponent. In this case, I will use these eyes to send you on your last journey, which can be regarded as giving you some dignity. As he spoke, the color of the originally golden eyes in the sky gradually changed into a white gold as hot as the sun. The sky that was originally gloomy under the wind and snow now became brighter under the gaze of these eyes. The gloomy dark clouds slowly dissipated, revealing the bright sun behind them. However, even with the scorching sun in the sky, its light was still unable to compete with these eyes. In the eyes overlooking the world, a huge energy that could destroy the world was condensed, and the target was pointed at Xiao Yuan. Deem the mission progress is refreshed. Xiao Yuan's resentment value towards you is +1, the current total resentment value is 10,000, and the kill probability is 100%. Faced with such magical powers that were as powerful as the gods, the last trace of luck in Xiao Yuan's heart finally disappeared. Instead, he suddenly smiled with relief. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Okay, what a Chen Yi. Since you want to show me dignity, I will naturally do my best to accompany you through this great show, and be one of the steps on your way to becoming a god. Xiao Yuan comes from the world of immortality, and is much more sensitive to power levels than people in this world. With this level of power, even when he was in his heyday in the world of immortality, he would never be the enemy of Yi. Let alone him, even if his master came in person, he would only be killed by Chen Yejun. Now that he had just traveled to this world, everything had to start from scratch. With Chen Yi's power, he was naturally even less likely to be an opponent. Now that defeat has been decided, it would be better to leave the show with dignity, as Chen Yi said. Xiao Yuan asked himself that he was born in a more advanced world of cultivating immortals. Ever since he came to this world, he has always had a sense of superiority in his bones. Even now that the defeat is certain, this sense of superiority has not faded even a little bit. Facing death, Xiao Yuan laughed wildly, and at the same time, an extra bag appeared in his hand. When he reached out and took it out, there were countless red pills in the bag. This is a blood pill. You can refine one by killing 10,000 living people. Xiao Yuan stuffed these blood pills into his mouth as if they were free of charge, and said with a crazy smile, I have refined so much blood. Dan, I'm afraid you think I'm some kind of peerless devil, right? He obviously didn't expect Chen Yi to respond. He took the medicine while minding his own business and said, actually, in the world I originally lived in, I came from the Lingzhan sect, the leader of the righteous path, and was the current senior brother of the Lingzhan sect. I have been practicing swordsmanship for 20 years. With his Lingxian swordsmanship, he is respected by his peers and unrivaled. Since I came of age and walked down the mountain, I have traveled around, slaying demons and defending the way, and promoting the power of the spirit sword sect. Along the way, I killed the first 120 of the younger generations of the demon clan and the demon sect, and countless others. However, if anything is as beautiful as the forest wind, it will be destroyed by the wind. Our sword cultivators are too sharp. Not only the demon clan and demon sect want to get rid of me, but also those so-called righteous people also regard me as a thorn in their side. It's funny that I was naive at the time. I just thought that everyone was on the right path. Even if they have different ideas, they are still brothers from POWs. They can be gentlemen who are harmonious but different. But in the end, they just wanted me to die. Two groups of demons and monsters surrounded me, and Zhengdao Pao stabbed me in the back. Even though I had the power of swordsmanship, I was still unable to save myself and died of hatred. However, destiny is endless. After death, I came to this world and was reborn. I vowed that I would be different in this life from the last one. Although I still have good intentions, I think I can be more flexible in my methods. There is no need to be as pedantic as in previous lives and miss many opportunities. As Xiao Yuan spoke, he laughed more and more crazily. Chen Yi watched with cold eyes. The eye of heaven in the sky was ready to strike, but he was not in a hurry to take action. When I first came to this world, I discovered that the end of the world was coming, and the destruction of all life was a foregone conclusion. With my strength, it was impossible to turn things around. But based on my experience in the world of immortality, I have discovered that after the end, there will be even greater disasters waiting for the remaining survivors. Zombies, mutant beasts. Chen Yi, you should understand what I mean. What is it? Xiao Yuan suddenly said, hey, if humans here want to survive, there is only one way to go, and that is superpowers. However, I have long discovered that supernatural powers and the immortal magic I practice are essentially different approaches to the same goal, and they are extremely rough. In addition, people in this world are inexperienced and it is difficult to form a system. If you want to rely on randomly appearing supernatural powers to do something for you in this world, the future survivors strive for a chance to survive. Ah, what an idiot. But I'm different. I have the most advanced cultivation method in the world of immortality in my hands, and I can save the common people from water and fire. As the senior brother of the spirit sword sect, this matter is my duty. However, the world is difficult. If I don't have enough power and strength, who will listen to me? So, I met Mr. Wu and joined the Merchant Alliance. At that time, I was very ambitious and thought I was the chosen one, the savior of the human race in this world. I have even imagined the scene of how to pass down the immortal cultivation method after achieving the goal, become the most holy master, and truly spread the cultivation to every corner of the world. Until I met you, Chen Yi. This time, Xiao Yuan did not gnash his teeth, but only sighed, I am no match for you. From resourcefulness to talent to power and strength, I am far inferior to you. After I failed to fight for the golden lotus of samsara with you, the deep-seated frustration in the mountain-like sense of oppression made me unable to breathe. I remembered my unwillingness when I died with hatred in my previous life, and I also remembered my ambition to save the people of this world when I first came. Then, I set up a 7-kill formation, and I personally dug a grave for the backbones of the Merchant Alliance. Although they would respectfully call me Mr. Xiao when they saw me the day before, I still said done. Failed again, ha ha ha, in front of you, I'm like a clown jumping up and down. The matter has come to this, but I am still unwilling to accept it. I have set my sights on the 4 major families. Sure enough, the background of your millennium-old families is not comparable to that of the Merchant Alliance. With the help of the 2nd and 3rd bedrooms of the Chen family, I am confident that at most in 1 month, I will have the strength to defeat you, but 1 month is too long, I can't wait any longer. So, I chose to massacre the city. I became the demon that I hated so much before and wanted to kill quickly. I extended my butcher knife to ordinary people. At that time, I comforted myself and said that as long as I defeat you, I can complete my original plan, save more people and let people survive after the end of the world. These people are just necessary sacrifices and they're worth it. I know I am lying to myself, but I am really unwilling. I'm not willing to be stepped on by a native like you. I'm not willing to give up this great opportunity and miss the opportunity to become the savior of my imagination. I'm not willing to do that. I have no choice. I am not a devil who does all kinds of evil, I just have become unscrupulous. I am no longer the senior brother of the spirit sword sect who is respected by my junior brothers and sisters and praised by my elders, ha ha ha. At this time, because Xiao Yuan had swallowed the life essence in one go, which was far beyond what his current body could carry, he was already in a state of madness. There was a strong smell of blood all over his body, not to mention his eyes, ears and other places. Blood gushed out like money, which was extremely terrifying. The sound coming out of his mouth was also unclear whether he was laughing or crying. He was now completely undefended, but Jenny had no intention of taking the opportunity to make a sneak attack but waited for him quietly. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan didn't keep him waiting for long. After he finished speaking, he took a few breaths of hard breath. Then the eyes filled with blood suddenly became clear again, and the whole person stood upright, like a spear pointing straight into the sky. Although his body was already filled with violent blood power, the evil and gloomy aura that Chen Yi could see in him before was completely wiped out at this moment. It was clear that his body was full of mixed forces from evil sources, but at this moment Xiao Yuan gave people a feeling of being upright and open-minded. He looked at Chen Yi with bright eyes. All the previous pain and struggle disappeared, leaving only a clear light. I was haunted by the death of my previous life, trapped by inner demons, fell into the devil's path, and caused great disasters. Xiao Yuan's words contained a tranquility like relief, and he suddenly raised his hands and bowed to Chen Yi. Shen Dali, thank you Dao Chen for helping me get rid of my inner demons and find my true self. I have committed such a crime, so it is not a pity to die. However, the idea of using my own cultivation method to save the human race in this world when I become a demon is biased, but it is not unreasonable. I can't do this now, but this cultivation method from the world of immortality shouldn't disappear with me in this world. As he spoke, he stood up straight and pointed at Chen Ziyuan, who was lying on the ground in a coma in the distance. A stream of light instantly penetrated Chen Ziyuan's forehead. Ms. Ziyuan is a rare genius in swordsmanship. If she had been born in the Lingjian sect, I am afraid that my senior brother would have to be ranked second. I will pass on to her the secret Lingxian sword control technique that is not passed down by the spirit sword sect, and give her some time. When she is successful in practicing, she will definitely become the mainstay of the human race against zombies and alien races in the post-apocalyptic future. Everyone is guilty of what happened today, but I am the only one to blame. Ms. Ziyuan is kind and simple by nature. What she did this time was just a mistake in trusting me. I hope fellow Taoist Chen will not embarrass her. As he spoke, he bowed his straight waist again. In this time, before getting a reply from Chen Yi, he had no intention of getting up. Chen Yi looked at him and then at Chen Ziyuan. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, yes. He probably figured out Xiao Yuan's current state. Xiao Yuan, who had been fighting with him for a long time and killed countless people at all costs to achieve his goals, turned out to be a good man who was possessed by evil spirits. However, judging from the system's progress bar, Chen Yi felt that if he hadn't gone crazy, Xiao Yuan might not have become the son of destiny targeted by the system. Otherwise, why did the system's progress bar reach 100%, and Chen Yi didn't do anything, so it returned to normal? Is it just that his current surge in strength has brought Xiao Yuan too much pressure? Not necessarily. When he was at Lianqi Wetland Park before, Chen Yi actually had a chance to kill Xiao Yuan. That time, because he temporarily asked Su Yan to kill Yi Chen, his strength increased greatly and Xiao Yuan was no match for him. He was not killed at that time because the kill probability given by the system was too low. Chen Yi was afraid of something unexpected happening, and also because the reward for killing the opponent when the kill probability was low was too small, so he just let him run away. Otherwise, the moment Xiao Yuan started teleportation, Chen Yi could have had his sky eye interrupted or even hinder his teleportation process. This might only buy him a moment, but this moment was enough for Chen Yi, who had already put the knife on Xiao Yuan's neck, to chop off his head. Chen Yi's sense of oppression against Xiao Yuan at that time was not necessarily worse than it is now. But Xiao Yuan didn't seem to get rid of his inner demons at that time. Therefore, he felt that this thing was most likely linked to the system's kill probability. Or in other words, the son of destiny is not the normal Xiao Yuan in front of him, but the possessed Xiao Yuan. Chen Yi thought about it carefully, and found that this was actually in line with some of the sudden changes he had seen in another world in his previous life. After rebirth, he could not live without being crazy and start to create various unlimited protagonists. Now that he suddenly becomes normal, can he still be considered the protagonist? Maybe not. However, the system rewards have not been issued yet. No matter what, Xiao Yuan will definitely die today. But the difference lies in the way he treats Xiao Yuan now. Chen Yi doesn't mind hearing him say a few more words. Compared to the madman before, he seems to be able to communicate better now. If he talks a few more words, what if there is an unexpected gain? After receiving Chen Yi's affirmative reply, Xiao Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head and said calmly, fellow Taoist Chen, I don't have much time. The future of this world lies with you, not me. In order to make up for the trouble I have caused you before, I have 2 things that I would like to give to fellow Taoist. Saying that, without waiting for Chen Yi to answer, he pulled out the simple-looking long sword from his waist. I had a sword before, which was given by the elders of the family, named Qingxiao. The sword was forged from sapphire and cold iron. The embryo, worn and nourished by my 20 years of hard work, is my life's magic weapon. I am invincible in this situation, and it helped me a lot. It's a pity that it was buried with me in a foreign land later. This world is extremely extraordinary. It may seem ordinary, but there are many treasures of all kinds. With the help of the 2nd and 3rd bedrooms of the Chen family and the Merchant Alliance, I gathered together many precious materials and refined a weapon with the specifications of Qingxiao. The taller sword is named Qishao. Although the sword is still an embryo at this time and needs to be polished slowly by the sword holder, its power is still great. It is no longer inferior to my Qingxiao. Quote, Xiao Yuan stroked the sword lightly with gentle eyes. I should have passed this sword to Miss Ziyuan, but it had been involved in too many murders after following me after becoming a demon, and it was burdened with huge karma. Although Miss Ziyuan has a destiny, wealth and honor, but if you use this as a sword, you may only have a bad life in the future. But you are different, fellow Taoist Chen. You were blessed by the golden lotus of samsara. Such cause and effect is nothing to you. Taking away this sword is perfect. Chen Yi didn't have any objections when he heard this, but seeing that he had no intention of sending the sword over, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, where's the other one? It's also a sword. Xiao Yuan suddenly straightened his back, and his whole body became extremely sharp, like an unsheathed sword, and said loudly, this sword condenses my 20 years of hard work, and it is also the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world I was in before. Although my cultivation level is low, when it comes to swordsmanship, even the leader and elder of my spirit sword sector far inferior to me. Countless great demons and demons have died under this sword. Do you dare to take this sword, Dao Yuchen? Chen Yi looked directly into his eyes, with a smile on his lips, why don't you dare? Xiao Yuan said no more, held his sword across his chest, and slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, Chen Yi spoke in surprise. The bloody power around him was rapidly transforming into another kind of power. That power is sharp and vast. It was completely different from the evil feeling it gave people before. Under the sun, Xiao Yuan slowly floated into the air, his whole body bathed in the light, as if he was covered with a layer of golden armor. The terrifying sword power gradually gathered around him. That sharp aura that seemed to be able to cut through everything made Mu Shui and Jihe, who were already watching the battle, couldn't help but frown. The instinct of the superpowers made them feel a dangerous aura, and it was extremely dangerous. However, Chen Yi, who faced this sharp edge, showed no fear. But he didn't underestimate Xiao Yuan's last sword, which cost him all his efforts in his life. The heavenly eyes in the sky shone brightly, and samadhi true fire, like small flames, also appeared around him. This sword is called Ling Tian. I have used this sword to cross the border and kill several big monsters. Fellow Taoist Chen, please take it. In the sky, at the moment when his momentum reached its peak, Xiao Yuan suddenly opened his eyes filled with sword energy, but the movements of his hands were so simple and unpretentious. Raise your hand and raise your sword. Cut. It's mediocre, without any highlights, just like a beginner's wave. However, in Chen Yi's eyes, the pressure this sword brought to him was much greater than all the moves and methods he used in his previous fight with Xiao Yuan. This is probably Xiao Yuan's true strength at his peak. Chen Yi's eyes were solemn and the strength in his body gathered. The divine light of the Eye of Heaven hanging high in the sky suddenly appeared, and a bright holy light came down from the 9 heavens like a punishment from heaven, directly meeting the simple sword. The collision between the sword light and the divine light was silent, but the surrounding space was shattered inch by inch, and the dark space cracks twisted into deep black holes, and finally slowly closed. The full strength strike of the Eye of Heaven was actually not blocked by Xiao Yuan's sword. The sword's power weakened slightly, but it did not stop. Although Chen Yi was surprised when the attack was broken, he didn't panic at all. With a casual move, the samadhi true fire that was jumping around like small flames suddenly condensed into a huge flaming sword and slashed towards Xiao Yuan. When it comes to swordsmanship, Chen Yi is naturally not half as good as Xiao Yuan, and he doesn't have any good swords. However, in terms of lethality, this fire sword condensed from the true fire of samadhi is probably better than any magical weapon, and it can also close the gap in swordsmanship. Boom! Like a stone dropped on calm water, ripples appeared throughout the space. The terrifying shockwave swept thousands of meters around in an instant, and many thick trees were uprooted by the terrifying aftermath. Mu Shui, who was watching the battle, frowned when she saw this, and immediately waved her hand, and the terrifying storm immediately wiped out the aftermath of the battle that rushed towards the crowd in the wind and snow. When the aftermath dissipated, the flames all over the sky disappeared, and the others could finally see the situation on the battlefield. They discovered that the distance between Chen Yi and Xiao Yuan was less than 2 meters at this time. The long sword named Kai Xiao in Xiao Yuan's hand was pointed at Chen Yi's throat, and Chen Yi's 2 fingers happened to pinch the spine of the long sword at this time, preventing it from advancing even an inch. You win. Xiao Yuan chuckled lightly and released the hilt of the sword in relief. Kai Xiao naturally fell into Chen Yi's hands. Chen Yi looked thoughtfully at the so-called sword embryo in his hand. In fact, at the last moment, he clearly sensed that Xiao Yuan had stopped. Of course, even if he didn't withdraw his move, after the collision with the samadhi true fire, his sword was basically at the end of its power, and it was impossible to cause any harm to Chen Yi, who had an immortal golden body. Xiao Yuan didn't know the key point. If he didn't have an immortal golden body and used his body to attack his sword, I'm afraid not many people on Blue Star would be able to survive at this stage. If Xiao Yuan wanted to kill him, there was no way he could have stopped just now. It can be seen from this that Xiao Yuan may have really recovered from his inner demons at this time, and it is not that he is acting. The credibility of what he said before has certainly increased a lot. If you were in your heyday, it would be difficult for me to win against you. Chen Yi accepted the Scarlet Sky Sword and answered frankly. That was just a fatal blow that Xiao Yuan used to use the life essence he swallowed to force himself to the realm of his previous life. The power is definitely far from reaching the peak of this sword. Moreover, after he used this sword, all the life essence was consumed, and there was no follow-up. If it were the heyday, this sword might be just the beginning. Therefore, this sentence is not only not modesty of Chen Yi, but also the truth. If I were in my heyday, Mr. Chen probably wouldn't play like this, and I still wouldn't be your opponent. Xiao Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile. He was telling the truth. After seeing Chen Yi's methods, he didn't think that the gap between him and the other party was just in strength. Chen Yi smiled when he heard this, but did not deny it. Both gifts have been delivered, and my time has come. Xiao Yuan took a step back and turned to look at the vast world outside. The Chen family's manner is picturesque, quiet and harmonious. There seems to be some happy event happening in the village in the mountains in the distance. Even though they are several kilometers away, the sound of fireworks and the rising smoke can be heard. How can people not miss this world like this? Before he finished speaking, Xiao Yuan's whole body emitted bursts of blood-colored light, which dispersed bit by bit in the wind and snow. Those life essences are completely powerless to Xiao Yuan at this stage. The terrifying energy he endured caused his physical body to completely collapse and turned into energy when he ate those things. From that moment on, whether he wins or loses in today's battle, he is already dead. It's just that after getting rid of his inner demons, Xiao Yuan found his true self and used his strong will to persist until now before he collapsed. Chen Yi watched all this coldly. At the moment when Xiao Yuan completely dissipated, he heard what he seemed to say, be careful of people with superpowers. Beware of superpowers. Chen Yi's eyes flashed and he wrote down these words, but he didn't ask any more questions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Xiao Yuan, the son of destiny, and completing the system mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving the basic reward, Skill Book of the God Emperor. The detection success rate has reached 100%, and the additional rewards are being settled. Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards, Physical Fitness plus 10, Mental Power plus 10, Power Awakening Serum X 100, Skill, Lingxian Swordsmanship. Skill, Book of the God Emperor, an unheralded secret originating from the imperial family of the world of immortality. Gather the faith of all people, gather the aura of heaven and earth, and forge the supreme destiny. Skill, Lingxian swordsmanship, an unheralded secret originating from the Lingjian sect in the world of cultivating immortals. With one sword and one thought, you can cut through the 9 heavens in the underworld. Looking at the system prompts, Chen Yi slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, there was a bit of heat in his eyes. Obtaining the Lingxian swordsmanship is not an unexpected thing. He has roughly figured out the ways of system rewards before, and has long guessed that the things the system rewards him after killing Xiao Yuan should be related to Xiao Yuan's messy abilities and should be the most valuable thing to Xiao Yuan. Lingxian sword controlling skills were naturally the best choice. Although Xiao Yuan still has many methods that Chen Yi seems to be very good at, but on the premise that only one of them can be revealed, the sword control skill is obviously the best. But apart from the sword controlling skills, the other so-called Divine Emperor's book was something Chen Yi didn't expect at all. Xiao Yuan has never shown any abilities related to this before, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that the basic reward starts from the time when you kill Fang Zan, and it is not necessarily related to the Child of Destiny itself. Instead, it was more like what the system thought Chen Yi needed now. The additional rewards are related to the abilities of the Destiny Child. And this skill called God Emperor's book is a bit interesting. Chen Yi used the skill directly. After figuring out the nature of this thing, he couldn't help but have a look of surprise in his eyes. The Book of God Emperor is marked as a skill in the system, but its essence is the same as Lingxian sword controlling technique, which is a technique from the world of immortal cultivation. But this technique is somewhat different from techniques like sword control. The practice of sword control mainly depends on oneself. The extent to which one can practice depends on personal strength and luck. But the God Emperor's book is different. Compared to Lingxian sword controlling technique, a top-notch skill that is placed in front of ordinary people, most people cannot get into it. It is not difficult to get started with the Book of God Kings. The only threshold is that you need a specific royal bloodline. Of course Chen Yi doesn't have this kind of thing, but he can get started directly with all the skills in the system, so he can skip this threshold. In addition, the methods of practicing these two magical powers are also different. You need to practice sword control slowly and learn it by yourself. After getting started with the God Emperor's book, you can certainly become stronger by practicing it yourself, but the speed is very slow. Not to mention compared with other top skills, it is casual in the world of immortal cultivation. If you find a low-level skill, you can practice it faster than this thing. The reason why the God Emperor's book is special is that he can not only practice and polish it slowly by himself, but also have a shortcut with almost no side effects. Collect the faith of all people. As long as Chen Yi practices the God Emperor's book, the more people who fear and worship him, the stronger his power will be. This process is called condensing luck in the Book of the God Emperor. And this is only the first stage. When his condensed luck reaches a certain level and his strength expands to a certain level, he can directly establish his luck dynasty. Gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the faith of all people into one body, he is the country. This thing sounds extremely fantasy, and it is difficult to realize. But at least it gave Chen Yi a brand new choice after the end of the world. And Chen Yi remembered what Mu Shui mentioned when talking to Mu Shui that night. Once his strength reached a certain level, what value would other people in the world have to him? At that time, for Chen Yi, what he liked was the value of everyone's existence. But now, this value has one more value. When everyone's beliefs can be gathered into him and become his real strength, then everyone has value to Chen Yi. He has one more reason to let mankind survive in the apocalypse. After all, the only people mentioned in the God Emperor's book that can provide faith and condense love are humans. Zombies and mutated beasts Chen Yi is probably not good at it. If humanity perishes after the end of the world, then his technique will probably be useless. After all, the current occasion was quite special. After taking a few glances at the two newly acquired skills, Chen Yi turned his attention outside without studying them in depth. The powerful enemy dies and the dust settles. At this time, as Xiao Yuan completely dissipated, everyone's eyes were on Chen Yi, especially the people in the second and third bedrooms. At this time, there was only despair in their eyes. It would be no exaggeration to say that the action between the two of them was devastating. Now Xiao Yuan is dead, but Chen Yi is still there. Considering the relationship between the second and third bedroom people and Xiao Yuan, how can they not be liquidated? Of course, for the rest of the Chen family, they were naturally overjoyed to see that their own family could defeat such a powerful opponent. After all, as long as there is no conflict with the eldest brother, or the Chen family does not participate in the struggle between the eldest brother and the second brother at all, the stronger Chen Yi is, the more beneficial it is to them. But it's different for people like Mu Shui and Ji who don't belong to the Chen family. Ji is okay, after all, he and Chen Yi are direct cousins. Even if Chen Yi is really invincible in the future and the Chen family wants to sweep Liu He, it will probably leave a way for the Ji family to survive. Mu Shui's expression was quite subtle. Chen Yi had said more than once that he wanted to make her his concubine, and he told her very seriously, not just a joke between friends. Now that he has shown such strength, Mu Shui estimated that he might not be able to defeat him well. In other words, he might not even be able to get through 3 moves in Chen Yi's hands. This strength gap seems a bit too big. In other words, if Chen Yi thinks about it now, Mu Shui feels that she may really be caught to warm the bed. When she thinks of this, she feels her head buzzing. She doesn't object to sleeping with Chen Yi. After all, she comes from a big family and will eventually have to find someone to carry on the family line. How many men in the world are better than Chen Yi? But even if she was having sex with Chen Yi, she had to be on top. She would never accept such a humiliating thing as being captured and used as a concubine. Now her mind is already frantically searching for ways to make herself. I have found a way to become stronger. In addition to these people, Su Yan, Qinju and others present were naturally full of admiration in their eyes. Everyone has their own position, and people with different positions have completely different things in their minds at this time. Under the gaze of various thoughts, Chen Yi looked around, then slowly fell from the sky and walked straight onto the high platform. I didn't bother with the second and third bedrooms. These people are now grasshoppers after the fall. If he doesn't take action to deal with them, other people in the long house will certainly not miss this opportunity, and there's no need for him to personally intervene. Chen Yi has another more important thing to do. He wants to take this opportunity to ask the elders of the Chen family face to face, as well as the mysterious old men who guard the ancestral hall every day. After all, his current strength is still in the state of a supermodel blessed by a large amount of life essence. Even if there is any problem, others cannot beat him. If it was in a normal state, Chen Yi felt that he might not be able to beat those old men who looked like they were half dead, and he would definitely not ask such a blatant question rashly. The elders of the Chen family are all human beings. When they saw Chen Yi staring at them without saying a word, they came directly over. In addition, they saw Mu Shui and Ji He, two direct descendants from another family, being raped. Chen Yi invited him here, so it was not difficult to guess what Chen Yi wanted to do. After looking at each other, the clan elder coughed slightly and stood up and said, there were some surprises in the competition. The results of the previous competition are still valid. The rewards will be distributed later. Now Chen Yi and Chen Wu stay, and all the other children of the Chen family will leave the ancestral hall. As for the few distinguished guests from outside, please stay with me and other children of the Chen family outside the ancestral hall for the time being. I apologize for the poor hospitality. After saying these words, all the Chen family disciples looked at each other, wondering what the elder meant. But now that the clan elders have spoken, they can only leave first. Yu Shui and Ji He didn't say much. After hearing this, they handed over their hands and followed the Chen family's people who specially entertained distinguished guests and left the ancestral hall. Su Yan and Qin Zhu waited for a while, and when they saw Chen Yi glance at them and indicate that they could leave, they got up and left with the Chen family. Soon, only Chen Yi and his parents were left in the huge ancestral hall, as well as a few clan elders sitting on the high platform and a few old men inside the ancestral hall. Chen Yi looked at the clan elders and said calmly, "The clan elders should know what I want to ask, right?" After hearing Chen Yi's words, a group of clan elders were silent for a while, and finally focused their attention on one of them. Chen He, among the elders of the Chen family, he is neither the oldest nor the most powerful. But now this matter is only suitable for him, because he also has an identity, that is, Chen Yi's biological grandfather. Ahem, Chen He coughed twice, and after thinking for a while, he said, you should know some of the family's background from other families, so I won't go into details. What you want to ask today must be why the direct descendants of other families have obtained the power passed down from their ancestors from their respective families, but you have not. It's a bit unfortunate to say this. Chen He looked a little embarrassed, paused, and then asked, I wonder what the power you mentioned in the news you heard from others is called. What is it called? Chen He thought for a while, and it seemed that he hadn't really heard a specific name for this kind of power from Ji He. He only heard him say that it was something similar to chi training and cultivation mentioned in entertainment works. He could only shake his head and said, I've never heard of it. That's right, because although the four major families' methods of inheriting power from ancient times are similar, they are essentially different. The power inherited from the Ji family in the imperial capital is generally called the Emperor's Chi watching technique. It can also be regarded as a branch of chi training in ancient times. It is extremely special. In addition to allowing people to gain extraordinary power, it can also observe the world's chi. Luck, this is the important reason why the Ji family once became a royal family and was able to escape intact after the country was destroyed. The Mu family in the southwest is good at what we call Ji magic. Speaking of which, when the Mu family rose, this extraordinary power had already disappeared. They were originally not qualified to stand alongside the other families, but the Mu family, the ancestors of our family, were very lucky. They actually found the inheritance of ancient Ji magic in the wild land of the southwest and obtained the incense inheritance method similar to ours, so as to ensure that this skill is passed down from generation to generation. With this skill, they can be here. Fang Tianyi has established a firm foothold and is known as the four major families together with us. What these two families practice is completely different. They just pass it on in the same way. The Bai family is special. Their family inherits an older art of war. The blood of a large army can be added to one person. Even a mere mortal can have the power to conquer the sky. Therefore, even in modern times, the Bai family is also the family that controls the most armies, and their core force is also a cold place in the northwest that is suitable for military training. As long as the direct descendants of the Bai family have inherited the art of warfare, they do not need to hone themselves at all. As long as they understand the art of warfare and have enough weapons in their hands, a large army can display extremely strong combat power. What about my Chen family? Chen Yi asked lightly. Having said all that, each family has its own ability to keep the bottom of the box. If the Chen family has been involved with these kings until now, the things in their hands must be unusual. The power inherited in our Chen family ancestral hall is generally called ancient martial arts. Chen Yi thought for a while and said, this ancient martial arts may be different from the ancient martial arts you understand. Although my old man is old, but I usually read some current popular works when I have nothing to do. In some works, the author mentions ancient martial arts, which is probably some boxing and kicking kung fu. However, in fact, it is not like this at all. The ancient martial arts inherited by my Chen family are similar to some novels about cultivating immortals describe the early stage method of cultivating immortality by tempering one's muscles, bones, flesh, and building up one's own blood. This blood is the source of extraordinary power. The richer the blood, the stronger the strength. With the help of some martial arts passed down by the family, one can practice to a high level. You can definitely exert more power than you showed today. Chen Yi didn't expect that this old man, who was 70 or 80 years old and a well-known literary master in Sha Kingdom, would actually read novels online. It was outrageous. However, when he said this, Chen Yi did have a general understanding of the so-called ancient martial arts inherited by the Chen family. So, you want to ask what this has to do with us hiding it and not letting you accept the inheritance, right? Chen Yi said without waiting for him to ask. Actually, we don't have any objections to you. On the contrary, what you did in Tianai, we all see your behavior and your abilities, and no one objects to your becoming the helmsman of the family in the future. I didn't tell you, and I didn't let you inherit it, precisely because of the special nature of our family's inheritance. Oh, what do you say? Chen Yi asked with interest. There are two ways to inherit ancient martial arts. One is to directly pass on the basic training knowledge of strengthening the body and bones, and then use the incense and wishes in the family ancestral hall to open up the meridians of the inheritor, ensuring that this person's lower limit, as long as he is diligent enough, that then the future will not be weak. Chen Yi said calmly, the second type is more special. We call it initiation. This is more complicated. Unlike other families, they consume a lot of incense and willpower for each inheritance. But our Chen family usually only uses the first inheritance method, which consumes very little. And the family has a big business. For us, in fact, compared to the incense and willpower consumed each time we pass on ancient martial arts, the incense accumulated in the ancestral hall has a huge surplus. The family has been passing down the incense for thousands of years, and the incense accumulation in the ancestral hall has reached an extremely terrifying level, degree. This so-called initiation method is to instill all these incense and wishes into one person at once, creating an extremely powerful successor for the family in a short period of time to deal with possible huge crises. For thousands of years, no one has ever used this method of initiation. This is of course not because our family has never encountered a crisis that requires the use of this method, but because initiation cannot come at will and has great limitations. One of the most critical points is that those who want to receive the initiation need to have extremely strong blood. In terms of strength, even among the superpowers everywhere now, it is almost impossible to find anyone who can meet the standards to receive the initiation, people. As he said that, he looked at Chen Yi. Originally, we never considered the method of initiation. Instead, we planned to use the normal inheritance method and let you come back to accept the inheritance. However, your performance in Tianai was a bit too impressive. The improvement in our own strength is something we never expected before. After discussion among the elders of our clan, we all agreed that passing on the ordinary inheritance to you now will probably not make you much stronger. After all, our ancient martial arts require practice and time to polish. The initiation is different. As long as you accept the initiation, your strength will be greatly improved immediately. Our Chen family will also have a super strong person who can at least be ranked in the first echelon in the coming apocalypse. In this way, the family's future will no longer have to worry about. The most important reason for not telling you is that your current strength is not enough to accept the initiation, but your growth rate is extremely fast. Sooner or later, you will be able to reach the strength to accept the initiation. Instead of telling this matter early, you ask me to be so ambitious, why not hide it for the time being, and when the time comes, I can let you soar into the sky and truly become the Gilin of my Chen family. Chen Yi's words were quite serious. To put it bluntly, Chen Yi was too strong now, and the Chen family's ordinary inheritance was of little use to him. In order to qualitatively improve his current strength, what he needs is initiation. However, initiation has very high requirements for those who accept the inheritance, and Chen Yi does not meet these requirements now, so everyone has kept it secret and not told him about it. Although Chen Yi was a little surprised by this answer, he didn't doubt it either. After all, other than that, he really couldn't find another reasonable reason. His own grandfather is the patriarch of the clan, and his own father is the head of the family. They must know these related secrets, but they have never mentioned it to him, the most outstanding child of the Chen family. It makes no sense no matter how you look at it. After thinking for a while, he asked, so what level of strength must I reach to be considered qualified? Chen Yi did not speak again this time, but instead looked at an old man at the door of the ancestral hall. The old man took 2 steps forward, looked directly at Chen Yi and said, your current strength is probably enough, but I guess you are probably in a special state now, and it won't take long for you to return to the strength you had not long ago. That kind of strength, not enough. Whenever you can defeat me with your own strength, it will be time for you to go to the ancestral hall to receive the incense initiation. Chen Yi looked at the old man, and the eyes of heaven in the sky moved accordingly. It was soon discovered that the ordinary-looking old man in front of him actually possessed extremely powerful power. Before he used the Black Lotus to absorb the power from Xiao Yuan, which directly caused the 2 data supermodels displayed in the system, he really may not be able to do it better than the old man in front of him. You have to be stronger than him to be initiated. No wonder no one in the Chen family has accepted this second method of cultivation for thousands of years. Those who are not strong enough cannot receive the initiation. Those who are strong like this may be qualified to receive the initiation, but they are too old. Someone like Chen Yi who is so strong at such a young age can only appear in a special environment like the end of the world, and has never appeared before. It's no wonder that after these clan elders saw how powerful he was, instead of mentioning the inheritance to him, they hid and waited for him to become stronger before preparing to buff him. As the eldest son of the eldest son, if Chen Yi wasn't so strong now and if the clan elders didn't even think about letting him receive the initiation, they would have called him back from Tianai to accept an ordinary inheritance and then let him go slowly. Practiced. Seeing Chen Yi nodding, other clan elders also breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that the descendant with the best talent in the family in thousands of years would have some resentment against the family because of this kind of thing. It would be best if they could explain it clearly. After asking the clan elders some questions about the inheritance of each family, Chen Yi quickly skipped the topic. The clan elders had no intention of mentioning it again. We are all smart people, so naturally there is a tacit understanding among smart people. Chen Yi's attitude just now was quite rude. In normal times, if he were an ordinary member of the Chen family, he would inevitably be labeled as someone who ignores the clan elders and has no respect for his elders. But these rules are written by those who make them for others to follow. With Chen Yi's current strength, he is obviously one of the people who made the rules in the Chen family, not that other person. If he doesn't follow it, he won't follow it. Now that we have finished talking about the serious things, of course we have to talk about less important things next. A clan elder who was born in the second room asked Chen Yi directly. The second room and the third room colluded with outsiders to break into the Chen family ancestral hall and plot evil. They have seriously violated the family rules. They are targeting you, and you also captured the person. How are you going to deal with them? What do the clan elders think? Chen Yi asked with a half smile. With the strength he showed today, of course he can handle it no matter what. Even if they directly slaughtered all the second and third bedrooms and killed them all, no one would dare to say no. But the impact of this behavior is too bad. The family still has great value to him, so there's no need to do it to this extent now. Therefore, it is better to sell the second house and the elders from other houses to save face, and by the way, to establish a tolerant persona in the family. Hearing this, the clan elder who was born in the second room obviously guessed Chen Yi's intention. There was no change on the surface, but he was relieved in his heart. Although he was born into a second wife, as a clan elder, even if Chen Chong was his biological son, if he did something like this that seriously affected the interests of the family, he must enforce the law impartially and deal with it according to the family law. But for the other people in the second room, he would naturally protect them if he could. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want the second room to be wiped out without anyone left. Of course he was happy to see Chen Yi, the person involved, now willing to give in. After pondering for a moment, the clan elder said in a deep voice. The second brother Chen Chong and the third brother Chen Yuan were the culprits in this matter. According to family law, the Chen Chong and Chen Yuan families were removed from the family tree. All the men in their immediate line were executed. They were not allowed to enter the family cemetery after their death, and the female relatives were expelled from the family. The second brother and the third brother were expelled from the family. The remaining members of the house will be deprived of all their positions in the family. All assets originating from the family will be taken back, and they will be driven out of the family's ancestral land. What do you think of this treatment? Chen Yi thought for a moment, then nodded and said, yes. But I want to be alone. Who? Chen Ziyuan. The clan elder said without thinking. Chen Ziyuan has close contact with the outsider. It is true that we cannot deal with it as an ordinary female family member. It is appropriate to leave it to you. What the two said was tantamount to announcing that the second and third families had completely withdrawn from the competition for the core of the family and were directly marginalized. And unlike the ordinary marginalized branches of the Chen family, they were the kind of people who would almost never have a chance to rise again in 100 years. Chen Chong and Chen Yuan, the two talkatives of the second and third households, as well as the direct men, are gone, which means that the backbone of the second and third households has been completely wiped out. To take back all the positions and assets held by the remaining 2 and 3 families in the family would be to take away all the power in the hands of these 2 families without even leaving any money. It is naturally impossible to turn around. In the short term, they may have to worry about their livelihood. Naturally, it is no longer possible to threaten the status of the eldest son. Of course, there are people from the fourth Fang who are not dealing with the Changfeng, but the fourth Fang was not involved in this incident, at least not deeply involved, so it is naturally impossible to implicate them. In this way, things on the family side have been settled, and it's time for Chen Yi to return to Tianai. Are you back? Have you finished dealing with matters in the imperial capital? In the office on the top floor of Xingfeng Group, Shen Yanqi, wearing an exquisite women's suit, was handling the group's affairs. This dressing style is very different from her previous innocent schoolbell style, but some people are born to be good at clothes and look good in anything they wear, and Shen Yanqi is obviously one of them. The mature dressing style not only does not feel inconsistent with her, but also gives people an intellectual and pure beauty. Maybe this is the feeling of pure and less mentioned on the internet. Chen Yi couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and then said, it's almost done. How have you been these past few days? Has there been any accident in Tianai? Has the Doomsday Picture Preservation Committee taken any action? Not much happened in Tianai these days. Some remnants of the Merchant Alliance tried to cause trouble, but I sent people to suppress it. As for some trivial matters, I guess you didn't know how to take care of these things before, so you left them to your subordinates. But I found that these people under you always have a kind of Shen Yanqi pondered for a while. How should I put it? There's a feeling of being ungrounded. Although the solutions given are in good direction, most of them are somewhat unrealistic. After all, the top executives of Xingfeng Group are basically the children of the Chen family or the Chen family's vassals. They are used to being aloof. How do they know the needs of the lower level employees? But you usually don't ask, so there are actually many problems within the group. I have nothing to do anyway, so I just dealt with it. This is a comparison of the group's internal policies before and after I compiled them. You can see if they are suitable. In addition, I also made some adjustments to the group's personnel. It's also written in here. As Shen Yanxi spoke, she handed over a thick folder. The thick A4 paper inside was at least 3 or 4 centimeters thick. Chen Yi could not help but frown after just one glance. However, thinking that the Xingfeng group was related to the foundation of his foothold in Tianai, he still had to bite the bullet and take over this thing. He only took a brief look at the adjustments to the group's internal policies and discovered that Shen Yanxi's so-called slight adjustments had almost completely changed the way the entire Xingfeng group operates. The changes involved are countless and extremely complex. From the most basic reward and punishment system, job change standards, to the spiritual development of group employees, almost everything is involved. The content inside is probably hundreds of thousands of words. After reading it for a while, Chen Yi had no intention of reading anymore. He planned to leave it to the think tank assigned to him by his family to study it later. He turned directly to the section about personnel changes that Shen Yanxi had mentioned. He wouldn't know it if he didn't look at it, but even he was shocked when he saw it. Chen Ming, the original president and founder of Xingfeng Group, was directly beaten to the bottom and became a logistics warehouse manager in the security department. The original senior management team of Xingfeng Group was almost completely replaced by Shen Yanxi, and all of them became the most junior employees. The current executives are the former middle-level administrators of Xingfeng Group. Although they are basically from the Chen family, in comparison, Chen Ming and other former executives are relatively close to the Chen family even if they are not from the sixth room of the Chen family. The core members are the children of the Chen family, and the newcomers are usually the children of the Chen family who are already relatively marginalized. Chen Yi looked at it for a while, then handed the document to Chen Ju, then sat on the sofa and looked at Shen Yanxi and said, "What's the reason? Are you referring to group policy adjustments or personnel adjustments?" Shen Yanxi flipped her hair and asked. "Staff adjustment," Chen Yi said calmly. "I think Chen Ming, the original senior executives of Xingfeng Group, are doing pretty well. Moreover, they are not only the veterans of the group, but also die-hard fans of our Changfeng. Not to mention their hard work over the years, but they are also working hard for the eldest son. It would be inappropriate for you to throw them directly to the lowest level. If there is no suitable reason, how will others treat me, the eldest son of the eldest son, in the future?" He hasn't finished reading the policy adjustments yet, so naturally he won't make a conclusion now. But in terms of personnel adjustment, her approach would make it difficult for Chen Yi. People like Chen Ming are not said to be top-notch in ability, but they can still be regarded as high-ranking. After all, they are not members of the sixth house of the Chen family, and they do not enjoy too many resources of the Chen family. To be able to climb to this position, it is definitely impossible to say that he is a useless person who has no ability but only flatters others. Even if Shen Yanxi was dissatisfied with some of his previous policy directions, it would be enough to put him in a lower position. It would be too impersonal to be directly rushed to be a warehouse manager. The reason is that they have been separated from the lowest level of the company for a long time and need to be temporarily decentralized to integrate. The life and work of low-level employees so that they will not make the same mistakes when they participate in group decision-making in the future. Shen Yanxi had obviously expected that Chen Yi would ask this question, and answered without any surprise, and this is indeed the case, otherwise I have no grievances with them, so why would I punish them? And I change the way the group operates based on various situations that may arise after the apocalypse in the future. If they still want to rest on their laurels within a fixed framework as before, it will definitely not work. In order to prevent any big mistakes from being made by then, it's better for me to be the villain now than to be handled by you personally. Hearing this, Chen Yi knocked on the armrest of the sofa. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Shen Yanxi and nodded. "I can barely accept this reason, but I'm curious. These people have a lot of power in the company. How did you make it happen? Are they obedient and surrendering their power to you? If they don't support it, I'm afraid you won't be able to implement any of these policy adjustments, right?" Although before he left, he told Chen Ming and other senior officials to listen to Shen Yanxi during this period, but they were not stupid. Of course they could listen to small things, but they basically didn't care about such big things as being dealt with. They are all meritorious officials on the side of the eldest family, and they are justified even if the accusation is brought against the family. If it were Chen Yelai, they might not dare to explode due to the pressure from the eldest young master, so they would have to accept their fate. But who is Shen Yanxi? At that time, Chen Yi only asked Shen Yanxi to temporarily shut down the group for a few days, but he did not ask her to directly change the company. If the executives headed by Chen Ming were unwilling, they had no choice but to refuse to accept her order. "Because they can't beat me," Shen Yanxi said with her hand on her chin and looked at Chen Yi and winked. "And the identity of the eldest young lady of the Chen family is indeed very useful, don't you think? Gentlemen, quote. Her own strength is invincible, coupled with her unparalleled status as the eldest young lady." Chen Yi thought about it carefully, and it seemed that Chen Ming and the others had no room to refuse Shen Yanxi's order. Although Chen Yi never told the group about the relationship between Shen Yanxi and him, he and Shen Yanxi often had some intimate behaviors which were seen by all the senior executives in the group. Of course, there are many women who have close relationships with Chen Yi. As far as these executives know, there are 8 if not 10. But Shen Yanxi was obviously different from other women. If she were an ordinary woman, would Chen Yi have entrusted everything in the entire group to her when she left? Obviously not. Due to the accumulation of various factors and the fact that Shen Yanxi claimed to be the eldest young lady, these executives naturally did not dare to believe it. As for Chen Yi himself, he suddenly found that it was really hard for him to deny this. After all, Shen Yanxi is different from other women. Because of the existence of Dream Flower, his relationship with Shen Yanxi is quite settled, and he did sleep with her before. She calls herself a young mistress, so there's really nothing wrong with her. Okay, we'll let this matter go for now. We'll discuss it later after I let you evaluate your group adjustment plan. Chen Yi shook his head and stood up, walking straight to his desk, looking at him with a face full of wisdom. Shen Yanxi reached out and pinched her chin and said, "Although the things you did may be right, you didn't say a word to me at all. Isn't it a bit inappropriate?" So, Shen Yanxi blinked. "So I will punish you severely as the price for making your own decisions." Chen Yi leaned forward. He clearly felt that after hearing his words, Shen Yanxi's breathing became a little faster, and there was a look of expectation visible in her eyes. "Well, how about giving it a try?" Her little pink tongue subconsciously licked her lips, and a look of ecstasy appeared in her eyes. Only then did Chen Yi remember how crazy this guy looked on the bed, and suddenly realized, "No, you just didn't tell me on purpose to make me angry, right? Who knows? Why do you think so much? Isn't it because you were afraid? You don't dare to punish me." Seeing that Qinju had already gone out first, Shen Yanxi simply stood up and stood in front of Chen Yi like a guest. When you are young and have tasted forbidden fruits for the first time, is the time when you are most passionate about this aspect. Chen Yi didn't feel too bad when there were so many women around him, but Shen Yanxi was just such a man, and after not seeing him for a few days, he naturally couldn't help himself. You really need to deal with it. Things have come to this point, so no matter what, we have to deal with this little goblin first. Although this is an office, wouldn't it be more exciting? But at this time, Chen Yi was certain that Shen Yanxi had done so many things in the group without telling him, probably just to make him unhappy and have more exciting things. And apart from making Chen Yi, the original owner of Xingfeng Group, a little unhappy, her actions actually had no negative impact on Xingfeng Group. She clearly distinguishes between public and private matters. This woman is so smart. Smart people sometimes do some nonsensical things that outsiders can't understand. Just like this, it is estimated that Xingfang Group has been thinking about it all their heads and has not figured it out. If a company as big as his own makes such a big noise, in peacetime, it may involve hundreds of billions of asset changes. In a sense, it is part of the play of the young master and the young mistress. After the clouds and rain, Shen Yanqi got what she wanted and was severely punished. With Chen Yi's current super strength, no matter how crazy Shen Yanqi is about this kind of thing, no matter how talented he is, he can only beg for mercy in the end. After the punishment, this woman obviously became more honest. She huddled in Chen Yi's arms and explained to him in detail what major adjustments she had made to the company these days and what their purpose was. After hearing this, Chen Yi was quite satisfied and rewarded her again. It wasn't until Shen Yanqi repeatedly begged for mercy and frankly said that he would never dare to do so again that he let her go. After finishing chatting about the group's business, they then talked about the recent situation around Tianai. Our people of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee you mentioned have confirmed that it indeed exists, and the current core headquarters is located in Nandu, not far from Tianai. A somewhat disheveled Shen Yanqi found it from his desk. A document was opened and placed in Chen Yi's hand. This is the current list of officials in the southeast who were originally affiliated with the government but became members of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. The list is not complete yet. In fact, there are only more people in the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee than this. In this list alone, there have been city guards from important towns in the river triangle such as Tianai, Nandu, Qiantang, etc., and there's even a provincial governor among them. Quote, the official power in the hands of these people is extremely powerful. If they can really unite, they may not be weaker than us now. If you want to control the Dajang Triangle, one of the richest areas in Sha Kingdom, after the end of the world, they just can't get around it. Problems of the past. I didn't ask anyone to act rashly. How to solve it depends on what you want. Chen Yi took a few glances at the list, and he couldn't help but frown at the names on it. Most of them are not from the four major families. They are all top talents and core members who were originally trained by the government. Now that the authorities are still here, these people are actually thinking about starting a new business. It's quite outrageous to say. However, the strength of this group of people is indeed very strong. If they can be united together, they can then integrate the forces around them and eliminate the four major families and those who still care about the officialdom and the different voices. Then the power that this organization can unleash is definitely far from being comparable to that of a business alliance that has not yet matured if it was exposed early. Just run over and kill them, what do you think? Chen Yi asked after looking at the list for a while. The time now is no longer enough for him to play games with others. It would be better to cut the knot quickly and eliminate these people directly from the physical level. It's easy to deal with these people on the list, but have you noticed that many of these people were originally in the official system with different positions or even completely hostile, but now they are able to unite together and join the same organization? Shen Yanqi shook his head and said, the person who is the matchmaker behind them is the key. Otherwise, just getting rid of a few big officials with real power will not solve the problem at all. In the sacred land of the southeast, there are so many big officials, who knows how many more are theirs. That's true. Chen Yi couldn't help but frown in thought after hearing this. There is nothing wrong with Shen Yanqi's statement. If such a large organization wants to be eliminated, it is not just a matter of killing a few leaders. Just like the previous business alliance, is it useful to just solve those wealthy capitalists? It has a certain effect, but its effect is limited. Although the Merchant Alliance is a multinational organization established by big foreign capitalists in name, Shagguo is just a branch. But in fact, there is no subordinate relationship between the two. They are just a group in name, and some interests are related. In essence, the Sha Kingdom branch of the Merchant Alliance is an organization that Xiao Yuan, who has special abilities, used his own uniqueness to pull it together. If he hadn't thought that there was no hope of trying to challenge the four major families with the power he had established in a short period of time, he would have changed. And if he participated in the internal struggle of the Chen family and was finally defeated by Chen Yi, he could completely escape elsewhere or even leave the Sha Kingdom and go overseas. Relying on its own particularity, it once again established an organization that was not inferior to the Merchant Alliance. Xiao Yuan's role in the Merchant Alliance is the link that connects the various members. As long as he doesn't die, this organization can continue to exist. In contrast, those seemingly powerful members are not the most important. There are many powerful people in the world, and there is no shortage of these few. The Doomsday Picture Preservation Committee is in a similar situation now. To be able to bring so many feudal officials with different factions and different ideas into one organization, the real people behind them are the key. It would be meaningless to deal with these people on the list. But the most critical problem now is the lack of information. Chen Yi now doesn't even know how many formal members there are in the Doomsday Picture Preservation Committee, and he knows nothing about the people behind this organization. The enemy is in the dark and he is in the light. This is the most important thing now. What do you think about calling Li Qingkang for a talk? Chen Yi thought for a moment and looked at Shen Yanqi in his arms. I'm afraid it won't be of much use. Shen Yanqi shook his head. Ever since you quickly dealt with the Merchant Alliance with Thunder's means, the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee seems to be extremely afraid of you. According to the information we know so far, they are in Tianai. In fact, the activities are not frequent, and the areas with the most frequent activities are several other important towns in the River Delta area, Nandu, Qiantang and other places. As the Tianai City Guardian, Li Qingkang is definitely higher in level than the other two City Guardians, but he may not have as much information as them. What's more, although there is no clear evidence to confirm it, I have a vague feeling that the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee seems to know that we have targeted them. They must be on guard. Li Qingkang is still standing here arrogantly, not guarding the mansion in Tianai City. If he shows any abnormality, he is obviously prepared, or he is simply an outcast of the Doomsday Preservation Committee to attract our attention. After all, Li Qingkang is also a frontier official like the Guardian of Tianai City, and the Li family is also the top family in the Sha Kingdom besides the four major families. In the end, we are just a branch of the Chen family. We really have to fight tit for tat. In a short time there must be no time to take care of the forces of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee outside Tianai. They just took this opportunity to develop their power and take root in Nandu, Qiantang and other places. I have a suggestion. Having said this, Shen Yanqi raised her head and looked at Chen Yi. Tell me, our basic base in Tianai has been stabilized, and most of the resources here are already in our hands. In addition to the heavy armed combined brigade troops you have on hand and the fleet that takes orders from you on the sea, Tianai City there are also a large number of people from the Chen family and the two synthetic brigades stationed outside, which is enough to ensure that they will not interfere with matters in Tianai City at critical moments. Shen Yanqi slowly analyzed. Since Tianai has been stabilized, we might as well put it aside for the time being. Focus on other things. I don't think I need to say more about the significance of the entire Dajang Triangle to the Sha Kingdom. Although Tianai is important, other locations here may not be unimportant. Time is limited. It is impossible to control the entire triangle area like we control Tianai. But as long as we control the resources of the two important towns of Qiantang and the southern capital, we can slowly pass through the highways in these three places even after the end of the world. The bridge network slowly radiates to the surrounding area, thereby achieving the purpose of controlling the triangle area and the river's outlet. If we can achieve our goal, then the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee will definitely not be able to sit on the Daoyudai like it is now. We are not afraid that the enemy will take action, but we are afraid that they will keep pressing and not make any move. As long as they move, flaws will be exposed. Shen Yanqi's plan is very simple. Since the enemy is in the dark and we are in the open, there is no good way to solve the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. Then ignore them for now. As long as Chen Yi completes his set goal and controls the entire Yangtze River Delta region, it will be impossible for the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee to sit still. After all, there will be no place for them here by then. Once they can't sit still, their flaws will inevitably be exposed. The Chen family's intelligence department can also take the opportunity to collect more information about this organization, and then use this information to further develop methods to deal with this organization. This is a classic, you fight yours, I'll fight mine, thinking. The purpose is to avoid falling into the framework designed by your opponent. If Chen Yi really insists on digging out this organization and destroying it, then in such a tight time period, the effect will probably be very limited. At that time, the best opportunity to control the Yangtze River Delta will be lost, and the two important towns of Nandu and Qiantang will be handed over to other forces. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi nodded and said, it's feasible. Although his intuition tells him that there is a high probability that there are people like Destiny's Son behind the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. If he digs out this person, he can further improve his strength before the end. But in reality there is really no condition for doing this. This organization and the people behind the scenes are hidden too deep, and there are a large number of experienced politicians in it. They have enough patience, which is completely different from the business alliance that was eager to jump out and self-destruct before. Now that the general strategy is in place, the next step is to deal with some details. Shen Yanqi is simply a genius among geniuses when dealing with this aspect. She can list out every detail in a very short time and give a solution that is not too perfect, but at least has no flaws. Soon there was a rough prototype of a plan, but at this moment, Qinju hurriedly knocked on the door and came to the office. Sent the latest information. Something happened in Nandu. Nandu. Seeing the information Qinju handed over, Shen Yanqi, who was busy at work, was stunned for a moment and quickly took it over to examine it carefully. Chen Yi looked directly at Qinju, waiting for her summary. Generally, Qinju would read this kind of information himself first, and then directly summarize the important parts and dictate it to Chen Yi. This time is no exception. She immediately said, according to the latest news from our intelligence department in Nandu, there has been a huge mutation in Nandu. A sycamore tree seems to have mutated due to infection with the virus, and its characteristics are extremely exaggerated. The specific manifestation is that the plant has become extremely huge. According to visual estimates by observers, the height of the mutated sycamore tree that appears in Nandu is now more than 200 meters, and it is still growing and expanding, and its original appearance is no longer visible around the street where it is located. In addition, this sycamore tree seems to have given birth to a certain degree of self-awareness and has many special abilities. What is known so far is that it can control its own branches and vines to attack. Under the huge vines and branches, even tanks and armored vehicles are like paper, and they are not their combined enemies at all. In addition, it will also emit a strange smelling mist. Samples of this mist have been sent to the research institute, and the specific ingredients are still being tested. At present, we only know that if ordinary people are exposed to the environment without any protection, if you inhale these mists, you will turn into a bloodthirsty monster, similar to a zombie, but different from a zombie. The head of our Nandu intelligence station is a recently awakened superpower. He took the risk to capture a person who was eroded by the fog. He found that not only did this person become as bloodthirsty and manic as a zombie, but his body surface would gradually change. Fibrosis, in other words, means that the epidermis shows some characteristics of plants, and even after dissection, it was found that the person's internal organs had the characteristics of plant fibrosis. In addition to these 2 points, there is another characteristic of those eroded by the fog, that is, they are not brainless like zombies and fight on their own. Their actions are very regular, and their organization and mobility are not comparable to ordinary people, let alone zombies. Just pick one out, and these people eroded by the fog don't seem to be smarter than the zombies. Therefore, our intelligence personnel boldly speculate that after being eroded by the fog, these people may be connected to a neural network in our location. In this neural network, all their actions will obey the command of a highly intelligent life. It's like the relationship between the Zerg and the Queen in the movie. As for this highly intelligent life, it seems that the most likely one at present is that big tree. It can attack itself, and it can also control humans to become puppets through the mist. Apart from these 2 points, I haven't found anything else special about this tree. If I have to say it, it is that it is too big, and possessing extremely terrifying vitality. The garrison in Nandu City has used large caliber weapons to attack it, but the results are unsatisfactory. Now this tree has caused huge damage in Nandu City, and because it appeared in the city center, according to incomplete statistics, the number of casualties caused by its appearance is probably no less than 200,000. This is just a conservative estimate. The number of people who have lost contact will only be more than this, just because the time is still relatively short, and we cannot rashly include it in the casualty figures. The information was actually several thick pages. Qinju tried his best to summarize the important parts and inform Chen Yi. When Chen Yi heard this, his expression became more solemn. A moment ago, his plan was to deal with the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee, but now such a strange big tree suddenly appeared. No matter how you look at it, this thing is a bit too abnormal, right? It's not like he has never seen unusually mutated animals and plants. How could they grow to such an extent in such a short period of time? The frontline intelligence personnel had time to pass the news back. The big tree over there had caused nearly 200,000 casualties. This was not because the intelligence personnel were working hard and were slow in their work, but because the thing appeared too suddenly and too quickly, caused. In judging from the various external manifestations, it is indeed a bit too weird. Not only does its huge body have amazing attack power, but it also comes with magical attacks. Through the mist, it can turn people into monsters that obey its orders. From all angles, this is the strongest mutated creature Chen Yi has encountered so far, other than humans. After pondering for a moment, he stood up directly and said, arrange a plane to go to Nandu. Nandu was an important town that he had to control in his plan. Originally, he had no intention of going there. After all, the forces there are not as complicated as Tianai. It is enough to send a confidant to take control over there and attract the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee to jump out and then deal with it. But the big tree that suddenly appeared now was obviously the unexpected black swan. In judging from the data, its growth rate seems a bit too scary. If we don't deal with it now, I'm afraid no one will be able to deal with this monster in a few days. Even now, the only person who can handle it is Chen Yi himself, and maybe Shen Yanqi too. However, her superpower is not suitable for fighting, but is suitable for being a wet nurse. Of course, Chen Yi cannot let this happen. She goes up. Therefore, if he wants to continue to complete the plan he just made with Shen Yanqi, Chen Yi must first get rid of this tree that suddenly appeared. Otherwise, if it drags on, it will be too late. When the time comes, neither he nor the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee will capture Nandu. Instead, a mutated tree will capture Nandu, which will be a lot of fun. Shen Yanqi on the side had already quickly read the intelligence information. Hearing this, he had no intention of stopping him. He just thought about it for a moment and then stood up and said, I'll go with you. There won't be any other problems in the company in a short time, and with this completely unexpected thing happening, I'm afraid the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee has no time to find trouble in secret. It's useless for me to stay in Tianai, with you a trip might help a little bit. Chen Yi glanced at her, then nodded and said, okay, but you'd better follow me closely after we go out and don't do other things on your own, otherwise you won't be as easy to talk to this time as before. I understand. Shen Yanqi nodded. She knows very well that many things cannot be the same. The relationship between him and Chen Yi is indeed special, but being arrogant will usually not end well. Soon, Chen Yi's special plane took off from Tianai and headed straight to Nandu. In addition to Shen Yanqi, Su Yan was naturally accompanying him. Nandu is not far from Tianai, so it is not a big problem to put aside the matters in Tianai for the time being. Along the way, more and more detailed information was said. In just a few hours since the big tree appeared, the number of casualties in Nandu had increased exponentially. By the time Chen Yi arrived in Nandu, the number of casualties and missing persons had exceeded 1 million. The number of tree people controlled by the big tree and turned into puppets has been determined to be no less than 200,000. There may be more deep in the fog, but no one can go in to investigate for the time being. Although people with superpowers will not be controlled by this fog, the fog is no longer spreading and is mainly concentrated in the core area where the big tree is. It is extremely dangerous inside now. The probability of ordinary people with superpowers coming out alive after entering is very small. Basically, they will never come back. According to those with powers who were lucky enough to come out alive, there were not only a huge number of tree people in the big tree itself in the fog, but also some extremely weird monsters that looked like they were forcibly stitched together from various plants. It is much more powerful than ordinary tree people, and also has powers similar to superpowers. Ordinary superpowers are no match at all. In the system built by this big tree in a short period of time, ordinary tree people are probably equivalent to zombies transformed from humans after the apocalypse. However, in terms of agility and attack power, tree people are more powerful than zombies. The monsters stitched together from plants in the mouths of these superpowers are probably equivalent to the mutants born from human superpowers and zombies. In terms of average strength, the plant suture monsters are more powerful than superpowers and mutant zombies, powerful. There is no news about this tree in the memory fragments of the reborn person. Although the memory fragments are incomplete, Nandu is so close to Tianai. Fang Zan has been staying in Tianai in his previous life. He should have heard a lot about this tree, even if it is a fragment of memory, it is impossible not to have anything relevant at all. Is it destined to be eliminated before the end of the world, or originally there was no such tree in the end of the world, and its appearance was caused by my variable? As soon as Chen Yi got off the plane, he saw the leafy tree trunk with large branches reaching into the sky in the distance. Even though the airport is still dozens of kilometers away from where the big tree is, the pressure brought by its huge body makes people feel suffocated. According to the latest information, the tree is now over 1,000 meters tall and is still growing. Some scientific research institutions have calculated based on existing information that if effective measures are not taken to prevent it, at the current growth rate of this tree, it may take up to 2 days for the tree canopy to cover the entire Nandu city. In less than 10 days, the entire river delta area will be covered by it under its canopy. The consequences at that time will be very simple. The Dajang Triangle, the richest area in Sha Kingdom, will no longer be suitable for human survival by then. Because many people have discovered a pattern. Although the controlled tree people have a large range of activities, the really deadly fog only spread outside the canopy coverage at the beginning when the tree was not big enough. Since then, the fog has been none of them left this range, but as the canopy continued to expand, it also covered a larger area. This was also the most important reason why Chen Yi had to rush to get rid of the tree. This is his territory. He fights wits and courage with those demons and monsters overtly and covertly every day just for this 1/3 of an acre. If the territory is taken away by such a mutated plant that appears out of nowhere, is there any justice? What's more, after seeing this tree with his own eyes, Chen Yi had a vague feeling that if he really left it alone, it might not reach the limit of growing to cover the entire river delta area. Going one step further, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he thought of a strange, tumor-like tree on this blue planet. It must be eradicated now. Such a big thing happened in Nandu, and Chen Yi had received the news, so it was impossible for the officials not to receive it. At this time, officials have already taken action. Nandu was originally an important town in the southeast of Sha Kingdom, and an entire army group was originally stationed here. The current situation has been special recently, and all the armies were already in a state of combat readiness. As soon as the emergency occurred, the group army stationed in Nandu received instructions from their superiors and quickly entered a wartime state. Some of them cooperated with the local police department in Nandu to evacuate the crowd, but most of them had already tentatively poured out modern firepower on this strange big tree. The size and configuration of this kind of group army are not comparable to the single heavy armored combined brigade in Chen Yi's hands. The heavy armored combined brigade in his hands is limited in size. It is essentially a field force on land, and its air and sea power is relatively scarce. But the group army, the largest organic unit in the Sha Kingdom's military system, is different. Once wartime comes, the group army headquarters can conduct joint operations with the Navy and Air Force. Therefore, Nandu is extremely lively now. Not only were artillery fires constantly igniting on the ground, and the speeding shells smashed into the big tree, but the roar of various advanced fighter jets in the sky was also endless. In the short time since Chen Yi arrived in Nandu, he had already seen no fewer than 8 batches and nearly 100 sorties of bombers passing over the top of the big tree from high altitude, dropping countless incendiary bombs and even white phosphorus bombs. Reached the head of the big tree. But the effect is really limited. The tree didn't seem too afraid of the usual flames. Although the results were minimal, this did allow Chen Yi to intuitively see for the first time the destructive power of war weapons created under the modern industrial system. Previously, there were only 2 countries that really had a modern warfare system. They either bullied the children into reducing the dimensionality of the war, or they did not engage in war at all and just practiced it in peacetime. Most of the data remains on paper, and there is no actual combat experience. Not to mention ordinary people, even professionals in the military, many have no idea how terrifying this thing is once it fires at full power. The problem of not being able to hit the tree is not the problem of these weapons in the army, but the problem of the tree. In Chen Yi's opinion, if this kind of firepower was used to deal with ordinary zombies or tree people, it would be no different than mowing grass with an unparalleled weapon. When we were in the Chen family before, there was a debate within the Chen family about the limited effectiveness of modern weapons against superpowers and mutated zombies after the end of the world, and whether we should spend so much effort to retain these weapons and equipment at this juncture. Chen Yi didn't speak at that time. Now it seems that this is obviously necessary. After all, there will not only be superpowers and mutant zombies after the apocalypse, but ordinary people and ordinary zombies will still be the majority. These weapons may not be of much use against powerful opponents, but they can be used to clean up miscellaneous soldiers, which would be very convenient. Hello, there's a war zone ahead. It is extremely dangerous and entry is prohibited. Just as Chen Yi watched the modern armies in the sky and on the ground pouring firepower frantically at the big trees, the convoy was stopped on a viaduct. He glanced forward and realized that in front of him was a checkpoint set up by the official military police, which had blocked the road into the city. This is not a surprising thing. It is normal for civilians to be prohibited from entering the war zone. But Chen Yi is not an ordinary person, so he is obviously not among them. Chen Yi didn't need to say anything about this kind of thing. Bodyguards from the motorcade immediately got out of the car and explained the situation, and showed some temporary documents that they had obtained on the plane. Sure enough, after the soldiers at the checkpoint took one look, they immediately let him go. There were many such checkpoints along the way, but Chenyi's convoy encountered almost no obstruction from behind, and soon arrived directly at the group army headquarters at the front. This is already the outer suburbs of Nandu City, and it is also an area that is considered safe at the moment. A few kilometers further in, there's the front line of the battle between the military ground troops and the tree people. Most of the civilians in the city center have been evacuated. Those who haven't had time to evacuate may not need to evacuate. Civilians in the suburbs are still being evacuated, so there's a bit of chaos here. As soon as Chenyi's convoy stopped, he saw a group of 7 or 8 people wearing officer uniforms approaching. After seeing the leader, Chenyi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his lips. Why are you here? The commander is discussing the plan to encircle the big tree with the chief of staff and sent me to pick you up. The young man wearing an officer's uniform and carrying 2 general stars on his shoulders said expressionlessly. Bai, a member of the Bai family in the northwest. Among the 4 major families, the successors of the next generation of Chen, Mu, and Ji have already been determined, but the Bai family is different. So far, there has been no one in this generation of the Bai family who has the ability to surpass others and become the undisputed leader of the younger generation. It doesn't matter whether they are novices pecking each other or they are a gathering of elites. In short, there are many young people in the Bai family who live outside their lives. The Bai in front of me is one of them. According to the tradition of the Bai family, young children are basically required to join the army. Bai Shiba joined the army, and now, less than 30 years old, he has been awarded the title of general and has become the 3rd-ranking figure in the army stationed in Nandu. There is certainly a reason for this because of his family background, but it is impossible to say that he himself has no ability. Go in, the situation is urgent, and there is no time to reminisce about the past. Next time you have a chance, go to Tianai and have a drink and talk. Chenyi said with a chuckle. His relationship with Bai was average, limited to the level of acquaintance. However, he put down what he was doing to pick him up, so he extended his hand to avoid hitting the smiling person, so he naturally had to be polite. Okay, please come this way. Bai didn't waste any words and pretended to be leading the way. This temporary group army frontline headquarters was built in the university. Although it was built in a hurry, it relied on the Shah State military's consistent rigorous preparation habits, and it was fully equipped. As soon as Chenyi came in, he saw a large number of tents and other facilities for soldiers to rest, as well as a makeshift field hospital. Unexpectedly, there were already many wounded people in the hospital at this time, and troop carriers were constantly bringing the wounded from the front line for treatment. What's going on? Chenyi couldn't help but frown as he looked at the wounded who were being sent in one after another. According to his idea, modern armies can completely implement zero-contact operations against those tree men who have no brains and are similar to zombies. There should not be so many wounded at all. Bai followed his gaze and didn't hide anything. He immediately explained, these tree people are much more powerful than ordinary zombies. They are more agile and can even walk through high-rise buildings at will. And among them there is also some kind of command system, and there are unknown entities that are secretly commanding and dispatching, and both attack and retreat are very organized. After suffering a loss of fire coverage during the initial battle with our troops, they never charged in large groups again. Instead, they broke into pieces and took advantage of the complex terrain factors in the city to fight us. Our heavy firepower cannot be deployed in this kind of street fighting. When ordinary soldiers encounter these powerful and fearless monsters in close combat, they will suffer a lot with only individual weapons. That's why there were quite a few casualties. But there's no way. Nandu is too big, with nearly 10 million residents. We can't do anything in the city center. All we can do now is to block these monsters in the city center and buy time to evacuate the people in the suburbs. Let's talk about the follow-up. Quote, everyone knows the situation, but no one flinches. He spoke calmly, but Chenyi heard the underlying meaning. That is to use the lives of these elite warriors to fill the line, block the tree people from spreading like a plague from under the big tree, and buy time for the evacuation of the surrounding residents. This is what everyone often calls line filling. In modern warfare, it is undoubtedly extremely wasteful to use such elite field troops who have undergone long-term training to fill the lines. Most countries will recruit militia and reserve forces to do such dirty work. But now there is no way, time is running out. Even if the military has launched reserve recruitment, these temporarily recruited soldiers have neglected training, so it is okay to let them help evacuate and protect the people, but let them face this kind of situation directly as soon as they come up. An intense war would definitely not work. What are the casualties? Chenyi continued to ask without saying much. In less than 3 hours since our troops entered the defense zone, nearly 6,000 people have died and more than 5,000 people have been injured. When Bai said this, he couldn't help but sigh. Even though he himself was a powerful superpower, he could only sigh when faced with this situation. The roads in the city are complicated, and these street people spread in all directions like a plague. In this case, there is no other way to stop them except to use human lives to fill them. If we directly attack the big tree itself, will these tree people stop and come back for help? Shen Yanxi on the side suddenly pushed up his glasses and asked. It's useless. Bai glanced at her. We have already tried it. The first time we sent out a team of superpowers, and I was among them, which is all the power of superpowers that can be mobilized in our army. As a result, when I got close to the big tree, I couldn't do any harm to it. The second time, as he spoke, he took a deep breath, his eyes revealing helplessness. We used a tactical nuclear bomb and almost broke it in half, but within a few minutes, it quickly recovered, and if we want to use the same method again, when we used a nuclear bomb with a larger yield, we found that the missile could not penetrate. There seemed to be a layer of something similar to a barrier around it. Only then did we know that the same method could not be used against this big tree. The second time, it was as if we covered the tree man with firepower and caused a lot of damage to it, and then could no longer use this tactic. It is very smart, has extremely strong vitality, and has many methods. Have you even used tactical nuclear bombs? Chenyi's eyes narrowed when he heard this. This is almost the most powerful weapon that humans can currently use, but even so, it still failed to do anything to this big tree, which is quite scary. Of course, there must be more powerful ones. Generally speaking, tactical nuclear bombs have a relatively small yield and limited power. Far inferior to the nation-destroying strategic nuclear weapons that can easily weigh hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of tons. But this thing cannot be used until the country is really about to be exterminated, not to mention that this is still the southern capital of Shah Kingdom, and there are still a large number of people around it who have not been evacuated. Tactical nuclear bombs are already the most powerful weapon that the Shah State officials and military can use. If this big tree cannot be dealt with, then the military may have completely given up the idea of using modern weapons to deal with this tree. So you are going to use the power of superpowers to try to solve it? Chenyi glanced at the towering tree. Evacuate the people first. Bai shook his head. The military and official high-level officials have indeed been contacting powerful people with supernatural powers, but the effect is limited. You and your people are still the first ones to arrive. Instead, they come uninvited. Come. It's normal. After gaining superpowers, many people feel that they have a ticket to the end, so naturally they don't want to risk their lives at this time. Chenyi sneered. This kind of thing is also expected. After all, times have changed now. These superpowers have extraordinary powers in their hands, and they are not afraid of what the authorities will do to them. Facing such a strange big tree, many military and local supernatural beings from Nandu have been trapped inside it before. Who is willing to come forward now? While they were talking, the group of people had arrived at the entrance of the temporary command center that had been converted into a teaching building. Chen Yi looked back at Shen Yanqi, who occasionally glanced at the wounded not far away, and said, "Go if you want. I'm here. If I can't solve it, you won't be able to solve it if you conserve your strength." As he spoke, he casually threw a black lotus seed to her. This is what was left over from the last Tianai port incident. Chen Yi has never used it, but it can come in handy now. There were thousands of injured people here, and Shen Yanqi would definitely be unable to save so many people at once. This is necessary to help. Shen Yanqi took the lotus seeds and was stunned for a moment. Then a bright smile broke out on his face. Regardless of the crowd around him, he kissed Chen Yi on the face. "Thank you." Chen Yi took the opportunity to hold her arm, and said in her ear, "I will deal with this tree later. Before that, I need you to publicize what happened in Nandu. It is best for everyone to see it, so that everyone can see it. Understand who is solving the problem." Shen Yanqi was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, I'll get ready right away." Chen Yi had always kept a low profile before, but when there was such a big commotion in Tianai port, everyone in Shen Yanqi's live broadcast room saw a strange phenomenon dozens of kilometers away over the port, but no one knew that all this was caused by Chen Yi's hand. Now he suddenly asked Shen Yanqi to reveal what he was about to do and bring him directly into the public eye. This approach is obviously somewhat different from his previous style. Although Shen Yanqi was confused, she also understood that Chen Yi was not a random person, and there must be some reason behind it that she didn't know. She is a smart person. Since Chen Yi didn't tell her, she wouldn't ask. She would just do what she was told. Letting more people survive in the disaster is Shen Yanqi's biggest goal, but her own strength is too meager. Choosing to follow Chen Yi's footsteps was an extremely perfect choice for her. Chen Yi not only has great strength, but also has the support of huge forces behind her, and can do much more than she can do alone. The most important thing is that after being together for so long, she found that she seemed to have really fallen in love with this man. Even though Chen Yi is currently showing some disregard for life, he doesn't seem to care about the life and death of others. But Shen Yanqi, who has a thorough study of psychology, knows very well that for such a person in a high position, it is very valuable to just ignore life without subjectively persecuting life. It is precisely because of the above reasons that Shen Yanqi would bargain with Chen Yi's orders at first, but now he can't. As long as Chen Yi doesn't ask her to directly kill innocent people, she will do it without asking too many questions. Bai He, who was leading the way, naturally listened to their conversation. As a descendant of the Bai family, he naturally knows something about the people and forces around Chen Yi. Wait until Chen Yi finishes explaining to Shen Yanqi. When they were about to go in, it was Bai He who waved his hand first. Commander and the others are discussing tactics. We can't help much if we go in now. I heard before that Miss Shen next to Mr. Chen has the power of rejuvenation and the ability to revive human flesh and bones. Even people who have turned into zombies can be saved, and now I am a little curious to see how such a powerful superpower saves people. Mr. Chen, do you mind? Chen Yi was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that he would still be so leisurely at this moment, but then he smiled and said, "Of course I don't mind." After saying that, he calmly found an armored vehicle in front of the command post and sat down on the hood without caring about the image. Seeing this, Bai He also sat next to him. At the same time, he took out a pack of special tribute cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and handed it to Chen Yi. "No, thank you." Chen Yi shook his head. Bai He didn't care at all, he just lit it for himself and took a sip, then sighed. "In a few days, this army will probably belong to you, right?" The four major families have already acquiesced in Chen Yi's control of the Dajiang Triangle. The importance of this army group in the official sequence is not that high. The main reason is that it has been infiltrated into a civ by people from the four major families. After the end of the world, it is obvious that this army will no longer follow the official orders. The four major families have agreed that this piece belongs to Chen Yi, so this will naturally be the power in Chen Yi's hands. However, Chen Yi thought of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee, shook his head and said, "Not necessarily." Bai He obviously also knew how deep the water around Tianai was. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Yes, but I hope they can follow you in the end. With you, they can at least survive. If you tell others, 90% of the people here will probably be infected into zombies after the apocalypse. Putting aside the troubles between us, these soldiers are all good soldiers. If their death is so unknown, if it's not in vain, that would be a shame. If I can get rid of those bugs and completely control this army, then I will naturally not let them die in vain due to the raging virus." Chen Yi said calmly. While the two were talking, Shen Yanqi had already reached the core area of the field hospital temporarily built in the square. The next moment, a bright white light shot into the sky. The holy white lotus bloomed slowly in the sky. At the same time, the big tree that was still more than 10 kilometers away suddenly trembled. Chen Yi, who was sitting in the armored vehicle watching Shen Yanqi save people, felt something in his heart and looked up. In the distance, the canopy of the big tree stands high in the sky. It is still so lush and leafy, and it seems that there is no difference from before. But Chen Yi clearly felt that it was looking at this side. In other words, it was looking at Shen Yanqi. "Ah, what is this? Look, it's such a big flower. What kind of superpower is this? I don't know why it makes people feel so comfortable just by looking at it. Wait a minute, my injuries seem to be recovering. I'm also recovering, and suddenly I don't feel any pain at all. Nurse, please take off the bandage for me. I seem to be fine." Hiss, the scar of more than 10 centimeters on my stomach suddenly healed. My intestines just slipped out, and I thought I was dead this time. That's it, that's the flower. Shit, the instructor just said that this is the superpower of the superpower who is here to help us heal. Oh my god, you actually have this kind of superpower. You can save so many people at once. Won't doctors all be unemployed in the future? A huge white lotus shrouded the sky above the camp, and wisps of mist-like healing power slowly fell on every wounded person present. The wounded who can be sent here are basically those with extremely serious injuries. In the current situation, ordinary minor injuries can be bandaged by the medical staff accompanying the team. There is no need to send them to such a temporary field hospital. But these seriously injured patients, whether they had broken bones or broken muscles or were disemboweled, as long as they still had breath, began to recover rapidly under Shen Yanqi's white lotus. Of course, there was nothing Shen Yanqi could do about someone who was missing arms or legs. Regenerating a broken limb is more troublesome than healing a wound, and consumes more energy. She could still be cured if treated one-on-one, but with so many such wounded people now, there was nothing we could do. All Shen Yanqi could do was to make them less painful for the time being. Such superpowers are really magical. Bai He couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene, and the envy in his eyes was barely concealed. At this point in time when people with superpowers began to pop up like mushrooms after a rain, ordinary superpowers were nothing to people like them who were in high positions. But Shen Yanqi was different. There are many superpowers that can kill people, but very few that can save people. Let alone someone like her who could save so many people at once. Moreover, Bai He also heard that Shen Yanqi could not only save the wounded, but also save people who had turned into zombies. People with superpowers who have this ability are obviously treasures that any force wants to fight for after the end of the world. It's a pity that he was poached by Chen Yi early, and now he can only envy him. However, facing Bai He's side, Chen Yi, who was sitting next to him, did not respond but kept staring at somewhere in the sky. After a long time, he suddenly said, "Here we come." Bai He was stunned and looked at him with some confusion. "What's coming?" "Here he comes." Chen Yi stood up slowly and looked at the big tree that blocked the sky and the sun. Bai He was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses and quickly followed Chen Yi's line of sight. I happened to see a sudden tremor in the tree crown hanging high in the sky. Immediately, there seemed to be a strong wind blowing, and a large number of leaves suddenly fell off from the crown of the tree. After spinning in the air with the wind, they fell straight to the ground. Yes, plot. Leaves falling to the ground are usually described as floating, but at this time, these leaves falling off the big trees did not look like they were floating in the wind at all. They seemed to be alive, condensing into a huge group in the air, and pounced straight towards this person. A temporary headquarters. The scale is as large as a plague of locusts coming to the world. At a glance, there are endless leaves. Enemy attack. When Bai He saw this scene, his scalp immediately felt numb. He immediately stood up and shouted, then his ribs sprouted wings and he flew up, with a simple spear in his hand. The temporary command center, which had seemed a bit noisy before, instantly became quiet as he spoke. Then there was even greater noise. However, under the noisy sound, everyone's movements were orderly and did not appear chaotic. Facing the unknown attack, these elite soldiers did not panic, but decisively put down what they were doing and returned to their posts. The atmosphere in the entire headquarters immediately became solemn. But at this moment, Chen Yi quietly came not far from Bai He and said calmly, "Don't worry, it's not coming for you." "Aren't you here first?" Bai He glanced at Chen Yi, somewhat confused as to what he meant. "If it wanted to deal with you, it would have taken action long ago. There is no need to wait until now." Chen Yi shook his head, looked at the locust-like leaves in the sky, then looked at the shining white lotus, and sneered, "Chong. Came with her." As soon as he finished speaking, the leaves in the sky were filled with countless leaves. After flying around for a while, they quickly gathered together to form a giant dragon made of leaves. Amidst the bursts of dragon roars, the giant dragon opened its mouth and bit the white lotus, as if it wanted to swallow it in one mouthful. However, Shen Yanqi, who was at the center of Balian, seemed to be still deaf to the outside world and was concentrating on doing his own thing. Even though she knew what was going on outside, she wasn't worried at all. Because, oh, those who dare to touch me in front of me are quite courageous. Chen Yi snorted coldly. The next moment, when the giant leaf dragon was about to swallow the white lotus in one mouthful, a black lotus that was taller than the white lotus and exuded a terrifying and murderous aura suddenly appeared next to the white lotus, just in time to protect the petite white lotus behind it. The giant leaf dragon was caught off guard and hit the black lotus head first. The terrifying murderous intent suddenly broke out, and scarlet blood shot into the sky. The originally menacing leaf dragon was torn into pieces in an instant, and at the same time, the countless leaves turned into fly ash in an instant. However, the red light continued unabated, and after easily erasing the giant leaf dragon, its target was directed at the towering tree. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and everyone watching the battle saw that the mountain-like trees began to tremble. Countless leaves exploded, creating a mist of leaves high in the sky. When the dust settled and the leaves drifted away, everyone heard a heart-wrenching sound in the sky. Looking up, people were surprised to find a huge tree branch hundreds of meters long, hanging feebly from the big tree. Rumble. The sound of explosions is endless. As the branches fell to the ground, huge plumes of smoke and dust rose from the ground. In the smoke and dust, several hundreds of meters high buildings in the bustling city center were directly smashed into ruins by the branches. When the dust settled, everything became strangely quiet. Neither Dashu, who had suddenly attacked before, nor Chen Yi, who was fighting back, made another move at this time. Only the sound of firefights between soldiers and tree men in the distant streets remained continuous. The black lotus slowly dispersed. Chen Yi glanced at the towering tree and then looked back at Shen Yanqi. "Is it done?" "That's enough." Shen Yanqi opened her eyes, and the white lotus in the sky slowly disappeared. "Thank you." Seeing that all the wounded who were already crowded in the field hospital had recovered to health, Shen Yanqi felt a sense of joy in her heart. "That's not necessary, but before you leave Nandu or deal with this tree, you'd better stay with me," Chen Yi said calmly, and then walked straight to the command center. When Shen Yanqi heard this, he immediately followed him step by step. Bai He also hurriedly came over. "Brother Chen, why didn't you just? If you don't work hard, why don't you just chop it down?" Chen Yi said before he could finish. There was hesitation in Bai He's eyes, but he nodded. "Besides using tactical nuclear bombs, we have never injured it so seriously before. I think you can." He did not continue talking. The reason why he mentioned this was because Bai He knew very well that what he showed just now was definitely not Chen Yi's full strength. Just showing the tip of the iceberg can cause serious damage to this big tree. If he showed his full strength, he didn't believe that Chen Yi couldn't just chop down the tree. "Look at it again." Chen Yi chuckled and pointed to the sky. Bai He looked in the direction he pointed, and immediately saw that the branch on the tree crown that had been broken by Chen Yi had started to grow wildly again. After not looking at it for just a little while, it's about to return to its original state. At the same time, a layer of green light appeared on the surface of the big tree. He knew very well what it was. After the appearance of this thing, the missiles and various modern weapons used by their military could no longer directly harm the body of the big tree. I thought that if the superpower was powerful enough, its shield and strange rebirth ability would become ineffective. But it turns out that it doesn't work either. Bai He sighed with some disappointment. However, Chen Yi shook his head and said with a faint smile, "It may not be possible. Let's wait and see. Let's see if the two people in the command center have any good ideas." Bai He nodded hesitantly, without saying anything more, and quickly led the way. However, when he was about to enter the headquarters, Chen Yi suddenly said to Qin Ju behind him, "Our family also has some research institutions in Nandu, right? Let them study those tree people, especially the individual differences among tree people. There is no experiment, let the superpowers capture the materials. If not, let the military help. I need to see them come up with a useful experimental report within 2 hours." Qin Ju nodded when he heard this and said, "I'll have someone do it immediately." The temporary command center is actually a large classroom in the university teaching building, as well as a series of lecture theaters in the surrounding area. The staff officers and generals of the entire group army headquarters are here to pay attention to the battle situation on the front line and make real-time judgments and adjustments to the defense deployment. So it seems quite lively. But in a small conference room between these large classrooms, there were only 2 people. These 2 people are the 2 most powerful people in the entire group army. One is the commander of the group army and the other is the chief of staff. As long as the 2 of them agree on the same opinion, the entire army group will fight wherever they are directed. Of course, normally, such large-scale core power cannot be given to just 2 people. According to the normal structure, there are several positions at the same level as the 2 of them in the entire military department. But that is normal, and these stormy times are obviously not normal. The authorities are beyond their reach and cannot control the situation too far. Naturally, local garrisons will also experience some dramatic changes in power. This is considered a normal process. After these processes are completed, the only ones left now are these 2. The battle with the tree people on the front line was just a small fight for Chen Yi, and he naturally had no time to care about it. Therefore, under the leadership of Bai He, he went directly to the most important conference room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw two old men with gray hair and military uniforms, carrying several stars on their shoulders, discussing something around a large tree model modeled by holographic projection. And he wasn't the only one talking about it. For two of us. After entering, I discovered that a video conference was taking place in the conference room. In addition to the two actual leaders of the group army, on the other side of the screen were all big figures that Chen Yi was familiar with and that ordinary people often saw in the news. Commander, Chief of Staff, we are already here. Bai he reminded him, pointed to Chen Yi inside, invited him in, and then left directly. Naturally, he did not participate in the disputes within the Nandu group army. After all, he was from the Bai family, and this was the territory given to Chen Yi by default from the four major families. It was impossible for him to stay here and develop. If something like this hadn't happened suddenly in Nandu, Bai he would have returned to the northwest by now. He can become the current number 3 figure in the group army because no one dares to touch him due to his transcendent status as a member of the Bai family. However, he is only the number 3 figure in name only and does not have much real power. Although he was equally worried, a meeting of this level was obviously not something he should participate in. The two old men who were having a heated discussion with someone in the conference room looked at Chen Yi when they heard this. Their eyes suddenly lit up and they hurriedly came over. It turns out that nephew Chen Yi is here. Come in quickly. With that said, one of them pulled Chen Yi inside. At their level, there is often no need to talk about one's origins. Usually when you meet big figures like Chen Yi's father's generation, you are on the same level as your friends. There is nothing wrong with calling him nephew when you meet him. Chen Yi also said hello politely and followed him into the conference room. Shen Yanqi and Su Yan had been inseparable from him, so they naturally followed him into the top secret conference room. The guard at the door moved his mouth when he saw this, which showed that the two old men didn't say anything and they didn't speak in the end. Time was tight, and after simple greetings, everyone quickly got down to business. The commander of the group army named Shen Xing was the first to speak. Nephew Chen Xian has just arrived and may not know much about the situation. Old man, I will tell you first. As he spoke, he slid his finger, and the holographic projection of the big tree in the conference room immediately turned into a city model of the entire Nandu city. The middle part of the model was dark brown, and it didn't take Chen Yi to guess that it represented a fallen area completely controlled by big trees. The surrounding area is light green, which should be a safer area. Just as you get closer to the city center, the color of the city becomes darker, gradually turning from green to yellow, and finally to dazzling red. Among them, there are several areas in the red area that are directly condensed into dots, which represent specific fighting areas. This kind of holographic sand table is quite clear, allowing people to see clearly the current situation in the city at a glance. Shen Xing spoke quickly, and it didn't take long for him to give Chen Yi a brief introduction to the current situation in Nandu. Although Chen Yi had already read the information on the way here, the battlefield was changing rapidly. Now, listening to what he said again, he got a lot of new first-hand information. This is probably the situation. Now we are facing two problems. Shen Xing said, pointing to the green area outside the city with one finger, this is still a safe area, but our field troops will suffer too much from street fighting with those tree people in the city. They won't be able to withstand it for long, so if we can't quickly, if this big tree is fundamentally eliminated, these safe areas will turn into occupied areas sooner or later, and we will not have much time left. According to Nandu City's household registration statistics, at least more than 6 million residents in this area have not yet been evacuated. With Nandu City's external transportation capacity, 2 days and 2 nights are definitely not enough for these people to evacuate. There was no time to evacuate the residents. That was the first problem. And the second problem is we have tried many methods, but so far we have not found a method that can pose a threat to this big tree. The only method that has been tried and is really effective is the use of nuclear weapons. But small-yield tactical nuclear weapons have limited effect, and large-yield nuclear weapons, this is related to the first question. The residents have not evacuated. With so many people in the city, no one dares to release large-yield nuclear weapons. Order, and it may not be useful to drop it now. You should have seen it when you came here. Ever since it was bombed by a nuclear weapon, a layer of something like a protective shield has appeared around this tree. It has been difficult for our weapons to attack. It's true. These two problems can actually be regarded as one problem, and they are mutually causal. Even if we ignore how to transport a large-yield nuclear weapon to a big tree and detonate it to eliminate it, there are still too many residents in the city, so we still cannot use nuclear weapons. But without the use of nuclear weapons, this tree cannot be destroyed. Those tree people will become extremely difficult in the complex terrain of the city. No matter how brave our soldiers are, they will never be able to survive in this kind of terrain. Block those trees for 2 days and 2 nights to allow the residents to evacuate safely. Chen Yi finally understood what he said. Nuclear bombs cannot be used as long as the residents have not left. Without the use of nuclear bombs, the trees and tree people cannot be destroyed. If the trees and tree people cannot be eliminated, the residents will not be able to leave. If the residents cannot leave, high-yield nuclear bombs cannot be used. This is indeed an endless cycle. Of course, this conclusion is drawn by the Nandu Group Army based on its current internal situation. External factors were not considered, so it doesn't take much to think about it. What they are discussing now should be how to solve this deadlock with the cooperation of other external forces. After Shen Xing finished speaking, the chief of staff on the side said, so based on the current situation, we have discussed 2 plans with our colleagues at the headquarters. First, the headquarters mobilized reinforcements from around Nandu to assist Nandu. They will fight to the death to withstand the defense line in the city center and prevent these tree people from leaving the city center to buy time for the residents. Wait until all residents have evacuated to a safe area before trying again. Send a large-yield nuclear bomb into the protective cover of the big tree and detonate it to destroy it. This step has actually been in progress since the sudden change in Nandu. The headquarters has mobilized the strength of 3 entire armies from Zhongcheng, Shacheng and other places and is rushing to Nandu. The first batch of airborne divisions in Zhongcheng have arrived. The first batch of subsequent troops is expected to arrive at the front line in up to 2 hours. Thanks to the dense water network of the Southeast Railway and developed transportation lines, all personnel and weapons and equipment of the 3 reorganized group armies can be in place in up to 1 day. Quote. This is the option we currently think is the most feasible. Quote, even if we find that nothing can be done in the end, even a large-yield nuclear bomb can't attack this tree, or the nuclear bomb has no way to bypass its shield, we can still directly drop the nuclear bomb and kill all the tree people in one fell swoop. This big tree after the tree loses those hundreds of thousands of tree people, is just an immovable plant and has temporarily lost its threat. Then what? Chen Yi suddenly asked after hearing this. Then the chief of staff paused and did not continue. Then, large-yield nuclear weapons can't do anything with this thing, so what else can we do? Of course I believe in the wisdom of future generations. There was a strange silence in the conference room, and then the chief of staff continued, this is also the disadvantage of the first plan. We don't know if we can eliminate it at all. The advantage is that it can ensure the safety of lives and property of Nandu residents. So we have a second plan, which we call the encirclement and suppression plan. Simple and crude, without any bells and whistles. Just mobilize all the superpowers we can and destroy them. Because in previous battles, we discovered a characteristic. The big tree itself has extremely high resistance to modern weapons. Even if it is blown up by a tactical nuclear weapon, it can quickly recover as before. But when it is injured by a superpower after that, its recovery speed will slow down significantly. The staff of our scientific research department believe that the superpowers have a certain ability to restrain the recovery of the big tree. This guess was also confirmed when we subsequently sent superpowers to besiege the big tree. Although the big tree itself is very strong, it is not so strong that it can be daunting. For us, its biggest threat lies in its extremely terrifying vitality. It is a completely unkillable monster, no matter who comes. We can only look back and sigh, and many scientific researchers even pessimistically believe that even if we really use a high-yield nuclear bomb to blow it into powder, as long as there is a root or a seed left, it can recover quickly. The power of superpowers gives us hope of eradicating them, and unlike nuclear weapons, which cannot distinguish between friend and foe once used, the power of superpowers is controllable. As long as there are enough superpowers, or even if the residents of the city have not yet evacuated, we can start trying to kill the big trees. Then why not give it a try? Chenyi asked after hearing this. The chief of staff smiled bitterly upon hearing this, because there are not enough superpowers, or not strong enough. This answer is quite expected. After all, there is no official method like the 4 major families that can use family inheritance to cultivate superpowers. All superpowers are basically searched from the private sector. Whether these people can be trusted is a big problem, let alone investing a lot of resources and even some scarce treasures into their cultivation. In addition, after ordinary people suddenly gained the power of superpowers, their ambitions grew, and many superpowers were unwilling to listen to official dispatches. Therefore, even if the official solicits, there is a high chance that wild superpowers will not buy it. The more powerful the superpowers are, the less willing they are to join the official system and accept other people's rules. This is human nature. Furthermore, it is not only the government and the 4 major families that have resources at hand now, but also many large-scale companies, families and other organizations. The strength in their hands should not be underestimated, and they have already taken advantage of it to some extent. Officials are now unable to govern many places and have already taken control of some places. Once a person with superpowers appears in the area controlled by these people, it is naturally impossible for them to defect to the officialdom. Although Chenyi has not yet started recruiting people with powers around Tianai, this is something he will have to do sooner or later in the future. At this stage, he will not allow officials to come to his territory to recruit talents. It is not unusual for the government to not have enough superpowers on hand at this stage. But looking at their previous attitudes, it was not difficult for Chenyi to guess that these people should be targeting him. After all, Chenyi is the strongest person with supernatural powers known to the world. If a person with superpowers at this stage really has the strength to deal with a monster like this big tree, then of course it must be him. But the problem is that although Chenyi knew what they were planning, he had no intention of continuing after hearing this. After pondering for a moment, he continued, besides these 2 options, I also have a way to get the best of both worlds. Of course, it's hard to say how effective it will be. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. As expected, when they heard what he said, both the commander and the chief of staff showed interest. You know the conservation of energy, right? Chenyi changed the topic. Actually, you probably have never thought that even these mutated monsters must follow the law of conservation of energy in this profession. They can grow without limit, but it's not without any cost. The price is energy. Now that this big tree can grow to such a large scale and turn so many people into monsters like tree people that are far stronger than ordinary people, all of this requires energy, and based on my understanding of superpowers, it requires the energy is a number that is so huge that ordinary people can't even imagine it. On its own, this tree, I don't think it can get that much energy in a short period of time to sustain it to do these things. Hearing this, the chief of staff reacted very quickly, and immediately said in a deep voice, so you think there might be someone behind this? It's hard to say. After all, these are all my guesses. No real evidence has been found yet. Chenyi shook his head and said, of course, even if someone doesn't secretly support this tree's unscrupulous and crazy growth, it definitely has the help of some kind of help. Only the power of external objects can become so powerful in a short period of time. So if you want to solve Nandu City's problem, in my opinion, the simplest way is to find out the thing it depends on. Without its energy source, it will naturally become a tree without roots and water without a source. It would be too easy to deal with it anymore. What he said was not nonsense, but a conclusion he had come to when he fought with Dashu just now. The vitality that erupted from this big tree the moment he broke off a branch had reached an extremely terrifying state, completely inconsistent with the strength it showed. Therefore, it is not difficult for Chenyi to come to this conclusion. Everyone in the conference room fell silent. Although they didn't quite understand what Chenyi said about the relationship between energy and mutation, they could probably understand what he meant. This tree has a fatal weakness. That is the so-called energy source that Chenyi mentioned just now. For these military bosses, an enemy with powerful power is not scary. What is scary is that this enemy does not have any shortcomings. Previously, this tree was such a monster to them. Not only was it as strong as a supermodel, they could not find any shortcomings in the big tree. They could not even use the same attack in front of it. Second rate. But now, such a seemingly perfect and godlike monster has finally revealed its flaws. If there is a flaw, in their view, there is still room for manipulation. How confident are you about this guess? Commander Shenshin couldn't help but ask. I am 100% sure that the energy of the big tree comes from an object from the outside world. As for what this thing is and where it is, it will take a certain amount of time to verify it. Chenyi said firmly. Of course, even though he said that, he had already roughly guessed where this thing was hidden. That was impossible around the big tree. Under his eyes, as long as this thing existed, there was no way to hide it. But now he is sure that the big tree has energy transmitted from the outside, but the celestial eye cannot find the energy source, so there is only one place where this thing is hidden, and that is in the trunk of the big tree. Because its body is too large and it is a mutated creature, it is naturally different from ordinary people and objects, and has a certain shielding effect on the prying eyes of the sky eye. With such a large area around, only hiding in this area can avoid Chenyi's sky eye detection, and it is also the safest. How long will it take? The chief of staff said quickly. I don't have much time now. If you don't mind, you can briefly explain how to verify it. If it's not too complicated, our people can help you verify it. Probably Chenyi was just about to speak when he suddenly heard his cell phone ringing. When he took it out and looked at it, he immediately smiled and said, I already have the answer. Oh, what do you say? The 2 people's eyes suddenly lit up and they quickly came over. Chenyi handed the experimental results from the Chen family's research institute in Nandu, which were sent by Qin Ju on his mobile phone to the 2 people after sampling the tree people according to his requirements. While they were looking at it, he explained, before I came in, I already felt that there was something wrong with this big tree. The vitality in its body was a bit too exaggerated and evil, so I asked people to take samples of tree people for close comparison to test whether there was any difference between them. There are some differences. This is the result of the experiment. It turns out that my guess was not wrong. Having said this, Chenyi pointed to the 2 comparison pictures on the mobile phone screen. You must have seen other tree men. It is not difficult to figure out that this is the arm cut off from the tree man. Do you notice any difference between these 2 pictures? The 2 old men in the conference room, including several officials who were conducting a live video conference, all looked at the 2 arms attentively after hearing this. After looking at them for a long time, one person in the video conference shook his head and said, I used to do this when I was young. I have studied surgery for a period of time, and I have a relatively good understanding of the structure of the human body. If you look at the pictures alone, there does not seem to be much difference between the 2 arms. The specific difference may require anatomy and other means to verify. Yes, you can't see the difference with the naked eye. This is the key reason why you haven't noticed anything strange yet. I know that the official research institute is also studying these tree people. You will know about this sooner or later. It's just that by then, I'm afraid it's too late. Chen Yi shook his head and turned to the next page of the message from Shinju. These two arms are normal human arms in terms of appearance and shape, and even their colors are foggy. The dark green color that appears after being infected and becoming a tree ant seems to be the same, but inside it is completely different. The arm in the picture above has been calculated by our research institute and its fibrosis rate has exceeded 90%. Fibrosis should be familiar to you. It is the only way for ordinary people to mutate into tree people. The fibrosis rate, the higher it is, the longer the person has been infected. More than 90%, that means it is no longer a flesh and blood body, it has become a real plant. It's just that it can still move because of the support of special power. And it is now 8 o'clock in the evening. According to the most accurate news conveyed by your officials, the fog around the big tree has begun to spread, and it itself has begun to skyrocket. It started at 12:54 in the afternoon. Up to now, there are still less than 7 hours. Based on the research conducted by official research institutes and our research institute on continuous arrests of tree people during this period, we can roughly calculate the speed at which the tree people's flesh and blood gradually undergo plant fibrosis. Theoretically, within 7 hours, after being infected at most, the tree man can only make the fibrosis progress of the whole body reach about 47%, which is far lower than the 90% shown by this arm. And this arm is not isolated. Since I ordered the research in this area, our research institute has found no fewer than 5 tree man bodies with fibrosis levels far exceeding the current progress. This is only from a large number of military personnel. It's just a sample obtained from the corpse of the tree man that Fang killed. The actual situation is that there will only be more of this stuff. Do you know what this means? A sneer appeared at the corner of Chen Yi's mouth. It means that this big tree has mutated a long time ago, and has quietly infected many people in Nandu City, but it should have extremely high wisdom, and it knew that its strength is weak, and it has never allowed the infected tree people to cause chaos but has been silently increasing its strength. If it continues as normal, and if no one discovers its existence, it will probably develop in secret for a long time. When the end comes, it will have tens of thousands of tree people under its command and become the dominant force in Southern City. But there are variables in this. Judging from the existing evidence, I think this variable is not an accident but definitely man-made. A certain person, or a certain force, after discovering the specialness of this big tree, for some purpose, gave an extremely rare treasure of heaven, material and earth that contains extremely terrifying life. This is the reason why Dashu, which originally planned to develop in a low-key manner, suddenly had the confidence to overturn the table and suddenly launch an attack today. Hearing this, an old man in the video shook his head and said, "How can you be so sure that someone gave it to you? If there is such a treasure, the current superpowers will definitely choose to keep it for themselves, right? Give it to a complete person for no reason. Uncontrollable monsters, what is their purpose?" Since I dare to say this, I naturally have my reasons. Chen Yi sneered. Once a treasure of this level is born, it will be accompanied by various strange phenomena. The location of this big tree is south in the urban center. It seems that it currently has no ability to move. The activity range of the tree people it secretly controls should also be limited, and it is impossible to leave Nandu City. If it obtained this thing through its own means, then this thing the location where it appears should be in Nandu City, or near Nandu City, so let me ask you, if such a treasure of heaven and earth appears in Nandu City, will we have no news at all? As for what they did, the reason is actually very simple. It is just to confuse the public and force us to focus on the big trees, so that they can take advantage of this last window period to complete some of their goals and gain a firm foothold after the apocalypse. Quote, "It's good to keep this kind of treasure for yourself, but they probably know very well that even if it is kept for a talented internal user, this person will only die in front of me, so it is better to give it. I'm looking for trouble to buy myself more time." In fact, he had this guess the first time he fought against Dashu, but at that time there was not enough evidence to prove it, so he didn't say it out loud. It's different now. With this experimental report as support, many of his previous doubts have been solved. As for who is the force behind this, naturally there is no need to think too much. It is definitely the Doomsday Picture Preservation Committee. Neither the army group stationed in Nandu nor Nandu's official information noticed his presence before the big tree erupted and launched an attack, but someone else did, so there were only two possibilities. One is that senior officials from Nandu used official information channels to obtain information about the existence of the big tree. The second is that after people below Nandu discovered the existence of the big tree, they reported it to the top, but were intercepted by extremely powerful people at the top of Nandu and then suppressed the news. The greater possibility is that the two are carried out at the same time to achieve the current effect that catches everyone off guard. Of these two items, the only one that Nandu is clear about and can move to is the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. It happened that Chen Yi had just returned to Tianai from the imperial capital and was brewing a plan to deal with them. They could probably guess what Chen Yi was going to do next. The advanced layout forced Chen Yi to divert his energy from them to Nandu. This is something that the senior politicians in the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee can do. Tuck tuck tuck. After a brief silence, there was a knock on the table during the video conference. Everyone looked around and saw an old man in the video saying in a deep voice, "Whether it's a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, the top priority first now is to deal with this tree. As for who made it suddenly become like this, yes, how to deal with these people is probably not the issue that should be discussed now. I'm afraid that blindly looking for the culprits is putting the cart before the horse. Even if we find these people now, what will happen?" Chen Yi glanced at him, but before he could speak, someone on the side said, "General Zhao's words are wrong. If this big tree was really created by man, then they would probably have this tree on their hands. Otherwise, why would they dare to do this? If we can find out and control the people behind, we can naturally find a way to get rid of the backhand they left on this tree. How can we solve this tree by then? Isn't it simple?" His idea is very simple. To put it bluntly, if I can't beat a tree, why can't I beat you guys? Since there's a high probability that someone is behind this matter, then as long as they dig out the people and deal with them, he doesn't believe that these culprits will not be able to solve the problem. However, when General Zhao heard this, he sneered and said, "Backhand. This tree has become like this now. We are helpless with it. Even those behind the scenes, what can we do with it? What if we instead of taking the time to deal with the tree now, we are putting the cart before the horse and arresting people? After the people are caught, they will find that they have no way to control the tree. By then, it will be too late to turn around and deal with the tree." Quote, "If, as Mr. Chen said, their purpose is just to contain us and take advantage of the opportunity to develop in the surrounding areas, creating such a monster but leaving no backup plan, what will you do, old Zhao? Wait for this tree. Shufu has no rivals at all, let alone us. It will be difficult for them to establish themselves in the prosperous surrounding areas, so what is the point of designing all this?" The old man retorted with reason. Both sides hold their own opinions and argue endlessly. But the core of the argument is simple and clear. According to what General Zhao meant, at this important juncture, one should not be distracted by looking for the person behind the scenes who will allow Dashu to expand his strength. The opposite view is that there is nothing you can do about the tree now anyway. It is better to find the people behind it and see if you can get the means to deal with the tree from these people. In fact, in Chen Yi's opinion, neither view is wrong, it's just that their personal ideas are different. General Zhao is obviously a conservative, and those who oppose him are obviously radicals. In fact, from an objective point of view, General Zhao's view is more reliable. After all, this was originally a response based on a guess of his, and everything was based on the fact that Chen Yi's guess was correct. But this thing is not solid yet. Although Chen Yi is sure of it, others don't know whether it is true or not. Under the premise that his guess was correct, the two completely different ways of responding were produced. No matter how you look at it, it is better to be conservative. However, Chen Yi shook his head at this moment. What General Zhao said actually makes sense, but it doesn't make much sense. It makes no sense. What do Mr. Chen mean? General Zhao said in a deep voice. The meaning is very simple. What you said is indeed a relatively reliable plan. If this were on the battlefield, I would definitely support this plan unconditionally, but you have ignored one of the most important things. Even if you put all your energy into the tree, you still won't be able to deal with the tree. Chen Yi's face was calm, as if he was stating an irrefutable fact. General Zhao was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said with a wry smile, Mr. Chen is right, it's the old man who I've thought too far about. This is hard to hear, but it is also reality. Even if you put all your energy into Nandu to deal with this tree, what can you do? Shouldn't it be dealt with, or should it be dealt with? Rather than wasting time here, it would be better to dig out the people behind it and find another way. However, General Zhao was obviously still unwilling to do so. After a moment of silence, he said, what if Mr. Chen takes action? Is it possible to get rid of this tree directly, or delay its rapid growth like now? It's no match for me, but if I can't find something that can continuously provide it with energy, I won't be able to kill it. Chen Yi said calmly, as for slowing down its skyrocketing speed, I have some guesses in this regard, try it. The conference room quickly fell into silence again, and several big bosses looked at each other for a moment. Finally, as the highest-ranking commander in Nandu, Shenxing gritted his teeth and said, in that case, I'll leave it to Mr. Chen. Once you slow down the skyrocketing trend of this tree and reduce the pressure on Nandu, we can allocate manpower to help you find and solve the person behind this incident. You really can't get rid of this tree directly, Shen Yanqi, who had been silent, asked in a low voice shortly after walking out of the conference room. Actually, there are still some, but it's very troublesome. It will reveal a lot of trump cards and consume a lot of my strength. Chen Yi naturally had nothing to hide from her. Shen Yanqi has been following Chen Yi recently to get first-hand top-secret information. She understood it as soon as she heard it and nodded without asking any more questions. On the contrary, Su Yan, who was also following behind, said stupidly, since it can be solved, why not solve it? Chen Yi glanced at her helplessly, while Su Yan blinked innocently. After a while, Chen Yi sighed, reached out and rubbed her lavender hair a few times, and said in a gentle voice like a child, because this tree is not the point. The people and forces behind the tree are the most dangerous. If I advance it, you expose your own trump card and consume too much, which will lead to loss of strength, doesn't that give them an opportunity to take advantage of? The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. At this time, we must consider the worst-case scenario, not reveal any flaws, retain our trump cards to the greatest extent, and ensure our combat effectiveness at all times. No way, who made her beautiful? Chen Yi also had to sigh, no wonder Su Yan's appearance was so incredible that she was even more beautiful than a peerless beauty like Shen Yanqi. The original combustion IQ was exchanged for it. It can only be said that there are gains and losses, and God is indeed fair. Su Yan didn't resist Chen Yi rubbing her head, but she looked like she didn't understand. She didn't know if she heard a word of Chen Yi's words. Shen Yanqi on the side couldn't help covering her mouth and snickering. After finishing her laughter, she continued, then how do you plan to slow down the speed of this tree becoming stronger? I wonder if you've discovered something. After hearing Shen Yanqi's question, Chen Yi looked at her and asked. What's up? It has been an hour or two since we arrived in Nandu, but do you think it has changed much compared to an hour or two ago? With that said, Chen Yi pointed at the big tree. Shen Yanqi stared at the big tree for a while, then shook his head and said, it's not big. What do you think the reason is? Could it be that it has grown to its limit, or that the energy provided in its body is no longer enough for it to continue to grow? Shen Yanqi guessed. If that's all, then the plan of those behind it will obviously become a joke. The current state of this tree is completely insufficient to contain us, so it is absolutely impossible to reach its upper limit now. And there's absolutely no need for it to mobilize the trees in its hands on a large scale to run out to die in a steady stream when it can no longer expand. After all, as long as the main body is still there and the fog under the canopy is still there, these tree people can hide in the fog and survive without facing the peak of the modern army and causing massive casualties. When the doomsday comes in the future, these tree people will become a huge force that cannot be ignored in its hands. If there is no hope of expansion, it is completely unrealistic to release these tree people. As for the energy in its body not being enough to allow it to continue to surge like this, that's impossible. Not to mention anything else, just the blow I just made would require a lot of energy to erase the remaining power of my power. Then I need a lot of energy to quickly repair the branch I cut off in a very short time. If it is really short of energy, it can just erase the residual power of the superpower without regenerating the broken branches. This injury is nothing more than a trivial matter to it. There is no need to waste energy anymore. Each of these requires a lot of energy support. This much energy is even enough to make it grow another circle. Just like a person who is short of money will not spend money on hair transplantation to cover his baldness. It is essentially the same thing as spending money on hair transplantation when he is bald. If he can do such a thing, then it obviously, there is no lack of energy at all, and he has stopped growing, but it is just restricted due to other reasons. What he said was reasonable and well-founded, and Shen Yanqi couldn't find any refutation or loophole. After thinking for a while, he said, you were right, so you also found a way to limit its continued growth from this conclusion. Yes, Chen Yi nodded. I looked through the experimental report, and there were scientific researchers in it who calculated the growth rate of the big tree in 3-minute units. It can be clearly seen that during the period when it first appeared, the growth rate of the big tree has been in an extremely terrifying range. In this state, the big tree can show visible differences almost every minute. But just now 4 hours ago, the growth rate dropped off a cliff at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and now, the tree's growth rate is less than 1/10,000th of its peak growth rate. If we look at it by time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon should be the time when the Nandu garrison enters the city to complete its defense. Shen Yanqi deduced. Yes, so what did the military do at that time to stop the growth of the big tree? Chen Yi said calmly. Tree ants. They successfully prevented the expansion of tree people by cutting off various traffic arteries. Could it be that the limit to the growth of big trees is these tree people? The area that tree people cannot occupy, it can't even cover the canopy of trees, Shen Yanqi suddenly realized. Correct, but no reward. So theoretically, as long as those tree people are dealt with, the big tree will stop expanding without these minions to help the tiger. Shen Yanqi looked at the road around him. Are you planning to go to the forefront of the true position now? As expected of you, you're just a quick guesser. Chen Yi chuckled. At the same time, the hand holding her slender waist also squeezed. Shen Yanqi groaned subconsciously, then reacted immediately, slapped Chen Yi angrily, and said with some dissatisfaction, you have read so much top-secret information, of course you can guess more things than me. Really, the information I got from fighting that tree was also from the data. Chen Yi chuckled and pinched her again as if to punish her, but compared to just now, the position of the pinch was different. A lot taller. A bright red suddenly appeared on Shen Yanxi's face. He looked around with a guilty conscience. He breathed a sigh of relief after finding that no one was paying attention. He said tremblingly, there are so many people, don't make trouble. When Chen Yi saw her like this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he bent his head and whispered in her ear in a funny way, "Don't you already?" Although I knew that Chen Yanqi was extremely sensitive in this regard, to be so sensitive was really an exaggeration. While he was talking, Chen Yi saw that there was no one around, and stretched out his hand to explore at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Sure enough, they say women are made of water. Chen Yi didn't believe it before, but now he has to believe it. He didn't know what other women were like, but Chen Yanqi was definitely made of water in the real sense. It's like a reservoir gate. When the administrator is away, not a drop of water will leak out. But as soon as the administrator touches it, it will immediately leak out. This is probably the case for Chen Yanqi. What are you two doing? Su Yan belatedly realized something was wrong. She bent her head and looked suspiciously at Chen Yi's hands and Chen Yanqi's slender waist. That charming appearance also revealed Ichigo's clear and stupid face, and the ambiguous atmosphere at this moment was even more alluring. Even Chen Yi couldn't help but miss a beat of breath. The last time he was in the imperial capital, he planned to eat this girl, but an accident happened and he couldn't eat it. Seeing her like this now, Chen Yi really couldn't stand it anymore. At this time, the three of them had walked out of the temporary camp and onto the street outside. Because the incident in Nandu City happened suddenly, and the city had been reduced to a world of big trees and tree people, the power supply nearby was cut off for a whole day and no one repaired it. The streets were now dark, let alone there is no human being, not even a ghost. Seeing this, Chen Yi suddenly put his hand into Su Yan's hair. Su Yan was stunned for a moment and raised her head in confusion. Chen Yi pointed to the dark, uninhabited alley and said, "Come here, I'll give you something good to eat. Is there anything delicious in here? You'll know when you come in. Come on, squat down first." What is this woohoo? Nearly an hour later, Chen Yi appeared on the front line against the tree people. Behind him were Shen Yanqi, who was blushing, and Su Yan, who was looking weird and pouting as if she was reminiscing about something. Compared to the darkness in the area behind, the frontline positions were naturally brightly lit. However, the rest of the people were naturally not allowed to enter the area where the fighting was intense, and they were stopped as soon as they approached. "Stop, please show me your pass or order. I forgot about this, but you can call your superiors and tell him that Chen Yi is here," Chen Yi said absently, looking up at the towering tree. The guard hesitated for a moment, then picked up the walkie-talkie. Soon, a female officer who was covered in dust and looked extremely embarrassed rushed over vigorously. "Where's Chen Yi?" "Over there." Facing the woman's falcon-like gaze, the guard shrank his neck in fear and pointed to the side. The woman turned around and saw Chen Yi muttering something to the blushing Chen Yanqi. She immediately frowned and her eyes were a little dissatisfied, but she still walked over and said as politely as possible, "Your Excellency, is that Mr. Chen Yanqi?" "It's me, are you?" Chen Yi let Chen Yanqi go, turned around and smiled. "Commander of the 332nd Motorized Infantry Battalion of the 117th Mountain Combined Brigade, Chumo." The female officer said, neither humble nor overbearing. Chen Yi glanced over her shoulder. "You are already a colonel at a young age. Battalion Commander Chu is really young and promising." "I dare not take it," Chumo said with a cold expression and a stiff tone. "This is my jurisdiction. I wonder what the purpose of Mr. Chen's coming here late at night is. The tree people in front may attack at any time. It's not safe here. I'm afraid there is no place where Mr. Chen can have fun as he pleases." Chen Yi, who was about to express his intention to come, was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that the officer he met when he came to the front line had such an attitude. However, he didn't regard himself as some kind of divine emperor and did not allow anyone to offend him. It was a bit funny when he realized it. He said, "It seems that Battalion Commander Chu knows me. I wonder if he comes from the Chu family in the imperial capital or the Chu family in Zhangcheng." In addition to the four major families, Sha Kingdom also has many other powerful families. Of course, for Chen Yi, a core member of the four major families, only the other four families are of interest. Although those other families are not considered weak, they pale in comparison to the four major families. Chen Yi is usually relatively low-key outside the family, and the woman in front of him obviously knows him, and she is in such a high position at such a young age, so it is very unlikely that she will not have the support behind her. It is not difficult to guess that she comes from a powerful family. As for the famous families with the surname Chu, Chen Yi only remembers these two. "No," Chumo's voice was still cold. "Mr. Chen, let me reiterate, this is the front line, not your playground. If something happens, no one will come to protect you. Please explain your purpose." "Good guy, what's wrong with taking some gunpowder?" Chen Yi looked at her carefully. Although there was some dust on his face, it was not difficult to see through the dust that Chumo looked very good. Different from Shen Yanqi's pure and charming character and Su Yan's extremely charming character, Chumo looks very heroic and has a completely different style from the two women. But one thing is similar, that is, their looks are top-notch. Chen Yi looked at her for a long time and finally confirmed one thing. Chumo was definitely not the woman he had trashed before. She came up with a fierce and hostile look on her face, and asked her which family she was from without telling her which family she was from. This made Chen Yi feel a little guilty and thought he had just met a girl he had slept with before. "Damn it, I never slept with you, why are you so resentful?" Chen Yi's face darkened. "What if I said I was here to help you deal with these trees?" Deal with the tree people. This time it was Chumo's turn to be stunned. After a while, she glanced at Chen Yi with strange eyes and said impatiently, "Do you know how many tree people are in the ruins outside the defense line?" "I said, this is not a place for your family to have fun. Mr. Chen, please go back. If you don't leave, I will ask the guards to ask you to leave." "Captain Chu seems to be very hostile to me." Chen Yi actually smiled now. When Shen Yanqi on the side saw this, she knew that her man was probably a little impatient, so she quickly pulled his arm and said to Chumo, "We are indeed here to help on the front line. If Battalion Commander Chu doesn't believe it, you can go ask Commander Shen." "Huh," Chumo snorted coldly, obviously still not believing it. She naturally knew Chen Yi's background very well. He didn't need to think about it. As long as he contacted his superiors, it didn't matter whether Chen Yi was here. Whatever he does, his superiors will follow him. Su Yan, who was confused, finally came to her senses. She looked at Chumo, then turned to Chen Yi and said, "She's a superpower, why don't you let me eat her?" Only Su Yan could do it if she said lightly that she wanted to eat people. Chen Yi stroked his forehead speechlessly. After being disturbed by her in this way, the anger just now was almost gone. After rejecting Su Yan's request for a meal, he looked at the deep darkness outside the defense line behind her with emotion, and suddenly said, "Captain Chu, if I were you, I wouldn't continue to talk nonsense here, but we will go to the command center and keep an eye on the defense line to prevent any unexpected events." "Don't worry about it, Mr. Chen. I have already made arrangements to deal with all emergencies," Chumo said calmly. "Really? What if hundreds of thousands of tree people attack your position at the same time?" Chen Yi said with a half smile. "Impossible," Chumo said flatly. "Aren't these tree people stupid, gathering together and waiting to be covered by our firepower and kill them all? Do you know why you can only be a battalion commander?" Chen Yi patted Chumo on the shoulder. Chumo subconsciously hid, and then found that Chen Yi was behind her. Although she could only see her back, Chen Yi's voice clearly reached her ears. "Never try to predict your opponent's actions on the battlefield, let alone think that your opponent will never do something, because your opponent is not always ready. Everyone will stay sane." Any intelligent life will go crazy when faced with a life or death crisis. The behavior of this kind of opponent is unpredictable. What you can do is to consider everything it may do and make plans. Quote. Chumo looked a little displeased when he heard this, and was about to open his mouth to refute, but just as he opened his mouth, he noticed that a pair of huge flame wings suddenly appeared on the back of Chen Yi, who had his back turned to the side, and at the same time, the whole person slowly floated into the air. The flame wings were like a dazzling little sun in the darkness, emitting bright light and dispersing the surrounding night. Under the light, countless tree men were looming among the ruins of the battlefield. Chumo's pupils shrank sharply. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! With a roar, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the originally peaceful camp. The soldiers resting undressed in various fortresses and armored units opened their eyes one after another. After a brief moment of confusion, they immediately picked up the firearms in their hands and looked outside the defense line. When they saw the densely packed and almost endless trees in the firelight, they suddenly took a breath of cold air. Too much, quick, notify the artillery positions in the rear. A large number of trees have appeared here, requesting fire support. It's too late. Before the artillery position can fire, the parameters must be corrected and the shells loaded. It will take at least a few minutes. There are too many trees here, and we people can't hold it at all. Then send the coordinates of our position and ask them to blow me up hard. With so many trees gathered here, it is a God-given opportunity for us to annihilate them in one fell swoop. We must hold on to these few minutes to give the enemy behind brothers, hold on. Even if you die today, you will die with these inhuman, ghost things. The sudden appearance of a large number of tree men quickly caused a certain commotion within the defense line. Some people are nervous, and some people can't help but feel fearful. But no matter what, there was no intention of backing down in their eyes. Many of the smart people even realized that with so many trees gathered together, as long as the artillery positions at the rear and various rocket launchers, bombers, etc. opened fire with all their strength, they would immediately achieve extremely terrifying results, and even have the opportunity to wipe out all these trees, after. Instead, the tension and fear in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an indescribable excitement. They are the most heroic warriors, nervousness and fear are just instinctive manifestations, and now, the desire to destroy the enemy has overcome their instincts. On the other side, Chumo, who was the commander of this defense line, couldn't help but turn pale and his heart beat wildly after seeing the overwhelming tree people. After fighting these tree men for a day, no one knew the terror of these monsters better than she did. The number of tree men who attack the defense line during the day is usually only a few hundred. With their strength, they can cause considerable casualties to the defense line. Once more than 1,000 tree ants appear at a time, the entire defense line will become precarious. The number of tree people appearing at this time is almost endless. At a glance, there may be more than 100,000. With the strength of these tree people and their fearless fighting style, it may only take an instant for the entire defense line to be overwhelmed. Even if she had the most heroic and fearless warriors at her disposal, it would not help. The disparity in strength is too great, and victory or defeat is no longer determined by the quality of the soldiers. Moreover, even though her soldiers were brave and fearless of death, the tree men opposite were monsters who were not even afraid of pain. Let your people withdraw, they are not coming for you. A soft voice came from the side. Chumo turned his head and realized that it was Shen Yanqi walking over. Aren't you coming for us? Chumo didn't understand what she meant. Yes, their target is me. Shen Yanqi chuckled. In the dark night sky, a white lotus slowly bloomed, dispelling the surrounding darkness and shining brightly on the ruins of the battlefield. Chen Yi wanted to catch all these tree people in one fell swoop, so the fastest way was of course to gather these tree people together. But they are not stupid. Even if Chen Yi doesn't take action when they get together, the military's heavy firepower is enough to tear them apart. What's the difference between this and sending them to death? Therefore, at this time, we need a bargaining chip that is enough to make Dashu give up these hundreds of thousands of tree people. And this bargaining chip is obviously Shen Yanqi who owns Bailian. Sure enough, the moment White Lotus appeared, the massive tree ants who had been walking forward blankly like zombies seemed to have found their target at this moment, and they suddenly became excited. Their weird and terrifying eyes after fibrosis looked at White Lotus, and their movements gradually became manic. The tree people in the front row seemed to have found their target, and they rushed towards Shen Yanqi's position crazily. The tree people in the back were shoulder to shoulder, and there was even a large-scale stampede because of the different paces. Many tree people could not even get up. The soldiers in the blocking position caught the eye, but were trampled to pieces by their companions, and sawdust flew into the air. God! A cold voice came from the air and reached everyone's ears. The warriors who were waiting subconsciously looked up and found that Chen Yi, who was wrapped in flame wings and floating in the air, slowly raised the gorgeous red sword in his hand. Xiaojian. The next moment, the dazzling sword light pierced the sky, and the red samadhi true fire enveloped the sword energy and hit the ruins on the ground like a punishment from heaven. Boom! Between the endless army of tree men in their positions, the terrifying flaming sword energy slashed out directly. There was a deep chasm that was several kilometers long and braved by blazing fire. Before the tree man at the front could stop, he crashed into the wall of fire and fell into the chasm. Before it could even hit the ground, it was burned to ashes. However, once an army of hundreds of thousands of people moves into action, how easy is it to stop it? A large number of tree ants plunged into the chasm like moths to the flames, and were reduced to ashes in the scorching flames. Even though the tree man in front was aware of the danger and tried to stop himself driven by instinct, the tree man behind could not see the situation in front of him and was still rushing forward, pushing the tree man standing in front towards him. Pushing into the burning fire pit. Chen Yi only made one move and caused heavy casualties to these tree people. However, even so, the size of the tree people is still huge. Chen Yi estimated that even if these tree people were really brainless, the big tree behind them who was commanding the tree people suddenly became brainless and controlled the tree people to jump into the fire pit to commit suicide. At the current speed, I'm afraid they would have to jump to the daytime tomorrow to kill these few trees. 100,000 tree people took care of it. If you have more than 10,000 soldiers, you will be boundless. If you have more than 100,000 soldiers, you will reach the sky. The ancients will not deceive me. Looking at the seemingly endless trees, even Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. It's not that he saw too many of these trees and thought they couldn't be solved. In fact, he has the talent of killing one's life. As long as the enemy is weaker than him, no matter how many enemies come, it will be a gift. He just felt a little emotional when he thought that so many tree people were still living people before today, but now they have turned into such terrifying monsters rushing to die just because of some people's selfishness. The most terrifying thing in the apocalypse may not be the virus, but the human heart. Let me give you one last ride and end your pain. Chen Yi looked at the endless trees and slowly raised the long sword in his hand. The hot fire ignited from the edge of the sword, like a starlight in the dark night. It illuminated the night sky and also illuminated the way to the afterlife. It is simply the power of a god. Is this the ceiling-level combat power of superpowers at this stage? At the entrance of the command center, they heard that Chen Yi had gone to the front line and had some conflicts with Chumo, a subordinate they valued. Shenxing and his two men, who were just about to rush over to see the situation, saw this magnificent scene as soon as they went out. Under the night, the hot sword light almost tore apart all the darkness, illuminating the entire Nandu city as bright as day. The huge sword light swept across the city center area, and the sound of collapsing buildings could be heard everywhere it passed. The building was torn in half like tofu by the hot sword light and then ignited a raging fire. The tree people in front of this sword were harvested one after another like weeds under the light of the sword. Almost half of the city center, which was already full of ruins, was completely destroyed by this sword. The sword light crisscrossed the ruins and finally struck directly on the trunk of the big tree. The green barrier lasted almost only a moment before shattering. The strong tree trunk was directly struck by the residual power of the sword, and a huge gap was opened. A raging flame ignited. But soon the flames on the tree trunk were extinguished, and the terrifying gap that almost cut the tree in two was quickly closed at an extremely terrifying speed until it was intact as before, with no trace of scar visible. Then another light green light curtain appeared around the big tree, protecting it. As expected, when Chen Yi saw this scene, there was no surprise in his eyes. This is similar to his previous guess. The big tree has extremely amazing vitality. Even if its defense is not worth mentioning to Chen Yi can easily tear the huge body into pieces, but if you can't find the thing that continuously provides vitality in its body, then you can't kill it at all. However, the target of Chen Yi's sword was not the big tree, but the hundreds of thousands of tree people. At this time, the hundreds of thousands of tree people have been almost wiped out by the group. Even if there are 2 or 3 big cats and kittens that are lucky enough to survive, they will basically not pose a threat to the frontline positions. In the short term, it should be able to greatly slow down the attack. How quickly the tree expands, limiting it to its current size. The goal was achieved, but Chen Yi had no intention of coming back. He still stayed in the air, just looking at the big tree in the distance, as if waiting for something. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response. In the end, he could only shake his head, put away his flame wings, and slowly fell to the ground. At the same time, a black lotus seed in his hand was also taken away. Looking back at Shen Yanxi, Chen Yi shook his head. Is too cautious. Maybe I was scared by you. Shen Yanxi shrugged. According to their previous assumptions, Shen Yanxi appeared at such a frontline position as a bait. Even if Dashu was afraid of Chen Yi, he would probably not be willing to let go of such a good opportunity. After all, even Shen Yanxi doesn't know how powerful Chen Yi can be when he attacks with all his strength. Naturally, neither the big tree nor the person behind the big tree knows. It's not surprising that they would take the plunge if the benefits are sufficient. According to Chen Yi's assumptions, Dashu would probably let these hundreds of thousands of tree people serve as cannon fodder to consume his strength. After he is exhausted, Dashu and the people behind Dashu will die in person. Although he had just wiped out hundreds of thousands of tree people with one move, his own strength was really consumed a lot, so he still held the black lotus seeds made from the essence of life in his hand, ready to replenish his strength at any time to deal with possible subsequent attacks from the big tree. Attack. The two sides plotted against each other, but in the end it was obvious that the big tree and the people behind it gave up this seemingly perfect opportunity, which made Chen Yi feel a little regretful. If the other party didn't calm down this time, maybe there wouldn't be so much trouble later, and Chen Yi could just kill them all here. Of course, staying calm is not without cost. The destruction of hundreds of thousands of tree people destined that the big tree would no longer be able to expand on a large scale in the short term. Chen Yi could also take his hands off Nandu to deal with the rats in the gutter. Although the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee has never shown its face, the 3 most important cities in the River Triangle are Tianai, Nandu, and Qiantang. Tianai is now in Chen Yi's pocket, and there is no room for the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee to survive. Nandu has been reduced to rubble. As long as this group of people doesn't have a brain problem, they obviously won't focus their development here. Then the answer is only one: Qiantang. In fact, this is not a secret to begin with. The plan of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee is almost a conspiracy. As long as Chen Yi and the official people guess that Dashu suddenly appears in Nandu. If there are promoters behind the appearance, then there will be no secrets about their subsequent layout. But they were not afraid of their plan being exposed, because as long as they wanted to develop in the Yangtze River Delta, both Chen Yi and the officials would have to deal with this tree in Nandu. But they probably didn't expect that Shen Yanxi, the White Lotus, would have a huge attraction to the big tree that they couldn't refuse. Then Chen Yi caught on to this and forced them to cooperate with the Dashu soldiers to take risks. Hundreds of thousands of tree people in Nandu were killed in one fell swoop, causing the Dashu to lose its biggest attraction of infinite expansion in a short period of time. This involves the relationship between the big tree and the being behind the big tree. If these people could completely control Dashu, Dashu would never show covetousness and directly attack Shen Yanxi from the very beginning when she met Shen Yanxi to save people. Just that one time Dashu took action revealed too much information. This was why Chen Yi was determined to send Shen Yanxi to the front line. Even if the people behind him could hold back, Dashu would definitely risk losing everything. The risk is the reason why I can't help but take action. In fact, this has exposed the fact that the people of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee cannot fully control the big tree. Chen Yi guessed that they may have some kind of equal cooperative relationship with the big tree now, rather than a relationship between control and being controlled. Who knows, maybe. Chen Yi shrugged, held Shen Yanxi's shoulder, and turned to Chumo, who was stunned at the side. Does Battalion Commander Chu still have any questions now? This Chumo's eyes were wandering, and his expression was changing from pale to white. After a while, he said seriously, Mr. Chen, I apologize to you for my arrogance and rudeness just now. Quote. There's no need to apologize. I'm just a little curious about why you were so hostile to me. I think we don't know each other, right? Chen Yi said with a smile. He is not a petty person, but he is not someone who can laugh away his grudges when someone targets him. If Chumo couldn't give him an explanation, then this matter wouldn't just end with an apology. I am closer to Chen Ziyuan from your Chen family. Chumo faced Chen Yi's sharp gaze. After hesitating for a while, he still managed to explain the reason. Chen Yi was stunned for a moment. Chen Ziyuan was born in the 3rd room. In the last incident involving Xiao Yuan, he had already dealt with almost all the people in the 2nd and 3rd rooms. However, because of Xiao Yuan's plea at the end, Chen Yi planned to let Chen Ziyuan go. Otherwise, according to family rules, Chen Ziyuan, who was deceived and rushed to the front line, would definitely be punished with death. However, because the woman was too seriously injured, she was in a coma when she was brought back by Chen Yi. Later, Chen Yi rushed to Nandu to deal with the matter here and had no time to care about her, so he left her in Tianai. Chumo said that she had a good relationship with Chen Ziyuan, so it was easy to understand that she was hostile to Chen Yi from the beginning and even didn't know much about Chen Yi's strength. Forget it, I won't argue with you this time, but I won't do it next time. Chen Yi shook his head. Chen Ziyuan himself had been spared. Chumo was at best the one who was affected, but he didn't want to kill her. Things in Nandu can be put aside for the time being. People from the Chen family have already infiltrated Qiantang. Now he needs to rush over to take charge of the overall situation and completely uproot the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. Wow, is this Qiantang? This is my first time here, it's so beautiful. Chen Yi and his party took the train directly from Nandu to Qiantang. Since it was already late, they got off the train and checked into the hotel directly. Just outside the hotel is a retro-style Zhongyuan town. The drizzle illuminated the ancient lantern alleys of the town in a particularly charming way. Even though it was almost midnight, the stone roads in the town were still full of people. Su Yan, who had never seen much of the world, naturally couldn't help but cover her mouth in wonder when she saw this scene. Yes, it's very beautiful. Chen Yi looked at the bustling town outside indifferently, and Shen Yanxi on the side also said, the southeast is beautiful, the three Wu cities, Qiantang has been prosperous since ancient times. Smoke willows paint bridges, wind curtains are green, and there are hundreds of thousands of homes. This place has been a prosperous place since ancient times. It has been accumulated for thousands of years, so it is naturally beautiful. What a pity. Chen Yi shook his head. In the apocalypse, no matter how beautiful a place is, it will become a hell on earth. Even if Chen Yi takes control of Qiantang as he wishes, he can't prevent this from happening. But what he can do is definitely much more than the people in the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. After a night of silence, Chen Yi climbed out of bed early the next morning. Shen Yanxi muttered tiredly, but there was no follow-up. Su Yan, on the other hand, was as lively as ever, as if she didn't know what tiredness was. Even though she was tortured the most last night and it was her first real experience, she still seemed fine now. Seeing Chen Yi getting up, he also got up. During the action, a large piece of spring light was exposed in front of Chen Yi without reservation. Seeing his eyes turning, Su Yan not only did not lose the slightest shyness, but stood on the bed confidently and swayed, and the rather large little rabbit naturally followed. Jumping, it's dazzling to watch. Doesn't it look good? Su Yan asked stupidly. Snapped. Shen Yanxi, who was pretending to be asleep, slapped her on the butt and said angrily, it's almost done, get out of here. It's so good that the scar has forgotten the pain, right? Why did you forget to beg for mercy last night? Shen Yanxi was not worried about Su Yan. She knew very well that this woman's physique had reached an extremely terrifying level, and there was probably no one in the world who could be tortured by Chen Yi, who was already close to inhuman more than her. But the problem is that she is afraid of being hurt. She is still lying here. Su Yan really wants to make Chen Yi angry and do morning exercises. How can she be spared? Get up quickly. We have important things to do today. Chen Yi shook his head and threw the clothes on Su Yan. What are you going to do today? Do you need me to go? Su Yan approached Chen Yi while getting dressed, asking like a curious baby. Yes, Chen Yi said with a smile. The Qiantang city supervisor is going to hold a cocktail party later on, and I need to bring my women to attend. Then you can go with me, and by the way, I can ask those rich ladies for advice. Etiquette issues when being a daughter-in-law. Huh, Su Yan was quite excited when she heard that she was attending a cocktail party. After all, she had only seen such high-end gadgets on TV before. But when she heard that Chen Yi asked him to sit down with those rich ladies, her face immediately fell. She likes to watch the excitement, but she doesn't like to listen to the gossips of wealthy daughters. Turning her eyes, she happened to see Shen Yanxi, who was lying on the bed pretending to be asleep, said quickly, she. Let her go, she must be more familiar with these things than me. It's okay, you two can go together. Ah, can I bring two female companions? Generally speaking, it's inappropriate, but I'm different. I can take it with me if I want. High-end cocktail parties are naturally not just for drinking. The climate often has various business or political purposes. The Qiantang city guards initiating such a cocktail party at such a critical moment is naturally not aimless, there is a purpose behind it. The Doomsday Map Preservation Committee will only recruit high-ranking officials with real power, which is enough for Chen Yi to reduce his targets to a very small part. There are not many people in Qiantang who can be confirmed to be members of the Doomsday Picture Preservation Committee, and there are only 3 people on the list in Chen Yi's hand. One of them is the Qiantang City Show. However, this cocktail party was not a hangman banquet specially prepared for him by the Qiantang City Supervisor. On the contrary, it was a reception that Chen Yi asked the Qiantang City Supervisor to host through his higher-level official connections. He didn't know that he had been exposed to Chen Yi. In order to hide his identity, he would naturally spare no effort to complete the things Chen Yi told him. Even because his position was high enough and his identity was important enough, the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee wanted to ensure the reception. Without arousing Chen Yi's suspicion, some more members from Qiantang would definitely be sent to help the city guard with his tricks. It can be said that Chen Yiren has not yet entered Qiantang, but the layout planning here has already begun. Wow, there are so many delicious foods here. Su Yan just came in and saw the delicacies from the mountains and seas placed on a long table for free and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. But the next moment, she looked outside again and whispered, but I heard that prices outside have skyrocketed and many people can't even afford food now. Aren't they official people? This way, isn't it appropriate? In Su Yan's simple values, a big family like the Chen family should be well off and prosperous. Who makes the family prosperous? Moreover, the Chen family is not an official organization in nature and does not need to be responsible to everyone. But the official people are not the same as the Chen family. People are about to starve to death outside, but the people here are singing and dancing and eating and drinking. This has a big impact on Su Yan's young heart. The Zhu clan's wine and meat stinks will freeze your bones to death. Chen Yi shrugged and said, there's nothing we can do about it, the world is like this. In peacetime, when everyone has enough to eat, the gap is not so obvious. Coupled with the abundant materials brought by the development of productivity, ordinary people will feel that even if they're high-ranking officials, their lives are just that. But, once troubled times come, production is interrupted, and materials begin to be scarce, the gap between dignitaries and ordinary people will be put on the table without reservation. Even in peaceful times, there are cases where the poor are not as luxurious as the richest dogs, let alone in this world that is about to end. But Su Yan still said a little bit awkwardly, but didn't you say that power corresponds to responsibility? Responsibility, Chen Yi sneered, that's the thing, but the actual operation is another matter. Of course there are people who are willing to shoulder the responsibility for their positions. Such people usually appear at the top and most senior levels. At the lower level, the people at the top have the greatest power in the world. They can often put aside their vulgar tastes and do most of the things they do, whether right or wrong, with the goal of realizing their own life value. But the people at the bottom have not yet been polluted by this big guy that is actually still far away from the so-called official power. It is naturally not difficult to shoulder one's own responsibilities. People who are afraid of not being able to get up or down, whether they want to go crazy or want to keep themselves from falling, or you need to be hysterical and even do something that goes against your own principles. However, once you do this kind of thing, it will be a bottomless abyss and there is no possibility of turning back. Therefore, among these people who are neither up nor down, those who are in the dead position are the ones who eat nothing. On the contrary, they are the most. But among all political entities in the world, these people have the greatest say. He also knew that Su Yan's little brain might not be able to understand these words, so he thought about it and said, do you think I am a good person? Su Yan nodded subconsciously, then shook her head, but she quickly realized it and nodded again and again. Yes, you are very good to me. Yes, to you I am a good person, but to others, Chen Yi chuckled and said, a series of things happened in Tianai recently. Big trees appeared in Nandu, causing nearly 1 million casualties. Now it has arrived in Qiantang. To put it bluntly, these are the results of my struggle for power with other forces. Although I did not intend to involve ordinary people, the actual situation is that the recent actions of me and the Xingfeng group in the Dajong Triangle have caused nearly 10 million people to suffer. It has affected even the surviving residents of the entire city of Nandu and are now forced to move out. Subjectively speaking, this was not done by me, but by people from the Business Alliance and the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. But objectively speaking, these are closely related to me, because I knew the consequences of targeting these forces, but I still did it. Now, do you still think I am a good person? Su Yan thought carefully for a while after hearing this and then nodded, yes. Oh, why do you think so? I don't want to listen to those subjective and objective words. I only know that you are very good to me and that means you are a good person. Su Yan curled her lips and said. Obviously, Chen Yi's words had confused her and she could only give the answer based on her own intuition. Chen Yi couldn't help but smile when he heard this and reached out to rub her light purple hair. Su Yan's words are obviously inconsistent with her previous remarks about disdain for these dignitaries who did not care about the lives of ordinary people outside for hosting such a luxurious cocktail party. After all, even if it were not Chen Yi, anyone in the cocktail party now would encounter Su Yan, an aunt, she will probably be worshipped as an ancestor, how can there be anything bad to say about her? When she faced these dignitaries, she would objectively think that they were bad people. However, when faced with Chen Yi's impact on ordinary people, her answer was quite subjective. To put it bluntly, it was a double standard. But this kind of double standard is what Chen Yi himself wants to see. What he wants is a sweetheart who is obedient, can fight, and is pretty, not a pure passerby who has a strong sense of justice and is objective. At least Chen Yi didn't have to worry about Su Yan being deceived by the son of destiny who ran out of nowhere one day, calling him a bad guy and then directly betraying her. Okay, stop teasing her. Shen Yanqi on the side rolled her eyes at Chen Yi and said, there are so many people over there waiting for you to come over and you two are still flirting here. They are waiting for me, that's what they should be. Chen Yi looked at the way everyone in the reception looked at him eagerly, sneered, and walked straight over. Hello, Mr. Chen. Welcome Mr. Chen to visit our Qiantang for inspection. Chen Xiaozhou's car. Tired, thank you for your hard work, please come in quickly. Quote. As soon as I walked to the door, a large number of officials, who would be called heavenly official by ordinary people when they met, came over with enthusiasm. Chen Yi had no expression on his face and nodded lightly as a response. Until a certain moment, someone stretched out his hand in front of him. Master Chen, I'm Lu Ming. Chen Yi paused and looked at the rather young man in front of him. With a warm smile on his lips, he asked casually, Mr. Lu appeared here at a young age. I wonder which family he is a hero from. His question was quite ordinary, just like the surprise one would expect when suddenly seeing a young man among a group of middle-aged and elderly people, and he couldn't find anything wrong with it. Chen Xiaomi is so impressed. I come from a Lu family in Qiantang. Compared with Mr. Chen, I really don't deserve to be called a hero. Mr. Chen, you are the real dragon and phoenix. A decent answer, and even a bit of flattery that was so low level that it was offensive. Chen Yi looked at him deeply, then patted his shoulder and said, Mr. Lu has extraordinary eyebrows. I think you will have a bright future. After saying that, he didn't look at him again and continued to deal with the people behind him perfunctorily. Soon the person who was hosting today and the highest-ranking mayor of Qiantang came over. As soon as they met, he held Chen Yi's hand and greeted him. He looked closer than meeting his own father. If Chen Yi hadn't already mastered the conclusive evidence, it would have been hard to imagine that the person in front of him was actually a member of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee who was working on the front line against him, even in person. It can only be said that these people who hang out in the officialdom are all old foxes, and none of them can save fuel. Chen Yi didn't plan to fall out yet, but he managed to deal with the Qiantang city guard. Soon everyone entered the banquet hall inside. Chen Yi excused himself from being surrounded by stars and admired the moon and found Shen Yanqi, Qinju and others who were really talking about romance with a group of rich ladies. Go and check Qiantang. Lu family, in addition, go and check if there is a family named Chu in Qiantang and a person named Chu Ming. Chu Ming, isn't the person who just spoke to you named Lu Ming? Even if you know that his surname is not Lu, how do you know that his surname is Chu? Shen Yanqi asked a little confused. Haha, of course I have my own way. Chen Yi chuckled without explaining too much. When Shen Yanqi saw this, he had no intention of getting to the bottom of it, and quickly went with Qinju to arrange for someone to investigate according to Chen Yi's instructions. After they left, a curtain of light that only he could see appeared in front of Chen Yi. There is a line of big words on the light screen. It has been detected that the Son of Destiny is near you. The mission has been refreshed. Mission: kill the Son of Destiny, Chu Ming. Please note, the Son of Destiny has extremely high luck and is difficult to kill rashly. You need to accumulate a certain amount of resentment and reduce his luck before you can kill him. The resentment value of Chu Ming, the Son of Destiny, is currently 1100 and the kill success rate is 11%. The new Son of Destiny finally appeared again. Just when Chen Yi shook hands with Chu Ming, the system's long-awaited task refresh announcement finally appeared in front of him. The Doomsday Picture Preservation Committee now seems to be much more difficult to deal with than the Merchant Alliance. Chen Yi has always suspected that there might be a bug like Destiny Child in this organization, but it has never been verified from the system. Unexpectedly, today's move in Qiantang would finally bring this destined child, who had been secretly competing with him for a long time, to the surface. Chen Yi could also breathe a sigh of relief. Don't be afraid if the enemy is strong, but be afraid of this kind of enemy who has been hiding in the dark, waiting for opportunities. As the saying goes, if you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of being missed. The difficulty of the Doomsday Picture Preservation Committee is not due to how powerful the individuals in this organization are. It's that this organization is secretly connected by a certain entity, and you don't even know how many of their people are around now. Now that Chu Ming was finally put on the table, Chen Yi finally had a clear goal for targeting the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. Although somewhat arbitrary, Chen Yi dared to conclude that this Chu Ming was definitely the foundation for the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee to be built. As long as he is dealt with, this organization will naturally become a mess. As for why Chu Ming had a resentment value of 1100 when he appeared, it was different from the previous cases where the resentment value was almost blank when some of the Sons of Destiny appeared. This is not difficult to understand. After all, the two sides have been secretly competing for several rounds before. Including none to this time, these several confrontations were actually caused by the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee being defeated. It's normal for Chu Ming to feel a little resentful. But now that he has been found, Chen Yi naturally has a way to make him complain even more. Just when Chen Yi was thinking about how to deal with Chu Ming himself came over at this time holding a drink. He behaved cautiously, with a flattering smile on his lips and a slight bow. He looked like a perfect dog-legged figure next to the young master. As soon as he came up, he nodded and bowed. Mr. Chen, would you like to have a drink? Chen Yi looked at his every move and felt a little funny, but on the surface he still picked up the wine glass and clinked it with him casually, then picked up the wine glass and took a perfunctory sip. Not only was Chu Ming not dissatisfied with this, but he showed a smile on his face. He drank the entire glass of wine in one gulp, and at the same time, he did not forget to give a thumbs up and said, Young Master Chen. Chen Yi's lips curled up. In fact, with his current behavior, even if Chen Yi didn't have a system, he would still notice something strange about him. The Lu family in Qiantang is not a small family. Even Chen Yi has heard of it, and at least it is a local gangster with deep-rooted influence. It is almost impossible for a child from such a family to not even be able to flatter him. Chu Ming's performance was a little too vigorous. After thinking about it, Chen Yi asked casually, I wonder what position Mr. Lu holds in Qiantang now. To be able to appear here, he must be in an important position, right? Chu Ming said quickly, Young Master Chen is joking, Tian is just a secretary to the city governor, and he usually only does errands and odd jobs. This is an important position that can only be held by people close to the city guard. Mr. Lu's future is limitless, Chen Yi said calmly. Haha, young Master Chen is joking. I still know my abilities well. If young Master Chen doesn't dislike me, I'm afraid I will need young Master Chen to support me more in the future. Chu Ming also laughed. He sounded like he wanted to mess with Chen Yi. Chen Yi was waiting for news and didn't mind chatting with him. The two of them were standing together chatting, and they seemed to be enjoying themselves very much. When other people around him saw this, their eyes almost popped out of envy. They all secretly thought in their hearts that they were still too shameless. If they had known better, they would have followed. This Lu Ming just went over to him shamelessly. Time for small talk is always short. Chen Yi saw Shen Yanqi and Qin Zhu who had gone out for an excuse not far away and returned to the venue. He immediately understood that they must have asked someone to find out some information. He immediately said to Chu Ming, I recognize Mr. Lu's talent. Recently, I should be in the area of Tianai and Qiantang. If we can get together more often, we young people will have more in common. Chu Ming looked overjoyed when he heard this, and said quickly, as long as Mr. Chen doesn't dislike it, I will definitely come to harass you one day. Well, my female companion has something to ask me about, so I won't talk anymore. Chen Yi nodded warmly, then turned and left without waiting for his answer. The arrogance of the rich people is clearly revealed. Sisters-in-law's matters are important. Mr. Chen, you are busy first and don't worry about me. However, Chu Ming still licked his face and nodded and bowed to Chen Yi's back. It seems that he has really taken on the role of a bitch. It wasn't until Chen Yi walked away that he slowly stood up. There was a look of thought in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. He casually found an important official from Qiantang aside and continued to be his lackey. How's it going? What information did you find? In a secluded corner, Chen Yi summoned the three women. Although there are many people around who want to get close to each other, we are not ordinary people. How can we be so blind? Didn't you see that Mr. Chen was whispering to his lovely wife and concubine? Wouldn't it be flattering to flatter him if he approached her at this time? We have found some information, but I'm afraid it's a little different from what you estimated. Shen Yanqi and Qin Zhu looked at each other, and then spoke first. According to the information collected by our intelligence organization in Qiantang, there is no family named Chu in Qiantang. However, a young man named Chu Ming was found in the household registration system. Quite a few, but they are no match for this Lu Ming. On the contrary, we actually found Lu Ming in the Lu family, and this person's situation is quite special. Lu Ming Chen Yi had a look of contemplation in his eyes, and then said, what a special method, please tell me. First of all, this Lu Ming was born to the younger brother of the current head of the Lu family. However, his mother was not the original wife of the second master of the Lu family, but the product of an outside marriage with a female student who was still in school at the time. It is said that the second master of the Lu family was extremely obsessed with this female student at first, but later he was forced to marry the legitimate daughter of another family in Qiantang due to family pressure. As for this female student and Lu Ming, mother and son, they were ruthlessly abandoned by Mr. Lu and became rootless duckweed. This abandonment lasted for more than 10 years. As a result, a dramatic scene occurred. The original wife that the second master of the Lu family married later gave birth to two daughters for him, but due to an accident, she was unable to have children. This accident is very strange from the information. We suspect that it was man-made. However, the Lu family and the family to which this woman belongs did not find out the reason at that time. Without a son, the young master should know very well what it means for a direct descendant of such a large family, and I don't need to say more. In short, the final result is that Mr. Lu used this reason to successfully force his wife and family to compromise, allowing him to bring back Lu Ming's mother and son, who had been wandering outside for 10 years, back to the Lu family. What happened next was naturally as expected. Mr. Lu's first wife was originally forced to compromise under pressure. Now that she sees the mother and son again, she naturally doesn't have a good face. Of course, that's all. Lu Era's wife is a very traditional lady, gentle and friendly. Even if she doesn't like the mother and son, she doesn't really become a vicious stepmother and do anything to them. She only cuts down some of the expenses of the mother and son. It's just supply. Even so, the conditions are much more favorable than before. Of course, the life of Lu Ming and his son was not bad before they were taken back by the second master of the Lu family. The second master Lu often helped their mother and son secretly. According to the transfer information we obtained, on average, in the past 10 years, Mr. Lu probably gave Lu Ming and his son no less than 6 million in cash. Although it is not as good as the children of real aristocratic families, it is enough for them to live a life without worries about food and clothing. Quote. But there are problems with where the money goes. Lu Ming's mother was born in the middle class. She was admitted to the best school in Sha Kingdom with excellent results more than 20 years ago. She is naturally arrogant. After knowing that he could not enter the Lu family due to his background, not only did he not feel depressed, but he worked hard and tried to prove his ability. When Qin Zhu said this, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Then this is another armchair story. Chen Yi immediately guessed the result. Yes, Shen Yanqi on the side couldn't help but twitching the corner of her mouth and said, actually speaking, Lu Ming's mother is indeed very discerning. With the money given by the second master of the Lu family, she bought it 20 years ago. If you try to invest in the internet, your vision must be your vision, and your practice must be your practice. Of the internet giants that have survived in Sha State, which founder is not the best among them, and has a profound background. Even so, they still walked on thin ice and worked conscientiously in the early days. But Lu Ming's mother was different. She was with the second master of the Lu family. I have seen too much prosperity and luxury, and I am no longer a person who can do practical things. As expected, her investment in making a fortune proved that she was completely bankrupt within 3 months. After losing the 800,000 that Mr. Lu gave her at that time, she still owed more than 1 million in debt. In the next 10 years, Lu Ming's mother made many investments and started businesses one after another. Until the time when Mr. Lu took him home, she paid back the 8 million yuan that Mr. Lu had given her over the years. After that, I still had to bear more than 10 million yuan in debt. After listening to the beginning, he thought it was a story about a mother and child being abandoned, and then the mother worked hard to raise the child. In the end, the child was possessed by the halo of the protagonist, and then the Dragon King returned. But after looking at it, he found that the plot seemed to be somewhat different from what he expected. The second master of the Lu family couldn't marry Lu Ming's mother due to family pressure, but he didn't abandon her either. 8 million in that era was not the same concept as it is now. Lu Ming used this money to buy a courtyard house in the imperial capital, and now he is a billionaire. The second generation of rich people can eat, drink, whore and gamble, but they should never start a business. The 8 million people in that era let go, and the mother and son lived a life of luxury that ordinary people could not imagine. In the end, this woman actually lost all her money after all the hard work, and she even owed $1,000. Thousands. This is really outrageous. What's next? Chen Yi was originally not very interested in such nonsense. After all, templates are too cookie-cutter, but Lu Ming's story inexplicably made him want to know what happened next. Follow-up. Shen Yanqi looked a little weird, because his own mother lost all the money given by Mr. Lu. Lu Ming has lived in poverty since he was a child. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is abject poverty. In the most difficult times, even a pair of ordinary sneakers would have to be worn until they had holes in them. This was not because she was suddenly generous, but because she didn't know how to mend shoes and could only replace them with new ones. While her son was living an extremely poor life and could hardly see a few pieces of meat for a long time while eating, Lu Ming's mother was at the peak of her entrepreneurial career and had no time to care about him. At the same time, she was used to luxury and wore everything she wanted. A bracelet and a ring were all luxuries worth at least several $100,000 given by Mr. Lu. Even when her business failed and her son was about to eat chaffy vegetables, she did not waste these luxuries at all. He wanted to sell his things to make money to support his family, but he let Lu Ming starve and freeze. But the result is quite strange. Lu Ming not only has no resentment towards such a biological mother, but is even extremely grateful for her filial piety. On the contrary, he is very hostile to the Lu family and Mr. Lu. In his behavior from childhood to adulthood and some fragmentary records, it is not difficult to see that he has hated Mr. Lu for abandoning their mother and son ever since they were young. There is no detailed explanation of the reason for this in the information, but I found out that Lu Ming's mother once took psychology as an elective in college. Although she did not get a degree, she should know some basic psychological suggestion methods. And it is not difficult to treat a child like a blank sheet of paper, as long as she instills in her a sense of resentment towards Mr. Lu and the Lu family from an early age. Wonderful, wonderful. When Chen Yi heard this, he couldn't help but applaud. The development of things indeed far exceeded his original expectations. It was completely unconventional and made people unable to guess the ending. It is indeed quite dramatic. Shen Yanqi also looked strange. The key is that it is difficult for you to discuss whether it is right or wrong. The Lu family's behavior of forcibly breaking up the Mandarin duck seems very inappropriate, but this is from the perspective of ordinary people. From a perspective, for these aristocratic families, the family has raised you so much and allowed you to enjoy a life of luxury that ordinary people can't imagine. Now the family needs you to marry someone else and marry a woman you don't like at all. How about that? Isn't it a matter of course? Ordinary people can hear the words free love, but it is logically unreasonable for such a big family. The family supports you and you contribute to the family. This is reasonable in any universe. Quote. Master Lu's first wife lost her fertility due to an accident. There were a lot of strange things about this, and although she didn't like Lu Ming and her son later, she didn't really become a vicious stepmother. She just cut some financial expenses. Lu Ming, mother and son still lived an extremely comfortable life after returning to the Lu family. As for the second son of the Lu family, you can say that he abandoned his wife and son. He has always given him a lot of money as compensation, and took the mother and son back as soon as he had the opportunity. If I have to say it, the abandoned orphans and widows seem a bit more outrageous. That's why I say it's wonderful, Chen Yi said curiously. What about the follow-up? What happened after Lu Ming returned to the Lu family? After Lu Ming returned, he immediately showed his outstanding talents. With the resources of the Lu family, he quickly graduated from the highest university in Xia Kingdom and then went to a foreign university for 2 years. As soon as he came back, he entered Qiantang University. In the official system, with the help of the Lu family, he has naturally risen through the ranks and is even better than the son of the current head of the Lu family. Qinju took over the conversation and said, during this period, he has never shown anything strange or disgusted with the family. Until at this point, Qinju's expression became solemn. Until half a month ago, the Lu family suffered a big change. Mr. Lu and his first wife all died unexpectedly. The cause of death was unknown, but originally the head of the Lu family, on the other hand, was killed one after another due to various accidents, just like being ordered to death by the king of hell. In the end, Lu Ming was almost the only man left in the Lu family's lineage who could take charge of affairs, and he naturally became the new generation head of the Lu family. Currently, Lu Ming and his mother are almost in charge of the entire Lu family. However, the Lu family has not declined because of this. On the contrary, it seems to be getting more and more prosperous. But according to the normal development model of a large family, the sudden disappearance of so many family backbones is almost destined to mean that such a family will decline rapidly in the short term. Whether it can rise in the future depends on the success of the descendants. The Lu family is now this situation is obviously not in line with the norm. After hearing this, Chen Yi finally understood. Although there is no conclusive evidence, there is a high probability that Lu Ming is the murderer of his own father and the elders of the Lu family. And counting the time, half a month ago, people with superpowers began to appear one after another, but the number was extremely rare. Because of the special nature of superpowers and the unfamiliarity of all forces at that time with superpowers, if Lu Ming suddenly awakened some superpower, he would quietly kill everyone in charge of the Lu family overnight. Not difficult. And he himself has enough motivation to do it. Whether it was the concepts his mother had instilled in him since he was a child, or whether it was for the sake of power and gain, it was not surprising that he killed someone. But there was no evidence for this matter after all, and it was hard for Chen Yi to be sure that it was Lu Ming who did it. After pondering for a moment, he asked another question. What's Lu Ming's fucking name? Chu Ming. A smile appeared on Chen Yi's lips. It seems that they're the same person, but the name of the son of destiny marked in the system is probably the name recognized by others, not the name called by outsiders. For Chu Ming, he was brainwashed by his biological mother since he was a child. He hates the Lu family very much, and naturally he prefers Chu Ming, who takes his mother's surname. Have you discovered anything, young master? Qinju asked at the side. It's just an unexpected gain. Chen Yi smiled, and then asked, where's Lu Ming's mother? Qinju was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Chen Yi to ask such a question. He quickly opened the microphone and asked people outside, and soon got the result. Lu Ming actually brought his own mother to the reception. Here Chen Yi was a little surprised by the answer Zhu gave. However, he quickly found the location of Lu Ming's mother, Chu Qing, at Qinju's signal. What surprised Chen Yi was that after listening to the information, he had the impression that Lu Ming's mother would now be an elderly lady. But the actual situation was somewhat different from his expectations. Chu Qing, a woman whose son is already in his 20s, is actually very well maintained. Her skin is delicate and moist, and her whole body exudes an alluring young woman's aura that is extremely fatal to young men. Hiss, no wonder the second master of the Lu family still misses her after 10 years. This is really beautiful. Chen Yi couldn't help but take a breath. What do you want to do? Shen Yanxi asked with a strange expression. I think, Chen Yi said without hesitation, I have never tasted such a top-notch mature lady. You seem to be a little too perverted, Shen Yanxi said contemptuously. Su Yan, who had been listening to the story and eating melon next to her, was not convinced. Isn't she as beautiful as me? This is not nonsense. How many people in the world are as talented and as beautiful as you? Chen Yi complained secretly, and then gave her a blow without any courtesy. It's not a matter of whether it's better or not, you don't understand. Then he stood up, tidied his clothes, and walked straight towards the group of celebrities where Chu Qing was. Only the 3 women with weird expressions were left in confusion. This week no, 3 days. He can't get into my bed within 3 days, Shen Yanxi said with a look of disgust. Come on, just like you fell on top of him after being touched a few times. Su Yan complained ruthlessly. Look, Mr. Chen is coming this way. He is so handsome. He is worthy of being the direct successor of a wealthy family like the Chen family. His temperament, appearance, and height are both outstanding. I haven't seen such a perfect man in a long time. Oh, it's a pity that I'm a little older, otherwise I would have posted it long ago. That is to say, these young girls nowadays are not sensible, and they haven't even used it yet. Pull them down. The ones around me are more beautiful than the others. How can others compare to them? You don't understand this, right? They are prettier than me, but can they still be as coquettish as me? You're still proud of yourself. Why can't you be proud? If it had been more than 10 years ago, I would have posted it a long time ago. Do you know what the eldest young master of the Chen family is? In ancient times, he was the crown prince. Don't talk nonsense, they seem to have really come over. In a corner of the banquet hall, a group of well-maintained ladies were chatting animatedly in private. But after seeing that Chen Yi seemed to be really coming here, the dirty words in his mouth immediately disappeared, replaced by one who was more dignified and calm than the other. It's just that although they pretended not to see Chen Yi, the corner of their eyes never moved away from him. Until a certain moment, under the gaze of all the ladies, Chen Yi walked up to Chu Qing, showed a warm smile, stretched out his hand and said, "Madam, can I invite you to dance?" "Ma'am, can I ask you to dance?" As soon as Chen Yi's voice fell, the entire venue suddenly became quiet. A large group of ladies looked at this scene dumbfounded, not knowing what to say for a moment. The dignitaries in the distance who seemed to be gathered together to chat, but whose attention was all focused on Chen Yi, were all stunned. Seeing this situation that was far beyond their imagination, they didn't know what to say. Some people even spilled the wine in their glasses before they even realized it. This young Master Chen is actually okay with this. But speaking of it, this kind of charming young woman is really good. I usually like this one, but I didn't expect that young Master Chen is also a member of the same group. I still have a lot of resources for this type of beautiful women. If I had known it, he's so good at it, how can he stand there for a long time without even saying a word? Alas, thief Sao. Speaking of which family does this woman belong to? She is indeed tempting. No wonder such a talented person from a top family and well-informed can't help but be tempted. Disc, is it possible that you are also tempted? Who doesn't love this beautiful woman? It's just that her strength is limited, not as good as Mr. Chen's case. And there's a fierce wife at home, so I can only think about it. Speaking of which, do you think this woman can agree? She's out of her mind and doesn't agree. A group of dignitaries will always act calm and reliable or majestic and unpredictable when facing those in higher or lower positions. But at this moment, the people present were basically people of the same class as him, and they were familiar with each other, so the things they talked about were naturally much more frivolous and explicit. At the same time, their expressions are also different. There are people who are surprised, there are people who are envious, and there are people who smile knowingly. What's more, he actually moved his eyes to his wife. After looking at her for a moment, he looked at Chu Qing again, then shook his head with a look of regret in his eyes. But amidst everyone's gaze and discussion, Chen Yi remained unmoved. He stood in front of Chu Qing and bowed slightly, stretching out a hand and looking at her with a smile on his face, waiting for her answer. After Chu Qing was stunned for a while, she finally realized that Chen Yi was actually inviting her to dance. While she felt a little unbelievable in her heart, she was also a little happy. As a beautiful woman, being admired was nothing to her. She has too many suitors in her life. Even now that she is nearly 40, there are still many people pursuing her. But the person in front of him was completely different from the other suitors. In terms of appearance and figure, before awakening his powers, no matter how big a superstar he was or what a popular celebrity he was, they were far inferior to Chen Yi, let alone today when his strength has reached this level. The awakening of superpowers and the growth of strength is actually an evolutionary process. Judging from the current conclusions drawn by the Chen Family Research Institute, people with strong superpowers generally have a more perfect appearance than ordinary people. As one of the strongest superpowers at this stage, Chen Yi naturally does not need to say much in this regard. As for background, as the eldest son of the Chen family, he is almost recognized within the Chen family and the outside world as the next generation successor of the family. It can be said that there are few people in the entire Sha Kingdom who can match him in this regard. Such a handsome guy who was perfect in almost every aspect took the initiative to approach and invite him. If Chu Qing said she was unhappy, it would be a lie. But do you want to agree? Chu Qing looked a little hesitant. She knew that her son seemed to be doing something big recently. Although she didn't know the specific things, her intuition told her that it was best not to cause unnecessary trouble at this time, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble for her son. But he is so handsome. Madam, it's just a dance. Chen Yi saw the hesitation in Chu Qing's eyes and said warmly. Yes, it's just a dance. What trouble can it cause? Chu Qing, who was wavering in her heart, heard this, but in the end she couldn't resist Chen Yi's temptation. She covered her mouth and smiled before saying, "Young Master Chen invites you kindly, so naturally Chu Qing can't spoil your interest." After saying that, he put his slender hand, which was maintained like a young girl's, into Chen Yi's hand with a slightly red face. Chen Yi just exerted a little force, and she stood up from her seat, but she seemed a little uncomfortable. As soon as she stood up, she seemed to be unsteady and almost fell down. Fortunately, Chen Yi had quick eyes and quick hands. He grabbed her waist and pulled her into his arms. Not only did Chu Qing not resist this intimate gesture at all, but she looked at Chen Yi with brows and said sweetly, "Thank you, Mr. Chen, otherwise I would be embarrassed." "You're welcome, it's my duty to protect my dance partner, Chen." Yi smiled slightly. From beginning to end, he was personable and gentle. Su Yan, who was watching this scene in the corner, couldn't help but said, "Why hasn't this guy been so patient with us? He used to beat me at every turn." "Because he is acting now, and he is usually too lazy to act in front of us." Shen Yanqi answered casually, but the curiosity in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Because she found that she couldn't understand what Chen Yi was doing. Find out the details of your opponent, and then attack his mother in the presence of your opponent. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that it was a bit too abstract, and it was completely unexpected. Of course, it was not only Shen Yanqi who was also unexpected, but also Lu Ming, who was acting like a dog-legger in front of Chen Yi just a moment ago. When he saw Chen Yi running directly to his mother, he already noticed something was wrong. Then Chen Yi actually asked his mother to dance, which immediately made Lu Ming's head buzz. What made his eyes darken even more? Chu Qing actually agreed. She agreed, seeing his own mother being held in Chen Yi's arms and dancing, and then having her sensitive parts touched from time to time, she almost went limp before the dance was even halfway through. Lu Ming's blood pressure was about to explode. This is wrong. Today, he clearly felt that what he could understand by reading the information on paper was limited, so he made a special trip to meet Chen Yi in person to test his quality. Thinking that the Lu family was deserted and my mother loved to join in the fun, I brought her along. As a result, he never expected that before he could find out how good Chen Yi was compared to the rumors, his mother was about to get involved. Damn it, the information didn't say that this guy likes this one. If he had known that Chen Yi was so good, how could he have brought his own mother here and pushed her into the fire pit? Compared with Lu Ming, who was in an explosive state of mind, Chen Yi was in a very good mood now. Because, ding, Chu Ming's resentment value is plus 500. The current resentment value of Chu Ming, the son of destiny, is 1600 and the kill success rate is 16%. Ding, Chu Ming's resentment value is plus 1000. The current resentment value of Chu Ming, the son of destiny, is 2600. The kill success rate is 26%. Ding, Chu Ming's resentment value is plus 1000. The current resentment value of Chu Ming, the son of destiny, is 3600. The kill success rate is 36%. Ding, Chu Ming's resentment value is plus 200. The current resentment value of Chu Ming, the son of destiny, is 5300. The kill success rate is 53%. To be honest, this is the first time that Jenny has gained the value of resentment so quickly and easily. It just went crazy. This dance has not even finished yet, and the resentment value harvested has exceeded 4,000. This shows the importance of this only relative to Lu Ming. Jenny finally understood why Lu Ming had been called this name from beginning to end, but according to the system's judgment, he should be called Chu Ming. He really loves his mother so much. Of course, from this point of view alone, this is not a bad thing. But the bad thing is that neither Lu Ming nor Chu Qing are actually good people in essence. One is bad and one is stupid. Jenny didn't know how much resentment value he could harvest from Lu Ming through Chu Qing, but since it was still being refreshed continuously, naturally he couldn't just let it go. After the dance, he didn't know whether Chu Qing hadn't exercised for a long time or for some other reason. She was so tired that she was out of breath. She leaned against Chenyi closely, not caring about her amazing softness. Almost one of Chenyi's hands was wrapped in it. Mrs. Chu seems to be tired. It's a bit noisy here. Why don't we go out and find a place to rest? When Chu Qing heard this, the water in her eyes almost dripped out. She nodded and said without much thought, then let Mr. Chen arrange it. Of course, no matter how stupid she was, she knew that if Chenyi wanted to sleep with her, it was just for fun and he couldn't be serious. But will she care? She has seen a lot in the circle of these noble ladies, and there's no one she has not seen before. Many older ladies have husbands who are no longer interested in that aspect of things, but their own needs are real. Therefore, it is not a secret in their circle to find some male model services. People look for male models without covering up, so what's wrong with her sleeping with Chenyi? Isn't this much more handsome than the male models that others pay to find? What's more, her husband Mr. Lu and all the people in the Lu family who can make decisions are dead. Now it's her and her son who make the decisions in the Lu family. Who else can control her how she wants to play? And having said that, thinking about Chenyi's identity, Chu Qing felt that even if her husband and the old Lu family members were not dead, they would not have been able to stop what was happening now. I'm afraid that Xiao's mouth won't close, and with just one look from Chenyi, he will wash himself off, strip him naked, and send him to someone else's bed. So even though she knew what would happen next and knew that it was in public, Chu Qing still didn't care. Okay, let's go out first. Chenyi smiled and hugged Chu Qing's waist and walked straight out of the venue. Lu Ming had endured it for so long, but finally couldn't hold it back anymore. After all, if he endured it any longer, his biological mother would really be eaten up and wiped clean. After jogging all the way, Lu Ming finally stopped in front of Chenyi and Chu Qing when they were about to go out. As soon as he stood firm, a skilled and flattering smile appeared on his face. Young Master Chen. Huh, it turns out to be young Master Lu. What's wrong with young Master Lu? Chenyi asked knowingly. Well, I'm sorry to say it, but actually this is my mother. Lu Ming hesitated, then carefully observed Chenyi's expression. The image of a cautious dog leg is vividly interpreted. Your mother, Chenyi looked at Chu Qing in surprise. But before he could speak, Chu Qing slapped Lu Ming firmly on the face, and then said with a stern face, what? When you grow up, your wings become hard, do you want to take care of me? Lu Ming sighed in his heart, but on the surface he still nodded and bowed. No, it's just that I feel this is a bit inappropriate. What's inappropriate? Chu Qing slapped her mercilessly again. Looking at her proficiency, Chenyi estimated that Lu Ming had been beaten a lot before. Seeing that Lu Ming had reached several hundred points of resentment, Chenyi spoke at the right time and said, Master Lu, Chu Nu and I. The scholar still has some things to talk about, so he won't accompany you for now. Quote. With that said, he bypassed Lu Ming and walked out. The flattery on Lu Ming's face gradually dissipated, replaced by an extremely gloomy look. The moment Chenyi and the two were about to step out of the door, he suddenly turned around, and there was a dark dagger in his hand. But at this moment, a leisurely voice suddenly sounded behind him. I advise you not to do this, otherwise you may die in an ugly way. Lu Ming looked back and saw that it was Shen Yanxi who looked relaxed. Really, Lu Ming would be really stupid if he didn't realize that this was Chen Yi's plan specifically to target him. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body turned into a black mist and disappeared from the place. The next moment, a dark dagger appeared on Shen Yanxi's white neck. Ding! At the critical moment, a white lotus petal suddenly appeared on her neck, resisting the blow. If this is all you have, then I'm afraid there's nothing you can do about it. Shen Yanxi still smiled to herself. Lu Ming took a deep breath, and the next moment, his whole body turned into an afterimage that filled the sky and attacked Shen Yanxi at the same time. However, in the presence of Bai Lian, Shen Yanxi was not only good at saving people but also impeccable in defense. Although the attack aspect is slightly weaker, it depends on who you compare with. To be honest, most of the attack-focused abilities are probably not as powerful as the few attack methods included in Shen Yanxi's White Lotus. After blocking Lu Ming's attack again, Shen Yanxi thought in his mind and countless lotus petals appeared out of thin air around him, and then he pointed his hand. These petals were like daggers, rushing towards Lu Ming at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Lu Ming's expression changed, and then he turned into a black shadow and disappeared from the place. Ha! You want to run away? Shen Yanxi snorted coldly, and a huge lotus flower appeared in the night sky. Lu Ming, who originally planned not to fight with Shen Yanxi but to save his mother, froze for a moment. Then the black fog around him dissipated and he was more than 20 meters away from Shen Yanxi. He just happened to take advantage of it. Black mist covered up and was arrested as soon as he left the venue. Don't force me, Lu Ming said a little irritably. Forcing you, how about it? Within the range of the White Lotus, Shen Yanxi walked directly through the space in one step and appeared in front of Lu Ming. At the same time, there was an extremely beautiful lotus sword in his hand. Lu Ming took a deep breath, and the next moment, the terrifying black mist suddenly exploded from his body. For a moment, the black mist actually overlapped with the area covered by Shen Yanxi's White Lotus, and the two sides actually began to repel each other and consume each other. After the superpower reaches a certain level, something like a field will appear. At this time, the intensity of the superpower will undergo a qualitative change. Most of the superpowers are originally just single target attacks, but as long as the superpowers are developed to this extent, they will have the means to attack in a wide range. Only the superpowers at this stage can be considered to have absolute crushing strength against ordinary people. For many people with superpowers, it takes a long time to polish them after acquiring superpowers before they can reach this level. There is a high probability that they will never be able to obtain this level of strength. Only a small number of people who have special abilities or ordinary abilities but are gifted can reach this level. But Shen Yanxi is different from the above two people. She awakened her powers through White Lotus. The moment her powers awakened, she had already reached this state. It can be said that the starting point is higher than the end point of many people. Chen Yi had already reached this level after obtaining his second supernatural eye. Now that both physical and mental strength have exceeded 150, and he has a lot of superpowers, he has a rough idea of what kind of strength he has now, but he has not coined any words to describe it. Both of them are at the forefront of the times and naturally know the process of evolution of superpowers. But others may not, but since the end has not come, they are not in a hurry to formulate relevant level standards for superpowers. It was just an announcement about coming back at the end of the world. When that day comes, Chen Yi will naturally slowly compile a ranking system based on his own strength improvement process. This is not a useless effort. If you want to rebuild order after the end of the world, you must not only be strong enough but also have unparalleled authority. He is already building momentum now. Setting standards for grading superpowers after the end of the world is naturally something that can bless countless superpowers and greatly increase their authority. These were all plans that Chen Yi had made long ago. At most, they were only modified later based on the actual situation and the suggestions of the evildoer Shen Yanqi. Take one step and see 3 steps. This is something that must be considered when sitting in his position. Of course, sometimes you don't have to follow the plan exactly and be so serious if you want to achieve your goals. For example, when encountering some unexpected enemies, Chen Yi doesn't mind sacrificing his appearance to explore the opponent's background. Mr. Chen, where are you going? On the cold road at night, Chu Qing, who was wearing a dress, tightened her thin shawl tightly as if she was cold. She looked at Chen Yi with a charming look on her face, and her slightly hoarse voice made her even more charming and sexy. We'll be there soon. Look, it's right there, Lingquan Mansion. Chen Yi smiled and put the suit on her body, showing off his gentlemanly style. Although he knew very well that this woman had no idea what method Lu Ming had used to give her superpowers, and it was impossible for her to be afraid of this cold wind. But when it comes to acting, you have to do the whole thing. Lingquan Mansion, Chu Qing was stunned for a moment, and her charming eyes suddenly became a little unnatural after hearing the name. Yes, I heard that it is still your Lu family's property. As the owner, how do you plan to entertain me? Chen Yi said with a smile as if he didn't notice anything. As he spoke, the hand that had been holding Chu Qing's waist had moved up a little. Chu Qing suddenly blushed, and the hesitation in her eyes were instantly thrown out of the sky. Mr. Chen is a rare guest from the Lu family and even the entire Qiantang. We, the Lu family, are lucky enough to receive him, so we will naturally treat him as an honored guest. Then I want to see how Madam plans to treat me as an honored guest. I will definitely not disappoint Mr. Chen. If you just listen to the conversation without looking at the speaker, I'm afraid most people will think of the conversation between a lecherous man and a prostitute who deals in flesh and blood. However, the fact is that the identities of these two people are more special than the other. There is no need to say more about Chen Yi. Chu Qing herself is now one of the de facto controllers of the Lu family. Looking at the entire Qiantang and even the Sha Kingdom, they are the top widows with massive inheritances. To make this woman become like this, Chen Yi naturally used some tricks. It's true that Chu Qing was a little tempted when she was invited by Chen Yi at first, and it's also true that she was attracted by such a handsome and capable young girl. But if you want to get to the point where you can completely put aside your shame and even lose your face, then it won't be enough. As for why she doesn't even want to lose her face now, it's not because of a few words, but because the Lingquan mansion in front of her is not that simple. This is the property of the Lu family, and it is also the place where many senior members of the Lu family died overnight. It was also the beginning of the Lu family being almost wiped out. Well, the first person to die here was the second eldest son of the Lu family, Chu Qing's husband, Lu Ming's father. Calculating the time, it was exactly 14 days ago. In other words, today is still the second 7th Memorial Day for the second son of the Lu family. On such a special day, I went to the place where my husband died with a strange young man, and then it was quite outrageous to tell anyone about it. Even people who don't believe in ghosts and gods would probably not dare to do such a thing as long as they still have a sense of shame. But Chu Qing is not a good person to begin with, and she has nothing to do with being strong-willed. Chen Yi used some tricks that wouldn't work for ordinary people even if they had a stronger will, and she completely let go of all her guilt and shame. Now all he had to do was rub himself into Chen Yi's arms and express his gratitude. Therefore, it is not that Chen Yi used shady means. It is better to say that she had such thoughts and was even eager to try it deep down in her heart. Chen Yi just pushed her. Even without using these means, Chen Yi was confident that he could convince her to agree to be here. It's just that it's a waste of time, and he doesn't want to waste his precious time here. The two quickly entered Lingquan Mansion. As expected, after seeing that the owner actually brought a strange man here on such a day, the housekeeper in the mansion was confused. But the people who did this job basically had good sense, and they reacted immediately, without even mentioning anything like a Memorial Day, and hurriedly welcomed the two of them in, and arranged the best room and the best service. Even though this housekeeper was originally a loyal servant of the Lu family, he was even considered a member of Master Lu within the Lu family, and Master Lu had treated him well. But when it comes to doing this kind of thing now, it's not ambiguous at all. This kind of mansion was originally a place for some dignitaries who were not convenient to appear in public to have private meetings with their lovers and discuss some shady business with some partners. Confidentiality was guaranteed. At this time, under the arrangement of the manager, the confidentiality level was raised to the highest level, and he took the initiative to help Chu Qing cover up this scandal. There is only one reason, and that is that Lu Ming, who is now in power in the Lu family, is her son. This is generally the case when people take a walk and enjoy the cold tea. Lu Ming, who was at the reception on the other side, naturally didn't know that his own mother had already entered the love cabin with someone else. Although his strength is good, and it can even be said that he can definitely be ranked in the first echelon now, when facing Shen Yanqi, he was still beaten and sweaty. The seemingly compassionate, holy and flawless White Lotus brought him an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even though he had reached the second stage of being a superpower and allowed his superpower to form his own domain, he was defeated steadily in the collision with the White Lotus domain. At this time, Lu Ming only felt regret. If he had known this, he should not have come to this muddy water today and kept hiding behind the scenes. He really didn't believe that it would take Chen Yi a few days to find him in a big city where tens of millions of people live. Yes, by now, Lu Ming knew very well that he had definitely been exposed, or at least was suspected. From the time Chen Yi approached his mother, he had already seen some clues. By the time Chen Yi took Chu Qing out, he was already sure. At that time, he originally planned to stop pretending and fight Chen Yi head-on. After all, although he knew Chen Yi's reputation and knew that he was definitely no match for Chen Yi in a head-on confrontation, he had many ways to save his life. If he seized the opportunity, there should be no problem in escaping. The most important thing is that he must rescue his mother from Chen Yi's clutches. Chu Qing was not that good to him, and Lu Ming was not a fool. He knew better than anyone who his own mother was. Including all the things Chu Qing did, including losing all the child support, making him eat brand-flavored vegetables, and instilling all kinds of hatred in him since he was a child. In fact, Lu Ming knew it very well. But apart from these, Chu Qing has indeed never harmed him. She is his mother who has been dependent on him for 20 years. It is also Lu Ming's only spiritual sustenance in this cold world. Even if this sustenance is not so reliable, not so perfect, and even selfish, it is not very good for him. Therefore, the only thought in his mind at that time was to defeat Chen Yi and rescue his mother. But before Lu Ming could take action, Shen Yanqi appeared. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Yes, after all, his mother was in Chen Yi's hands and he had to use force to rob her. He could guarantee his own safety, but he couldn't say that he could guarantee Chu Qing's safety. Instead of confronting her head-on, it would be better to capture Shen Yanqi and force Chen Yi to exchange hostages. As for whether Chen Yi would give up the opportunity to attack his opponent for a woman, Lu Ming was actually very confident. He can. He had been hiding in the dark before, and when Chen Yi tried to find him in the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee, he was naturally secretly observing Chen Yi, the Xingfeng group, and even the Chen family. Therefore, he had a clear understanding of Shen Yanqi's current position beside Chen Yi. Chen Yi would never lose Shen Yanqi, who was equivalent to his right-hand man for Chu Qing. However, although the situation was exactly as he had guessed, there was nothing wrong with his plan. But the problem now is he can't beat him. Lu Ming never expected that under the collision of absolute strength, he could not even defeat Shen Yanqi. Even if the fight hadn't lasted more than 10 minutes, he was already losing, and even the surrounding areas were crumbling. Shen Yanqi is so strong. So what level does Chen Yi's strength reach? Lu Ming didn't dare to think about it. He doesn't have time to think about it now. As Shen Yanqi advanced step by step and became more and more deadly under the Qinglian sword light, he could only retreat again and again. However, it is still of no use. This stalemate continued until Shen Yanqi's momentum reached its peak. Seeing Lu Ming constantly dissipating into smoke like a mouse and dodging around, Shen Yanqi chuckled lightly, and the lotus sword in his hand slowly dissipated, replaced by a white bow and arrow. Bow and arrow. The next moment, countless white arrows fell like raindrops towards Lu Ming's position. At the same time, the white lotus in the sky trembled slightly, and a halo of light fell. The halo turned into a huge lightsaber in the air, piercing straight into the area where Lu Ming had been compressed to the extreme. The white feather of the shooting star is inserted into the waist, and the sword, flower and autumn lotus light come out of the box. Shen Yanqi clapped her hands and said with satisfaction, "Beautiful, unlike that idiot who only knows how to fight and kill every day and is not elegant at all." After doing all this, she turned around and left without even looking at Lu Ming. Boom. The arrow rain and the sword light fell at the same time, causing terrifying fluctuations. Lu Ming's remaining realm suddenly collapsed. However, after the collision, Lu Ming's hoarse voice came out from the ruins. "Hello, Miss Shen." Healthy. Quote. As he spoke, he took a step forward. The aura that was originally so weak that it could even be said to be dying suddenly began to increase uncharacteristically. It's just that I heard that Miss Shen has great love and saved countless people. With that said, Lu Ming took another step forward, his momentum continuing to rise. But today, Chen Yi did evil first. I only want to seek justice. You treat me like this, but it is inconsistent with the rumors. Third step, Lu Ming's momentum had reached its peak at this time, and it was even more oppressive than when he was at his peak. Obviously, under Shen Yanqi's heavy pressure, he had already used his own methods to suppress the situation. Why are you doing this? Click click click. A heart-wrenching sound sounded. I saw Lu Ming actually inserting one hand into the flesh and blood behind his neck and then forcefully pulled out his spine. Then he flicked it gently, and the flesh and blood on the spine flew away, and the pale bones instantly formed a handful. Bone sword. There was even a faint cold light on it. Why is that so? Shen Yanqi, who was about to walk away, paused and turned back to cast her gaze on him. Lu Ming was not frightened at all by Lu Ming, who looked like a ghost at this time. There was only disgust in his eyebrows. Now that the matter has come to this, why are you still pretending to me? Just for the Nandu incident, you deserve death. It's just that I promised him that your life should not be ended by me, so you can live a little longer. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Yanqi snorted coldly. The huge white lotus in the sky trembled momentarily, and a clear light fell down. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he quickly raised the bone sword in his hand to resist. Click. The bone sword that had just been drawn out instantly turned into powder. Lu Ming looked at his empty hands blankly, feeling a little at a loss. He didn't quite understand why Shen Yanqi could fight him for so long just now, since he had such power. Until Shen Yanqi's voice in the distance reached his ears, the time has come, go and die. 1 hour was the time that Shen Yanqi had to help Chen Yi hold off Lu Ming. Of course, she didn't know why Chen Yi did this. Is there a bigger plan, or is it just to sleep with someone else's biological mother? Shen Yanqi wasn't sure, but she felt that with Chen Yi's bad taste, it might be the latter. Although she seemed to have been slapped in the face when talking about this matter, she knew who this person was from the day she met Chen Yi, and she knew very well that she would never be able to make him make any changes, so she had already looked away. Isn't it just that my husband is doing things for himself? This matter is really a bit outrageous. But fortunately, Shen Yanqi was not an ordinary person, and she did a lot of unnatural things. At this time, apart from feeling a little strange in my heart, I didn't have many other emotions, so I took Su Yan and Chen Ju straight to Lu's house. Now that it has been basically confirmed that Lu Ming is the person behind the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee, and now this person is left to Chen Yi to deal with, they naturally have to go to Lu Ming's home, the Lu family, to see if they can find out anything about the tree in Nandu City, clues, and then uproot the organization. On the other side, within an hour, Chu Qing had collapsed there and couldn't even move her fingers. Although she has reached the age of a wolf and a tiger, times have changed after all. The physical strength of superpowers is completely beyond the reach of ordinary people, and the gap between the strong and the weak among superpowers is even greater than that of superpowers. The gap between capable people and ordinary people is still huge. Although Chu Qing is also a person with superpowers, it was just Lu Ming who didn't know how to get it for her, just to ensure that she would not be infected by the virus after the end of the world. In terms of combat power, let alone Shen Yanqi and the others, even the most rubbish superpowers, as long as they are awakened by themselves, can probably beat Chu Qing casually, and her physique is only a little stronger than ordinary people. Where's the opponent for a monster like Chen Yi? After just a few rounds, all he could do was beg for mercy. And because she was too weak, Chen Yi even had to hold back some strength, fearing that he would easily crush her to death. I couldn't fully enjoy it until the end, but the good news is that although she is not good at fighting, but she's so sexy. The kung fu of women of this age is indeed not comparable to that of novices like Shen Yanqi and Su Yan who have just transformed from young girls into women. It can be regarded as making up for the part that was not dedicated. Overall, it's quite satisfactory. After finishing the small things, Chen Yi put on his clothes and left the palace-like room. After sitting on the stone steps at the door for a while, he saw Lu Ming, covered in blood, staggering over. Pushing open the wooden door of the small courtyard, Lu Ming paused when he saw Chen Yi sitting on the stone steps at the door looking at the stars. Where's my mother? I'm sleeping in there. Chen Yi chuckled and said, your mother is very moist. Ding. Chu Ming's resentment value is plus 200. The current resentment value of Chu Ming, the son of destiny, is 6,400. The kill success rate is 64%. No, even this can only generate 200 resentment points. When Chen Yi saw the system prompt, he couldn't help but feel a flash of disappointment in his heart. But there's nothing we can do about it. In the system's judgment, there's a threshold for using the same thing or the same person to increase the resentment value of the son of destiny. No matter how important this matter or this person is to the son of destiny, no matter how hard you feel about letting it go, once the resentment value earned exceeds this threshold, no more will be provided. Obviously, the amount of resentment that can be gained by using Lu Ming's mother has almost reached its limit. Of course, it can also be said in other words, that is, Lu Ming is probably numb now. In fact, this is indeed the case. After being dragged there by Shen Yanqi for so long, Lu Ming already knew that his mother might not be able to escape Chen Yi's clutches, so naturally she wouldn't have too many mood swings. Hearing this, he was silent for a moment and then opened his mouth and said, with your strength, after you know it's me, you can come directly and kill me. You shouldn't use this method. Kill you directly. Are you kidding me? You have been blessed by destiny, and your kill probability was only a little over 10% at that time. I'm going to kill you with your head. Chen Yi snorted coldly and sneered at his words. Why, do you think my method is not glorious enough? It should be said that it is very despicable. Lu Ming said seriously, why involve innocent people in the dispute between you and me? Ha ha ha, Chen Yi laughed, but then his face turned cold and he said in a cold voice, don't you think it's funny when these words come out of your mouth? How innocent are the tens of millions of people in Nandu who have been displaced because of you? Those millions of people who died under the big tree, where did they offend you? However, Lu Ming was unmoved at all. Them. When the end comes, they will die anyway. I just helped them to prevent them from becoming zombies and other killing machines after their death. Being a puppet of that tree is better than becoming a zombie, right? Oh, so you've become a good person, Chen Yi laughed angrily at him. Objectively speaking, of course I'm not a good person, but I at least have some bottom lines. I won't do anything unscrupulous like you to attack your opponent's family. Lu Ming still didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Chen Yi shook his head and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him on this matter. You ran over in a hurry and didn't save anyone. Instead, you chatted with me here. You must be waiting for someone to support you, right? Let me guess again, you still want to use your voice to attract your mother out, because you are afraid that I will arrange some tricks in the room, so you don't dare to go in, and you are afraid that you will not be able to run away. Right, just as he finished speaking, there was the sound of the door opening behind him. Sure enough, it was Chu Qing who heard the sound outside. At this time, her clothes were disheveled, her hair was messy, the blush on her face had not even faded, and she was still holding onto the wall with one hand. When she saw Lu Ming standing at the door, her first reaction was to scold him with anger. Ming, what are you doing here? But then she reacted and looked at the blood all over Lu Ming's body, her eyes widened. What's going on with you? Why is there so much blood? Lu Ming didn't dare to look at Chu Qing at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to see his mother's orgasmic state, but standing in front of Chen Yi at this moment, he didn't dare to be distracted at all. After hearing Chu Qing's words, he did not answer, but said to Chen Yi, you are right, but your plans are destined to be in vain. Chen Yi sighed. The next moment, a dazzling sword light suddenly lit up in the room behind Chu Qing. The sword light shot out from behind and pierced directly into Chu Qing's back. As a person with superpowers, she didn't feel the slightest thing even after being pierced by an arrow in the heart. After a while, he looked at the sword on his chest in disbelief, and then looked up at Chen Yi's back. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but before the words came out, he spit out a large mouthful of blood. Ding, Chu Ming's resentment value is plus 1000. The current resentment value of Chu Ming, the son of destiny, is 7400. The kill success rate is 74%. The moment the sword light passed through Chu Qing's body, even Lu Ming, who didn't have much emotion when hearing Chen Yi say that his mother was very moist, couldn't help but widen his eyes. At the same time, he sent a large wave of resentment to Chen Yi. He knew very well what kind of strength Chu Qing was. Chen Yi's sword stabbed him, and it could be said that Chu Qing was certain to die. Unless Shen Yanqi is willing to save her. Or Chen Yi slowly raised his hand, and there was a white lotus seed on his palm. Didn't you just say that I'm unscrupulous? You still underestimate me. In order to achieve my goal, I can do more unscrupulous than you think. This lotus seed is the life force refined by Shen Yanqi's white lotus. One lotus seed can bring life and death to human flesh and bones. As long as she is still breathing, she can be saved. With her physique, if I strike with the sword, she will die in about 3 minutes. So, you have 3 minutes to think about it. If I want to save her, I'll use the method of dealing with the tree in Nandu City in exchange. Chen Yi, you must die a good death. Lu Ming's voice trembled. However, after hearing the conditions proposed by Chen Yi, he relaxed his vigilance because he knew very well that Chen Yi would never take action against him at this time. When she reached the door in a flash, she held up Chu Qing who was about to fall. When Chen Yi saw this, he did not stop him. He looked at Chu Qing, who was staring at him with a lifeless face without any disturbance in his expression. Although they had just had an in-depth exchange of ideas, killing Chu Qing did not bear any psychological burden on him. Not a good person anyway. Furthermore, during the exchange just now, he clearly felt that the various energies in Chu Qing's body were quite mixed. It's not difficult to guess how she awakened her powers. Before Xiao Yuan was executed, he went to neighboring countries to slaughter millions of people and refine a large amount of life essence elixirs. This elixir was not only used by himself but also used to cultivate a batch of consumables in a short time to deal with Chen. Outside of the night, there is still a large amount flowing into the market. At first, everyone didn't know the origin of this stuff. Many dignitaries have eaten this. If a large amount of life essence pours into the body in a short period of time, there is a high probability of awakening superpowers. Therefore, eating this stuff can be used to awaken superpowers, to prevent yourself from being infected by the doomsday virus. But later, after knowing where this thing came from, in fact, normal people are not willing to eat this thing anymore. For ordinary people without qualifications, 1 or 2 pills generally cannot awaken supernatural powers. However, ordinary people's physical endurance is limited, and they can only eat 1 pill at most at a time. You'll have to wait at least a day if you want to do it again next time. From the time Xiao Yuan sold this thing to collect various treasures to deal with Chen Yi, to the end when Xiao Yuan was executed and Chen Yi had people make the side effects and origins of this elixir public, there was only a mere 3 or 4 days during this period. For most people who have no talent themselves, taking this elixir in the past few days is not enough to awaken their superpowers. Those who can awaken in this short time are basically people who have the possibility of becoming superpowers. Obviously, Chu Qing is not a gifted person. She can awaken supernatural powers. Secretly, she is probably taking this life essence pill every day without stopping. Of course, this matter was originally a sin caused by Xiao Yuan after he became possessed. Logically speaking, she was just a consumer and it had nothing to do with her. But the problem is that Xiao Yuan caused a lot of trouble after becoming possessed. In addition to selling this medicine, he also taught a simple method of refining this medicine. As long as it is profitable, what are some desperados afraid to do? It is basically impossible for these people who rely on elixirs to awaken their powers to improve their strength by honing their powers on their own. But having been exposed to extraordinary powers, would they be willing to just not be infected when the virus breaks out? Obviously not. They will continue to take these pills to improve their strength. Therefore, if it is not stopped, the demand for such elixirs by these rich and powerful officials will increase over time. After all, the pills Xiao Yuan left behind were limited, and they would eventually be eaten by these people. What to do then? Of course, practice again. As long as they give enough benefits, people who have learned Xiao Yuan's evil skills will naturally help them kill people and refine medicine. So on the day he solved Xiao Yuan, Chen Yi had already told the family about it. Subsequently, the Chen family did jointly issue an announcement with the official and the other 3 families, and announced it legally and within the circles of each family in Xia Kingdom, that anyone take this medicine. However, this order was obviously not taken seriously by Lu Ming and Chu Qing. Many of the mixed powers that Chen Yi felt in her body were those she had just absorbed. And because her powers have been awakened, she is no longer at the level of an ordinary person who can only take 1 pill a day. It's an exaggeration to say that I ate this thing as a meal, but I definitely didn't eat less. Furthermore, Lu Ming committed a heinous crime, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that his crime was extremely heinous. In ancient times, it was not an exaggeration for such a thing to implicate the 9 clans, let alone a mother. In the Xia Kingdom's official system, of course, modern laws must be followed, and killing the 9 tribes is no longer popular. But unfortunately, in the circles of ancient families like Xia Kingdom, it is not uncommon to kill the 9 clan. As far as Chen Yi knew, after the war in the last century, the 4 major families came forward to exterminate many families who surrendered to the enemy and turned their guns during the war. Chen Yi wanted to kill not only Chu Qing, but also the entire Lu family in addition to Lu Ming. He just came here to exterminate the clan. After tonight, there will be no more survivors in the Lu family, including Lu Liuming in front of him. Time is running out, have you considered it? After waiting for a moment, Chen Yi said calmly. Lu Ming kept feeding life essence pills into Chu Qing's mouth to extend his life. After a moment of silence, he said, I'll tell you. As he spoke, he dug into his pocket as if he wanted to get something. But at the next moment, a layer of black mist suddenly appeared on his body, wrapping him and Chu Qing together. The black mist trembled and seemed to be blown away by the breeze. This is a way of using Lu Ming's superpower. As soon as the black fog dissipates, he will disappear. However, Chen Yi had been prepared for this, so it was impossible to let him run away like this. Seeing this, he just shook his head and said, it seems that you really don't care much about her life or death. The next moment, the long sword inserted into Chu Qing's body turned, and the terrifying sword energy exploded. Her whole body exploded into a mist of blood. The black mist dissipated, leaving only Lu Ming sitting on his knees in a daze, watching the blood mist fall on him. Ding. Chu Ming's resentment value is plus 1200. The current resentment value of Chu Ming, the son of destiny, is 8600. The kill success rate is 86%. Lu Ming froze on the spot with a blank look in his eyes. Obviously, Chu Qing's death was unexpected by him. Although he had never expected that Chen Yi slept with his own mother, after that, he always had a feeling of luck in his heart, that is, after all, he had slept with him, and Chen Yi couldn't be so heartless without hesitation. Just start killing people. Although Chu Qing had been stabbed through the heart just now, Chen Yi still left them a few minutes after all. In Lu Ming's view, this was obviously a means of negotiation rather than a real intention to kill Chu Qing. That's why he wanted to take the opportunity to escape from here. He knew very well that at such a close distance and Chen Yi's sword was still stabbing Chu Qing, it was absolutely impossible to run away. Unless Chen Yi hesitates, will he kill Chu Qing without hesitation? Lu Ming thinks not. In his opinion, no matter how hard you try to criticize a ruthless person, he is still not ruthless to this extent, right? And as long as Chen Yi hesitates for a moment, he will have the confidence to escape with Chu Qing. As for the fatal injuries on her body, as long as you run away, there is always a way. Those elixirs that contained a large amount of life essence could even extend people's lives, but he couldn't believe that they could have healed this mere injury. It turned out that he had made a wrong bet. The price was that his only concern in this world died in front of him. Can we talk now? Chen Yi's faint voice came from the side, bringing Lu Ming back to his senses. Lu Ming, who was covered in blood, took a deep breath and stood up slowly. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared at Chen Yi. After a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter and said, ha ha ha, I am not your opponent. How dare you show up today? I dared to appear in front of you to test, which resulted in the flaw being exposed. All the plans fell short, making all the preparations useless. I put the initiative in your hands from the beginning. This is my fault, and it is also the reason why my family will be destroyed. Quote. It's just that you, Mr. Chen, want to get the life gate of that big tree from me, but there's no way. In terms of strength, even 10,000 of me are no match for you, but if you can't deal with that tree in a short time, after a while, even 100 of you won't be its match. I ask myself that I will definitely die today, but even if I die, I will not make it easy for you. It will continue to expand and swallow up the entire Nandu, the entire Dajang Triangle, and even the Xia Kingdom in the world. You are cruel and ruthless, and you have no limits on what you do. Isn't it just for the power? If your power is gone, and even all other living beings in the world are gone, what will you do? Ha 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 ha, Chen Yi, come on, do it, kill me. Chen Yi looked at his crazy look and wondered if the kill rate hadn't been reached yet. Why would I have given you a sword earlier? How could I have been able to compete with you for so long? But looking at him now looking like he was being killed, Chen Yi was really in trouble. Let's kill him, let's not consider the remaining 14% possibility of failure. If we really kill him with a sword, what will happen to the tree in Nandu? There must be some kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure that contains extremely terrifying vitality in that thing. Because of the cover of the big tree itself, the eyes of the sky can't find where this thing is. Even if Chen Yi cuts down the tree, there's a high probability that he will not be able to find it. The tree cannot be killed. Now that Lu Ming is killed, what to do with the tree is another big problem. And 14% is not 0%, there is still a possibility of failure. Once you fail, you will be punished. Don't you want to kill him? That's even more ridiculous. Judging from Lu Ming's background, Chu Qing is obviously the only person she cares about in this world. He even killed his own father and almost the entire Lu family. In addition to fighting for the power of the Lu family, he was probably more angry at himself than Chu Qing. Chen Yi didn't dare to imagine how crazy such a person would become without Chu Qing. Once he is not dealt with here to avoid future troubles, there will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. And from the moment he took action to completely kill Chu Qing, Chen Yi knew very well that Lu Ming would never tell him the secret about Dash Mingmen. Instead of hoping to pry the secret out of his mouth, it would be better to kill him directly and use the system explosion points to see if there are any items suitable for dealing with the big tree. Dilemma. However, Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and made up his mind. The next moment, the Qishao sword presented by Xiao Yuan appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Lu Ming took a deep breath in the deep gloom. The shadow slowly covered his body. Although he knew that he was doomed this time after the magical power of escape that came with the superpower was interrupted, he had no intention of killing him on the spot. Even if he died, he didn't want Chen Yi to be too relaxed. It's just a futile struggle. Chen Yi saw through what he was thinking at a glance and shook his head. With a slight wave of his hand, the Qishao sword suddenly turned into a stream of light and stabbed straight at Lu Ming. The black mist around Lu Ming suddenly surged up, and at the last moment when the sword light was about to arrive, it slowly disappeared in place. This move had been tried many times before when he fought against Shen Yanxi. However, this time he was facing Chen Yi, and his trick was not so easy to use. The stream of light transformed by the red sky sword seemed to be in vain, but at the last moment, it found a wisp of smoke that had not had time to dissipate and stabbed it in without hesitation. On the other side, Lu Ming, who had just used the black mist teleportation method to escape from where he was, realized that a gorgeous and exquisite long sword had followed him out of the black mist before he could react. This distance is almost face to face. With Lu Ming's strength, there was no time to react. The sharp tip of the sword penetrated into Lu Ming's body with almost no hindrance. Lu Ming, who had just been teleported here, had not even dispersed the smoke on his body. He was like a cannonball and was carried backwards by the Qishao sword for dozens of meters. Finally, the long sword stabbed a large rockery, and all the Lu Ming was also hung on it. Feeling the severe pain coming from his body, Lu Ming couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, and then he continued to use his powers, trying to turn himself into smoke and come down from above. However, the Qishao sword carries an extremely terrifying power. Under the suppression of this power, Lu Ming's superpowers cannot function at all. It's over. Chen Yi slowly raised his hand. The power hidden in the red sky sword seemed to be unlocked by Qi, and it reached the critical point of bursting out in an instant. But at this moment, a violent earthquake suddenly occurred, along with the red fire in the distance and the sound of violent collisions and explosions. Even when he was preparing to kill a child of destiny whose kill probability was not enough, Chen Yi was already fully prepared. This sudden accident was unexpected by Chen Yi. Facing Lu Ming, even though he seemed to have a sure chance of victory, he had no intention of relying on him. Instead, he remained highly focused from beginning to end, and also watched his surroundings, guarding against anything unexpected happening. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, an accident happened. With the violent explosion coming from nowhere, Chen Yi clearly felt that the concentration of the virus in the air had become much stronger in an instant. I am afraid that in just this moment, the concentration of the virus had more than doubled. This is actually quite outrageous. You know, this is already approaching the end of the world and a complete outbreak. Using this excuse to double the concentration of the virus in an instant, I don't need to say what kind of results it will lead to. The most important thing is that this sudden movement actually cut off the connection between Chen Yi and Kai Xiao in an instant, interrupting the process of his sword control. Let him not hit this blow directly. Although Lu Ming is far inferior to Chen Yi in terms of strength, when it comes to combat sense, he is extremely keen. After being keenly aware of this, he quickly grabbed the hilt of the sword, pulled out Kai Xiao from his body without hesitation, and then threw away the Kai Xiao sword. Before Chen Yi could react, his supernatural power suddenly running, the whole person was wrapped in a layer of smoke. Immediately afterwards, the smoke collapsed, and his whole person disappeared here along with the explosion of smoke. It was only at this time that Chen Yi regained control of Kai Xiao. But looking at the empty battlefield, even he couldn't help but be slightly stunned, then shook his head and let out a bitter smile. Sure enough, the accident happened. He had murderous intentions, but when Lu Ming was certain to die, this inexplicable movement actually interrupted his killing sword, creating an extremely precious escape window for Lu Ming. And he did not live up to his aura of being the son of destiny. After discovering this opportunity, Lu Ming, who had been slaying at the neck a second ago, seemed to be ready to quietly wait for death to come, suddenly burst out, and then tightly grasped this only chance of survival. Catch it and escape directly by using the special nature of your own powers. Ding, the kill failed. The kill probability is minus 10%. The current resentment value of Chu Ming, the son of destiny, is 8,600, and the kill success rate is 76%. Sure enough, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh when he saw the message popping up on the system interface. The Destiny Children group is like this sometimes. Under the blessing of the Halo, they can often do some unreasonable things, and there will be a lot of unlucky luck. There's really no way around this. But the good news is that although Lu Ming escaped, Chen Yi was very sure that he would not die today. But it was certain that Lu Ming was seriously injured now, and this was not an ordinary injury, but a penetrating injury caused by Chen Yi's Qishao sword. No matter how terrible the ordinary wound is, even if Lu Ming's heart is dug out, Lu Ming can recover as long as he is given a certain amount of time. But the injuries caused by the Qishao sword are naturally not ordinary injuries. The sharp sword energy containing Chen Yi's power and the destructive power formed by Chen Yi's various complex powers have entered Lu Ming's body. Even if he is not dead now, he has lost most of his life. Let alone a short period of time, I'm afraid if you give him 3 to 5 days, his injuries won't be able to recover. And because of the influence of the forces that invaded his body, he had to put all his energy into his body to slowly grind against those forces, so it was absolutely impossible for him to plan and do anything during this period. In the short term, it can actually be regarded as preventing the trouble that Lu Ming may cause. You can concentrate on dealing with current matters. Think of ways to uproot the Doomsday Picture Preservation Committee, and then figure out how to deal with difficult matters. Of course, the most important thing is that he now needs to figure out the source of the terrifying noise just now. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yi took out his cell phone and was about to call someone to ask about the situation. But before he could dial the number, his cell phone rang before him. Chen Yi took a look and saw that it was Shen Yanxi calling, and immediately chose to answer the call. Problem occurs. Even through the screen, Chen Yi could clearly feel Shen Yanxi's solemn mood. What's the matter? The sound I heard seemed to be far away from Qiantang, but when I used supernatural powers in Taoism, it quickly affected me. I'm afraid it's not a big deal, right? Yes, Shen Yanxi was here to report the situation. Naturally, he didn't think anything about it at this time. He opened his mouth and said, just 2 minutes ago, a meteorite fell on the outskirts of Tianai, at least 2 miles away from our current location. More than 100 kilometers. At first I thought this was just an exception, and it just suddenly fell off for some reason. But then our intelligence department sent the information over, and the news they brought was even more explosive. The meteorite that fell on Tianai was terrifying enough. In an instant, a huge sinkhole with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer was created on the outskirts of Tianai. Meteorites of this level have almost never been seen since human beings recorded them. This is already outrageous enough, but what's even more outrageous is this is not an exception. Yes, in addition to the one that fell in Tianai, our intelligence agencies around the world have been able to determine that 5 meteorites have fallen in various locations on the blue star. The one in Tianai is just one of them. It's not even the biggest one. The diameter of the largest meteorite itself exceeded 50 meters. When it fell on the ground, it almost destroyed more than half of a world-class metropolis. There are still such large meteorites after entering the atmosphere, and so many meteorites fell to the surface at once. None of the many astronomy-related research institutions in the world have discovered them, Chen Yi asked doubtfully. Yes, there was no information at all before. This is the strangest thing about this matter. Shen Yanxi said lightly, normally speaking, although humans are still lacking in the means of observing space, the area around Blue Star it can be seen clearly that before these meteorites fell to the Blue Star, the smallest one was probably several hundred meters in diameter. In space, it could only be regarded as a grain of dust at most, but if it fell to the Blue Star, it would be the meteorite of countless living beings. A disaster. However, such a large meteorite group was not discovered until it hit the ground. This situation should never happen. Time is urgent now. We don't have a clue yet. I will personally ask an institute that observes the laws of the starry sky later to see what kind of explanation they can give. At this point, Shen Yanxi paused, but this is all for later, and I guess they can't give an answer. Currently, the most important thing is that the dramatic increase in virus concentration caused by the meteorite falling to the ground will most likely lead to the end of the world coming early. The doomsday has come early. Chen Yi pondered for a moment and said slowly, do we have a plan for this? In fact, there is no specific date for when the end will come. This is an extremely linear process and does not happen overnight. Take the current situation as an example. In fact, the number of people in the entire Sha Kingdom who have turned into zombies due to infection has definitely exceeded 1%. Don't think that this is a small number. With a huge population base of more than 1 billion, this mere 1% is already more than 10 million people. If they get together, they are an extremely terrifying force. However, even so, with the efforts of Sha state officials and various forces, it can barely be considered stable, and naturally it cannot be regarded as the end. The doomsday mentioned by Chen Yi and Shen Yanqi actually refers to the time when the existing system completely collapses, not the time when disaster strikes. If the doomsday comes early, it means that the official system will collapse faster than originally expected. Of course, this can only be done a few days in advance at most. But don't underestimate these days. Many times in history, not to mention days, hours, or even minutes, were enough to determine the life or death of a nation or country. The appearance of these few meteorites at this juncture is very likely to change the direction of history. If you are referring to the plan to deal with the doomsday in advance, then there's one. Shen Yanqi on the other end of the phone immediately replied, but according to the plan, you need to return to Tianai immediately to take charge of the overall situation. Whether it is Nandu's things in the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee need to be put aside. At this time, what we need to do is to stabilize Tianai's fundamentals. Then revise the plan. Chen Yi said calmly, I need 8 hours. Within 8 hours, I will handle the affairs of Nandu. As for the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee, we will do something else at that time. Deal with. During this period, I need you to go back immediately to stabilize the situation in Tianai. Can you do it? Shen Yanqi on the other end was silent for a moment and then nodded. Okay. Okay, I'll have a special plane take you back to Tianai immediately. Chen Yedong hung up the phone and then made several other calls to inform his core staff of his plans and decisions. These people are direct descendants who have been cultivated by the Chen family for many years and are loyal to the family or simply to Chen Yi. There are many loyal people in this world, but not many can sit in this position. There is no doubt about the ability of these people. With their help, Shen Yanqi should have no problem stabilizing Tianai. In fact, the Chen family's strength in Tianai currently only has one heavy armored combined brigade. This strength is not weak, but it is a bit stretched to control such a large city. However, these people will also bring at least one special brigade and 2 light brigades with them when they go. In this way, Chen Yi can completely control Tianai with the power at hand. The reason why he still needs to go back and take charge is because the scene when the doomsday breaks out will inevitably trigger large-scale panic. No matter how well trained a soldier is, he is still a human being, and he will be afraid of life and death. At this time, a strong leader is needed to stand up and stabilize people's hearts. In the past, among the Chen family's forces in Tianai, only Chen Yi had this prestige. But it's different now. Although Shen Yanqi is relatively unknown, there is no prestige. But her powers are amazing. The ability to turn zombies that have been infected and mutated into humans again is enough for her to stabilize all the power of the Chen family in Tianai. Although people like the 4 major families and even looming of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee who appeared before, more or less have the ability to prevent people from turning into zombies due to virus outbreaks. But in the final analysis, this is just survivor bias. The real situation is that for the vast majority of dignitaries, the doomsday virus is still a sword of Damocles hanging high above everyone's head. No one knows whether the next person to become a zombie will be owned. This is true for the powerful and powerful, not to mention the most basic warriors and countless ordinary people. After knowing that the end is coming, no one can ignore their own safety. Elite soldiers may not be afraid of blood on the battlefield, but no one wants to turn into a disgusting monster like a zombie inexplicably. But Shen Yanqi's superpower seemed extremely precious at this moment. As long as she is here, Chen Yi's Tianai base cannot be disrupted. Once the ability to bring people back to life is fully demonstrated, it may be easier to use than Chen Yi's own authority. After simply arranging some of his confidants, Chen Yi did nothing else. Shen Yanqi's matter will be solved by then, so he doesn't need to worry too much. What he has to do now is to settle things in Nandu. In the battle just now, Chen Yi hadn't even exerted 1/10 of his strength. But even so, half of the Lingquan mansion was destroyed. The staff inside also realized that this was a fight between superpowers and had no intention of starting a fight. They all ran away early. The mansion was extremely quiet at this time. Chen Yi crossed the ruins and arrived at the entrance of the mansion. When the noise outside reached his ears, Chen Yi paused, then sighed softly and pushed the door open. Lingquan Mansion is located in the city center. Although it is a prosperous area, due to the restrictions on motor vehicle license plates, there are usually many people walking here but not many cars. It is originally relatively quiet. But at this time, the street outside was in chaos. All kinds of cars have been traveling for unknown distances on this two-way two-lane road that is usually rarely used. The sound of horns and the roar of engines are endless. In the past, this was absolutely impossible to see in this location. But it's different now. The meteorite that suddenly hit the surface caused a sharp increase in the concentration of viruses in the air, and many people turned into zombies in an instant. The entire city is now in complete chaos. Everyone wants to escape from here now. In order to save their lives, everyone had no time to pay attention to license and number restrictions. The traffic outside was severe, so when they saw the road inside was empty, they naturally walked in. Then the inside was blocked with water. Master, this happened suddenly. I'm afraid our car won't be able to move. Although Chen Yi walked here with Chu Qing before, he was naturally followed by bodyguards in a motorcade. The road was so congested at this time that it was obviously unrealistic for him to take a car to the airport or high-speed rail station to go to Nandu. Seeing this, he shook his head. It's okay. You guys should find a way to get back to Tianai first. I still have some things to do in Qiantang, and I have to go to Nandu later. Hi-ho, monster, don't come here. Don't bite me, On the broad street, various screams could be heard one after another. The cars on the road had already formed a long queue, showing no signs of moving. The traffic jam was so tight that no one came to direct the traffic. If nothing else happens, there's a high probability that it will continue to be blocked. At this time, the people in the car heard the screams outside and saw scenes of zombies hurting people from time to time. They did not dare to get out of the car and walk. They could only hide and tremble in the car. Although there are no more than 30 zombies on this street at this time, there are definitely thousands of people blocked here. As long as these people unite, just a few dozen zombies can definitely be easily wiped out. But people who grew up in a modern peaceful and stable environment have long lost the spirit of their ancestors, let alone the courage to face danger. They would rather wait to die in the car than fight back. Chen Yi was walking on the roadside and could only shake his head when he saw the scene. At this time, if ordinary people don't think of ways to save themselves, then even if they want to save others, it is impossible to save countless ordinary people. There has never been a fairy emperor. In the coming troubled times, only those who can muster the courage to take control of their own destiny deserve to live to the end. Bang! A sudden gunshot suddenly silenced the noise on the street. Chen Yi turned around and saw a zombie that was lying on a person and gnawing madly. It fell down with a sound. A big hole appeared on its forehead, and strangely colored brain matter flowed out of it. The shooter was a man wearing a SOT uniform. As soon as the gunshot fell, his companions behind the man went to check on the person who had been bitten. After opening his pupils and looking at them, they shook their heads at the leader. The captain was silent for a moment, then took out his pistol and pointed it at the corpse's head. After taking a deep breath, he pulled the trigger. There was another gunshot, and the head of the corpse on the ground shattered. Clean the streets, remove all infected all. Yes. After the sonorous and powerful response, a SOT team of about 10 people dispersed and began to clean the streets. Sporadic gunshots gradually sounded. These recently awakened zombies are almost defenseless against current human weapons, and are probably no more powerful than ordinary people. Ordinary people would at least know how to run and find cover when faced with a gun, but these zombies have no brains at all. They are either busy eating people, or they rush over and are beaten into pieces when they see the sun approaching. Soon, the zombies on the streets were almost cleared. The captain gathered everyone in the team, then clicked on the headset to report, "The infected bodies in Zayuan Street have been initially eliminated, and our unit has enough ammunition to continue the operation." After a while, a voice sounded in his headset. After the captain listened carefully, he quickly said, "Everyone is here, turn back. The target is Nanyuan Street. Let's go." As soon as the words fell, the soldiers immediately took action and trotted out. There was no other way. At this time, the entire city of Qiantang was already blocked by water. The military and police troops who went to various places to support them had to walk into the city. But before they could take 2 steps, they were suddenly blocked by someone. "You want to leave?" The speaker was a man in a suit and glasses. Captain Sot raised his hand to signal the team members to stop, then looked at the man in front of him and said seriously, "Yes, the superiors have a new task, and we need to go to Nanyuan Street for support." "Then what should we do?" The man looked around and saw that everyone was surrounding him. His voice raised a few degrees. "There are so many zombies here. Didn't you see that someone was killed just now, or you've been to death? What if you leave like this and leave us here, waiting to die?" The captain paused, but still said patiently, "We have cleaned up the infected bodies on the streets. Now you should find a safe place to hide and wait for follow-up support. There are only 10 people in our team, and the streets here are empty. We cannot build effective defenses. Even if we stay here now, we cannot guarantee your safety." "Clean." The man's voice suddenly became sharp. He pointed to the tall building beside him and said, "Didn't you hear? There were screams of zombies and screams of people just now. Do you call this clean? I am a taxpayer. I paid my taxes. You people should ensure our safety. What's the point of leaving us alone now? Don't you have any sense of mission and responsibility when you put on these clothes?" His words seemed. It also aroused the resonance of other people around, and the people who gathered around echoed, "That's right, you are gone now, what should we do?" "I don't care, you must stay and protect us. Oh my god, those zombies are so scary. As a Sot, you hold weapons in your hands and you just want to run away. Don't you care at all about the lives of ordinary people like us?" "Haha, I just said that the official doesn't have any good stuff. Usually they can only cut leaks, but don't expect it now." The more these people talked, the more excited they became. Some even went to the front and pointed at the captain's nose to curse, and the words they cursed became more unpleasant and heartbreaking. The captain obviously had a high level of ideological awareness and still maintained a calm expression. However, the team members behind him all looked a little unhappy. One of the younger team members whispered in a low voice, "If it weren't for us, you would have been killed hiding in the car. The zombies have finished eating, and if they don't know how to run away now, they will blame them. We are not your bodyguards. There are too many people to save, so why are you here protecting you?" His voice was not loud, but it happened to be heard by other people on the side. When the people who were already agitated heard this, they immediately started boiling like a drop of water poured into a hot pot. What words? What words are this? If such words can come out of your Sot mouths, are you still human? Isn't your duty to protect us? What do you mean by not being our bodyguards? While talking, these people who only dared to hide and tremble in the face of zombies killed people, but when faced with these Sots that could easily kill zombies, they became brave again. Some people even picked up a stone from nowhere and pointed at these people. Sot was thrown over. The stone hit their helmets with a crisp, ding, sound. The one who was hit happened to be the young man who just spoke. The young man glanced around and saw the man who threw the stone. His eyes suddenly widened and he wanted to go forward and arrest him to scare the monkeys. As a result, before he even took 2 steps, the leader yelled, "Xiao Zhao, what are you going to do? Return to the team." The young man known as Xiao Zhao paused in his steps and looked obviously unhappy, but he still returned to the queue obediently. Upon seeing this, the captain took a step forward, looked at the excited people around him, and said patiently, "Everyone, it's not that we don't want to stay to protect you. We are the first batch of people to enter the city, and there are more in the city now. People need us to rescue them, and as for your safety, our people will naturally go to the city to support you later. You only need to hide in the car for a while, and when our follow-up army arrives, you will be safe. Don't be surprised, everyone." Ding. Before he could finish speaking, a large stone hit the captain's helmet. The sound of stones hitting the helmet was not loud, but in the slightly noisy environment at this time, it was unusually harsh. The captain's kind advice was blocked in his mouth. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but did not say anything. At the same time, a voice from the headquarters also came from his headset. "What's going on? I see that your team hasn't made any progress for so long. Could it be that there are zombies over there again?" The captain was silent for a moment, moved his lips, and whispered to the headquarters about the situation. The people over there had obviously anticipated this situation, and Dang even gave further orders. "There are more people in the city who need to be rescued by you, so you can't waste time here. Go directly. If there are any blockers, follow the wartime regulations. Deal with it. Tell them that people from the traffic department will come to divert the traffic later. They just need to cooperate with our actions honestly and they will be able to leave the city soon." Yes, the captain looked at the crowd in front of him and took a deep breath. If it is handled in accordance with wartime regulations, then there's no need to say more about what to do with those who hinder the military. But the captain grasped the handle of the gun in his hand and released it. After repeating it several times, he still sighed. In the face of these menacing people, even though he knew that advice was absolutely useless, he still patiently explained the headquarters, combat instructions and purposes as well as the news of follow-up reinforcements. Sure enough, it had no effect at all. No one wanted to listen to him. These people who had been waiting to die when facing the zombies, when they met them now, they seemed to have turned into warriors who were not afraid of life and death. They all had their necks stiffened, their faces were red, and they were spitting. Some of them even tried to attack them. Even though they are much more powerful than zombies, the firepower in their hands can easily kill these people, but no one is willing to listen to them. The reason is simply that they are reasonable. Zombies, on the other hand, are unreasonable. However, just when the captain was still struggling with whether to follow the instructions above and handle the current situation in accordance with the warrior regulations, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, the head of an arrogant middle-aged woman at the front suddenly flew up in front of him. The headless corpse fell down weakly, and blood spurted out like no money. The surging crowd suddenly became quiet. The Sots were stunned for a moment when they saw this scene, but then they immediately got into battle formation, loaded their guns, and looked around nervously. If the law is not strict, there will be no treatment. If the order is not implemented, there will be no strictness. A clear voice came from the side. The captain of the team looked over there when he heard this, turned the muzzle of his gun over at the same time, and said loudly, "Who is it?" Just passing by, Chen Yi walked out from the shadows on the side and unhurriedly inserted the spotless Qishao sword in his hand into the scabbard. "Is it your person who killed him?" The captain stared at Chen Yi solemnly, not daring to slack off at all. He has seen situations like this where he couldn't even react to someone killing someone in front of him. Stranger, only superpowers can possess such strange and powerful power. Killing people, Chen Yi smiled and said, "You are mistaken. I am just enforcing military law in accordance with Article 10, Paragraph XX of the wartime regulations. The regulations stipulate that in major wars, those who seriously interfere with the march can be shot to death after being warned to no avail, as a warning to others. Obviously, these people perfectly meet the above conditions, and it is not illegal to kill them. When the captain heard this, he thought Chen Yi was a comrade in an official team of superpowers, and slowly lowered the gun, but he still couldn't help but opened his mouth and said, but regulations are regulations, and reality is reality after all. Quote. That's why I say that if the law is not strict, the treatment will not be strict, and if the order is not implemented, it will not be strict. Chen Yi said in a deep voice, troubled times are coming. The so-called, one side is open to one side and the law does not punish everyone, are all sayings in peaceful times. This time they block your way to rescue the city. At most, they will cause more casualties in the city. But if they are not punished this time, what if they block a more important operation next time? If you need to participate in the siege of the big tree in Nandu, but they block it again as soon as you go out, causing a delay in the fighter plane, the encirclement and suppression operation failed, and the big tree could no longer be restrained, becoming the biggest cancer after the end of the Shah Kingdom. What should we do then? You are responsible for them, but who is responsible for those who were killed by monsters? The captain said nothing. He knew what Chen Yi said made sense, and he knew it a long time ago. But getting them to open fire on these unarmed people, he still couldn't do it. Maybe too. Complete. A middle-aged man with a calm temperament spoke behind the captain. But when he was only halfway through speaking, Chen Yi knew what he was going to say and interrupted directly. How can we have both peace and security in the world? The so-called doomsday does not refer to those horrific viruses, but the collapse of social order under the influence of viruses. If you, the maintainers of order, have not figured out your role by now, the end will come faster and more people will die. Forget it, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you anymore. You can play whatever you want. Anyway, by the time I take over, this will be a huge mess. That's all. As he spoke, his figure gradually became elusive until he completely disappeared. Only a group of soft players were left looking at each other. Logically speaking, they should take care of Chen Yi's murder on the street, or at least take him back. But in this situation, they are the first troops to enter the city to clean up the zombies, and they have the heaviest task, so they have no time at all. And seeing how elusive Chen Yi was, killing people quietly as soon as he made a move, they didn't think they were capable of catching such a person with superpowers. But even if they ignored what Chen Yi did, they couldn't ignore what Chen Yi said. Because now they are still facing a difficult choice. Those are the people blocking the road. When Chen Yi was killing people just now, they all retreated far away. Seeing Chen Yi leaving at this time, they actually turned back and blocked the way of the team members again, pointing fingers, and this time the words they said were even more unpleasant. It's murder, it's murder. Are you blind? You actually let the murderer escape like that. I don't care about killing people in the street. Is there any royal law left? You people usually eat public food, but now you know how to hide and bully as common people when something happens. Didn't you see that person just killed someone? Why didn't you arrest him? The captain and other team members looked coldly at the shouting people in front of them. Chen Yi's words before leaving echoed in their ears, and their faces gradually became grim. Bang! There was a gunshot, and standing at the front of the crowd, a man wearing glasses and a suit and leather shoes had an unbelievable look in his eyes. There was a bloody bullet hole between his eyebrows, and the whole back of his head exploded. The body slowly fell down and fell into the sewage on the roadside, causing splashes of water. He never imagined until his death that these sots, who were usually bound by extremely strict rules and regulations and were required to write reports for every bullet fired, would actually dare to shoot him. It was also at this time that everyone's mobile phones invariably received a text message. After someone saw it, they couldn't help but read out, due to uncontrollable factors, a large-scale outbreak of the virus occurred, and a large number of infected people injured people in Qiantang. According to the research decision of the Qiantang city government, from now on, Qiantang will enter a wartime state. All citizens have the obligation to cooperate with military and police operations and implement wartime regulations. Those who violate the regulations will be dealt with by all soldiers in accordance with the provisions of the wartime regulations. The following are the details of the wartime regulations. What Chen Yi encountered was obviously not an exception. In fact, similar things are happening throughout Qiantang now. After all, people are selfish. After facing the threat of zombies, many people saw the first batch of military police entering the city to clean up the zombies. They thought that rescue was coming and that they were finally safe. After hearing people say that after clearing the streets of zombies, they would continue to go to the city, I was naturally unwilling. Everyone wants the official violent institutions to stay and protect themselves, but as for those people in the city who are still stuck on the road waiting to be canned by zombies, what does the life and death of others have to do with them? However, the first batch of troops entering the city all came with the task of cleaning the streets. Even in residential areas and places such as shopping malls and office buildings where a large number of people gathered, they had no time to clean up. It was obviously impossible to stay where they were. Protect these people. Therefore it is perfectly normal for conflict to arise. However, when Shah State was training these warriors, not aiming their guns at civilians was a top priority. Even though it was clear that these people had weapons in their hands, and there were clear orders from above to kill them as a warning to others, yet in the face of the unreasonable crowd, there were still few people who fired, and they were all trying to persuade them. The result was of no use. Naturally, the command center couldn't stand it anymore. After a group of Qiantang senior officials discussed it, they directly issued a notice that the city had entered a wartime state. People in the military regard it as their bounden duty to obey orders. The reason why they did not dare to shoot before was not entirely out of love for ordinary people. Even those who are holy mothers know that at this time, they must use heavy scriptures to scare some people with evil intentions in order to maximize their power and save the most people. These fighters all have at least a high school education. How can they not understand this? There has been no action. In the final analysis, the orders given by the above are somewhat ambiguous. What does it mean to be shot as a deterrent for violating wartime regulations? Ordinary people don't know about this stuff. How do they know if they have violated it? Where is the limit of this violation? Once the fire is fired, who will be held responsible if something goes wrong? These are very real issues. It is also the most direct cause of the current situation. After the Qiantang General Command issued the order to enter a wartime state, all these problems were naturally solved. For these soldiers, there are no civilians in the broad sense in the entire city now, and they are all obliged to cooperate with them in fighting. It was only natural that they would kill him if he delayed their mission. A bad move. Chen Yi, who had just arrived at the door of the city guard's mansion, naturally received the text message and immediately guessed the purpose of those in the city guard's mansion. However, turning an entire city into a war zone may allow the soldiers below to put their mission first in a short period of time and save more people, but in the long run, it is undoubtedly a bad move. The army is a beast that chooses and devours people. The fact that Shah's army has been able to maintain its current high quality is essentially due to the layers of restraints placed on the army during the reorganization 100 years ago and the power of faith. However, Qiantang senior officials have now adopted a wartime regulation and entered a state of war with a slap on the forehead, directly delegating the power to shoot directly at ordinary people without reporting it to the lowest level troops. This undoubtedly directly untied those layers of shackles. Of course, the so-called wartime regulations and the entry into a state of war have existed for a long time. These operations alone are not enough to turn a well-trained army into a predatory beast. The most critical thing is the sentence: those who violate the regulations can be dealt with according to the provisions of the wartime regulations. This is equivalent to delegating law enforcement power to every soldier at the lowest level. Although this operation can solve the current urgent needs of Qiantang in a short period of time, it is easy to give out power, but it is difficult to take it back again. For warriors who truly have faith, the most that this kind of power can do is allow them to act easily without being constrained by the original rules and regulations, causing the task to be delayed. But for some people who have some small ideas, holding such power of life and death in their hands means that there is too much room for maneuver. Now the whole city is in chaos, and it will only become more chaotic in the foreseeable future. All fools know that even if they do something shady, they will hardly receive any punishment. It's self-evident what the situation will be like then. Human nature cannot stand the test. Of course, Chen Yi also knew very well that this was a helpless move by the top management of Qiantang. After all, the progress of the first batch of troops entering the city was frustrated, and there are still a large number of residents and important facilities in the city facing the threat of zombies. Every minute of delay results in countless casualties and property losses. Chen Yi could think of hidden dangers that even an outsider could think of. How could they, old foxes who have been wallowing in official circles all year round, not think of them? It's just that they don't have many cards to play, so they can only make this decision. Many things in history are like this. It seems that the person who did it is hopelessly stupid, and it seems that anyone in modern times can do it better than him. But in fact, after actual research, you will find that there is no stupidity or cleverness, and some are just optimal solutions under limited conditions. Even if this solution is destined to perish, surviving for one more day is a better option for the person involved. This is probably the situation among the top management in Qiantang now. Even if there are endless troubles, they can only do this. After all, the so-called future troubles must come later. Those people on the list should be here by now, right? Looking at the majestic city guard's mansion, Chen Yi stretched and then walked straight in. There is not much time left for him, and he does not have the patience to slowly dig out the people of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. Lu Ming is such a hard-nosed guy that even his own mother could give him up without saying a word. Then he can only deal with the names on the list first, and then directly use the simplest and crudest way to help his own people who are absolutely impossible to be members of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee to temporarily solve the problem in Qiantang. After solving the problem, he still had to rush to Nandu. Chen Yi walked into the city guard's house alone. When he came out again, there was only boundless blood and fire left in the city guard's mansion. As he expected, it was clear on the list that the top officials of Qiantang who had joined the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee were basically gathered here at this time, discussing strategies to deal with the chaos in the city at this time. Chen Yi went in without bothering to say anything else, and just raised his sword to kill. Not only were these important officials slaughtered, but the Chen family's intelligence system compiled a list of all the forces they belonged to and the confidence they had cultivated, and killed them all at once. After this move, the entire Qiantang official was almost half empty. In normal times, the Qiantang city government would probably have to shut down immediately. But now is different from usual times. During this special period, if you want to maintain the normal operation of the city government, you won't need so many people. After Chen Yi killed the people, he supported people belonging to the Chen family in Qiantang to fill the vacancy. Although the one with the highest status among these people is originally one of the top people in Qiantang, they are still a bit weak after all. If they want to gain a foothold in Qiantang and deal with the affairs here in this world, if they do not use some special means, they will not be able to survive in the short term. Guild is hard. So Chen Yi asked Tianai's Xingfang group headquarters to send 30 superpowers. These superpowers were all created in batches by him through the superpower awakening serum. While they were loyal to him, they were also rigorously trained dead soldiers of the Chen family. After awakening, their combat power was completely unmatched by ordinary superpowers. Not to mention that they are now considered one of the first people to awaken their powers, and the intensity of their powers has long been much higher than that of current power users. With the presence of these 30 superpowers, and the support of the Chen family from the local garrison in Qiantang, there would be no problem for these people to control the city. Even if there are unknown remnants of the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee who pop up secretly, they should not be their opponents. Of course, Lu Ming is an exception. His superpower has reached the second stage, which is completely beyond the reach of ordinary superpowers. But he is basically disabled now, and he may not dare to show his face in the short term. This threat can be ignored for the time being. Tianai has been firmly held in Chen Yi's hands, and Qiantang can barely be considered under control at this time. As long as Chen Yi uses the remaining time to solve the problem in Nandu, even if the end comes now, he can develop according to the original plan without delaying the progress. The special plane took off. In order to hurry up, Chen Yi directly transferred an armed helicopter from the garrison in Tianai and flew directly to Nandu. Now, he needed to get rid of the big tree. Yes, deal with that tree. In fact, it wasn't that Chen Yi couldn't handle it from beginning to end, but the time was special and it took too much energy to deal with the big tree. After finishing it, Chen Yi probably didn't have much energy left. And at that time, he knew that there was a Doomsday Map Preservation Committee secretly watching, so of course he couldn't do such a stupid thing. But it's different now. The real big fish behind the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee has been confirmed to be Lu Ming, and Lu Ming has been crippled by him, and it is absolutely impossible to cause any more waves in a short time. As for whether there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee, are there other masters? That's almost impossible. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. With Chen Yi's current strength, even in his weakest state after taking care of the big tree, ordinary superpowers cannot shake it. If you want to cause him some trouble, you must at least be a second stage or above superpower user to give it a try. But superpowers of this level are not just cabbage on the street. How can they be found everywhere? Although Chen Yi's power is now huge, in fact, there are only two superpowers who are stronger than the second stage, namely him and Chen Yanqi. Although Su Yan was strong, she was extremely special. It was hard to say whether she could be considered a superpower at this level, but if she had a head-on confrontation, there would definitely be nothing she could do against Lu Ming. Chen Ziyuan may be one of them, but it's still a matter of debate whether to listen to him or not. As powerful as the Ji family, one of the four major families, if you don't take into account the old people in the ancestral hall who rely on incense offerings to practice, Ji is the only one who has reached the second stage of superpowers. The same goes for the Mu family, there is only one Mu Shui. As a strong person in the second stage of superpowers, Lu Ming was vulnerable to Chen Yi and Shen Yanqi, but that didn't mean he was a weakling. The Doomsday Map Preservation Committee can develop so fast and secret and quietly wipe out countless opponents. It is absolutely inseparable from Lu Ming's strength. If there are two such powers, the second. In the Doomsday Picture Preservation Committee, Lu Ming will not keep such a low profile. You know, on the eve of this doomsday, every minute and second is extremely precious. It is much more difficult for an organization lurking in the dark to do something than an organization on the surface. If they really had the strength to surface, how could they have been hiding in the gutter as rats? Even though Chen Yi asked himself that his previous achievements were quite astonishing, he was not so arrogant as to think that his own strength could scare a force with 2 second-stage superpowers into retreating and would rather slow down its expansion. Don't dare to expose. Of course, he does have the strength to kill 2 second-stage superpowers one-on-one, but based solely on intimidation, he wouldn't be arrogant with such strength. Before fighting, it is absolutely impossible for someone to surrender. Therefore, it is not difficult to deduce that the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee definitely poses no threat to itself. Moreover, even if the other party is really able to hide, there is still a strong man hiding under the water at this time who has not surfaced, waiting for Chen Yi to reveal his flaw and give him a fatal blow. Chen Yi actually has nothing to be afraid of. After killing the big tree, he was at most weak due to exhaustion, but he did not become disabled directly. What ordinary second-stage superpowers want to do to him is just wishful thinking. The most they can do is cause him some trouble. What he was worried about before was that there was a character similar to Xiao Yuan in the Merchant Alliance hidden in the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee. Xiao Yuan, if nothing else, has endless trump cards and strength. Even in the final battle, Chen Yi had already reached a level of strength far beyond what he had shown in the Lotus Pond Ecological Park in all aspects. Xiao Yuan still fought with him with the massive amount of life essence he had collected. There is back and forth. This is the most difficult opponent Chen Yi has encountered so far. Whether it is personal strength or strategy, it is far beyond the comparison of other Sons of Destiny. If it weren't for the existence of the system, his strength improved extremely quickly, which would have caused Xiao Yuan to repeatedly misjudge his strength and then jump out without ever being beaten. The final outcome of his fight with Xiao Yuan is still uncertain. Such a person can almost only be a child of destiny. After all, Chen Yi is so strong now. To put it bluntly, is the result of cheating. If you don't cheat, even if you were a genius, it would be a fool's errand to compete with him at this stage. Manpower is sometimes poor, that's how it is. But the children of destiny are different from ordinary people. They are helped by God. Manpower is sometimes poor, but God's power is not necessarily. No child of destiny can be underestimated. Previously, Chen Yi thought that the Doomsday Map Preservation Committee could survive until now because there was an expert behind it. According to his guess, this expert was most likely to be some kind of son of destiny. And the Destiny's Children group is outrageous enough, and it's unknown if another Xiao Yuan appears. But now that he has seen the quality of Lu Ming, the son of destiny, and knowing that the other party can no longer threaten him, he can naturally attack the big tree with peace of mind. Master, Nandu is just ahead, but the situation here seems. In the helicopter, Chen Yi heard the report from the pilot through the noise-canceling headphones he wore. Hearing this, he frowned and looked outside and said, "What seems to be wrong?" The driver immediately said, "I don't know why there are a lot of flocks in the air here. These things are somewhat similar to Kakans, but they are not exactly the same. They seem to be very light but very tough. Just now, I received news that a friendly helicopter crashed due to engine failure shortly after entering the coverage area of these flocks. According to the latest information from the ground tower, these flocks currently cover all areas up to 1,300 meters within a radius of 30 kilometers from the big tree. I'm afraid our helicopter won't be able to fly directly in." As he spoke, the helicopter was no longer far away from the big tree, and the whole tree could be seen in the distance. The driver also pointed to somewhere ahead and said, "Look, young master, that yellowish-white mist-like thing in the air is that layer of flock. I'm afraid we have to find a place to land near here. According to the data on the ground, these things are very small. Our ordinary defense methods may not be able to effectively respond. If we go forward, we may only have one way to crash. Walk." Chen Yi looked indifferently at the yellow-white, mist-like barrier, shook his head and said, "There's no need to land. I'll go in directly. You can find a safe place outside to land and wait for me." With his strength, even if the helicopter crashes, it will definitely not have any impact on him. But he could survive the crash. The crew on the helicopter had no such ability. It's only 20 or 30 kilometers away from the big tree. If he wants to go there, even walking to the bottom will only take a few minutes, which may not be slower than a helicopter flying. There is no need to let these subordinates die here. What's more, something as sophisticated as a helicopter is not a mass commodity. Aircraft are undoubtedly the crown jewel of the industry. Even for civil aviation, it is extremely difficult to build one. It requires the support of a large number of parts and industrial chains from all over the world. Although the complexity of this kind of military aircraft is not as good as that of modern civil aviation aircraft, it is not a mass-produced commodity. It is a sophisticated product that Shah State can only create after gathering countless industrial chains. Before the end of the world, you can still buy it with money, but after the end of the world, you won't be able to buy it even if you have money. If a large number of people turn into zombies, it is destined that a large number of industrial chains will be broken after the apocalypse. Even whether normal trade can be maintained after the apocalypse is a question. Although Tianai and Chen Yi are now further planning to control the river delta area, although the industrial categories are complex and comprehensive, they dare not say that they will be able to produce a few modern helicopters after the apocalypse. Therefore, to a certain extent, this thing can be said to be using one less one, and it will not be so easy to replenish it in the future. Rather than driving this thing in and dying just for the sake of these dozens of kilometers, it would be better for him to go in by himself. Because Chen Yi had almost killed the tree people before, and the tree had basically lost the ability to continue to expand. The pressure on the army group stationed in Nandu dropped sharply. In addition, several group armies supported by other surrounding cities are already partially in place. At this time, he naturally also entered the battle. The manpower is more abundant. A large number of soldiers did not even need to go to the front line to be wary of the tree people, but participated in the work of evacuating the people. By the time Chen Yi came back from his trip to Qiantang, almost 30 kilometers away from the big tree, there was almost no human habitation. All the tall buildings in the city were now empty and as quiet as a ghost town. If you take a photo and send it to an online forum 10 days ago, no, put it on the current internet. I'm afraid no one can tell that this is the famous Nandu city. Since there was still some time, Chen Yi was not in a hurry and slowly walked around the ruins of the city. After walking for a while, he finally saw a living person. It was a group of well-equipped soldiers, currently shuttling between towering residential buildings, seemingly looking for any people who had not yet had time to leave. This is already an area shrouded in flock emitted by big trees. Chen Yi keenly noticed that these soldiers walking through the building basically wore thick gas masks. Without exception, after watching for a while, he couldn't help but grab a soldier who was in a hurry and said, "Comrade, why are you wearing a gas mask? Is this or some flocks toxic?" Chen Yeshin appeared and disappeared. Naturally, he had not been discovered by these soldiers before. The sudden appearance at this time naturally startled the soldier. After being stunned for a while, the soldier looked him up and down several times, then slowly breathed a sigh of relief and put down the loaded rifle in his hand. "So it's a superpower, are you here to support Nandu too?" "Well, I guess." Chen Yi pondered for a moment and then nodded, then continued, "You haven't answered my question yet." Hearing this, the little warrior immediately said, "Not only is it poisonous, this thing is terrible. As long as an ordinary person takes a breath, the seeds will be planted by this big tree immediately. If it is not cleaned up in time, it will not take more than an hour. They will turn into those disgusting tree people. I heard that all the original tree ants in this tree were killed by some big shot. This guy is so smart that he probably thought of this way to create some more tree ants for himself. I heard earlier that fighting has started again. When this wave came down, we were caught off guard for the first time. Many people inhaled these things without any precautions. Many people were turned into tree men by it. If the reinforcements hadn't arrived, we don't have time to come back and help evacuate people now. This tree is so evil that only people with superpowers can avoid it. The little warrior answered questions for Chen Yi at first, but after that, he basically muttered to himself. But Chen Yi also got a rough idea. Do you use this method to expand your tree army? Looking at the big tree on the horizon, Chen Yi always felt that things might not be that simple.